As the last king of the insect race, Qiao Ling found himself ensnared by a faulty system, thrust into the entertainment industry as a mere pawn. To his astonishment, the system collapsed almost immediately, unveiling 3 male leads. The system wailed in despair. Only one is genuine. Choosing the wrong world will lead to its collapse. Qiao Ling retorted, "Silence, you are exceedingly noisy." The newly hatched king insect possessed its own thoughts, and its immediate priority was singular: to satiate its hunger. The king insect's diet encompassed everything. It was destined to acquire all that it desired. Chapter 1. A Close Call with Death. A king insect was emerging from its shell. It was supposed to be born with innate knowledge, yet its underdeveloped body left it with only the instinct to survive. A fierce hunger compelled it to repeatedly strike against the eggshell. At last, a crack, the sturdy shell fissured, creating a gap. The sound of shattering grew louder, and after an indeterminate period, the entire egg burst apart with a resounding crack. The king insect struggled amidst the rapidly evaporating transparent egg fluid, emitting a piercing cry to assert its dominance over the insectkin. Insectoids, a universally feared life form, thrived around the king insect, with countless kin poised to frenzy upon the arrival of the newborn king. However, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The king insect soon realized its calls went unanswered, transforming its sorrow into insatiable hunger. It opened its small, sharp mouth and instinctively began to devour the very shell that had nurtured it, consuming at an astonishing rate, quickly swallowing shell fragments that were magnitudes larger than itself. Upon finishing its meal, its size had barely increased. The nourishment from the shell facilitated the development of its eyes, allowing it to finally observe the world. The king insect was taken aback. Where on earth was it? In disbelief, it stood atop barren rocks, gazing out at this desolate dead planet. There were no kin, no food, no life. All that the king insect could see was an endless expanse of sand, under the scorching rays of a yellow dwarf star, where not even microorganisms or viruses could survive. In terror, it emitted a call to its kin, yet received no reply. An overwhelming hunger surged through the king insect's newly formed body. It cried out helplessly as its vitality waned rapidly. If it did not receive sufficient nourishment shortly after birth, the king insect's fate would be sealed in death. Desperate to survive, the king insect's formidable mental energy extended across the planet and even beyond. Come to me, it implored with its mental plea. At last, it sensed a fluctuation. With all its might, the king insect locked onto that signal and drew it closer. Closer, ever closer. Boom! A life pod, drifting through the cosmos, plummeted like a meteor engulfed in flames, and crashed onto the desert terrain. The king insect burrowed into the sand, approaching the life pod with an uncanny swiftness. On this inhospitable dead planet, devoid of oxygen, even flames struggled to ignite. The life pod lay silently and darkly embedded in the desert, with blood gradually dripping from its shattered seams. Food. The king insect emerged from the sand, catching a droplet of blood in its mouth. It shivered with excitement, diving into the life pod to discover the source of the blood. It recognized the creature before it. The fragmented memories of past kings revealed that this was a being known as a human, an intelligent life form. The king insect's teeth sank into flesh, greedily sipping the warm blood of the human, with moisture and nourishment igniting its nascent brain. But soon, an icy shiver of fear coursed through it. Even if it consumed this food, it would still starve. The king insect required more, vast quantities, enough to mature thousands of times over. Its insatiable greed overshadowed any concern for its own existence. Panic seized the king insect. No, it had fought so hard to be born into this world. It could not succumb to death due to a lack of sustenance. What was it to do? Its fearful gaze fell upon the still warm human corpse before it. It could not consume this food. It must inhabit this body. A human's body did not demand excessive energy, and the king insect's potent mental energy was sufficient to control the human form. Its temporarily abandoned insect body could be concealed within the heart, nurtured within this vessel. The king insect did not contemplate how it would escape this dead planet once it had taken residence. That was of no consequence. It acted purely on instinct. The king insect slid through the wound into the still warm flesh, embedding itself deep within the deceased heart, its mental energy casting off the insect body and plunging into the human's nervous system. Thump, thump, thump. The heart of the deceased human, invaded by the insect, began to beat anew. The bloodshot, murky eyes snapped open as the king insect occupying the human form gasped for breath, its complexion turning ashen as it clutched its throat. Trouble. The reanimated lungs struggled to inhale the toxic air unfit for human survival, and the half-dead body began to convulse uncontrollably, the capillaries in its eyes bursting. Grotesquely, the king insect might face death once more alongside the corpse. Fortunately, fate favored this desperate little creature once again. As it freed itself from the insect body, occupying the human corpse, a similarly fragmented, frantic electronic life form took notice of this seemingly dying human. Binding. Can you survive? The king insect heard this voice that opened its mouth and urgently responded with its consciousness. Save me. I want to live. Binding. Binding. Bind. On the brink of suffocation, a surge of energy accompanied the electronic voice's beeping, flooding into the broken human body. In mere moments, the exposed wounds began to contract and heal, and the organs unsuitable for survival on the dead planet subtly mutated under the invasion of insectoid genes. Stronger skin, enhanced lungs, and a more vibrant vitality emerged. The bluish complexion gradually normalized, and the king insect incredulously touched its body, feeling its insect form fortify at the core of the heart. Would it save it? Greetings, host. I am the 0016 pawn system. Delighted to collaborate with you. The voice resonated once more in its mind. The king insect covered its ears and shut its eyes, yet that strange voice persisted, omnipresent. It understood that this entity, known as a system, was also a parasite within this corpse, but the system was unaware that the insect was also a parasite. The insect was superior to the system. The king insect felt a surge of exhilaration at its narrow escape from extinction. What do you want me to do? Drawing upon the remnants of the human's memories, the king insect tentatively articulated with a peculiar tone. I have sacrificed valuable points to save you, but we remain in peril. Qiao Ling, do you wish to survive? Qiao Ling was the name of this human. Now it was Qiao Ling. The king insect assimilated and digested the residual memories within the human brain, witnessing the mundane, unremarkable life of an unfortunate human, brief and tedious, culminating in a fiery explosion aboard a spaceship. The moment of death, the human felt no resentment, but rather a sigh of relief, almost joyfully embracing the eternal darkness that I fail to comprehend why this individual possesses. No yearning for life that I desire to survive, responded Wang Chong to the system's inquiry. It yearns to endure. Even if it were to remain the sole insect, it would still strive to persist, to survive, to seek out sustenance rich in energy, to grow, to establish a new community. Chapter 2. Famished, a taste of adventure. The newly born larva, brimming with an insatiable curiosity, is inherently cautious by nature. For a considerable duration, its innocence and naivety will serve as its disguise. It initiates a conversation with the entity known as the system. Will you repair me using points? Indeed, the system replies. As long as you and I together fulfill the role of cannon fodder and accumulate a total of 20,000 points, I shall grant you a single wish, whatever it may be. Though the concept of cannon fodder remains unclear to it, the prospect of points serving as sustenance is enticing. Driven by hunger, the larva eagerly responds. Then let us begin this role-playing. The host's compliance greatly pleases the system, which is equally eager. Prepare for the transition, host. I will transport you to the task world. Countdown commencing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The larva, now to be called Qiao Ling, feels itself abruptly drawn into a rift. Its physical form shifts with the fabric of space, and it perceives its skeletal structure rapidly shrinking and expanding. Do not be alarmed. This is merely your body adjusting to the world's rules and your role. My energy is sufficient to ensure your safety. Qiao Ling observes this extraordinary process of spatial traversal with keen curiosity, acutely aware of the system's careful maneuvering. Surprisingly, it is the system that seems somewhat apprehensive. Is it due to the clandestine nature of this intrusion? Before reaching a conclusion, the scenery before Qiao Ling shifts dramatically, and he lands with a soft thud upon a sandy shore. Character alignment successful. He has arrived in a wholly different realm, where the air is moist and harmless. The sunlight astonishingly gentle, and life abounds in myriad forms. Qiao Ling, momentarily stunned, lies on the beach. His body has undergone continuous transformation during the journey, yet his hands still resemble those of a normal human. A small crab scuttles across his palm, and instinctively he grasps the tiny creature and pops it into his mouth. As he chews, unfamiliar flavors envelop his palate. The crab's shell and grit scrape against his teeth and tongue, defying description. Perhaps it is unpalatable. Reluctantly, he spits out the crushed remains of the crab. The system finds its bound humans somewhat peculiar, yet it remains indifferent to human eccentricities. I will now introduce you to the task background. Very well, Qiao Ling responds obediently, rising to sit upright, his gaze fixed upon the azure expanse of the sea. We have entered a realm birthed from a novel. You have assumed the role of the cannon fodder character within it. You must embody this role and traverse the narrative arc to earn the task points specific to this character. Should the task fail, we risk being discovered and obliterated by the world's rules. While he does not fully comprehend the intricacies of this, the notion of obliteration resonates clearly. How shall I embody this role? I have acquired the character profile. The role you now embody is named Qiao Ling, a gambler who has amassed a debt of 3 million while abroad. In a state of utter despair, he must return to his homeland, with further details to be unveiled during the course of the mission. What is a cannon fodder recipient? Qiao Ling stammered slightly as he spoke. A mere backdrop to the protagonist's romance, a stepping stone. The little insect struggled to comprehend, but endeavored to grasp the significance of love. Oh, what must I do? The information is incomplete, and only random triggers during the process will reveal more. The system, too, was in distress. We currently lack sufficient energy to acquire additional information. I can only inform you that by completing your initial encounter with the male lead, we will earn our first points. Lacking energy, Qiao Ling pondered the system. Akin to himself, craved points, thus becoming a rival for his sustenance. A sense of crisis arose within him. As he spoke, he felt a peculiar metallic cube vibrating near his thigh. Picking up the small cube, Qiao Ling inquired, "What is this?" "Your mobile phone." He recalled the knowledge associated with it and clumsily activated the device, discovering a calendar reminder. My flight is scheduled to depart at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A glance at the phone revealed the time to be 12:30. With 3 million in debt and an urgent need to return home, Qiao Ling realized his immediate task to catch the flight. He swiftly familiarized himself with the phone's functions, paying particular attention to his remaining balance of 3,327.5 yuan. "System, is this a lot or a little?" "Poor, but sufficient for your return home," came the reply. Under the system's guidance, Qiao Ling retrieved his luggage from a hotel near the beach and hailed a taxi to the airport. So many humans, so much food. Wang Chong, famished, twitched his nose, savoring every enticing aroma in the air. Though the energy of these foods was minimal for one who had known hunger since birth, any edible morsel was enough to captivate him. The system denied his request to stop for food, leaving Qiao Ling somewhat displeased. The taxi driver sneakily observed the quiet, charming young man from the east, unable to tear his gaze away, yet fearful of initiating conversation. Their eyes met briefly. Those dark orbs held an unsettling depth that sent shivers down the driver's spine. Eyes of a monster. In a hurried rush, they arrived at the airport, completed the check-in process, and the system issued a forceful command once more. "Go to the restroom and tidy yourself up to avoid being looked down upon by the male lead for the sand in your hair." After their brief interaction, the system had clearly discerned the host's naivety. Even electronic entities adhere to the principle of picking the soft fruit. It became increasingly brusque with Qiao Ling. He feigned compliance, silently noting the system's irksome demands. Do not underestimate the vengeance of Wang Chong, even if he had only been born for less than 24 hours. Standing before the large mirror in the airport restroom, Wang Chong scrutinized his reflection. Compared to his initial appearance, this human guise exhibited some notable transformations. The skin, restored through meticulous enhancements, now boasted an immaculate alabaster hue, accentuating the lush darkness of his hair and the contours of his brows and eyes. He understood that, within human aesthetics, this visage was deemed quite attractive. Yet he found himself lamenting the frailness of his physique, which appeared alarmingly thin. With a critical eye, he lifted the hem of his t-shirt to inspect his concave abdomen and prominent ribs, sighing in self-pity. The persistent fall of his bangs tickled his eyes, interrupting his moment of self-indulgence. Qiao Ling rummaged through his pockets, retrieving a rubber band to hastily tie his hair back, fully exposing his face, which brought him a sense of relief. He leaned forward to wash his face, peering closely into the mirror to examine his eyes. In the depths of his nearly obsidian irises, a fleeting glimpse of the insectoid vertical pupil, characteristic of his kind, flickered like an illusion. Indeed, this corporeal form was undergoing a transformation into something more insect-like. Chapter 3. Three male protagonists. A strikingly slender Asian youth stood at the sink, intently gazing at his reflection. Delicate fingers cautiously traced the contours of his face, presenting a scene as enchanting as the mythological Narcissus admiring himself by the water's edge. Passers-by could not help but cast lingering, suggestive glances, their eyes repeatedly appraising the contours of his waist and hips. Sensing the unwelcome scrutiny, Qiao Ling snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting the reflections in the mirror with a chilling intensity. The prying eyes instinctively averted, shivering with an innate dread reminiscent of humanity's primal fear in the face of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. However, modern society had dulled this acute sensitivity, leaving individuals to mistakenly attribute their discomfort to the overly brisk airport air conditioning. Wang Chang's malevolent aura silently latched onto the most intrusive gazes among the onlookers. Soon, they would each encounter a series of unfortunate events, attacked by venomous insects, bitten by serpents, or assaulted by rabid dogs, attacks that Wang Chang himself remained oblivious to, for he was still too young to comprehend. In this moment, Qiao Ling merely adjusted his clothing in irritation before stepping outside. Just a few paces beyond the restroom, he unexpectedly collided with an individual who had suddenly emerged. The person instinctively wrapped an arm around him, their large hand nearly encircling his entire waist. The surprise evident as the owner of the hand groped about curiously. Signal from the male protagonist detected. "Are you all right?" A gentle male voice resonated from above. Qiao Ling, with one hand resting on the man's chest, noted that he was half a head shorter. His first impression was of the man's robust arteries and striking jawline. The pulsating Adam's apple and visible veins were particularly enticing to the famished little creature within him, compelling him to muster the will to lift his gaze. The sudden appearance of this male protagonist possessed a pair of quintessential peach blossom eyes, those that could imbue even a mere utility pole with a sense of tenderness. Upon locking eyes with Qiao Ling, a fleeting moment of astonishment washed over him, a feeling so rare that it pricked at his defenses, stirring a sense of caution within. He politely straightened the silent Qiao Ling, stepping back with a gentlemanly demeanor and offering a courteous smile. "I apologize, I wasn't paying attention." As a social expression, a smile holds great significance among humans. Qiao Ling attempted to mimic his smile, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth, which resulted in a rather forced expression on his beautiful face, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed. "Hello." His peculiar demeanor caused Guan Shuqiao to subtly furrow his brow. Judging by the micro-expressions, this individual might be experiencing some psychological issues. With this thought in mind, Guan Shuqiao smoothly took another step back, nodding gently with a warm smile, and swiftly made his exit, an elegant and practiced retreat. Qiao Ling watched his departing figure, his rigid smile gradually fading. "Run? What?" The system, irked, voiced its displeasure. "Why do you resemble a wooden puppet? You've frightened the male lead away, and the task points Haven T been triggered." Qiao Ling rejected the criticism, insisting that he had indeed smiled amicably according to the norms of human interaction. Was he supposed to have detained the male lead and engaged in further conversation? Then I shall seek him out. Qiao Ling lifted his foot, pursuing the direction from which Guan Shuqiao had vanished. However, in that brief moment, the male lead had already disappeared from sight. Never mind, I'll board first. Upon reaching the boarding gate, Qiao Ling, feeling dejected over the loss of points, slumped into an empty seat, his stomach growling pitifully. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Yanjing Song, absorbed in his work, was startled by the strange sounds, resembling someone reciting a spell in Chinese. He lifted his head to discern the source. Hungry? Who is so famished? Unable to resist, he sought out the voice, soon discovering a pale and strikingly beautiful boy sitting across from him. The boy's wrists were slender, and his face bore a gaunt appearance, as though suffering from an eating disorder or excessive dieting, reminiscent of a college student in distress. Yanjing Song quickly assessed the situation, decisively shutting his laptop and striding toward the nearby vending machine. He purchased 5 chocolate nut bars and a bottle of milk, returning to the boy with the food. Here you go. Suddenly, a pair of large hands appeared before Qiao Ling, presenting him with sustenance. He stared at the food for a few seconds before slowly lifting his gaze to meet the serious expression of a tall man. The man, with thick brows and a handsome but impassive face, spoke again in an authoritative tone. Take it, eat. Instinctively, Qiao Ling accepted the offering, feeling the warmth of the man's fingers glide gently over his cold hand. Thank you. Signal from a male lead detected. The kind man, having delivered the food, promptly distanced himself to sit elsewhere, clearly uninterested in forming further connections with a stranger. Even for just a profile view, he was entirely different from the previous male lead. The system was astonished. What is happening? Qiao Ling tore open a chocolate nut bar and took a bite, the texture slowly crumbling beneath his teeth. The rich essence of chocolate mingled with the crisp, oily crunch of nuts, exploding in a delightful, unfamiliar flavor on his palate. Wang Chong was left in shocked stupor. After a considerable lapse of time, he finally matched the taste within the recesses of human memory, sweetness, as the taste buds were formally awakened by an overwhelming influx of sugar. The authentic sensation of life transformed into an unprecedented clarity. If merely a moment ago, the concept of food for the Wang insect was solely a source of energy to sustain and foster growth, it was now irrevocably elevated to an entirely different realm. Human food, despite its low energy yield, was irresistibly delectable, captivating the insect beyond measure. He swiftly consumed a modest chocolate nut bar, and then, with a touch of unfamiliarity, unwrapped a straw to sample a sip of milk. The rich, creamy liquid illuminated his eyes with surprise, as a serene aura of happiness quietly radiated from him. The announcement for boarding echoed, jolting Qiao Ling from the sweet reverie of chocolate as he sought to catch sight of that man. Yet, even as he boarded the plane, the man remained elusive. Clutching the last chocolate nut bar, he found himself lost in thought, gazing at a nearby lively family with a little girl. Excuse me. Please let me through, I need to pass, a passenger with a window seat remarked coldly, standing in the aisle beside Qiao Ling. This was a young man with a rather unpleasant demeanor, his sunglasses and mask concealing his features entirely. However, his impressive physique suggested he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome individual, drawing the curious gazes of several onlookers as he lingered in the aisle. Qiao Ling stepped aside, Li Qian, consumed by his indignation at being seated in economy class, cursed the new assistant for such a blunder right at the onset of his employment. This confoundedly cramped space was shaping up to be an abysmal journey. He squeezed himself in, his broad frame jostling Qiao Ling's shoulder unceremoniously. Signal from a male lead detected. Qiao Ling rubbed his ear, questioning in his mind. System? How many male leads are there? Their essay problem, a malfunction. The system's voice conveyed a sense of alarm. There should only be one. How could this happen? Chapter 4. The Art of Entrapment? Qiao Ling cast a skeptical glance towards the third male lead, only to be caught in the act by him. Li Qian removed his sunglasses and shot Qiao Ling a haughty, indifferent glare. Typically, such a gaze would deter nearly all scrutiny, yet this time it faltered before Qiao Ling. The unfamiliar young man blinked slowly, his demeanor tranquil and devoid of emotion. The light streaming through the window illuminated his dark irises which appeared as bottomless wells, absorbing all radiance. This handsome visage acquired an unsettling quality as a result. Li Qian's fingers twitched, a spark of creative inspiration flickering through him. He anxiously rubbed his fingertips together. Qiao Ling diverted his gaze, pondering. Could it be that anyone who made physical contact with him was a male lead? To test this hypothesis, shortly after takeoff, when a male flight attendant passed by, Qiao Ling called out to him. The golden-haired, blue-eyed attendant halted, leaning down with a smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" "I feel a bit cold. I need a blanket," he replied, adopting the expression of a nearby 6-year-old girl, his demeanor innocent and sweet. His tone soft and endearing, far more natural than his initial attempt at a smile. The flight attendant's eyes curved into crescents as his voice softened significantly. "All right, please wait a moment." Li Qianan suppli glança asida. Shortly, the flight attendant returned with a blanket. Qiao Ling extended his delicate, slender hand, slowly and deliberately tracing from the flight attendant's wrist to his fingertips before finally accepting the blanket. "Thank you." The flight attendant's expression froze, rendered momentarily speechless, his ears flushing crimson. Li Qianan, witnessing the entire scene with astonishment, felt his pupils tremble. Qiao Ling draped the blanket over his knees, ignoring the flight attendant, who stood there in a daze for quite a while, and nonchalantly began to study the screen displaying the movie in front of him, his soft lashes fluttering. Alas, the system offered no indication. His conjecture had proven erroneous. Perhaps the male protagonist's physical contact bore no significance. It seems a genuine bug has occurred. No wonder there were no task points upon first encountering the male lead. Qiao Ling scrolled through the screen. What to do now? The system remained silent, a useless entity. Suddenly, Qiao Ling's gaze caught the keyword love on the screen. He selected the highest-ranked romantic film, thinking to himself that he must rely on his own efforts to secure sustenance. He became engrossed in the film, while Li Qianan couldn't help but divide his attention towards Qiao Ling, inexplicably intrigued by this unfamiliar traveler, dressed quite cheaply yet possessing striking good looks. His demeanor seemed rather frivolous. Li Qianan's mind raced, confidently assigning Qiao Ling the label of a male seducer. Cautiously, he donned his sunglasses, paranoia surfacing as he deeply suspected this charming rogue had recognized his identity, especially since he was quite renowned. Flirting with the flight attendant right before him while deliberately ignoring Li Qianan. Could it be a case of feigned indifference? Such cunning tactics. He would not fall for such a ruse. Qiao Ling's nostrils twitched, keenly detecting a fragrant aroma brimming with energy. Suddenly invigorated, he slightly leaned left and right, the delightful scent fleeting yet seemingly emanating from the nearby third male lead. His subtle movements once again piqued Li Qianan's wariness. He cleared his throat and haughtily shrank further into his seat. As fate would have it, the time for distributing in-flight meals arrived, and Qiao Ling's attention was instantly drawn to the food before him. The little bug was enlightened. So it was the scent of the meal. When the flight attendant had served Qiao Ling earlier, there was an unmistakable hint of flirtation in his demeanor, his blue eyes fixed intently upon him, oblivious and carefree. Qiao Ling was unaware that he had stirred someone's heart. His focus was entirely on the meal. The in-flight cuisine consisted of spaghetti with tomato meat sauce and a butter roll. The pasta was sweet and tangy, enveloped in rich sauce, and the complex flavors of various ingredients and spices captivated Qiao Ling, who devoured it without lifting his head. Li Qianan, initially disinterested in the meager offerings of economy class and reluctant to remove his mask, found himself inexplicably struck with hunger and curiosity at Qiao Ling's enthusiasm for the food. Was it truly that delectable? He skeptically lowered his mask and forked a few strands of pasta into his mouth. Alas, it was indeed simple and unpalatable. Li Qian, feeling rather disinterested, set down his fork. Qiao Ling, catching sight of his cessation of dining, could not help but turn and inquire, "You are not eating? Why not give it to me?" Li Qian nearly choked on his response. Behold, this little vixen indeed harbors intentions towards him. Her keen attention to his actions and her forthright flirtation were unmistakable. He picked up his fork once more, dismissing her clumsy advances. "I will eat." Qiao Ling thought to herself, what a miserly fellow. The flight attendant reappeared with a smile, his attentiveness now unabashed. Hello? Would you like something to drink? Qiao Ling promptly turned. May I sample everything? Of course, he replied. Li Qian cast a disdainful glance at the flight attendant, deeming the foolish foreigner to be rather shallow. So easily captivated. Did the little vixen think she could provoke him through this? She had miscalculated. Unbeknownst to Qiao Ling, she had instigated a profound misunderstanding in the third male lead. The 10-hour journey slipped by unnoticed. When the plane finally landed at 1 o'clock in the morning, Qiao Ling curiously examined the small piece of paper bearing a phone number, which the flight attendant had discreetly passed to her. It reminded her of a scene from the film they had just watched, where the male lead handed a note to the female lead. Without hesitation, Qiao Ling crumpled the note and discarded it into a nearby trash bag. Following the crowd off the plane, the system remained silent, and Qiao Ling instinctively trailed behind the third male lead. Through the reflection in a nearby glass, Li Qian noticed his little shadow following him, and a smirk unconsciously crept across his lips. They walked in unison to the baggage carousel, where Qiao Ling stood beside Li Qian, alternating her gaze between him and the revolving suitcases. In the early morning airport, the few individuals retrieving their luggage were sparse. Li Qian soon claimed his suitcase, effortlessly lifting it down, and as he began to stride away, Qiao Ling prepared to follow, only for him to suddenly pivot around. Qiao Ling nearly stumbled into him. Little one, Li Qian said, extending a finger to gently press against her forehead, leaning down to whisper a warning. Do not entertain any improper thoughts about me. I have no interest in you. Qiao Ling's throat constricted, instinctively swallowing as she caught a faint, invigorating fragrance wafting from him. Li Qian interrupta, poking her forehead again before retracting his hand. Do not follow me. Qiao Ling fell silent, her gaze intensely fixed on his departing figure. Suddenly, her eyes shifted, capturing the sight of two other familiar silhouettes, the first and second male leads. All three male leads were now within her line of sight. System, have you discerned the situation? Good news. You will soon have other achievement points to earn, and I have obtained the identity information of these three male leads. The system finally responded. Qiao Ling replied, but what a bad news. The bad news is that you must interact with these three male leads and determine who the true male lead is. Choose incorrectly, and you'll earn no points. That was indeed unfortunate. Qiao Ling pondered her current situation. The prospect of engaging with all three male leads seemed rather daunting. Chapter 5. Debt. Lend me some money after retrieving her suitcase. Qiao Ling spent a considerable sum on a taxi that took her back to her rented apartment. This is an exceedingly rudimentary and confined environment, where all items are haphazardly piled together, and the floor is strewn with delivery boxes and miscellaneous debris, leaving little room to navigate. Upon returning to the country with a new mobile SIM card, the barrage of messages and missed calls nearly caused the device to freeze. As Qiao Ling sifted through the notifications, he found that nearly half were reminders from various individuals demanding repayment of debts, from friends and classmates to banks and online lending institutions. The debt, amounting to 3 million, was still formidable even after disregarding the trailing zeros. In the dialog box, marked by the landlord's messages, a warning was issued. Failure to pay the overdue rent within 7 days would result in his forcible eviction. 8,000. He contemplated, scratching his head. Do you have any funds, system? No. Are you prepared to receive all the pertinent character information now? Proceed. The following details pertain to the supporting character, Qiao Ling. Basic information is as follows. Qiao Ling, 21 years of age, is a dropout from a performing arts program after a year at university. An orphan due to the loss of both parents. He abandoned his studies, believing that education was a waste of time, aspiring instead to become an internet celebrity and earn substantial wealth. However, ambition alone was insufficient. He lacked the determination to match his aspirations. In his mind, he merely needed to film a few appealing videos to capture the attention of netizens and effortlessly earn a monthly income exceeding 10,000. The reality, however, was that the competition within the realm of internet stardom was fiercely intense. Good looks merely served as the threshold for entry. The management of one's account and the quality of the videos were equally critical. despite his sporadic efforts in video production, which garnered him a few thousand followers due to his striking appearance. The monetization of his account proved mediocre. The feedback from various avenues was not as enthusiastic as he had envisioned, leaving Qiao Ling dissatisfied and disheartened by his lack of progress. He pondered, after all this effort in editing videos yielding so little profit, it might be better to invest my time in other pursuits, even if it's merely engaging in small-scale gambling, which could be more lucrative. What began as minor gambling soon escalated into online wagering. Initially, Qiao Ling enjoyed remarkable luck, winning small amounts consistently, almost as if possessed by a gambling deity. This incentivized him greatly, and the money he earned seemed to fall from the heavens. Although he initially exercised some caution, as his winnings grew, he became utterly captivated, escalating his stakes and refusing to withdraw even in the face of losses, believing he would always find a way to recover just before losing everything. This exhilarating emotional feedback rendered him unable to desist, eventually leading him to gamble abroad. However, his fortune took a swift downturn, and within a matter of days, Qiao Ling lost everything abroad, nearly facing dire consequences. It was at this moment of utter despair that Wang Chong assumed his identity, inadvertently inheriting all his debts. How splendid! With just over 3,000 in his possession. The enormity of 3 million left him unable to fathom the number of zeros that followed. In truth, this is hardly a concern. As long as you successfully engage with a male lead, several million is but a trifling matter. The system functioned as a nefarious facilitator. Let me now introduce the 3 male leads. With a sigh, Qiao Ling acknowledged the difficulty of embodying the solitary Wang Chong. He knew he must be resilient. Thus, I shall present them in the order of their introduction. Firstly, the primary male lead, known as Guanshu Qiao. Guanshu Qiao, the youngest and most celebrated actor in the entertainment industry, debuted as a child star at the tender age of 13. By 18, he had already garnered the prestigious Best Supporting Actor award, recognized internationally for its significance. At 23, he achieved remarkable success with the film Cloud Island, winning 5 Best Actor titles in succession. At 25, he clinched the Best Actor title once more for Serpent and Wine, accumulating an impressive array of accolades. And now, at merely 27, he stands as an unassailable titan in the realm of entertainment. The second male lead, the one who provides sustenance, is named Yin Jingsong. At 30, he is a financial prodigy and the clandestine founder of Behemoth Global Pictures. Despite being a leading figure in the global entertainment industry, he possesses a humble disposition, establishing a mid-sized entertainment media company, ASD, within the country. He has signed numerous promising new actors, idol groups, and internet celebrities, steadily elevating the brand's recognition over the past 2 years. The third male lead, Li Qianan, is a 26-year-old internationally acclaimed genius director, renowned for his self-written and directed works. His style is diverse and appeals to both refined and popular tastes. In recent years, several globally recognized blockbuster hits have emerged from his creativity. While directing is often an overlooked profession, his striking appearance and exceptional talent have rendered him a unique figure among directors, often overshadowing many current stars whenever he is present. After listening to the introductions of these 3 individuals, Qiao Ling concluded, they all belong to the same circle. Indeed, I surmise that this is a task set in an entertainment world. Qiao Ling calmly thought to herself that the system resembled a thief sneaking into someone else's home, oblivious to the surroundings, needing to rummage through items to discern the inhabitants' information. An old thief guiding a novice. Finding humor in her thoughts, Qiao Ling smiled. Among these 3 male leads, only one is the genuine male lead connected to her. To ascertain which one it is, she must devise a way to get closer. Having dropped out of a performing arts program to pursue a career as an internet celebrity, Qiao Ling retrieved a portable camera from the clutter, alongside various props left by the original owner. The original owner possessed the prerequisites to enter the industry, had the system not compelled her to assume this role. The subsequent path as an internet celebrity would likely have been successful. She resolved to continue and enhance this trajectory. Weary, the creature, named Wang Chong, shook off the dust from the sheets and collapsed onto the creaking mattress. The system seemed to shout something in her mind, and with a gentle closing of her eyes, she fell into her first slumber since birth. Her phone vibrated violently, rousing the snoring Qiao Ling groggy. She answered the call, and a voice on the other end exclaimed, "Qiao Ling. Oh my, I finally reached you. Where have you been? Who is this?" "It's me, Air Mao. Wake up. Where have you been these past few days? Didn't you ask me to help you find a part-time job?" "I need a part-time job. I'm short on rent." Qiao Ling jolted upright, instantly alert. 7 days without paying rent meant she could lose her place to sleep. "Life is not easy," Wang Chong sighed. "Indeed, it was your mention of urgent financial need that prompted me to remember you. While I have no funds to lend, I presently have a job sorting and transporting parcels at a warehouse. The pay is daily, with a minimum of 270 yuan per day. And the more you work, the more you earn." After a brief contemplation of 2 seconds, Qiao Ling confirmed that this metamorphosed body could manage such labor and promptly agreed. "I will do it. When do I start, and where?" "All right, come to XXXX. You can come right away. Call me when you arrive." "Understood. Thank you." After hanging up, he glanced at the time. It was 10 in the morning. Qiao Ling rose to take a shower, donned a clean and simple outfit, and was ready to head out. As he reached the door, he paused, turned back, and picked up his portable camera to examine it. This camera was a reputable brand, user-friendly, and still had 95% battery life. He tucked it into his pocket, uncertain of how to utilize it, but deciding to take it along regardless. Chapter 6, Live Broadcast, exuding charm having mastered the operation of his mobile phone. Qiao Ling descended the stairs, opened the map, and input the destination, discovering that the place he was directed to was only a little over 800 meters away. Given this proximity, he opted not to take a taxi. A child barely 2 days old understands the importance of frugality. He stood before a breakfast shop for a moment, purchased 10 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk for breakfast, and savored the buns while walking in the direction indicated by the map. The nourishment derived from food fosters the growth of insects, while human food sustains life. The fluffy, soft skin of the large buns resembled a warm cloud, and upon biting into one, the aroma wafted through the steam. The juices and fat soaked into the inner side of the bun, and with another bite, the fragrant meat filling burst forth, providing a comforting taste to both body and soul. The young man, fair-skinned with rosy lips and white teeth, walked along the road like a pleasing sight, especially as he relished the aroma of the buns. Even though Qiao Ling maintained an emotionless demeanor, resembling a merciless eating machine, those who observed him devouring the buns felt that the large bun in his hand was a delicacy. Eventually, an elderly gentleman could no longer restrain himself and approached him. "Young man, where did you buy that bun?" As soon as he spoke, nearby passers-by gathered around. "Yes, it looks good. Is there a bun shop nearby? I want to buy some too." Qiao Ling chewed thoughtfully, gestured towards a street corner behind him. His cheeks puffed. "Over there, at the corner bun shop." "Oh, splendid. What filling do they have?" "Pork and green onion." Upon hearing this, 4 or 5 passers-by enthusiastically responded. "I must try it. I'll go buy some right now. Watching you eat so deliciously has made me crave it." Observing their genuine excitement, Qiao Ling instinctively shielded his buns with his hand. He continued forward, having consumed half of the 10 buns. As he reached the 8th bun, he was once again surrounded, this time by a group of young women visiting the area. "Handsome, where is that bun from? Is it from some old brand? Is it a local specialty? I want to buy some too." This was the first time they had developed such a craving for buns. "Are you going to eat the one you have left? Perhaps you could sell it to me?" Qiao Ling furrowed his brow in dilemma. 10 buns were barely enough to satiate him, and he could not bear to part with any. The vibrant expression of the handsome youth ignited laughter among the group of girls surrounding him, who hurriedly declared they would not vie for his attention, urging him not to feel so troubled. After directing them, Qiao Ling swiftly departed, while the girls continued to giggle and discuss, exclaiming how charming and adorable he was, contemplating whether they should add him on WeChat or capture a photograph. Hastening his pace, Qiao Ling swiftly devoured the remaining dumplings, feeling a sigh of relief as he successfully arrived at his destination. He raised his gaze to the imposing iron gate and dialed Air Mao's number. "I've arrived. At the entrance, right? I'm on my way." Shortly thereafter, a dark-skinned young man emerged from the warehouse in a sprint. "Hey, Air Mao." Qiao Ling greeted him with a wave. In truth, there was a slight concern that someone familiar with the original owner might detect the oddities, yet fortunately, the original owner had no genuine friends, and his transformation only garnered Mao's remark. "Wow, buddy, it's been a while, and you've become quite handsome." Qiao Ling touched his face, responding, "Not really." Mao, naturally humorous and jovial, teased, "I don't believe you. You must have had some cosmetic treatment. Isn't that all the rage now among internet celebrities? A little enhancement, perhaps?" He observed Qiao Ling's luminous skin with a hint of admiration. Although the previous Qiao Ling was indeed handsome, there was an air of dullness about him, exacerbated by irregular sleeping patterns and late-night habits that rendered him somewhat lackluster, relying heavily on angles and filters for his appearance. The current Qiao Ling resembled a glistening jade cabbage, refreshing to behold, despite his eyes possessing a somewhat peculiar sheen. The oddity was easily overlooked at a cursory glance. Upon entering the warehouse, a staggering array of goods struck Qiao Ling's senses. Numerous men and women navigated through the mountains of packages, their faces flushed and glistening with sweat from their exertions. Mao guided him to the registration area, succinctly outlining the nature of the work, which was quite straightforward, involving purely physical labor. They were fellow countrymen, having met on a train, shared meals a couple of times, and exchanged light-hearted likes on social media. Recently, Qiao Ling had approached him for a loan, requesting 10,000 yuan. Mao was reluctant to lend money, but, concerned about his compatriot's potential hardships, ultimately decided to introduce him to this part-time opportunity. "Don't underestimate this job," Mao pointed out. "Look at that girl over there. Don't let her small stature fool you. She has been at it for 2 months now, earning over 300 each day, which amounts to over 10,000 a month. It may be tiring, but the pay is quite decent. It should help you in a pinch, right?" Qiao Ling calculated that if he could earn 300 a day, he would accumulate over 2,000 in a week, coupled with his savings of over 5,000. While it might not cover his rent entirely, it could buy him some extra time with his landlord. "Sounds good," he replied, accepting the gloves Mao handed him and putting them on. "What is this on your collar? Are you live streaming?" Mao noticed the camera Qiao Ling carried. So ambitious, doing hard labor while live streaming. Mao's comments spark a thought in Qiao Ling's mind. "Do you think anyone would watch my stream?" "Of course. Why wouldn't they?" Mao's enthusiasm grew. "You should name your stream something catchy, like Top Handsome Guy, Moving Goods Live, and then just work hard. During your breaks, casually showcase your handsome face. It'll surely generate buzz." Qiao Ling found his words quite insightful and promptly took out his phone to access the live stream. The title of the stream was aptly set as per Mao's suggestion, and he connected the camera. The broadcast commenced. On an otherwise mundane morning, a weary office worker named Xiaoya opened a short video platform, seeking an appropriate live stream to serve as background noise for her work. At that moment, a notification popped up in the status bar. "The up you follow, Qiao Ling, is currently live." When did I follow him?" Puzzled, Xiaoya clicked in, and the scene revealed a delivery warehouse. The camera shifted, moving forward, and a pair of gloved hands appeared on screen, ordinary white gloves worn by laborers. While the scene seemed rather unremarkable, Xiaoya's gaze inexplicably lingered on the pale arms. Under the high-definition camera, those arms gleamed like jade, their smoothness almost devoid of skin texture. At first glance, they appeared delicate, yet when the owner effortlessly lifted a large and heavy delivery box, an incongruous sense of strength was revealed. Just from this glimpse of the arm, she couldn't help but let her imagination wander. What did the owner look like? At that moment, she noticed the title of the live stream, Top-Tier Handsome Guy Moving Goods. Is that for real? Xiaoya quickly exited the live stream and visited Qiao Ling's homepage, where she found 7 or 8 videos. After watching them all, she confirmed, indeed, he was handsome, but not exceptionally so. Watching Qiao Ling's slightly suggestive movements in the videos left her a tad disappointed. The aesthetic diverged too greatly from her expectations. Even with filters and beautification, his skin did not appear as flawless in the live stream as it had in that fleeting glance. To assure herself that she was not hallucinating, she re-entered the live stream. Now, apart from her, there were over 10 other viewers, evidently questioning the stream's title, with several comments poking fun. Is the host overly confident? Top-tier handsome guy? Let's see his face. The host must have incredible strength. This can't be staged. Just moving goods on a live stream? Boring. I'm leaving. Chapter 7. The Epicurean Body of Live Eating. Engrossed in his task, Qiao Ling paid no mind to the phone screen, working silently as if he were a powerful, methodically programmed machine for moving goods. Regardless of the size of the parcels, he categorized them with ease, his speed as fluid as flowing water, his breathing rate unchanged. Occasionally, other colleagues would appear in his frame, their labored efforts starkly contrasting with his own state. Xiaoya found herself inexplicably captivated, experiencing a strange sense of satisfaction. She placed her phone on the table, deciding to use this live stream as her work's backdrop. The number of online viewers surged to 50, with comments echoing her sentiments. Wow, the host works so efficiently. It's so pleasing to watch. Isn't he a bit too strong? It's been almost an hour, and his hands are still so steady. I.e., the audio quality is amazing. I can't even hear the host's breathing getting labored. Such a formidable presence. Not just the viewers behind the screen, but Qiao Ling's working state also astonished Mao and his fellow colleagues. At first, everyone observed him with a sense of contempt, perceiving him as a pampered young master, untouched by hardship, who merely engaged in live streaming. They anticipated a spectacle of his inevitable failure, convinced that he would soon be reduced to tears. However, as time passed, while others were exhausted, Qiao Ling remained unfazed, effortlessly handling a heavy millstone as if it were a mere styrofoam box. The crowd, impressed, bowed in respect. We concede, brother. You are truly remarkable. Qiao Ling feigned wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. The warehouse manager appeared at the entrance, pushing a cart and announcing through a megaphone, "Break time. Well done, everyone. Please take a meal and rest before we continue this afternoon." Upon hearing the news of food, Qiao Ling quickly removed his gloves, his heart swelling with genuine joy. They provide meals here? Suddenly, the livestream audience was enlivened by a crisp, refreshing voice reminiscent of an ice-cold beverage on a summer day. Such a delightful voice from the host. Let him speak again. The host seems a bit dazed. He's so happy about food. Can we see his face while eating? I want to verify if this top-notch handsome guy is real. I admit my appetite has been piqued. At this moment, Qiao Ling stood before the food cart, earnestly inquiring, "If I'm still hungry, can I have more?" The cheerful manager replied, "Of course, we prepared extra, so there's more if needed." Mao, wiping his sweat, approached Qiao Ling and, with admiration, gave him a thumbs up. "Buddy, I underestimated you. What kind of monstrous stamina do you possess?" After receiving his meal, Qiao Ling sat at a nearby table with Mao, finally recalling the live stream and pulling out his phone. The online viewer count displayed 200. Mao leaned closer, genuinely pleased for him. Not bad for popularity. "People want to see you. Come on, I'll sit across from you, so the camera focuses on me." Yes, let us do it this way." Finally, the moment for the host's face reveal had arrived. "Sister will not watch for free. If you're truly handsome, I'll send you gifts." Qiao Ling handed the camera to Mao. "All right, thank you." As Xiaoya arrived for her lunch break, she set her meal box down and fixated on the live stream. The camera wobbled erratically for a moment, the image spinning due to the camera's repositioning, until it was stabilized by someone adjusting the angle. A second voice declared, "Qiao Ling, just sit there. You're perfectly positioned now." "Okay," the host obediently responded. The hand obstructing the lens moved aside, dramatically introducing, "Ta-da! Ladies and gentlemen, behold our strikingly handsome Qiao Ling." Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively leaned closer to the phone screen, revealing a stunningly beautiful young man. The age of the individual remains uncertain. They possess a youthful appearance, with hair of considerable length gracefully tied back. Their skin is strikingly pale, exuding a luminous quality, and their face, characterized by prominent bone structure, is adorned with large, glistening eyes that convey a serene demeanor. Even from a distance, one can discern their dense eyelashes, resembling a living doll. They gaze at the camera, offering a faintly shy smile that leaves Xiaoya breathless, as if struck by a sudden revelation. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. Oh, what a celestial beauty. I followed. Is it possible for the internet to not deceive me today? How can someone be this stunning? Has beauty enhancement technology evolved to such heights? As the comments flowed, the screen was soon adorned with gift effects. User Cat Meow gifted 2 cat foods. User Gentle Breeze sent 5 hearts. User BIO offered 1 heart. And User Shushu presented 3 small sunglasses. I do not speak falsehoods. I shall shower you with gifts. Qiao Ling prepared to attack her lunch with chopsticks. But Ermao quickly interjected, wait. Don't just dive into eating. Interact a bit first, introduce your meal, then indulge. I've seen all the eating broadcasts do it this way. Qiao Ling regarded Ermao as a genuinely helpful friend and gladly accepted the advice. Lifting her lunchbox toward the camera, hello everyone, this is my lunch. She earnestly showcased the dishes within. Her gaze particularly affectionate when focusing on the food. This is stir-fried pork with chili. This is sautéed cabbage. These are shredded potatoes. And here is a chicken leg, along with a bowl of soup. Qiao Ling's throat moved as she discreetly swallowed, the number of viewers steadily increasing. By the time she elaborated on her dishes, the audience had doubled, now exceeding 500 viewers, all captivated by her visage. When did new delicacies arrive in the market? How delectable! I sense this host will become popular. I followed. Why does the lunchbox in the host's hands look so appetizing? The host appears more delicious than the meal. Hurry and eat. I can tell you're craving it. Qiao Ling finally began to eat, cherishing each bite as someone who had never truly been full in their life. She sampled each dish one by one. The sautéed cabbage was tender and juicy, leaving a sweet aftertaste. The shredded potatoes, finely cut, were crisp and tangy, bursting with flavor. The spiciness of the stir-fried pork intrigued Qiao Ling. It felt like a delightful ache, a pleasurable pain. She alternated between bites of food and sips of soup, her face radiating happiness that captivated every viewer in the live stream, the audience numbers continually climbing. This scene is simply mouth-watering. What is happening? I didn't want lunch. Yet now I'm ravenous. Is this what they mean by a feast for the eyes? Host, let me have a taste. Don't make me beg. The viewership surged again, nearing 3,000. Xiaoya, awakening from her reverie, opened her lunchbox, and with the image of Qiao Ling eating, her own meal seemed to elevate to an entirely new level of deliciousness. Could this truly be what they refer to as a feast for the eyes? Xiaoya could not help but send a comment. What an innate eating broadcast physique the host possesses. I also think 100 million is no exaggeration. Even those with anorexia would feel the urge to eat after watching for a while. Chapter 8. Convenience Store Eating Broadcast, continuing the momentum. Qiao Ling quickly devoured a box meal, leaving it utterly clean. He approached the area where meals were distributed, and the older gentleman in charge looked at him in astonishment. Oh my, you are truly hungry. Come, can you finish these 2 portions? Take them both. Thank you. Brother. Ermao, along with the audience, was momentarily stunned. Not just him. Other employees gradually gathered around. Everyone was aware he was live streaming, so they refrained from speaking to avoid disrupting the broadcast, simply watching Qiao Ling as if he were a delectable dish. It was rather mesmerizing. Why do the box meals we eat every day taste so particularly different today? Qiao Ling did not feel uncomfortable under the warm gaze of the onlookers. He was born to be the center of attention, and lacking attention would be the true anomaly. Suddenly reminded of his solitary status and the demise of his presumed kin, Qiao Ling found the meal in his mouth losing its allure, and his chewing gradually slowed. Why does the host suddenly seem a bit downcast? What's wrong? Are you okay? You seem a bit melancholic. Don't be upset. I'll shower you with gifts. The effects of the gifts once again dazzled the live stream. Even more exaggerated than before, Qiao Ling pushed the last bite of his meal into his mouth, wiped his lips with a napkin, and then picked up his phone again. So, today's live broadcast will conclude here. He was momentarily taken aback by the number of viewers. 3,000. How did so many people join at once? Host, you finally looked at the screen. Don't log off yet. When's the next eating broadcast? Followed. Don't disappoint us. Qiao Ling was astonished by the success of his first broadcast. Do people really enjoy watching me eat? Absolutely. I'm in love. Please debut as an eating broadcaster immediately. Ermao could not resist interrupting. Qiao, your meals look so delicious. Not becoming an eating broadcaster would be a loss for the industry. Other colleagues echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. I will definitely watch you every day if you start an eating broadcast. I initially intended to pursue a career as a visual host to enter the entertainment industry, but perhaps becoming an eating broadcaster is also a viable path? Qiao Ling nodded thoughtfully. I understand. I will definitely start broadcasting the next time I eat. Yay! The next meal, that means dinner, right? Countdown to dinner. For now, I'll end the live broadcast here. Qiao Ling waved at the camera. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate your support. See you tonight. With that, he swiftly ended the broadcast. Ermao took down the camera and returned it to him. In times of prosperity, let us not forget each other. Sure, Qiao Ling earnestly assured him. If I strike it rich, I'll send you a big red envelope. Ermao chuckled at his sincerity. All right, I'll be waiting for your big red envelope. This unexpected friend was far more reliable than the malfunctioning system, and Qiao Ling genuinely appreciated him. Thus his promise was sincere. Speaking of the system, why was it so silent today? Qiao Ling called out to the system in his mind several times, but received no response. TSK, how disdainful. He did not continue the live broadcast in the afternoon while moving goods. He diligently completed his first day of work, and due to his outstanding performance, he astonishingly earned 460 yuan during the wage settlement, far surpassing his peers. His colleagues couldn't help but crown him the Prince of Cargo. Holding his first hard-earned salary, Qiao Ling felt a profound sense of achievement. In the blurred memories of his lineage, no royal insect had ever been as remarkable as he. Those royal insects merely indulged in eating and sleeping, never having toiled a day in their lives, let alone earned money. Truly, he was the #1 among royal insects. Today's inaugural livestream was also a resounding success. What delectable dish should he prepare for dinner? Contemplating the evening's culinary broadcast, Qiao Ling's gaze was drawn to a convenience store by the roadside. The food posters plastered on the glass appeared exceedingly enticing, and within the store, an array of snacks seemed to beckon him. He made a swift decision and reopened the live stream. Notification. The Qiao Ling you follow is live streaming. Some of the fans who had followed him earlier that day eagerly awaited his broadcast, and the moment they received the notification, they rushed in, causing an influx of over 600 viewers right at the start. This time, Qiao Ling utilized his phone's camera. After greeting the audience, he directed the lens toward the convenience store. I plan to have dinner from here. Could you recommend some delicious items? In his second live stream, Qiao Ling had grown more adept, engaging in lively exchanges with the comments. I have quite the appetite. I can devour everything you suggest. Gain weight. I'm currently too thin. Gaining a bit would be splendid. Yes, I absolutely love food. I'm always hungry. He entered the convenience store, picked up a basket, and soon filled it to the brim. Eating here in the store? Absolutely doable. The store clerk had been unable to take her eyes off him since he entered. And as he approached the checkout, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you live streaming? May I follow you?" Qiao Ling shared his account name, gaining a new fan. The enthusiastic clerk pointed to a table by the window. "You can sit over there. Some of your items will need preparation, and I'll bring them over shortly." Qiao Ling took a portion of his food and settled down, propping up his phone to officially commence his second eating broadcast. Grilled sausages, fish balls, sandwiches, and Odin. Each new dish elicited a sense of delight from him. In the evening glow, within the brightly lit glass walls of the convenience store, the handsome young man sat upright, inadvertently attracting the attention of passers-by who couldn't resist glancing his way. The glass wall seemed to transform into a high-definition screen, vividly broadcasting the young man's dining experience. Even from a distance, though the specifics of his meal were unclear, onlookers could only assume he was enjoying the most exquisite delicacies. The convenience store's business surged dramatically, with an influx of pedestrians rushing in, eager to procure the same items Qiao Ling had chosen. The clerk was soon overwhelmed. As the food in the display rapidly diminished, Odin and grilled sausages quickly sold out, and the sandwiches and bread from the freezer were snatched away. Goodness, how outrageous! Those unaware might think the owner had hired him for advertising, as a convenience store found itself in a precarious inventory crisis. Qiao Ling decided to retreat due to the incessant advances from strangers. He gazed at the chaotic barrage of comments and special effects on the screen, softly explaining, "There are too many people here. How about I take you home for a meal?" The crowd erupted in excitement. "Ah, home. I would gladly go home with you." Qiao exhibited commendable decorum, reminding everyone, "Yes, do not speak to strangers." He continued, "You may say whatever you wish, but please do not tempt me into committing a grave sin." The first wave of Qiao Ling's devoted fans was beginning to take shape. Observing the increasingly candid comments, Qiao Ling felt a sense of bewilderment, marveling at humanity's unabashed nature within the online realm. He squeezed out of the convenience store and headed towards home, at one point breaking into a run to evade those who might approach him. Suddenly, a commotion at a nearby intersection caught Qiao Ling's attention. Chapter 9. The second male lead, it's you. Curiosity, an innate trait of all beings, compelled him to investigate. He ascended the steps by the roadside to gaze into the raucous center, and with his keen eyesight, he quickly discerned the situation. A few vehicles had been involved in a rear-end collision, and the black car in the middle appeared quite luxurious. Although Qiao Ling was unfamiliar with car brands, he could discern beauty from ugliness. Several car owners stood before the damaged vehicles, conversing, and the tallest among them bore a somewhat familiar silhouette. Without hesitation, Qiao Ling leaped down the steps and wove his way into the crowd, soon reaching the inner circle of the accident. This time, he could clearly see the man's features. "The second male lead, it's you. What was his name again?" He fixated on the man's profile, recalling details from yesterday's information. Was it Yin Jingsong? The irritated Yin Jingsong, perturbed by the rear-end collision, sensed an unusually intense gaze directed at him. Frowning, he looked over, and amidst the chaotic crowd, the strikingly handsome youth met his gaze without flinching. The warm-toned light illuminated the youth's smooth cheek, creating a dreamlike quality, while his bright eyes pierced through the haze, making Yin Jingsong feel as though the world had slowed for a few seconds, akin to a cinematic close-up of the protagonist. Yin Jingsong's brow relaxed, his expression sharpening with focus. Noticing his reaction, Qiao Ling approached, greeting him somewhat awkwardly, as if struggling with words, yet undeniably bold. "What a coincidence we meet again. Have we met?" Yin Jingsong quickly racked his memory and soon recalled the distinctly recognizable face, the one from the airport. He looked much better than before. His cheeks appeared noticeably fuller, though he was still lean. Observing him up close, Yin Jingsong found him even more appealing. "Yes. Thank you for the chocolate and milk you gave me back then." Qiao Ling felt a fondness for him, as it was the first food he had ever received from Yin Jingsong. Yin Jingsong's gaze swept over him openly, lingering on his phone with a flicker of recognition. "Are you live streaming?" Qiao Ling recalled this detail and promptly ended the stream, stating, "Not anymore." "Your appearance is quite camera-friendly," Yin Jingsong thought to himself, already making a decision. With a discerning eye, he regarded Qiao Ling as though appraising a product, then produced a business card, extending it towards him. "Have you signed with an agency? If there is nothing else, consider ASD Entertainment Media. You may wish to search for it later." Qiao Ling accepted the business card, somewhat unaccustomed to Yin Jingsong's rapid speech. No signature. Just then, the traffic police arrived at the scene, abruptly interrupting their conversation. Yin Jingsong glanced back at the accident site, deeming it not the right moment. "No rush. Contact me once you've considered it." Qiao Ling clutched the card tightly. Indeed, as long as one walks in the right direction, the male leads will come knocking at the door. Perhaps Yin Jingsong is the genuine male protagonist? If so, Qiao Ling found that quite agreeable. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qiao Ling realized the environment was unsuitable for a live broadcast. It was utterly chaotic. He had no choice but to embark on a thorough cleaning, discarding unnecessary items and organizing everything that needed tidying. After more than an hour of labor, the room was finally in a somewhat acceptable state. He found the cleanest corner, set up his phone once more, and resumed the interrupted live stream. As the broadcast restarted, viewers flooded into the room, clamoring with excitement. "Woo, Qiao, darling. Who was that wild man just now? How could you end the stream so cruelly?" "I don't care. I want Qiao's kiss to stand up." Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Qiao Ling unwrapped a rice ball and began to chew. "Because I ran into someone I know, and upon returning home, I found it too messy, so I spent a long time tidying up the room. How could you live in such a place? Poor thing. User Star River gifted a Dream Castle 1. User Coco New gifted a Dream Castle 2. User Greek Milk gifted a Dream Castle 3. Qiao Ling was dazzled by the extraordinary effects. Astonished to see discussions in the comments revealing that a single Dream Castle cost 999 yuan, and he had received 6 at once. Made Qiao Darling improve his living conditions soon. Spurred by the large gifts, other presents began to pour in as well. Qiao Ling, still chewing, gazed at the screen, overwhelmed by the genuine affection directed toward him, causing a stirring within his heart. He set down the food, wrapped his arms around his knees, and focused intently on the declarations of love in the comments, as if peering through the vibrant effects to glimpse a long-lost lineage from centuries past, most likely a tribe, now extinct. For the second time that day, he was touched by a feeling called loneliness. The deep, dark pupils reflected the shimmering lights of the screen. Unbeknownst to him, in silence, tears began to flow from Qiao Ling's eyes. Oh, why is Qiao crying? The comments exploded in response, and the number of viewers surged once again, reaching an astonishing 19,000. Qiao Ling's ordinary live stream ascended the rankings at an alarming rate, leaping into the top 5 within minutes. Crying? Qiao Ling touched his tear-streaked eyes. His expression remained calm. The concept of shedding tears was foreign to him, as his kind, the insectoid race, did not possess such a thing. The emotions of the insectoid beings were far less abundant than those of humans. The king bug, forcibly integrated into a human body, had yet to realize the tenderness he had acquired, an emotion that many of his ancestors never possessed. At this moment, the inhuman sense of contradiction within him became particularly pronounced amidst his tears. What was evidently a fragile physiological reaction evoked an icy demeanor akin to glass. This dissonance accentuated the vividness of his features, and for a brief moment, no one sent messages, all gazing blankly at Qiao Ling. I, too, found myself perplexed. Perhaps my vision was somewhat impaired. Qiao Ling concluded that the issue lay within the very vessel he inhabited. The chat erupted with fervent exclamations. Qiao. From this moment forth, you are my one and only wife. Ah, how beautifully you cry. I'll steal an electric bike to support you. Tears streamed continuously from Qiao Ling's eyes, his brow furrowed in worry, while the turmoil within his heart curled up into a small ball. His expression calmed as the tears cascaded down. At that precise moment, Guan Shu Qiao entered the live stream. He was not accustomed to watching live broadcasts. He had stumbled upon this one purely by mistake. With his birthday approaching, he had signed a live stream agreement with the platform and decided to schedule it for that day. A staff member had urged him to familiarize himself with the live stream operations beforehand. Somehow, he found himself navigating to an unknown page, and when attempting to exit, his finger inadvertently clicked on Qiao Ling's stream. The sight of Qiao Ling, quietly shedding tears, momentarily took his breath away. The term weeping Madonna surfaced in his mind. Sometimes, the line between the bizarre and the divine is perilously thin. He fixed his gaze on Qiao Ling's face, recalling their recent encounter. It's you. From Qiao Ling's tears, Guan Shu Qiao felt a surge of intense excitement. As an exceptionally gifted actor, he was acutely sensitive to emotional nuances. He had sensed something peculiar about Qiao Ling during their first meeting, and witnessing him again on screen, the stark contrast sent his heart racing. Had he developed such a peculiar fascination with tears? He focused intently on the ID, Qiao Ling. Chapter 10. The live stream clips trending on social media, it's no wonder that becoming an internet celebrity is profitable. After the event, Qiao Ling checked his live stream account, astonished to find nearly 20,000 in tips overnight, counting 3 times to confirm he hadn't miscalculated. Yet, these funds wouldn't be available for withdrawal until next month, leaving him unable to immediately address his rent and debt crisis. The back-end messages flooded in, thousands of private messages, stripped of those that were merely flirtatious or trivial, with over 10 from parties seeking to advertise. Qiao Ling chose not to respond to these messages. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he resolved to complete the transactions from the past few days, continuing his eating broadcast endeavors. and would contact Yin Jingsong using the number on the business card once the heat had stabilized. Wang Chong believed that one must possess respectable capital to gain the male lead's attention, and his own capital was accumulating at the rapid pace of overnight fame. That very night, clips from Qiao Ling's first livestream were edited and shared across various social media platforms by fans, creating ripples that gradually expanded. The opportunity for broader recognition arose from a young celebrity candidly battling anorexia, who, upon inadvertently stumbling across a segment of Qiao Ling eating a boxed meal, watched it repeatedly and subsequently shared the video on her prominent social media account. Once again, I find myself in the throes of insomnia, gazing at this video that unexpectedly rekindles a long-forgotten yearning for food. Throughout these years entangled with eating disorders, how long has it been since I dared to indulge in a bowl of clear noodles in the dead of night? Today, I accomplished that feat. At the moment the food touched my lips, I felt not a trace of nausea or fear, but rather a profound joy. I have taken another step towards health. The following morning, propelled by marketing forces, a post by a young celebrity soared to the top of trending searches. In recent years, the prevalence of eating disorders has surged, with anorexia becoming a topic of public concern. Many who clicked on the trending entry were touched by the accompanying text and video, sparking discussions about the young star and raising a common question: who is the individual in the video? The name Qiao Ling gradually emerged within the threads of conversation, igniting further curiosity. Who is Qiao Ling? An influx of live videos began circulating, showcasing Qiao Ling eating, shedding tears, and demonstrating remarkable strength in moving goods. The public interest intensified, and Qiao Ling's follower count grew incessantly. When he next initiated a live stream, the initial audience reached 2,000. The excitement online had yet to seep into the offline world. Observing the increasingly lively and dazzling live streaming room, Qiao Ling resolved not to focus too intently on the small screen of his phone, lest his eyes suffer once more. He devoted himself to his eating broadcast, indulging in an abundance of food as colleagues from the delivery warehouse brought various dishes to feed him. Qiao Ling's appetite resembled an insatiable black hole, welcoming every morsel without discrimination. His astonishing capacity led colleagues to caution him. Qiao, you mustn't harm your stomach. Can you really eat any more? My stomach won't fail me, Qiao Ling declared as he lifted his shirt to reveal his flat, fair abdomen. The live stream momentarily froze in shock at the unexpected sight. No. Do not carelessly lift someone else's shirt. Just a bit more. I love watching this. His colleagues, gazing at his slender waist, were more astonished than captivated by beauty. Wow, where does all that food go? One colleague, unable to restrain herself, reached out to touch his stomach. Wait, do you have a portal to another dimension in there? The stark contrast between the dark, defined hands of a man and the luminous, delicate waist created a striking visual impact. They discussed the matter with unclouded minds, entirely unaware of how far the boundaries of propriety had been crossed. Once this topic concluded, Qiao Ling lowered his shirt, only to be startled by a notification from his phone. Wait, why did the live stream violate regulations? The latest edited clips of the live stream quickly proliferated in the form of comedic videos. Soon after, an entry titled "An Eating Streamer Exposes Flesh in Public" climbed the entertainment trending charts. Passers-by, unable to contain their curiosity, clicked to observe, erupting in laughter upon viewing the video. I thought it was borderline inappropriate. Is this really a violation? The streamer is a bit unfortunate. Qiao Ling. He has become quite popular these past few days. Indeed, he is quite handsome. I'm not saying this isn't borderline. It's not just to get banned for it. It seems like a deliberate ploy to create buzz and garner attention. How could it be inappropriate? Is it their fault for having an attractive figure and good looks? Jealousy. When someone can consume so much on a live broadcast yet remains so slender, it certainly raises suspicions of induced vomiting. I doubt the authenticity of their eating. A normal person consuming that much would undoubtedly exhibit some reaction. My friend, the individual is live streaming, and the visuals have remained unchanged. How could it be fake eating? Such baseless accusations are truly disheartening. Nowadays, internet celebrities employ all sorts of tactics to gain popularity. With such looks, they should be debuting as idols instead. Just observe the current state of the entertainment industry, filled with all sorts of oddities. I concur, although I wonder if this Qiao Ling will fade away when exposed to the spotlight. I have witnessed his previous borderline videos, which were rather distasteful. One should not trust the polished image that internet personalities project. Qiao Ling has recently been penalized with a 7-day suspension for violations, leaving him bewildered. His friend, Mao, assisted him in navigating the appeal process, albeit with considerable difficulty. As the response to the appeal remained elusive, one evening, the frustrated landlord arrived at the rental property to confront him. "Young man, will you pay the rent or not? Do not force my hand to call the police." In front of the landlord, Qiao Ling promptly transferred 5,000. "Uncle Chan, of course, I intend to pay the rent. I just haven't managed to gather the full 8,000 yet. Would it be acceptable if I pay 5,000 now? I assure you, I will make up the remainder this month." The landlord, observing the drastic change in Qiao Ling's demeanor, peered through the slightly open door into the room, which appeared surprisingly tidy, a stark contrast to its previous chaotic state. Faced with the sight of this clean and seemingly well-behaved young man, he found it difficult to be harsh. "Well, this is quite acceptable. I'm not heartless." After accepting the 5,000 transfer, the landlord's tone softened considerably. "Have you found a new job? Sometimes, having a goal is essential for one to thrive. Given your previous condition, I would have wanted to rent to you even for money." After bidding farewell to the landlord, Qiao Ling realized he was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Disheartened, he checked his balance, which was a mere 100 or so, and the funds in his live streaming account could not be withdrawn until the next month. He picked up a business card that had been sitting on his desk for several days and resolutely opened his phone's dialer. ASD Entertainment Media Company, Limited Yen, 137 XXXXXXX. The call connected after a few rings, and the voice on the other end responded, "Hello, who is this?" Recognizing the voice and recalling the speaking style of the second male lead, Qiao Ling hastened his words. "Is this President Yin? Qiao Ling, the one you gave the business card to on the street?" Yin Jingsong stood up, gestured for a pause to the others in the video conference, and swiftly approached the window, directly inquiring, "Do you have time to come to the company tomorrow for a meeting?" Chapter 11. The Exquisite Beauty. After hanging up, Yin Jingsong found the voice on the phone quite agreeable and couldn't help but smile. He promptly sent the incoming number to his secretary, Didi. Arrange for Lin Hui to meet with him tomorrow morning. His name is Qiao Ling. Prepare a management contract. Understood, President Yin. What level of contract? Class A. Yin Jingsong paused his finger on the screen for a moment before adding, "Let Lin assess the situation. If it seems suitable, it can be upgraded at his discretion." Received. Didi glanced at the information, somewhat astonished, and muttered to herself, "Could Qiao Ling be the internet celebrity trending recently? Indeed, it must be the one." As expected of General Yin, her ability to spot talent surpasses even that of the business department. Just this afternoon, I overheard colleagues from the business team discussing how to get in touch with this internet celebrity, wagering amongst themselves on who would successfully sign her. It seems their bets have now gone awry. General Yin holds a significant regard for Qiao Ling, assigning Lin Hui to finalize the contract. The entertainment industry is about to welcome yet another rising star. Didi successfully reached Lin Hui, greeting him with a familiar chuckle. "Great manager Lin. General Yin has instructions for you." Lin Hui had just returned his artist home and was driving while activating the speakerphone. "What directives does the esteemed secretary have for me?" "They want you to sign another promising newcomer. You'll be meeting them tomorrow," came the reply. "What? I just signed someone. I don't wish to manage too many talents." Retorted, somewhat unwilling. "Don't be greedy. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Others may wish to sign her, but will find it impossible. Am I a horse or saddle? Get lost. All right, let's get serious. Who is this promising newcomer? Do I know them? Have you seen the trending topics these past few days? It's that mukbang host named Qiao Ling. I actually haven't. I'll take a look shortly." "Fine. I'll send you additional information via WeChat. When you contact General Yin, be sure to prepare an A-level contract for Qiao Ling. If you find her agreeable after your meeting, you may even propose a higher tier." Such high regard, Lin Hui mused, curiosity piqued. "I must see what caliber of newcomer has caught General Yan's attention." After ending the call, Lin Hui parked on the roadside and began to search for Qiao Ling's name. Who is Qiao Ling? Stunningly beautiful, the epitome of an appetite stimulant, a remedy for anorexia discovered, a mukbang host revealing her physique, Qiao Ling, and more. As he delved deeper into the search results, a plethora of trending keywords appeared. Lin Hui scrolled down and clicked on the first video. On screen, a strikingly attractive young man held a fried chicken leg larger than his face close to the camera, his dark, glistening eyes peering from behind the chicken. Those eyes, devoid of emotion at first glance, conveyed a sense of coldness, yet also a profound clarity. This youth radiated an extraordinary sense of happiness towards the chicken leg, a love that was palpable. He grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, biting elegantly yet fiercely into the morsel. His sharp canine teeth sank into the golden crust of the fried chicken, tearing off succulent meat, which he stuffed into his mouth. His expression remaining placid, yet alluring as his cheeks puffed out like a dumpling. The delectable taste of the fried chicken was magnified 1,000-fold in Qiao Ling's hands. Lin Hui could not help but swallow, his stomach growling in response. Wow, this indeed has something special about it. It became clear to him why Qiao Ling had gained such traction on trending lists. With Lin Hui's discerning eye, he assessed that the video lacked any beauty filters, presenting an authentic portrayal. Typically, ordinary individuals would appear less appealing in such footage. Thus, a face that withstands such scrutiny must be even more stunning in reality. Elation danced upon Lin Hui's features as he switched to the chat interface, rapidly typing a response to Didi. I want to sign him. General Yin truly understands me. Didi. Men. Inuit. Qiao Ling received a text message regarding an interview invitation on his phone. He attempted to summon the system in his mind. Hello? System, are you there? Has my progress changed? Silence. Have I not yet accumulated any achievement points? Still no response. Qiao Ling felt an overwhelming urge to punch the elusive system into the wall, embedding it there as a clock. The following morning, Qiao Ling rummaged through his wardrobe and found a rather fine black shirt. According to online sources, for formal occasions like interviews, wearing a t-shirt is inappropriate. A shirt is preferable. Qiao Ling applied this knowledge. Upon wearing it, he noticed the V-neck plunge to his chest, transforming the once youthful and innocent young man into someone slightly more provocative. Unfortunately, no one was present at that moment to offer Wang Chong any advice, and he stepped out as he was. Qiao Ling's physique subtly revealed itself beneath the voluminous silk fabric, the stark contrast of black and white creating an exquisite visual impact. His elegant neck and a portion of his chest were boldly exposed. As he walked down the street, anyone who caught sight of him would surely exclaim, "What a charming figure!" Thankfully, his aloof demeanor effectively tempered the allure, amplifying the sense of danger, which resulted in no one daring to approach Qiao Ling. Instead, they could only steal glances. A post about encountering a handsome man quietly appeared on a social media platform. Met my ideal type on the subway, an extraordinarily handsome beauty, accompanied by several candid animated photos from a bystander's perspective. Text, as stated, I just saw a stunningly beautiful person on the subway. Once he boarded, it felt as though the entire carriage was stealing glances at him. Goodness, how could someone look like that and have any worries? Don't ask me why I couldn't muster the courage to approach him. He was too handsome to even speak. Does anyone know him? Soon, replies began to flood in. Wow, incredible physique and face. Women need to see this kind of thing to have the strength to live. I was there, I can attest. After just a few minutes, the carriage fell silent. Attached is a poorly angled candid shot. How come I Haven T encountered such a stunning creature in City D? Quickly share your route, and I shall stake out day and night. I was there too, huh? Just thought about posting when this popped up. If you want to see my perspective, visit my homepage. Share your photos and videos. Wait, someone dressed like this doesn't like women, right? He looks so familiar. Is he a minor celebrity? I can't recall. ISNT that Qiao Ling? Wow. PS even better looking than on the live stream. I'll share a screenshot from the stream. It's definitely Qiao Ling. The hairstyle is identical. I'm a fan now. I can't believe there's such a talented internet celebrity. I haunt him even as a ghost. Qiao Ling sensed the gazes around him, which were not unpleasant. However, when he glanced in the direction of those observing him, they would all noticeably avert their eyes, as if being caught stealing a glance was a grave offense. Was today's reaction different from usual? Chapter 12. An extraordinary temptation. The agreed meeting time was set for 9:30 in the morning. Qiao Ling arrived 15 minutes early at the entrance of ASD Entertainment Media Company. Nestled within the vibrant heart of the commercial district, ASD Media boasts a facade that radiates an opulence incongruous with that of an average-sized agency. As Qiao Ling stepped into the lobby, she was met with the astonished gaze of the receptionist, upon which she opened a text message displayed on her phone. "Hello. I have an invitation." "Oh, Mr. Qiao, welcome," exclaimed the receptionist, glancing at the schedule on her computer, her smile brightening the atmosphere. "You may proceed to the 5th floor, and the elevator is to your left." "Thank you," Qiao Ling replied with a smile, causing the receptionist's cheeks to flush visibly. Curiosity piqued, Qiao Ling ascended in the elevator, which was a stark contrast to the dusty environment of a warehouse. It was impeccably clean, radiantly bright, and even perfumed with an enchanting aroma. The reflective surfaces of the elevator mirrored countless images of himself, amusing the young man as he leaned closer to the glass, counting his reflections one by one. The ding of the elevator arriving at the 5th floor interrupted his whimsical game. Lin Hui stood not far from the elevator doors and immediately spotted Qiao Ling as he emerged, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. His mental preparation had fallen short. This was an extraordinary individual. "You must be Qiao Ling," Lin Hui said, suppressing his astonishment and extending his hand. "I am Lin Hui, responsible for your signing interview today." Qiao Ling shook his hand, replying, "Hello." Lin Hui then guided him toward a small meeting room. "Should all proceed smoothly today, I shall be your agent moving forward." "Oh," Qiao Ling glanced around the meeting room, noticing the absence of any additional attendees. "Is Yan Jingsong not joining us?" Lan Yu, uncertain of the nature of Qiao Ling's relationship with Yan Jingsong, masked his thoughts under a gentle smile. "President Yan is quite occupied, but he specifically instructed me to oversee this meeting, which speaks volumes of his regard for you. Once the contract is signed, opportunities to engage with the lead actor will certainly arise." This thought alleviated Qiao Ling's initial disappointment. Lin Hui activated the projector, revealing a data analysis chart pertaining to Qiao Ling. Before delving into the main discussion, he amiably inquired, Qiao, may I refer to you as such? I've noticed that your fans address you this way." Qiao Ling nodded in agreement. "Very well, Qiao. I have thoroughly reviewed your background through various channels. I understand that you withdrew from the D-City Film Academy last year and subsequently began managing this account. At that time, you must have felt quite lost. Reflecting on the works you shared during that period, it is evident that they failed to showcase your true strengths, resulting in lackluster market feedback." Lin Hui shifted the conversation. "Fortunately, you did not persist in the wrong direction. After a 2-month hiatus, you chose to return to the limelight through the food broadcasting route, astonishing everyone with your resurgence. I have assessed your streaming data, revealing an impressive audience retention rate of 55 and a potential rating exceeding A level. This is truly remarkable." Qiao Ling gazed at the data analysis, somewhat perplexed. "However, do you know, Qiao, that you can ascend even higher and venture further?" Lin Hui passionately painted a vivid picture of the future. Merely being a food broadcaster, a social media influencer, would be a colossal waste of your talents. You deserve a grander stage. Qiao Ling tilted his head in curiosity. Lin Hui articulated his conclusion. "Based on my extensive experience in this industry, I believe you possess the potential to become a top-tier actor." He produced a top-tier agency contract. "If you aspire to venture into the film and television industry, we can directly discuss the A contract, which spans 8 years. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Qiao Ling. "If I sign, will I have the opportunity to collaborate with Guan, Shu Qiao, and Li Qian?" Lin Hui chuckled heartily. "As long as you can demonstrate your worth, the company will spare no effort in facilitating your access to these premier resources. Do not be misled by ASD's seemingly modest reputation. Our boss possesses considerable strength. I shall sign. Allow me to elucidate the particulars of the A contract." Lin Hui sensed that Qiao Ling was unaware of the implications of committing to an 8-year agreement. Were it not for encountering such a reliable agency as ASD, he might have unwittingly signed away his autonomy. He meticulously dissected the contract, explaining the profit-sharing ratio, benefits, and resource allocations in detail. Qiao Ling felt as though he were on the brink of hypnosis. So, all of this is included in the A contract? The company will expedite arrangements for a top-notch performance coach, securing at least one significant role as a male lead in an online series or a critical supporting role in a major IP drama within 3 months, and striving for a film supporting role or a male lead in an online series within a year. Qiao Ling could not contain himself and interjected, how is the payment structured? Noble Wang Chong has indeed bent his back for mere grains. Typically, newcomers do not receive signing bonuses, but I can petition General Manager Yan for a signing fee of 500,000 with an initial payment of 300,000 on the signing day and the remaining 700,000 divided into 3 monthly installments. Of course, this also implies that the penalty for breach of contract will double. Qiao Ling gazed at the lengthy string of zeros on the electronic contract. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. A chill ran down his spine. No breaches. Do you have any special requests? You may present them now. Will accommodation be provided? A rather modest request. Lin Hui smiled. The company will rent an apartment for you. Besides myself, you will also have a personal assistant and a chauffeur-driven car. When I am unavailable, the assistant will coordinate both your work and personal matters. Just as Qiao Ling was about to respond, his phone suddenly rang. Lin Hui gestured for him to answer, and Qiao Ling complied. Hello? A warm and amiable female voice resonated. Hello, is this Mr. Qiao Ling? Yes, it is. I'm Amanda, an artist manager at GM Entertainment Media. I see great potential in you and would like to inquire if you're currently signed with any agency. In the quiet conference room, Lin Hui clearly heard the voice on the other end, and his expression shifted. Damn, a competitor trying to poach talent. What interest could Amanda from GM Entertainment have in newcomer? Qiao Ling replied candidly. Thank you, but I have already signed. Amanda's voice faltered, clearly taken aback. Oh, really? Which agency have you signed with? Perhaps you might reconsider. GM Entertainment Media holds considerable strength in the industry. No, thank you. Qiao Ling promptly hung up the phone and turned to Lin Hui, whose face was tense. I will sign. Please hold on. Lin Hui resolutely stood and exited. I will retrieve the A contract. Congratulations, host. Task progress at 30. Stage task points, 1,000. The long silent system suddenly erupted with a notification sound. Qiao Ling realized that each notification was independent of the system's control, with a noticeably more mechanical tone during the announcements. He was invigorated by the reminder of 1,000 points, eagerly preparing to absorb every last one. Yet, in the very next moment, after the energy manifested within him, he felt an overwhelming sense of competition. The system's voice resounded once more, urgently declaring, Host, we split the points 50-50. How dare you? Where were you when I toiled tirelessly? Wang Chong, filled with fury, immediately devoted himself to battling the system for dominance, fiercely absorbing the point energy. A torrent of power surged into his body. The insect within his heart buzzed with excitement, and the somewhat emaciated creature swelled slightly under the power's nourishment. What are you doing? To his astonishment, Qiao Ling managed to swiftly seize the majority of the points, leaving the system unprepared, which only managed to collect a meager 70 points, far from sufficient for its operational needs. Chapter 13. Successful Contract Signing. Qiao Ling, unperturbed by the system's outcry, sank into his chair after absorbing over 900 points of energy. His pallid skin blushed with a captivating hue, and his eyes brimmed with languid satisfaction after a hearty feast. He languorously licked his lips, their redness contrasting against his pale complexion, relishing the moment. The system screamed in his mind, How could you take all the points? Do you have any idea how crucial they are to me? The points are far more vital to me, Qiao Ling retorted coldly. You can't assist me at all, so why should it be 50-50? The system hesitated for a few seconds, then raised its tone. That's because I was forced into dormancy due to insufficient energy. If you continue like this, how will I assist you in the future? I don't need your help. I've already acquired the points. The system's most useful skill at present was triggering automatic announcements, which had also summoned 3 male leads, an ensemble of glitches. You're delusional. Without the information I provided, how could you possibly acquire those points? I left you some, didn't I? You'll regret this when you require my assistance. Require? Wang Chong basked in the afterglow of his feast. Who needed whom was still uncertain. Lin Hui entered the conference room and immediately spotted Qiao Ling, languidly reclining in his chair, his gaze dreamy and cheeks flushed. He paused, scanning the room with suspicion. Who dared to provoke this anomaly? He nearly bent down to check beneath the table, barely resisting the urge to feign tying an imaginary shoelace. Well, no one there. Unbeknownst to Qiao Ling, Lin Hui's mind conjured inappropriate images. He completed the contract with Lin Hui promptly. By the way, after signing, Qiao Ling recalled his suspended account. My live stream was inexplicably banned yesterday. Can you help me resolve this issue? Lin Hui took a glance at his phone and replied, No worries. It will automatically be unbanned in a few days. I will handle all your work arrangements. For now, refrain from live streaming. What about afterward? Qiao Ling was reluctant to abandon the enthusiastic followers he had garnered over the past few days. Indeed, Wang Chong had arbitrarily categorized his fervent fans as non-insect subordinates. Having subordinates was quite favorable. He was not picky. I ventured online with aspirations of reigning as an emperor, occasionally engaging in live broadcasts. Lin Hui directed him to a well-lit spot. Raising the camera while capturing images and responding, you must not squander the topic's popularity in your eating broadcasts. I shall reorganize your strategy. Qiao Ling inquired about the subject of his photography, and Lin Hui displayed the photos. This is for Secretary Yan's feedback. In the pictures, Qiao Ling gazed directly at the lens, appearing as if he were a model from a professional shoot. One might even mistake him for a vampire prince from a themed special effect production. Yan Jingsong received a forwarded message from Didi. Mr. Yan, Qiao Ling and Lin Hui have completed their contract signing. Is an A-level film agreement. Didi attached an image. Yan Jingsong opened the photo, zooming in with 2 fingers to scrutinize the black V-neck shirt, then zoomed out and magnified again to examine Qiao Ling's face before exiting. Okay, Didi, mirroring his superior, also enlarged the photo for careful inspection before replying to Lin Hui. You did well to switch to ASD. The recent 2 newcomers are of such high caliber, surpassing the qualifications of the previous ingrate you managed. Lin Hui replied, Let us see the results before boasting. Didi remarked, It's only a matter of time until you redeem yourself. Lin Hui responded, I appreciate your kind words. The ingrate referred to by Didi was Feng Zhua, an artist Lin Hui had nurtured for 5 years, transforming him from a mediocre talent into a top-tier star. However, once established, Feng Zhua turned his back on Lin Hui, shifting his affections and secretly signing a new economic contract with Lin Hui's competitor, effectively discarding him. Lin Hui suffered greatly due to his romantic entanglements, becoming the subject of ridicule within the industry, losing both his reputation and his assets. Initially contemplating withdrawal from the industry, he was unexpectedly offered an olive branch by his junior, Didi, who lured him to ASD with the promise of a golden agent-esque treatment, continually motivating him with the notion that he would one day have his revenge on the scoundrel. Indeed, genuine emotions abound in the world. Setting down his phone, Lin Hui addressed Qiao Ling. Currently, I am only managing 2 individuals, yourself and Yuan Yu. I do not intend to sign any additional artists, focusing solely on the 2 of you. Yuan Yu? Like you, he is also a newcomer. You will have the opportunity to meet him soon. After verifying the bank account, Qiao Ling received a signing bonus of 30, totaling 150,000. He promptly settled his overdue rent and began repaying his friends who had previously urged him for debts, some large amounts of 10 or 20,000, and smaller sums of 1 or 200. Lin Hui offered to drive him home. Where are you residing now? I'd like to take a look. Upon hearing the location, Lin Hui frowned. That area? The environment is rather poor. Is it low-income housing? Roughly. Then I will expedite securing housing for you. Let us aim for you to move by the end of this week. Lin Hui led Qiao Ling down to the parking lot. May I ask why you dropped out? It's not due to any romantic disputes, is it? How do you think your former classmates would describe you? Qiao Ling pondered, recalling that the original character's background seemed to revolve entirely around financial disputes. In pursuit of fame, he had left school, devoid of any romantic entanglements. with no significant memories of his classmates. Lin Hui was momentarily taken aback by his earnestness. From now on, if someone inquires about your situation, you must refrain from responding in that manner. Then, he continued, you should say that you suffer from depression, have endured childhood trauma, and upon entering university, found yourself engulfed in confusion. The torment of your mind compelled you to withdraw from studies and engage in physical labor to seek life's value. Gradually, you achieved self-healing, and a serendipitous live broadcast unexpectedly thrust you into the public eye, allowing you to establish new dreams. Qiao Ling was astonished by the storytelling prowess of the seasoned agent. This is known as persona crafting. A well-defined persona is of utmost importance in the entertainment industry. Though everyone aspires for fame, such sentiments should not be articulated openly. They reek of banality. Why depression? You possess a melancholic disposition, rendering the narrative credible and evoking sympathy, which could later be wielded as a sharp tool to captivate fans. The more Lin Hui pondered, the more he found his notion commendable. Allow me to refine the details further. When questioned, you cannot simply state that you have depression. It must be hinted at, leaving room for imagination. The marketing team will disseminate additional information, thereby amplifying the effect. For the first time, the little bug felt the cunning nature of humanity. After witnessing Qiao Ling's living conditions, Lin Hui frowned and shook his head. This environment is subpar. Contact your landlord about terminating the lease. I shall assist you in relocating tomorrow. Meanwhile, Amanda, who failed to secure a contract with Qiao Ling, apologized over the phone. I reached out too late. Qiao Ling has already signed with another company. Is that so? Which company? Still inquiring. Never mind. Guanshu Qiao smiled lightly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. We'll see what unfolds later. Chapter 14. Capturing the main character's signals. Lin Hui's work efficiency was remarkable. The following morning, the chauffeur-driven vehicle awaited at Qiao Ling's rental residence. It also brought along 2 assistants who would accompany Qiao Ling henceforth. These were Decay and Ro, tasked with managing your daily affairs. The tall, robust figure greeted him heartily. Brother Qiao, I look forward to working with you. The bespectacled young woman shyly raised her small camera towards Qiao Ling and offered a timid smile. Hello, Brother Qiao. Qiao Ling surveyed his 2 subordinates with satisfaction. From this day forward, he was no longer a solitary commander. Qiao Ling's luggage was minimal, and after discarding numerous items, he managed to pack 2 suitcases. Decay effortlessly carried one down the stairs like a whirlwind, while Ro, camera in hand, trailed closely behind Qiao Ling like a shadow. She quietly explained to Qiao Ling, Brother Qiao, I'm capturing some daily footage for you to edit into promotional videos later. Seated in the vehicle, Lin Hui briefed Qiao Ling on the day's agenda. After moving, we'll change your look and take some professional photos. Do you have accounts on XX Platform and XX Platform? Yes. Then, please hand them over to me, including your live streaming platform. I will assist in cleaning up your previous content. Restarting your operations does not preclude you from posting. However, it is advisable to consult with me beforehand regarding any posts, including those on your social media. Qiao Ling surrendered his accounts, and Lin Hui swiftly deleted all the borderline aesthetic videos from the past. Turning his face, Qiao Ling made a peace sign. Retract your 2. He said, never mind the gesture. After taking a seemingly adorable photo inside the car, Lin Hui posted it on Qiao Ling's account. Hello, everyone. I've been busy with moving and preparing little surprises for you all, so stay tuned. This is a warm-up for your upcoming transformation, Qiao Ling wrote. Lin Hui showed Qiao Ling the trending topics online about him. You were photographed on the subway yesterday, and the post is gaining a lot of traction, trending again. But don't think being constantly in the spotlight is a good thing. Isn't high visibility a good thing? Qiao Ling asked. Excess can be detrimental. Such sudden attention can evoke negative reactions from passers-by, especially since your foundation is rather fragile. Once unfounded criticisms arise, it becomes exceedingly difficult to quell public opinion. Lin Hui recounted a few cases where excessive marketing backfired. Therefore, I've instructed the marketing department to manage the narrative. Fortunately, the situation is still manageable. Moving forward, you must leverage this positive momentum to establish a firm foothold in the public's eye. Qiao Ling found Lin Hui's insights quite intriguing. 40 minutes later, the chauffeur-driven car arrived at the new residence. The apartment arranged by the company was vastly superior to the previous rental. Upon entering the community, the stark contrast was evident. Lin Hui's expression turned contemplative upon seeing the environment. It shouldn't have been approved so quickly. But President Yin heard about it and allocated one of his idle properties for you. A flicker of emotion stirred within Qiao Ling, and he sincerely sent you a good person card. Lin Hui remained non-committal, thinking to himself, a capitalist's kindness always comes with expectations. Once you become more familiar, I'll need to mentor this child. He noticed that while Qiao Ling's looks were striking, he was, at his core, somewhat naive. Meanwhile, Yin Jingsong, who received the good person card, unexpectedly sneezed. Across from him, Li Qianan stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, lazily exhaling the last puff of smoke. Casting a questioning glance his way, Yin Jingsong pinched the bridge of his nose. How's the project proposal coming along? Li Qianan calmly closed the proposal. Some details are still negotiable. Such as? Yin Jingsong inquired. Li Qianan listed a few points of dissatisfaction, finally adding, I want final decision-making authority for all leading and significant supporting roles. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Jingsong candidly replied, your film will require substantial investment. So attracting investors is crucial, and there will undoubtedly be connections involved. The two men, both of considerable means, engaged in a somewhat humorous debate over the topic of securing investment. However, that is the nature of the industry. Even if both parties could fully finance the grand production, it would be unnecessary. The rules of the game dictate that enlarging the pie benefits the entire market, which in turn is advantageous for oneself. Li Qianan and Yin Jingsong silently locked eyes for half a minute. At most, one or two, Yin Jingsong finally said, leaning back. You can select suitable candidates from the connections. Li Qianan leaned back as well, his expression stern. All right, 2 slots. A pleasant collaboration. After signing the contract, Yin Jingsong exposed his negotiation ploy. Wasn't the initial expectation to have 2 or more connections? Li Qian feigned ignorance and shifted the conversation to another matter. How is my Yuan Yu doing? Bring him to Lin Hui. Yin Jingsong picked up his phone and sent a message, soon receiving a reply. I heard you were getting styled for a photo shoot today. Shall I take you to see? All right. Qiao Ling, protecting his hair, dodged around. Do I really have to cut it? Lin Hui and the stylist seized him. Why are you running? I assure you, a shorter cut will look even better. Qiao Ling was reluctant to part with his hair. In his aesthetic, he was most satisfied with his long locks. Just don't cut it too short. All right, we won't cut it too short. Stop running. Why are you so agile? Lin Hui felt the weight of his age, outpaced by the vigor of youth. Finally, Qiao Ling settled back into the barber's chair. The stylist couldn't help but chuckle. I thought only children's hairdressers faced the challenge of catching their clients. Snip, snip went the scissors as Qiao Ling closed his eyes, choosing not to see. I didn't expect you to be so immature. Qiao. Lin Hui stood behind him, playfully tousling his hair. This has nothing to do with immaturity. Lin Yi. A gentle, clear voice suddenly rang out. Lin Hui, pressing on Qiao Ling's shoulder, turned around. Yuan Yu just in time. Come get styled. Signal from the protagonist received. Qiao Ling opened his eyes and gazed intently at the young man, who triggered the protagonist's signal without any physical contact. Reflected in the mirror, his appearance was undoubtedly striking. Compared to the 3 male leads, this protagonist appeared more gentle and delicate, with a smaller stature, exuding no sense of intimidation, but rather an inviting warmth. System, what does this mean? Aren't you capable of everything? Why ask me? The system remained resentful. Forget it then. In the entertainment industry, the protagonist, 3 male leads. Could it be that Yuan Yu is the key to determining who the true male lead is? Yuan Yu felt the piercing gaze of something significant upon him. His smile faltered for a moment. After searching with his eyes, he suddenly noticed a pair of cold, dark eyes reflected in the mirror. His heartbeat skipped unexpectedly, and he instinctively took a step back. What's wrong? Lin Hui turned in confusion, only seeing Qiao Ling's tousled hair. Oh, right, this is my new friend Qiao Ling. Come, let me introduce you. Yuan Yu hesitated as he was pulled over, the eyes in the mirror still unblinking as they watched him. What is with this guy? That gaze is so frightening. Chapter 15. Encountering the two male leads again under the watchful eyes of many, Yuan suppressed his unease and smiled at Qiao Ling. "Hello, I'm Yuan. Let's work hard together. It's a pleasure to meet you." Qiao Ling smiled back, his expression now natural, devoid of the initial artificiality, which softened the coldness surrounding him. Yuan inexplicably felt relieved. Yet, for some reason, he sensed Qiao Ling's gaze subtly lingering on him, and whenever he looked over, it vanished entirely, making him feel suspicious. "What is wrong with me? Have I stayed up too late?" Yuan shook his head. An hour later, Qiao Ling's new hairstyle was revealed. All the hairdressers adhered to the principle of cutting it just a tad shorter, yet their approach was anything but gentle. His hair, originally cascading to his shoulders, was sheared down to a mere inch in length. The transformation brought about by the hairstyle was strikingly significant. The refreshing short hair accentuated the youthful innocence in his face, amplifying his aura of purity. His eyes, resembling dark grapes, diminished the previously apparent melancholy of his vibrant features. The deceptive allure was palpable. When he emerged from changing clothes, Yuan, who had initially harbored fears, found herself questioning her earlier apprehensions. The makeup artist hesitated before Qiao Ling's flawless visage, exclaiming, "Goodness, your foundation is impeccable. You look made up even without any makeup." Lin took a glance and suggested, "Just a light touch and a bit of brow shaping should suffice." Qiao. Once your styling is complete, The will take you to the photography studio. I'll head over to Yuan. I'm off now." Qiao Ling observed the brushes sweeping across his face. The bustling crew around him piqued his curiosity. The offered him a cup of coffee, and upon taking a large sip, his face contorted in an instant. It was bitter and slightly sour. "Ah, yes, this is iced Americano, designed to invigorate and reduce swelling." Having indulged in too much human food, Qiao Ling had developed a discerning palate. He frowned and pushed the coffee away, eliciting laughter from the nearby crew. The makeup artist jested. Online, they claim that everything Qiao eats is delectable. It seems that's because they haven't seen him drink coffee. The costume designer seized the opportunity to speak. "I'm a fan of yours, Qiao. I even gifted you during your last live stream. Could I possibly get your autograph later?" "Of course." Qiao Ling responded warmly to his online admirers, with one person leading the charge for autographs. The rest of the staff eagerly joined in, and before he knew it, Qiao Ling found himself surrounded, pen in hand. "Sign my t-shirt. Oh, how cunning. I want Qiao to sign my chest. Can we take a photo, Qiao?" Observing the escalating situation, Ro, who had been quietly documenting, sensed trouble and nudged Decay to protect Qiao Ling, exclaiming, Hey, don't crowd him." The makeup room became a lively hub. Just as Yin Jingsong and Li Qianan, descending from upstairs, were drawn to the commotion and paused at the doorway. Li Qianan, naturally aloof, showed no interest in the revelry. Crossing his arms and leaning against the corridor window, Yin Jingsong leaned in, intrigued by the laughter surrounding a group of people, frowning as he knocked on the door. What's the joyful occasion? The sudden appearance of Yin Jingsong silenced the makeup room, the crowd parting like the Red Sea to reveal a bewildered Qiao Ling. His collar slightly askew, still reeling from the unexpected advances. He instinctively touched his chest, his innocent lips pursing in confusion. Who just took advantage of me? Yin Jingsong's gaze swept over him with a profound intensity. Truly, a beauty so rare. After a brief, inappropriate moment of admiration, he snapped back to reality, realizing that this unfortunate lad had been teased. He cast a stern look at the flustered staff, reprimanding them in a deep voice. "What kind of joke is this with an artist? Have you no professionalism? Is this how you conduct your work?" Yin Jingsong's inherent chilliness was palpable, even more so in the current atmosphere, which had grown eerily silent, leaving the crowd hesitant to breathe. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, several of the leaders, visibly deflated, approached Qiao Ling to express their apologies. Their intentions had not been malicious. Rather, their playful teasing was well-meaning, which was why Qiao Ling had initially failed to react. Given the triviality of the situation, Yin Jingsong refrained from further comment and redirected his gaze to Qiao Ling, inquiring, "Qiao Ling, have you finished your styling?" The stylist promptly responded, "It's done." Then, Why linger in the makeup room? Come over here. As Qiao Ling approached Yin Jingsong, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded him, wishing for subordinates of such caliber. Yin Jingsong nearly broke his serious demeanor under Qiao Ling's gaze. Reminiscing about their previous encounters, likening Qiao Ling to the beautiful, silly cat he kept at home, he stepped forward, awaiting Qiao Ling's arrival before asking, "Was Lin Hui the one who brought you for the shoot?" "Yes," Qiao Ling replied. "I was passing by, so I joined." Upon hearing that they could leave, Li Qian turned around and was unexpectedly met with the striking figure of the little fox spirit that had left a deep impression on him. For a brief moment, he did not recognize him, but after quickly scanning Qiao Ling's face 3 times, his eyes widened in astonishment. Thankfully, his sunglasses concealed his reaction. Qiao Ling also felt a sense of surprise. "It's you, the third male lead." The last time he had seen this third lead, the man's face had remained obscured. Yet Qiao Ling had retained an impression of his skeletal features. So, these 2 male leads were acquainted. "What's the matter?" Yin Jingsong queried, noticing Li Qian's unusual expression and glancing down at Qiao Ling. "Do you know each other?" Li Qian snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed by his overt reaction. He unnecessarily patted the non-existent wrinkles on his clothing and stammered, "No, not really." Qiao Ling nodded in agreement, confirming they were not truly acquainted. Yin Jingsong found Li Qian's behavior odd, though this peculiarity was not new. "All right, this is my newly signed artist, Qiao Ling. This is Li Qian, Director Li. Ayu, Directori, Qiao Ling grata obadianli." "How do you find him? A naturally photogenic face, isn't it?" Yin Jingsong lightened the mood. Li Qian considered making a critical remark, but upon looking at Qiao Ling, he had to concede that this was a face exceptionally suited for the camera, beyond mere beauty. Many individuals might initially appear handsome, yet only fit for photographs, lacking depth and character, their every movement grating to the viewer, devoid of allure in film. Li Qian despised the notion of such superficial beauties gracing his frames. However, Qiao Ling was different, although his expressions were not particularly dynamic, making it hard to gauge his acting prowess. He possessed a uniquely intriguing aura, imbued with an elusive mystery that hinted at an untold story. The longer Li Qian observed him, the more he felt an urge to capture Qiao Ling within his frame, albeit with a nagging thought that he might be falling for a beauty trap. After all, he had previously turned down advances with an air of nonchalance. "It's acceptable," he replied vaguely. The group moved forward, with Qiao Ling lagging half a step behind, subtly sniffing the air. This time, he did not detect the energy-laden fragrance that had enveloped Li Qian during their last encounter, leaving him somewhat disappointed. "The last time I was not mistaken. The source of that alluring fragrance remains a mystery. Is there an opportunity to investigate further?" Li Qianon discreetly adjusted his sunglasses, stealing a glance at Qiao Ling through a narrow opening, his heart harboring a cold laugh. "Tiske, still pretending not to recognize me. He is merely a small artist under Yin Jingsong's wing. After a few days apart, he has adopted a pure and innocent image. It suits him well. Indeed, he is quite astute." Qiao Ling's eyelashes fluttered, and he leaned in slightly closer to Li Qianon as the enticing aroma wafted back into the air. It was unmistakably the scent of food, faint yet potent enough to awaken a ravenous hunger. Qiao Ling licked his lips, unable to resist, gazing longingly at the profile of Li Qianon. As they reached their destination, Yin Jingsong halted, causing the distracted Qiao Ling to bump into his back. A twinge of embarrassment washed over Qiao Ling as he realized he had left a mark on Yin Jingsong's back. Yin Jingsong gently grasped his shoulder, naturally brushing his fingertip against Qiao Ling's nose, guiding him towards the photography studio. "Be careful." Li Qianon awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand. Chapter 16. Narcissus under the spotlight in the studio. Yuan Yu was the center of attention, posing for a photo shoot under the bright lights, dressed in a meticulously designed suit. His chestnut hair was thick and naturally curly, and his elongated eyes sparkled with a blend of intensity and gentleness, exuding an air of refined nobility as if he had stepped straight out of a painting. Yin Jingsong raised his hand to signal to Lin Hui outside. Upon receiving the cue, was momentarily taken aback by the striking trio of handsome men. Wow! The impact of three uniquely styled dapper gentlemen standing together was indeed staggering. After a moment, he recognized the artist with his sunglasses and grim expression as the renowned genius director Li Qianan. Lin Hui jogged over, bowing slightly. "Mr. Yin, Director Li. Director Li has come to see Yuan Yu." Yin Jingsong smiled, still harboring a playful mood from the earlier incident. "I happen to bring your Qiao Qiao along." Qiao Qiao's attention was still fixated on the foundation mark on Yin Jingsong's back. He touched his nose, feeling a faint warmth where Yin Jingsong had made contact. Lan Yu, surprised that Yuan Yu was familiar with such a prominent figure as Director Li Qianan, was inundated with countless speculations, though he remained composed. "Fine, I will call Yuan Yu." Li Qianan interjected. "There's no rush. Let him finish his shoot so as not to disrupt your workflow." "Ha, it won't interfere. This shoot will wrap up in a few minutes." Lin Hui grasped Qiao Ling's arm. "I'll take Qiao Qiao over first." As Qiao Ling was being led away, he glanced back. Li Qianan's attention immediately followed his gaze. Yin Jingsong, feeling a rare sense of pride, remarked, "This child is rather well behaved. The first time I met him was at the airport, looking pitifully pale from hunger. I couldn't bear to see him like that, so I bought him some snacks." Guangrong Kingdom Airport? The flight back to the country on April 2nd? Yin Jingsong was taken aback. "Yes, how did you know?" "A damned intuition." Li Qianan's mut swiftly darkened. He curled his lips in a sardonic smile, laced with sarcasm. "I have the gift of foresight." This little vixen, ever eager to display his charm to anyone. What hunger! A classic pickup line. Wasn't it directed at me on the plane? No, that seems implausible. Is it merely a case of casting a wide net? Such an insatiable appetite. Suddenly, he realized, "You signed him upon your first meeting?" Yin Jingsong indulged Li Qianan's neurosis. "Not quite. We actually ran into each other on the street after I returned home. It was my very first experience as a talent scout. A ruse. A trap. You've fallen into their scheme. You have become someone else's prey." Li Qianan looked at Yin Jingsong with pity, perceiving him as foolish and oblivious. "Oh, I see. Yin Jingsong. How peculiar. What is with Li Qianan's erratic demeanor today?" Lin Hui inquired of Qiao Ling. "How did you end up accompanying President Yin?" Qiao Ling recounted the minor commotion in the dressing room caused by his autograph and asked, troubled, "Should I have declined the autograph?" Lin Hui glared in frustration. "Those wretched individuals signing is not the crux of the matter. You ought not to be so accommodating next time. I will provide you with some training later." Artists, at times, possess excessively amiable dispositions, making them susceptible to such situations. Being taken advantage of is not even the worst of it. There are always those who prey on the gentle, deliberately being dismissive because the artist is easygoing, pushing their luck. Having witnessed numerous peculiarities in the industry, Lin Hui remained vigilant against such tendencies. Qiao Ling, somewhat perplexed, pointed to his own chest. "If someone dares to touch me again, may I retaliate?" Wang Chong harbored a delayed sense of indignation regarding being taken advantage of. "Strike," Lin Hui decisively replied. "Just be mindful of any potential hidden cameras. If there are none, then feel free to retaliate fiercely." Given Qiao Ling's slight frame, what strength could he possibly muster? If he were to retaliate, Lin Hui was not concerned about Qiao Ling's ability to overpower anyone. He feared that Qiao Ling might suffer in the encounter. With that thought in mind, Lin Hui continued, "Of course, if we can fight back, we shall. If not, we should flee. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses." Qiao Ling nodded thoughtfully, thereby acquiring invaluable social skills. Among ordinary individuals, it seems unlikely anyone could best Wang Chong. A single punch could truly be fatal. Yuan Yu concluded filming and descended. Lin Hui waved him over, lowering his voice. "Director Li Qianan is here for a visit over there." Yuan Yu looked in the indicated direction, and his face instantly illuminated with joy. His complexion brightening. "I shall go right away." Qiao Ling watched him eagerly rush towards the figures of Yin Jingsong and Li Qianan, unable to resist asking Lin Hui, "What do you think their relationship is? Could it be that the legitimate male lead is Li Qianan?" Lin Hui pondered how such a question could be openly discussed. If pressed to guess, he could only speculate on something scandalous, for his mind was inclined toward the frivolous. Ahem, he exaggeratedly made a gesture. "Shoo, children should refrain from gossip. A little less curiosity and a more prudent demeanor would serve you well. Qiao Ling responded with an "oh" and stepped into the studio. Today, the stylist had outfitted him in a blue and white uniform featuring naval elements. The intended theme was one of youthful exuberance, yet his aura transformed it into a more serene and enigmatic presence. Under the lighting, his formerly pitch-black, unremarkable eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. The photographer had just concluded a shoot with Yu, marveling at his remarkable ability to perform, producing virtually no unusable shots. As he lifted his gaze, he encountered a strikingly different presence, an exquisite young man who instantly invigorated him. The daffodils! There's a bunch over there. Bring them here quickly. Qiao Ling, inexperienced in front of the camera, cradled the daffodils, instinctively following the photographer's directions as he directed his gaze toward the lens. The rapid succession of clicks echoed eagerly. Yes, beautiful. Turn slightly, tilt your face just a bit, and gaze at the flowers. Come, lie on the sofa over there. In the photographer's eyes, Qiao Ling embodied both the purity of a flower and an alluring sense of curiosity, creating a captivating effect reminiscent of a mythical being infused with enchantment, representing the beauty of a deathly figure. Lin Hui, standing behind the photographer, observed the footage with a discerning eye. His extensive experience compelled him to acknowledge the captivating charm reflected in Qiao Ling's portraits. He perceived Qiao Ling as a unique canvas, capable of transforming into any style based on the colors applied, while an unwavering core remained unchanged within him. This duality allowed him to possess an unparalleled personal signature amidst the shifting styles, an essence Lin Hui struggled to articulate. He seems capable of attaining everything he desires. Lin Hui mused to himself. The exuberant photographer's enthusiasm drew the attention of everyone present, as curious gazes fell upon the daffodil youth, transforming into awe and admiration. Yu abruptly halted his conversation, perplexed by Li Qian, who had suddenly removed his sunglasses and appeared stunned. "Brother, are you listening?" Yu inquired, to which it was evident that Li Qian was not. Turning to follow Li Qian's gaze, Yu too was taken aback. Yan Jingsong took a few steps forward, his eyes purely admiring the brilliance of this newcomer in the entertainment industry under the spotlight. A powerful notion crystallized in his mind. He could elevate him to the center of the world. Such talent deserved to be seen by a broader audience, eternally preserved in the annals of the world, becoming the jewel atop the temple of art. And he, through his exceptional vision, would reap the unparalleled gratification of creating a star and receive endless returns on investment. Ah, truly, I am remarkable. 8 years, a contract signed for 8 years. Yan, with satisfaction, scrutinized Qiao Ling, chuckling quietly to himself. Chapter 17. Official announcement of debut. The official Weibo account of ASD Entertainment Media released a new update. Welcome Qiao Ling to the ASD Entertainment family. Together, we shall embark on a new chapter. New member of ASD Entertainment, Qiao Ling has joined. As a rising entertainment company over the past 2 years, bolstered by the popularity of the Sunlight Boy group, the official account garnered significant attention from fan circles. As soon as the update was posted, various fan clubs and marketing accounts surged forth. The affluent fan, known as Rich Lychee, was among the first to engage with the update. ASD has signed a newcomer. Qiao Ling, isn't that the one from the eating show? She exclaimed, clicking on the video. The daffodil youth washed over her like a tidal wave. Oh my! The opulent Lychee Zhang opened her mouth wide, rewinding the progress bar, unable to believe her eyes as she re-watched from the beginning, capturing screenshots with each passing moment. Oh my! She exclaimed, her hands never ceasing in their task of editing images, which she promptly uploaded to her account 5 minutes later. The springtime of beauty enthusiasts had arrived. Anyone who missed this video would incur a significant loss. Accompanied by her visuals, numerous others, mirroring her actions, created a considerable buzz. As a legion of pure aesthetic admirers rallied together. My goodness, such divine beauty is simply authoritative. Who possesses more information about him? Where can I find more gossip? Whatever the case, I am determined. I aspire to be one of Qiao Ling's most ardent fans. TSK, yet another resourceful individual lavishly promoted only to face backlash. Which unattractive fan dares to be a sour grape here? I cannot endure the obsession with unconventional beauty. It is rare to see a stunning talent debut. Yet there are still complaints, like a wild boar unable to enjoy fine grains. Xiaoya, a devoted fan who had followed Qiao Ling since her first eating broadcast, squealed with excitement as she retweeted the official announcement on Weibo, calling out to fellow enthusiasts in her previously created group. Qiao Qiao has truly debuted. Come see the new materials. Marketing accounts, meticulously prepared, began to release promotional content in succession. In-depth analysis. Why has ASD Entertainment invested heavily in the rookie Qiao Ling? Industry insiders reveal that ASD Entertainment has offered an 8-year A-level film and television agent contract to the 20-year-old eating broadcast sensation Qiao Ling. Just days ago, this previously unknown newcomer skyrocketed to trending status with a single live stream, generating persistent discussion. What surprises will ASD's gamble bring? Worth the anticipation. Qiao Ling joins ASD Entertainment. Qiao Ling joins ASD Entertainment. Oh my heavens! Seeing this announcement fills me with joy. Who would have thought Qiao Ling signed with ASD? Hard work brings rewards. Her talent is evident, and she is gaining increasing recognition and admiration. As she progresses, Qiao Ling continues to unlock new surprises for her audience, diligently carving out her own niche. Truly commendable. This signing with ASD marks the beginning of a new journey. Go for it. Qiao Ling joins ASD Entertainment. ASD, a rapidly rising entertainment media company over the past 2 years, proves its discerning vision with each signing. They swiftly secured a contract with the overnight sensation Qiao Ling, reportedly arranging S-level resources with dramas and variety shows on the horizon. Qiao Ling's Weibo account experienced a swift surge in followers, and a newly established official fan club soon linked to her account. The online atmosphere buzzed with excitement. However, the focus of the individual in question remained on her studies. Lin Hui remarked, "Qiao Qiao, you are fortunate. An S-level ancient costume web drama, Spring and the Long Qingxi, is set to commence filming soon. The cast is impressive, with the main roles already determined, leaving only one male supporting role available. The company has secured an audition opportunity for you, as long as you perform adequately. Securing the male third role is nearly assured." The male third role? She replied, "Do not underestimate it. There will be ample screen time, filmed concurrently with the broadcast, making it a perfect debut project for exposure." Moreover, Lin Hui lowered his voice. "This is primarily to align with the schedule for a subsequent film, allowing you to accumulate filming experience, thereby enhancing your chances for that film role." Qiao Ling did not harbor any disdain for the third male lead. Rather, he inquired with curiosity, "What film?" Lin Hui, with an air of mystery, replied, "A low-budget film directed by Wei Wei. According to my insider information, there's a possibility that the acclaimed actor Guan Shu Qiao will be involved." At this revelation, Qiao Ling's interest was piqued. "Then I must play in that film. We have the advantage. Whether you can secure a role depends on your performance." "What about Yuan Yu?" Qiao Ling expressed concern for the lead actor's whereabouts. "Yuan Yu has already been cast as the second male lead in Spring and the Blue Stream, so don't blame me for being unfair. That was decided a month ago." Qiao Ling felt quite pleased. "That's wonderful. Having the lead actor certainly enhances the role of the male lead, just like when we shot the promotional photos last time." Lin Hui enrolled Qiao Ling in a one-on-one acting workshop for an intensive week of training, which proved to be immensely engaging for him. To yield results from such short-term training, the focus was on emotional release. Many actors lacking in skill often suffer from an emotional flatness, resembling wooden figures incapable of resonating with their audience. Alternatively, they may resort to exaggerated antics, striving to elicit laughter from viewers. Initially, the acting instructor presumed that Qiao Ling, who appeared quiet and composed, would be stiff and wooden in his performance. She found herself quite troubled while preparing her lessons. However, Qiao Ling surprised her. This student possessed an extraordinary talent for imitation. After viewing several exemplary performance clips showcasing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, Qiao Ling suddenly realized that the tears he had shed that day were, in fact, an expression of poignant grief. He thoughtfully revisited that emotional fluctuation, meticulously observing the nuances in the video clips presented by his instructor, and soon he was able to replicate them with remarkable accuracy. His imitations spanned across diverse characters of all ages, and the uncanny precision of his mimicry left the acting instructor in awe. "Your imitation skills are akin to an AI soul swap," she exclaimed, rubbing her arms as goosebumps formed. However, she soon furrowed her brow. "But you haven't truly comprehended these characters, have you? You've merely mirrored their outward appearances." Qiao Ling nodded honestly, as the barriers of species rendered him an observer of human emotions, akin to watching through a glass wall. The instructor, a proponent of experiential learning, admired Qiao Ling's mimetic talent while lamenting his lack of emotional immersion. "You must cultivate your own understanding. You need to become the character. Mere imitation cannot conjure the soul of a character and cannot touch the audience. Become the character?" This notion posed a significant challenge for Qiao Ling. "Listen, Qiao. True greatness in acting is not merely about becoming the character. It is about allowing the character to become a part of you." She grasped Qiao Ling's hand and pressed it against her own rapidly beating heart. "Can you feel this rhythm? It quickens with anger and feels like being torn apart in sadness. Experience these reactions. Cultivate empathy." Qiao Ling quietly committed the instructor's demeanor during her discourse to memory. Chapter 18. Incorrect Password? Who permitted you to err? The brief week of acting classes proved to be immensely beneficial for Qiao Ling. Not only did he receive an enlightening introduction to acting, but he also gained a deeper understanding of humanity as a species, and he began to appreciate the experience of embodying another being. The character profile and audition details for the third male lead in Spring and the Blue Stream were obtained by Lin Hui ahead of time and presented to Qiao Ling. Take a good look at this. Tomorrow's audition is essentially a mere formality. Qiao Ling slurped a mouthful of noodles and accepted the booklet. "Eat less, my goodness. Since you've learned to order takeout, just look at how much you've ordered this time. If you keep this up, you'll gain weight, and that won't be appealing." Lin Hui expressed his concern over Qiao Ling's appetite. "I won't." Qiao Ling staunchly defended his dietary freedom. "There's not much energy in it. I won't gain weight." "That's nonsense. A bowl of noodles contains 400 to 500 calories. It's impossible to explain this to a human." Qiao Ling continued to indulge in his meal. Lin Hui was genuinely perplexed about where all that food was going. "You haven't been purging, have you?" "Of course not. Such a remarkable talent. I envy your youth." Qiao Ling glanced at Lin Hui, who he felt was not old. "You're young, too." 32. Haha. Doesn't it look like I'm not? Lin Hui adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with utmost seriousness. "An old cucumber painted green can last a few more years." Qiao Ling picked up another bowl of spicy hot pot and began to eat, while the assistant, Ro, continued to capture the moment on camera. Lin Hui inquired about the social media buzz. Ro, how's the response to the eating broadcast vlog?" Ro gave a thumbs up. "Quite good. We're almost at 1 million followers on Douyin." There was no doubt about Qiao Ling's extraordinary talent in the realm of eating broadcasts. For the time being, he would have to ride the wave of this trend in his career. Lin Hui began to share the details of his recent work. "I'm negotiating a few commercial endorsements for you, all in the food sector. You must be cautious with your first endorsement. Even if it's food-related, it should be a reputable brand." Upon hearing the range of endorsement fees, Qiao Ling nodded incessantly. "Excellent. 1 million in gambling debts is within reach." That insufferable system had him relying on the male lead to repay his debts. Humph. He was more than capable on his own. Qiao Ling quickly finished his meal and opened the booklet for Spring and the Blue Stream. From the synopsis, the plot revolved around a married woman, Fong Lanjun, who engages in an affair with the fifth prince, Xian Yong, ultimately becoming the queen after a series of convoluted events. The character he was auditioning for, the third male lead named Lian Yueluo, was not only the female lead's tragic admirer, but also a nefarious and ruthless official, embodying much of the story's bloodshed and violence. However, no matter how villainous and domineering Lian Yueluo was, his ultimate fate was to meet a tragic end for the sake of the female lead. What a disposable character. Qiao Ling couldn't help but wonder if his current trajectory would lead to a similar demise. He certainly did not wish to perish. His will to survive was unnaturally strong. Ahem, empathy was indeed present, albeit slightly skewed. Tomorrow's audition would feature a scene where Lin Yueluo tortures a prisoner, fully showcasing the character's sinister and cruel nature. Although the script was short, its content was brimming with tension, making it quite challenging for the actor to establish the character in just a few minutes. Striking an elegant balance without being overly exaggerated or resembling a rabid dog would be the most daunting task. As Qiao Ling contemplated the script, he found himself immersed in thought. He indeed possessed the dark and terrifying qualities that Lin Yueluo embodied, the traits inherited from the ancestral memories of the Wang Yin sect. Though not entirely comprehensive, offer numerous fragments ripe for inspiration. He seeks to extract these elements to authentically shape the narrative of how the moon wanes. Observing Qiao Ling completely immersed in the script, Lin Hui gestured to Ro, and the two departed from Qiao Ling's apartment, carrying takeout refuse. Yin Jingsong's mood plummeted to an all-time low that evening, triggered by a phone call from his mother across the ocean. After listening to her tearful and disjointed pleas, his temples throbbed with fury, unable to fathom what he had just heard. "Listen, I cannot post bail, nor will I cover his legal fees. It is truly unfortunate that there is no death penalty in Country M. Someone like him deserves to perish in prison. For my sake, can you please help? He didn't intend to harm that little girl. He was caught in a setup and deeply regrets it. I truly love him. I would die without him." "Then you might as well die with him," Yin Jingsong retorted coolly, venom lacing his words. "Hear me. I will not give a single penny to a pedophile. If you wish to take your life over a loathsome pedophile husband, I will merely mourn as I collect your remains." The woman erupted into a hysterical scream. Yin Jingsong. He hung up and blocked her number. Rage surged within him, leaving Yin Jingsong incapable of continuing his work. He swept aside the documents on his desk and retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet behind him. The alcohol soothed his frayed emotions slightly as he downed the drink, then proceeded to dial various numbers. "Osborne, I have some matters to discuss regarding my mother's forced rehabilitation," he began. "Hey, William, please freeze these cards under my name. Yes, they are subsidiary cards. It's me. I need all law firms in N-City to blacklist a particular case." "Good. Perhaps the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court could be invited to my lakeside estate." "Dear Vanessa, congratulations on your promotion. I have some investment ideas concerning the television station. Also, there is something embarrassing I need to ask of you." Half a bottle of liquor vanished as he concluded each call. Yin Jingsong tossed his phone aside, erupting into laughter, feeling remarkably buoyant after having turned the world upside down. "To hell with you, pedophile." As the alcohol began to take effect, Yin Jingsong unsteadily rose from his office, and the bodyguard-turned-driver rushed to support him. "Mr. Yin, where to?" "Take me home." The driver, who had only just begun his shift, hesitated. "Is it the suburban villa?" Yin Jingsong's head spun, reluctant to endure a lengthy ride. "Too far. Go to Xinghalanwan." The driver assisted him into the car, swiftly navigating to the Xinghalanwan, just 5 minutes from the office. Yin Jingsong opened the door and exited, waving his hand dismissively at the driver. "All right, you can clock out. I'll escort you up, Mr. Yin," the driver insisted, concerned for his well-being. "No need," Yin Jingsong replied, feeling relatively lucid. "It's just a few steps." Reluctantly, the driver acquiesced and watched as he entered the community lobby. Though he could not walk in a straight line, Yin Jingsong's steps were relatively steady. He successfully ascended the elevator and arrived at his doorstep, crouching down to tap in the code. "Incorrect password." He pressed again. "Incorrect password." How strange. He pressed once more. Again. "Incorrect password. Incorrect password. Incorrect password. You have one more chance to enter. The system is about to lock." Yin Jingsong stared blankly at the flickering keypad, his brow furrowed, issuing a stern reprimand. "Who allowed you to err?" The keypad remained unresponsive. Clenching his fist, he struck the keypad with a forceful tap. Chapter 19. The Strong-Willed Beauty's Princess, Carrie Clang. In the bathroom, Qiao Ling heard what sounded like someone banging on the door. He turned off the shower head, listened for a few seconds, donned a bathrobe, and curiously stepped out to stand at the entrance. Outside, all was quiet, as if the earlier commotion was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, straining his ears, he could discern the unmistakable sound of human breathing. Oh dear, could it be a thief? Qiao Ling felt a surge of territorial unease, suddenly seized by a murderous intent. He grasped the decorative baseball bat by the door and, embodying an unprecedented ferocity, swung the door open. "Who is it?" Leaning against the door, Yin Jingsong collapsed at his feet with a thud. Qiao Ling, bat in hand, was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the empty corridor, then down at the suited figure sprawled on the floor. "Yin Jingsong. Mr. Yin?" He cautiously poked Yin Jingsong's shoulder with the bat. Yin Jingsong abruptly flipped over, loudly chastising. "How outrageous! Drunk, are we?" Having consumed the ice-cold beer brought by Lin Hui. Qiao Ling, who was not particularly fond of the taste of alcohol, began to comprehend the situation at hand. Lin Hui had warned that excessive drinking could lead one to madness. It appeared to be true. Qiao Ling set the bat down and effortlessly lifted Yin Jingsong, cradling him in a princess carry, and kicked the door shut behind him. Standing at a towering height of 192 meters, Yin Jingsong, a long and robust giant, was awkwardly held by Qiao Ling, who stood at 180 meters and appeared rather slender, a sight that was somewhat difficult to behold. The suited giant gazed up in confusion at Qiao Ling's face. "Who are you?" Qiao Ling steadied himself, carrying Yin Jingsong to the living room and placing him on the sofa. "I'm Qiao Ling." Yin Jingsong leaned back against the expansive, soft leather sofa he had chosen, squinting to get a clearer view of Qiao Ling. "Do you not recognize me?" His face loomed larger in the drunken haze. Finally recalling something, Yin Jingsong clapped his hands and greeted enthusiastically. "Oh, it's you, beautiful silly cat." "Beautiful silly cat?" Qiao Ling was utterly baffled, firmly declaring, "I am the king of the insect tribe, not some fluffy, peculiar pet." The inebriated man paid no mind to such details, reaching out to touch Qiao Ling's face with both hands, pulling him closer with a tender concern. "Why has no one been there to keep you warm? You might catch a cold. It's raining outside, right? Poor little wanderer. How did you end up lost? Would you allow me to adopt you, you unappreciated fellow?" Qiao Ling blinked slowly, surprisingly catching a whiff of a sweet, energy-laden aroma intertwined with a strong scent of alcohol, reminiscent of the third male lead. Could it be that all these male leads exude such a fragrance? As he pondered, Yin Jingsong suddenly pulled Qiao Ling into his embrace, swaying her gently as if she were a small child, completely absorbed in his own artistic reverie. "If you meow at me, I shall consider myself your master. I shall be a very responsible master. I can prepare your meals daily and, of course, ensure you are neutered. Neutering will extend your life," he mused. In Qiao Ling's mind, Lin Hui's teachings resurfaced. If someone touches you without permission, be aware of any potential hidden cameras. If there are none, retaliate fiercely. There were no cameras. Out of a sense of nostalgia, the little bug issued a final warning to Yin Jingsong. "If you don't let go of me, I shall strike you." Yin Jingsong chuckled mischievously. "Why does the little kitten speak human language? That is not adorable. Kittens should meow." Qiao Ling leapt from his grasp, and Yin Jingsong, clutching his newly acquired panda eyes, collapsed. "Ah, the aftermath of drunken revelry is truly frightening," sighed the little bug. After taking a punch, Yin Jingsong became considerably more subdued, adjusting his posture on the couch before drifting into slumber, the sweet scent of alcohol gradually dissipating. Qiao Ling stood by for a long while, covering him with a blanket before retreating to the bedroom for rest. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the classroom's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Yin Jingsong, who was attired in a suit upon the sofa. He awoke with a splitting headache, struggling to open his left eye, and could only survey his surroundings with his right. "Oh, this is the apartment at Xinghalan 1. Wait a moment." Yin Jingsong tossed aside the blanket and sat up, cradling his head in silence for a while as his muddled thoughts gradually cleared. Xinghalan 1? Had he lent this place to someone? Memories began to align for Qiao Ling. Some individuals, when intoxicated, suffer from memory loss, while others possess an uncanny ability to recall every detail upon sobering up. Unfortunately, Yin Jingsong belonged to the latter category. He swiftly retraced the events of the previous night, becoming a silent statue of contemplation upon the sofa. "Am I unwell? Am I possessed? How could this be?" Qiao Ling, awoken by the alarm, emerged from the bedroom and immediately spotted Yin Jingsong's silent silhouette, "Good morning, Mr. Yin," he greeted. Upon hearing the voice, Yin Jingsong slightly flinched, his expression shifting dramatically. He would not admit to what he had done last night. He had lost his memory. With this resolute belief, he stood, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep, somewhat husky voice. "I apologize. It seems I might have drunk too much. How did I end up here?" Qiao Ling believed him. "Perhaps you forgot that you lent me your apartment." After a moment's thought, he added with high emotional intelligence, "Don't worry, Mr. Yin. You fell asleep on the sofa as soon as you came in, without causing any ruckus." Yin Jingsong nodded solemnly, descending the stairs with purpose. "I'm sorry for the trouble. I seem to require the use of the bathroom. Is that convenient?" "Of course. There are still clothes in the cloakroom that you left behind." "Thank you." Qiao Ling cast a furtive glance at Yin Jingsong's bruised face. The sight of his handsome, yet serious visage adorned with panda eyes was rather comical. He sought a suitable excuse to absolve himself of any suspicion. "Did you perhaps fall while sleeping last night?" Yin Jingsong gently touched his left eye, which throbbed faintly, vividly recalling the scene of teasing Qiao Ling, only to be met with a painful retribution. He grimly acknowledged that he had indeed fallen to the floor. His pride was thoroughly shattered in front of Qiao Ling. Qiao Ling scratched the back of his head and said, "There's some ointment in the medicine box prepared by Lin Hui. You can use it after your shower." Yin Jingsong hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Staring at his disheveled hair and one panda eye in the mirror, he numbly tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was nothing serious, just a minor bruise. Hardly worth mentioning. The resilience of a capitalist's ego is indeed remarkable. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Qiao Ling heated a cup of milk for himself, tossing in 2 pieces of chocolate. The chocolate slowly melted in the warm milk, transforming the milky white into a tempting cocoa hue as the aroma wafted into Qiao Ling's nose. He took a sip, the sweet flavor blossoming on his palate. "Ah!" Qiao Ling couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Lin Hui entered after entering the password, with Ro trailing behind, carrying a large bag of breakfast. "Good morning, Qiao." "Morning, Qiao Ge." "Morning," Qiao Ling replied, emerging from the half-open kitchen. "Why are you here so early?" Ro set the breakfast on the bar, while Lin Hui pulled out a piece of bread. "We should leave early to avoid traffic. How's the audition preparation going?" "I think it's going well." "Good, then." Suddenly, Yin Jingsong burst out of the bathroom, half of his strong, water-beaded body exposed, unexpectedly locking eyes with Lin Hui. "Qiao Ling, give me my bathrobe." Lin Hui, with a mouthful of bread, dropped it in shock, his eyes wide. "This is a misunderstanding, understand?" "Yin Zong." With Lin Hui's voice cracking, Yin Jingsong quickly retreated, the door sliding shut with a loud thud. Nonchalantly, Qiao Ling found the bathrobe and tapped on the bathroom door. "The bathrobe is here." Yin Jingsong's arm extended from within, modestly grasping the robe before swiftly withdrawing. Lin Hui turned abruptly to the petrified Ro, pointing towards the door. "Shut your mouth and go to the car." Ro mimicked a zipper, closing gesture over her mouth, and fled in a hurry. Qiao Ling, puzzled by Lin Hui's ashen face, tiptoed back to the bar to grab some breakfast. "What is wrong with you? What happened?" Lin Hui growled in a low voice. "What is your relationship with him?" Qiao Ling, with a dumpling in his mouth, chewed thoughtfully. "What relationship? I'm not sure if Yin Jingsong is the male lead, so it's hard to say." "Uncertain?" Lin Hui exclaimed, cradling his face in disbelief. "You spent the night and took a shower, and you're still uncertain. So you haven't even reached the level of being lovers." Sensing Lin Hui had misunderstood something, Qiao Ling clarified. "He got drunk yesterday and came here to cause a scene." Lin Hui's mind conjured up even more unmentionable scenarios, leading to his further dismay. "He doesn't remember anything after drinking?" "Huh?" Qiao Ling felt compelled to elaborate. "You said that if anyone touches me, I can hit them. I knocked him out." Such a novel expression, knocked out. Suddenly, Lin Hui's expression calmed, and he recalled Yin Jingsong's handsome face, now marred by an unexpected panda eye. "I see, right?" Yin Jingsong emerged silently, wrapped in a bathrobe, and without a glance back, entered the cloakroom. Lin Hui stared at his boss's rigid silhouette, slightly incredulous. "So nothing happened?" Qiao Ling, having finished her chocolate milk with a couple of milk mustaches, retorted, "What happened?" "Nothing. Go change into your pajamas in the bedroom." 2 minutes later, Yin Jingsong, still in his bathrobe, nonchalantly sat at the bar and took a sip of the coffee Lin Hui had brought. It wasn't tea that he didn't wish to dress more appropriately. Rather, the fastidious Mr. Yin discovered that the few remaining garments in the cloakroom did not match. Lin Hui, I didn't bring my phone. Lin Hui offered his phone with both hands, and Yin Jingsong took it to call his secretary. Didi, please send an entire set of my clothes to Xinghe Wan, all of them. After a brief conversation, Yin Jingsong returned the phone. You know this is a misunderstanding, right? What? Lin Hui feigned ignorance, unable to meet his boss's panda-like eyes. I came to pick up my artist for an audition today. Is there still a misunderstanding? Engaging in conversation with someone too astute can sometimes be quite infuriating. Yin Jingsong remained silent for a moment before changing the subject. Which production is the audition for? The male third role in Spring and Qingxi Chong. Yuan Yu plays the male second. He applied for it with the company beforehand. Oh, I remember now. Yin Jingsong took a sip of his coffee and calmly dropped a bombshell. You saw director Li Qian yesterday. I will be the executive producer for his next film. Lin Hui sat up straight in surprise. This will be the first domestic film since director Li won the Golden Silk Card for Best Director 3 years ago. Yes, the investment will be substantial, a high-priority confidential project starting at the end of the year. High priority, confidential. Lin Hui was taken aback. He instinctively felt this was related to Yuan Yu. So, director Li sought out Yuan Yu yesterday. Because of this? That's unrelated. Yin Jingsong pondered for a moment. When I asked you to sign Yuan Yu, I mentioned his good family background. Director Li sought him out due to their family's private connections. Understood. Setting Yuan Yu aside for now, I believe Qiao Ling aligns perfectly with director Li's casting preferences. La vie est spirituelle. He contemplated carefully for a few seconds. I understand your meaning. I will enforce strict standards for Qiao, and we must seize the opportunity. Qiao Ling emerged from the bedroom, carrying a small medicine box. Yin Jingsong, taking the lead, waved his hand. All right, you two go ahead. Qiao Ling placed the small medicine box before him. Mr. Yin, you should apply some medicine. It's quite bruised. He didn't even use much force. Yet how severe is the discoloration around Yin Jingsong's eyes? Little creatures worry for humanity's frailty. Why bring that up? We're going to be late for the audition. It only 9:30? Qiao Ling glanced at the wall clock, realizing it was just past 8. Lin Hui forcibly dragged Qiao Ling away. Yin Jingsong opened the medicine box, took out a tube of ointment, and waved it towards the doorway where Qiao Ling stood. His expression returning to calm composure, a slight smile gracing his lips. I wish you a successful audition. If it weren't for the panda eyes disrupting his aura, he would resemble an elegant emperor. Once seated in the car, Qiao Ling complained to Lin Hui. I haven't even had a proper breakfast. You made Mr. Yin so amusing. Aren't you afraid he will hold a grudge against you? You just had to poke at his heart. Thus, he applied the ointment, wishing for a swift recovery. Alas, Lin Hui rolled his eyes in exasperation. Spring and a Long Blue Stream is adapted from a popular novel that has garnered immense attention in recent years, as adaptations of this genre inherently attract a significant following. Director Kong Qingye, a seasoned veteran in the realm of period dramas, has helmed numerous critically acclaimed historical productions, lending this web series an air of seriousness. Even before its official filming, it has already distanced itself from other adaptations of similar nature. Among the main cast, only the second male lead, Yuan Yu, is a newcomer. The others are established stars of varying prominence. With such a notable lineup, the series is poised for a substantial breakout in the latter half of the year. Furthermore, Spring and a Long Blue Stream is pioneering a simultaneous filming and airing model, releasing one episode weekly. Previously, all domestic dramas required completion before undergoing an extensive production period, often resulting in a gap of at least a year and a half from filming to release, with some even remaining unreleased for several years post-completion. With an amalgamation of various elements, this drama is currently the talk of the town, drawing significant attention. However, as filming approaches, the casting of the pivotal character Lien Yueluo remains unresolved, a role that has attracted fierce competition. Nonetheless, the outcome largely hinges on the capabilities of the actors' respective agencies. ASD Media holds the original copyright for Spring and the Long Blue Stream, and is also one of the investors, ensuring that as long as Qiao Ling performs adequately in the audition, the role is nearly guaranteed. Adequately, in this context, means delivering the lines smoothly, without hesitation, and completing the audition scene in its entirety. The entertainment industry is notoriously unfair, a sentiment that has left both director Kong Qingye and the screenwriter quite dissatisfied. Although the third male lead may seem insignificant, Lin Yueluo is a uniquely essential character in the original narrative, intricately woven into the most crucial plot lines involving the female lead, enhancing their brilliance significantly. From his entrance to his exit, Lin Yueluo captivates every viewer, drawing them in completely. It is precisely because of Lin Yueluo's distinctive allure that the casting decision has yet to be made. Esteemed actors are dismissive, while lesser-known ones are daunting to select. Just as director Kong wavered between two actors, each possessing their own merits and drawbacks, he received unwelcome news that complicated matters further. In light of this, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain a favorable impression of Qiao Ling. Chapter 21. The director's discontent. Director Kong decided to introduce an additional challenge for the newcomer. He summoned the two actors who had previously passed the final audition to compete against Qiao Ling in another audition showdown. This could be viewed as a subtle form of protest, even if he ultimately had to settle on Qiao Ling. At least this arrangement would allow the favored candidate to experience a moment of discomfort. Others deemed it unnecessary to offend someone endorsed by the investors, but their objections fell on deaf ears. Director Kong harbored no illusions about Qiao Ling's acting prowess, dismissing him as merely an internet celebrity. How absurd! Did he not have the right to express his dissatisfaction? Unbeknownst to Qiao Ling, who had yet to audition, he had already incurred the director's disdain as he followed Lin Hui into a large conference room within the audition building. When Qiao Ling entered, the atmosphere in the conference room brightened instantly. Screenwriter Liu Ping could not resist adjusting his glasses for a closer look and whispered to director Kong, "Old Kong, this one is quite the appealing look, very fitting for Lin Yueluo." Director Kong frowned. Are there not enough attractive actors already? Indeed, if the role of Lin Yueluo were merely about good looks, the casting would have been settled long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Two young men were already seated in the audition area. As Qiao Ling took his place, their wary gazes swept over his face. Lin Hui's expression shifted. What's going on? What was supposed to be a sure win has suddenly turned into a competition with two additional contenders. Director Kong and several key crew members sat in a row, their expressions serious, the atmosphere tense. As soon as everyone was present and the designated time arrived, the assistant director stood up with a cheerful smile. "Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the audition for Spring and Qingxi Chong. I am Assistant Director Li Yu, and I appreciate you three taking the time from your busy schedules to participate in this final audition. We eagerly anticipate your performances." The audience erupted in applause. Today's audition format will be somewhat unique. You will perform the same scene in a live competition. We will evaluate you from multiple dimensions, including dialogue delivery, character understanding, and emotional expression. Liu distributed the papers he was holding to Qiao Ling and the others. Please do not feel pressured. Consider this an opportunity for creative exchange. Remember, we value the authenticity of the character over a flawless performance. If you forget your lines or make a mistake, it's perfectly fine. Continue in your own way. Now, let the assistant distribute the number tags to determine the order of performance. We will officially begin in 15 minutes. Are there any questions? At this moment, Lin Hui realized that this was a trap. He stood up with a stern face. "Director Kong, is this convenient? Can we have a word?" What a joke. The company and the crew had agreed there would be no live competition. Was this an attempt to intimidate their newcomer? Did they think they could bully Lin Hui? He had finally managed to position himself as a key player, and now they wanted to slap him in the face? Director Kong dismissed him. Any issues can be addressed after the audition. How dare you? Lin Hui retorted angrily. If you don't want to audition, that's fine. I could just join the cast directly. Don't think you could take advantage of me. Seeing Lin Hui's readiness to storm out, Qiao Ling quickly grasped his arm. A competition it is. Qiao Ling understood the situation and wasn't as furious as Lin Hui. He was genuinely curious about how others would perform and did not feel he would be overwhelmed. Lin Hui noticed Qiao Ling's confidence and recalled the praise from their acting teacher about him. His expression softened. Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. Lin Hui suppressed his anger and silently returned to his seat, marking this displeasure for later. The crew members on stage visibly sighed in relief. Confronting someone from the investment side was no small pressure, and if it weren't for the director's stubbornness, no one would want to engage in this matter. Liu chuckled awkwardly, signaling the assistant to let the auditioning actors draw lots. Due to this unexpected incident, the other two auditioning actors sensed something amiss. There are few fools in the entertainment industry. Once they grasped the situation, they could not help but feel restless. Was there even a necessity to continue with the auditions? How did these inconsequential actors, who barely registered on the radar, find themselves entangled in such a thankless endeavor? Suddenly, Lin Hui turned to them and handed each a business card, offering rare words of comfort. It's all right, just perform to the best of your abilities. He felt a twinge of sympathy for these two actors, who had been unwittingly used as mere tools. Despite the situation being as certain as fate, they were compelled by the director to offend others, inadvertently becoming the oppressive villains. TSK Old Deng. Director Kong sighed inwardly. Qiao Ling received several pages of the performance excerpt, which indeed mirrored what Lin Hui had asked him to prepare in advance. The character, Lien Yueluo, was portrayed as a cruel and ruthless figure, adept at psychological manipulation. He suspected that the prisoner before him was connected to a conspiracy and needed to extract the names of the accomplices from his lips. Qiao Ling drew number 3, signifying that he would be the last to take the stage. The regretful deputy director reflected painfully, wishing he had rigged the draw. Now, he truly risked incurring lasting resentment. He anticipated that this agent would be so formidable. Time for preparation slipped away quickly. Let us begin when you're ready. Number 1, Tong Xia. Please come to the stage. The staff, who were set to play the roles of prisoners, seated themselves in chairs at the center of the stage. Taking a deep breath, Tong Xia stepped onto the stage. Having performed this segment during the previous audition, he felt more confident this time, casting aside distractions and immersing himself wholly in the character. In the narrative, Lien Yueluo was depicted as pale and gaunt, with a crippled leg that caused him to limp as he walked. On stage, he limped slowly around the prisoner, his fingers lightly grazing the back of the chair. Do you know why you've been brought here? A sinister smile crept across Lien Yueluo's face as he savored the prisoner's look of terror, leaning in abruptly. No, it's not due to those petty thefts. He gripped the prisoner's face, forcing his mouth open uncontrollably. It's because someone informed me that beneath your tongue lies something far more valuable than gold. Qiao Ling watched Tong Xia's performance with keen interest, while Lin Hui leaned in, concerned. Damn, he definitely has experience in stage drama. His emotions, however, lacked authenticity. Qiao Ling quietly critiqued. In a situation of inflicting punishment, he himself does not believe in his own brutality. The intensity feels somewhat lacking. Lin Hui thought Qiao Ling was perhaps a bit overconfident. Tong Xiao's performance soon concluded, and number 2, Sun Jia, swiftly took the stage. His style was distinctly different from Tong Xiao's. His portrayal infused the interrogation scene with a more visceral, urban ferocity. His acting was commendable, but Lien Yueluo was not a character grounded in such realism, which was one of the reasons for the director's earlier hesitation. Should they pursue a multifaceted authenticity for the character, sacrificing certain traits from the original work to completely reinvent Lien Yueluo's persona? Or should they maintain the character's distinctive features, employing a more artistic and exaggerated method of expression? After Peng Jia's performance, applause erupted. It was now Qiao Ling's turn. He rose and walked toward the stage. Chapter 22. Audition showdown. From the moment he stood up, Qiao Ling transformed into Lien Yueluo. With a deliberate slowness, Lien Yueluo approached the prison cell, his expression void of emotion, yet his gaze betrayed a distorted joy. His limp did not mar his gait. Rather, it lent a peculiar rhythm to his steps, alternating between deep and shallow, while his slender back slightly arched, exuding a languid yet graceful demeanor, reminiscent of a serpentine creature of legend. He stood before the prisoner, looking down upon this once exalted official, his nostrils catching the scent of blood and decay. With an air of disdain, Lin Yueluo waved dismissively at the air, though a smile graced his lips as he spoke in a gentle tone. "Do you know why I brought you here?" He inclined his ear to listen to the prisoner's voice, then, unable to suppress his amusement, interrupted. "No, it is not due to those trivial matters of petty theft." A delicate, white finger gently hooked under the prisoner's chin, almost tenderly lifting his face. The prisoner stared blankly at Lin Yuo's visage, where the warm expression gradually faded, contorting into a ghastly horror that sent shivers down his spine. His dark, hollow eyes pierced into the depths of the prisoner's soul, evoking a scream that erupted uncontrollably from his throat. With a swift motion, Lin Yueluo struck him, silencing his voice, and pressed his face down as if discarding refuse, brutally prying open his teeth with a dagger, curiously peering inside. "I have been told that beneath your tongue lies something far more precious than gold. What could it be?" His expression was terrifying, yet held a strange innocence. "What is it?" On stage, the actor portraying the prisoner was drenched in sweat, struggling and weeping in genuine terror. Ultimately forgetting his role altogether, he tumbled from his chair, curling up and clutching his head. "Spare me! Save me!" Lin Yueluo found his plight amusing, surveying the silent conference room before fixing his gaze on the astonished Director Kong. The black of his pupils seemed to shrink, rendering the whites of his eyes disproportionately larger, as he scrutinized him coldly, like a serpent. "To whom are you appealing for help?" At that single glance, Director Kong felt a chill run down his spine, a shiver prickling the hair on his arms as cold sweat broke out on his back. Qiao Ling suddenly disengaged from his character, blinking his fluffy eyes as the eerie whiteness of his gaze transformed back into seemingly innocent black grapes. "My performance has concluded." The actor, still curled on the ground, dazedly touched his face, realizing he had not been truly struck or had his teeth knocked out. Trembling, he rose to his feet, still shaken. "Thank you for your cooperation." Qiao Ling offered a reassuring pat on his arm, causing the actor to shudder again, awkwardly chuckling. "It's all right, it's all right." At this moment, the directing team finally reacted. Screenwriter Liu Ping was the first to rise, leading the applause, exclaiming, "Excellent! That was superb." Director Kong stood as well, his expression complex as he remarked, "You performed admirably." The others, emerging from the chilling atmosphere, joined in the applause. This was the first time Lin Hui had witnessed Qiao Ling's performance in its entirety. After taking several deep breaths, his face flushed with excitement as he cheered for Qiao Ling. What a splendid victory! Although Qiao Ling had regained his footing through his own prowess, it did not imply that Lin Hui had forgotten the grievances. As a manager, he had to embody the fierce protector of his artist. Establishing an impression that their team was not to be trifled with was essential for navigating the treacherous waters of an industry where power dynamics constantly shift. Thus, when the director's team awkwardly suggested a discussion with Qiao Ling regarding his role, Lin Hui promptly declined. With a courteous demeanor and a smile that betrayed no fault, he remarked, "Let us wait until the contract is finalized before we discuss further. There should be no issues with the audition, correct?" "None whatsoever," replied Director Kong. His mood remarkably improved, his expression almost benevolent, as if he had never harbored any intentions of intimidating Qiao Ling very well. "We shall send over the performance contract this afternoon and aim to finalize it swiftly. We need to begin preparations for shooting and costume fittings. Of course, thank you for your hard work." The insincere camaraderie amongst humans was palpable as they exchanged handshakes. On the way back, Lin Hui boisterously laughed at Qiao Ling. "Did you catch Director Kong's initial expression? He must be regretting his decision to involve himself in this production. I performed adequately, did I not? Remarkably so. My dear Qiao, you're simply perfect for portraying a psychopath." Although the compliment bore a hint of sarcasm, Qiao Ling took great pleasure in it. After showcasing his talent publicly, he began to discover a deeper joy in acting. Before long, Lin Hui had successfully negotiated the contract details with the production team, thereby securing Qiao Ling's role in his inaugural project within the entertainment industry. As a newcomer, Qiao Ling's remuneration for the web series was ultimately settled at 50,000 yuan per episode, totaling 16 episodes, though he estimated his participation would be limited to 6, contingent on the filming conditions, as the dynamics of shooting and airing were quite unpredictable. With the commencement of the series imminent, the formal performance contract was swiftly signed. Concurrently, on the entertainment forums, fresh revelations concerning Spring and Greenstream began to surface on the homepage. Insiders disclosed that this S-grade web series was gaining momentum with the addition of a rising star in a pivotal role, and in a few days, the principal cast would unveil their promotional stills. What role? Could it be the character Lian Yuluo? Who is portraying Lian Yuluo? Allow me to judge. I've heard it's a newcomer whose name starts with Q. QL? Such impressive resources, a true gem. Is it really Qiao Ling playing Lian Yuluo? He certainly fits the part. I find myself rather intrigued. Who is this person? Am I the only one unfamiliar with him? Isn't acting a prestigious profession? How can anyone just become an actor? That Q is a mukbang streamer, right? How absurd, a mukbang streamer becoming an actor. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that both the previously rumored second male lead and Q were signed under ASD Media, which appears to wield considerable influence in the industry. ASD Media must be promoting their own talent. Otherwise, why would they support you? YY at least graduated from a reputable institution, whereas Q is a dropout and quite illiterate. I've seen threads unearthing his unsavory past. Upstairs, I just clicked on that thread, and it was swiftly deleted. Something's amiss. ASD Media is known for its powerful public relations, as those who follow Sunlight are well aware. It's over. Lian Yuluo is doomed. How amusing. Who genuinely believes that Spring and Greenstream will turn out well? Do not mock prematurely, lest you be met with a swift rebuke. I am an insider in the industry and have heard that Q's audition was remarkably impressive, a true stroke of fate. What nonsense? Are there trolls involved? If you do not believe it, simply await the official announcement of the promotional photos. This production will undoubtedly generate a tremendous buzz. Chapter 23. Affection. The news of Qiao Ling's confirmation to star in Spring and the Long Blue Stream swiftly reached Yuan Yu through Lin Hui. Whenever Lin Hui mentioned Qiao Ling, he harbored a slight concern that Yuan Yu might be displeased. Historically, he had devoted himself entirely to nurturing a single artist, and now, with two, he felt the apprehension of a parent fearing an unequal distribution of attention. What if his two artists became envious of one another? Lin Hui's imagination ran wild, conjuring a terrifying scenario in which Qiao Ling and Yuan Yu surrounded him, demanding he choose between them. To his surprise, Yuan Yu displayed remarkable magnanimity. A production crew. How splendid. Ling Gu, you need not run around so much, he remarked. Lin Hui scrutinized his expression. Yuan Yu, since I signed Xiao. Some of my attention has inevitably shifted from you. I hope you do not find it unsettling. Yuan Yu chuckled lightly. Ling Gu, I am no longer a child. Do I still need to feel jealous? I trust in your professionalism, so do not worry about me. Yuan Yu's feelings towards Qiao Ling were somewhat intricate. Given their profound first meeting, it would be disingenuous to claim he was entirely indifferent. However, it did not consume his thoughts either. Meanwhile, Qiao Ling was at home eagerly perusing the first 3 scripts he had just received when suddenly his phone buzzed. Ever since he had settled a significant portion of his debts in one go, his contact list had remained quiet for an extended period. He still had around 2 million in debts lingering across various lending apps and credit cards, which he could postpone for a little while longer. Recently, apart from frequent communications from his manager and assistant, he had received no messages from anyone else. He picked up his phone to take a glance and noticed a friend request notification. The profile picture was of a striking black cat with green eyes. Behemoth, request to add you as a friend. Who would take the initiative to add me? Qiao Ling accepted the friend request and was about to inquire, who are you? When the other party had already sent a self-introduction. Behemoth, it's me, Yin Jingsong. Qiao Ling felt a surge of joy upon returning home today. He had found no trace of Yin Jingsong, having searched every room for signs of him. As the male lead he interacted with the most, and who significantly aided his accumulation of points. Qiao Ling's fondness for Yin Jingsong far exceeded that for the other two. Little Bug, good evening, Mr. Yin. Little Bug, is your eye feeling better? Behemoth, typing. Behemoth, it's nothing serious now. Cat smile. Behemoth, I heard your audition went splendidly. Congratulations on securing the role. Qiao Ling gazed at the cat smile emoji sent by Yin Jingsong, tilting his head in contemplation. Lin Hui had stated that this role was essentially thrust upon him by the company, a near certainty. So why congratulate him? He understood now. Yin Jingsong was intentionally seeking an excuse to flatter him. Little bug, I will do my best. Cat cheer, Yin Jingsong smiled subtly at the screen. Charmed by the cat emoji that resonated with his own, he turned to gaze at his profile in the mirror, the dark circles under his eyes still pronounced. A result of the previous night's revelry, compelling him to don sunglasses throughout the day, rendering him quite ostentatious. The repercussions of indulgence in alcohol. A notification chimed, indicating a new message. Little bug, have you eaten? Yin Jingsong was momentarily taken aback. While a mere 3 words could be construed as a polite exchange, the addition of a heart emoji suggested something more. Had Qiao Ling mistakenly selected the wrong emoticon? Just as he contemplated a suitable excuse for Qiao Ling, another message appeared. Little bug. Yin Jingsong was taken aback by the flood of pink hearts. He certainly could not fathom the thought process of Little Bug. Qiao Ling believed that since the second male lead had repeatedly crossed paths with him, failing to seize the opportunity would be an egregious waste. A lack of enthusiasm in accruing points indicated a deficiency in judgment. Before launching his advance, Qiao Ling employed his newly acquired skills, opening the AI chat interface to inquire. What does it mean when someone you're interested in actively adds you as a friend? AI. It signifies that they have developed an interest in you, wishing to learn more about you through social platforms or create opportunities for private conversations. Qiao Ling felt invigorated and promptly resolved to escalate their relationship. He had deliberately risen early that morning to engage more with the sober Yin Jingsong, only to find Lin Hui had also arrived at such an early hour, leaving little room for conversation. Nonetheless, Qiao Ling chose his preferred topic, food. Have you eaten? Though a mere 3 words, they encapsulated boundless wisdom of daily life. If the response were affirmative, Qiao Ling would inquire, what did you have? Was it delicious? I haven't eaten, I'm so hungry. Accompany me for a bite. If the answer were negative, he would respond, what a coincidence, neither have I. Let's eat together. Determined to draw Yin Jingsong out while subtly probing the conditions that awakened his fragrant allure, Qiao Ling understood that the heart emoji was not casually dispatched. It served as a gentle reminder to Yin Jingsong. Please do not misunderstand. I genuinely mean it. Yin Jingsong wiped his face, glancing at the clock. 8 o'clock in the evening, neither too early nor too late. However, a private invitation between 2 men at this hour seemed slightly ambiguous. Yin Jingsong was unprepared. His sudden impulse to add Qiao Ling as a friend while playing with his cat in the evening was unanticipated. He had not considered anything else, at least not at the moment of adding. Yet, having always maintained an official distance from his employees, his decision to proactively add Qiao Ling as a friend was, in essence, a transgressive act. As one who wielded influence over Qiao Ling's career trajectory, releasing signals that could be misconstrued in a context of unequal power dynamics bore the potential for implications of harassment. Indeed, he could not fault Qiao Ling for his assertiveness. Since the incident of drunkenly intruding into Qiao Ling's apartment, the fault lay more with him. After a moment of reflection, Yin Jingsong composed a careful response to Qiao Ling. Behemoth, are you in the mood for lobster? Little bug, yes. Half an hour later, Qiao Ling opened the door to receive a lavish delivery of sumptuous lobsters. The restaurant's dedicated delivery personnel had thoughtfully arranged the food and utensils before departing with a smile. Qiao Ling inhaled the delightful aroma of the lobster, surprised by Yin Jingsong's response. The lobster appeared irresistibly delicious. Before indulging, he took a selfie at the dining table and sent it to Yin Jingsong. Upon receiving the notification, Yin Jingsong lifted his gaze from the soft, warm belly of his cat, looking into the emerald eyes of the black pig. Dear pig, is Daddy taking advantage of his position to harass others? The black pig meowed in confusion. Yin Jingsong gently patted the cat's little nose, lamenting, if only I'd signed him with another company. The black pig nuzzled against his owner's fingers, mewing softly. Yin Jingsong retrieved his phone, opening Qiao Ling's selfie. In the photo, the young man posed with a lobster from an unflattering angle, his expressionless face rendered comically distorted. His dark, glistening eyes seemed to peer through the screen. How endearing. He held the phone in front of the cat, asking, "Dear pig, don't you think he resembles you a little?" The cat, perplexed, reached out to tap the screen. Chapter 24. The System's Threat in Response. Yin Jingsong sent Qiao Ling a charming photo of the black pig, its delicate paws playfully biting at his slender fingers, revealing its sharp, snow-white teeth. Qiao Ling observed the picture, letting out a hum, unaware of the slight acidity in his tone as he remarked, "This is your beautiful silly cat. Not that stunning, really. TSK, just a big black lump." Suddenly, the system interjected, "Let me remind you of something." Startled, Qiao Ling replied, "You're willing to give me a reminder now?" The system seemed to control its emotions this time, remaining silent for a moment instead of engaging in verbal sparring. Of the 3 male leads you encounter, only one is genuine. If you choose incorrectly, this world will collapse. Qiao Ling speared a piece of buttery lobster meat with his fork, chewing thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" "Literally, a failed mission leads to the world's downfall, and you'll be doomed." "I don't believe it." Qiao Ling reiterated, "I do not believe it." The system's voice turned icy. "Believe it or not. It's your choice. You may test it. You merely wish to intimidate me into seeking your favor." Qiao Ling savored the delectable lobster, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Is this the best you've got after all this time?" "Not very impressive, system." The little creature, having mastered the art of sarcasm, found its irritation escalating. "Oh, please. I'm so terrified of dying. I'll never compete with you for points again. I'll obediently listen to whatever you say." "Is that what you want me to say?" The system, unable to contain its frustration, reverted to its true nature, growling. "Do you really think I have no power over you? What do you intend to do with me?" The system, temporarily limited to verbal threats, gritted its teeth. "I saved your life, and this is how you repay me? I misjudged you." The moral coercion was quite effective. Qiao Ling reflected on his journey from birth to forced possession and ultimately binding to the system. This parasitic entity had indeed brought him back from the brink of death and pointed him towards a path of survival. For that, he ought to be grateful. However, since the binding of the system, one cannot help but ponder whether the system would engage in acts of charity that do not benefit itself. If, at the moment of binding, the Wang insect had not parasitized a human corpse, what would have become of the system had the binding failed? Despite possessing the miraculous ability to resurrect the nearly departed, it still requires a human to utter a confirmation of binding, necessitating human assistance to undertake tasks and acquire survival points. Wang insect reasonably suspects that the system, at that juncture, was also in a state where its existence hinged upon binding with a human. Qiao Ling wiped his mouth and spoke candidly. "Number 0016. From where did you escape?" "What? How dare you speak such nonsense?" "Ha ha. If you choose not to respond, it matters little to me." "All right, you are quite the character." The system hurriedly vanished, revealing its growing unease and fluster. Qiao Ling closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the tremors of the creature within his heart, which extended its tendrils to sense something. After a prolonged moment, he lowered his head, curling into a small pink ball once more. On the day of the character fitting for Spring and Qingxi Chong, the male lead, Ho Jiayin, and the female lead, He Yi, had already confirmed 2 different looks, while the male second lead, Yuan Yu, had finalized his makeup once. As the male third lead, Qiao Ling had fewer styling rounds, thus only needing to participate in this final fitting. Upon his arrival, the grand makeup room was already bustling with activity. Many of the supporting actors had half their makeup done. Lin Hui explained to Qiao Ling, the leads have their own dedicated makeup rooms. Once you ascend to the roles of male lead or second lead, you will be able to access that area. The entertainment industry is structured like a pyramid, with clear class distinctions, where one's status directly correlates with the treatment received, excelling in fostering vanity. Curiously, Qiao Ling observed the lively scene, a blend of modern and ancient figures, creating a most intriguing tableau. Soon, a makeup artist responsible for his look approached, guiding him to the dressing room to change before seating him in the makeup chair. In the drama, Lin Yueluo holds the nominal title of 5th-rank inspector, adorned in a red official robe with a gilded leather belt and a silver fish pouch, to align with the character's cold and perverse demeanor. The makeup artist first took a drastic approach to his eyebrows, as the thick brows were sculpted into delicate arcs. The previously innocent expression of his features underwent a striking transformation. The diminished presence of the brows accentuated his pronounced brow bones, while the hollows of his eyes gained a subtly sinister allure. Qiao Ling's complexion, already pale, was further enhanced by the makeup artist emphasizing certain veins with a green hue during the foundation application, amplifying the ghostly aura of Lin Yueluo. The eye makeup was applied with restraint, as Qiao Ling's eye shape was inherently perfect, with thick lashes providing their own definition. Excessive application would overshadow his natural beauty. A touch of shadow was swept onto his lids, and the reddened contours of his eyes were lightly defined before concluding. As the makeup neared completion, the assistant director, Liu, approached, observing Qiao Ling from behind for a moment before sending a text. This message summoned the screenwriter and the stylist, and the three of them murmured amongst themselves as they regarded Qiao Ling standing before them. How many outfits does Lin Yueluo have in total? 3. 1 red official attire, 1 black and purple casual outfit, and 1 offline white robe. Let's create 2 more. With such a level of skill, having additional outfits would surely generate buzz every time he goes online. Indeed, that is the case. Thus, they proceeded to design further. During the discussions, Qiao Ling acquired several new ensembles. Once he was attired, he encountered several co-stars in the studio. Lin Yueluo's appearance was truly enigmatic and intimidating, garnering numerous startled and awed gazes as he passed by. The reactions of his fellow actors were rather subdued. They were surrounded by assistants and makeup artists, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Only Yuan Yu approached him to greet. Had it not been for Lin Hui's presence beside Qiao Ling, Yuan Yu would hardly have recognized him in this guise. Upon seeing Yuan Yu, Qiao Ling instinctively scanned the vicinity for any of the male leads. None were present. He requested his phone from Lin Hui. Let us add each other on WeChat, brother Yuan. Lin Yueluo's attire, calling out to Yuan Yu with an obedient tone, sent a shiver down Yuan Yu's spine. Could this be what they call a contrast appeal? Lin Hui, for some reason, found himself staring blankly in the direction of male lead Ho Jiayan. Qiao Ling nudged him, snapping him back to reality. Oh, right. Yuan Yu couldn't help but glance at Lin Hui a bit longer. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on his manager's face. Qiao Ling glanced toward Ho Jiayan, but discerned nothing unusual. What's wrong, brother Lin? Lin Hui handed over his phone. Nothing at all. Then why were you looking at him? Qiao Ling unabashedly teased, eliciting laughter from Yuan Yu. Sure. Lin Hui yielded to Qiao Ling. I was just taking a casual look. What's the issue? He simply wanted to see what kind of celestial being had captivated his ex-boyfriend Feng Zhua and led him astray, turning his life upside down. Indeed, a flower of the highest peak. Chapter 25. Official announcement of character photos speaking of Lin Hui's disastrous romance that cost him both love and allies. He still harbors a great deal of frustration. When he had just graduated from university and was traveling, he once visited a small temple for fortune-telling. The master advised Lin Hui that his career prospects were exceptionally bright, yet he would likely stumble in matters of the heart. To avoid undermining years of hard work, it would be wise to refrain from romantic entanglements in the workplace. Lin Hui, however, was skeptical. At the peak of his career, he succumbed to love, falling for a mediocre artist named Feng Zhua. This led him to terminate his contract with a popular rising star and switch to a smaller agency, wholeheartedly determined to elevate Feng Zhua to stardom. Describing Feng Zhua as mediocre is not to belittle him, but merely an objective observation. In the entertainment industry, Feng Zhua's looks do not fit the mold of a typical handsome man. Rather, he possesses a certain charm, a blend of rugged and unconventional appeal. His acting skills are average, yet he is fortunate that many others are considerably worse. Over 5 years, Lin Hui tirelessly maneuvered, navigating the competitive landscape to successfully package Feng Zhua as a capable actor through nominations for lesser-known awards, subsequently elevating his national profile through popular variety shows and marketing, ultimately catapulting him to stardom via a television adaptation of a male-oriented novel. Before he could savor the fruits of his success, Feng Zhua struck him from behind with a dagger of betrayal. Lin Hui, Feng Zhua declared, I find you increasingly consumed by greed and scrupulous, with a foul temper and an overpowering desire for control. I simply cannot continue our association." Prior to uttering these words, Fang Zhuo had discreetly contacted Lin Hui's longtime rival. He Xingye accepted a position at a new company and secured a fresh management contract. Lin Hui was taken aback, his faith in fate shaken. In the final phone call he made to Fang Zhuo, he demanded a genuine explanation, for the sake of the genuine feelings we shared in our early years. "Please do not deceive me with nonsensical excuses." After a prolonged silence, Fang Zhuo confessed, "I'm sorry, I have fallen for someone else." "Are you two together?" Lan Yuan quailed. "No, I love him unilaterally. It has nothing to do with him." "Who is it?" "You must swear not to cause him any trouble." "Fine. It's Ho Jian." Reflecting on this conversation now makes Lin Hui feel nauseous. After exiting this relationship, he struggles to comprehend the enchantment that clouded his judgment over the years, rendering him foolish. Yet, no amount of regret can alter the past. All he yearns for now is to reclaim his status as a premier agent, utilizing his exceptional artist to deliver a resounding blow to his scoundrel ex-lover and rival. He is eager to see how Fang Zhuo, devoid of the greed, control, foul temper, and unscrupulousness that once defined him, will navigate his career. Ho Jian, sensing something, glanced towards the second and third male leads. His gaze swept across them and landed on Lin Hui's face. This agent appeared to harbor an unfriendly expression. Ho Jian found Lin Hui somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before, though he could not immediately recall where, perhaps at an award ceremony. "Why are you glaring at me? Do you think your artist can play my role just by staring?" With a dismissive thought, Ho Jian shifted his focus back to his amiable agent, letting out a soft sigh. Occasionally, he wished his agent would possess a bit more of a temper, rather than being overly accommodating. It was inconceivable for him to glare at other artists, while such behavior would never be directed towards his own agent. Never mind, as long as he listens, after all. "I am a boss." Suddenly feeling neglected, Ho Jian's agent remarked, "At 4 o'clock this afternoon, the official Weibo and Douyin accounts for Spring and Qingxi Chong released the first version of character posters for all roles. The fans of the leading actors immediately launched into a review control battle, with the top 30 spots in the comments section becoming fiercely contested territory, where colorful review scripts engaged in a silent yet intense struggle. On the trending topics list, the announcement regarding Spring and Qingxi Chong had already claimed the top spot. Spring and Qingxi Chong announces its cast: Ho Jian, the god of costume drama, and He Yi as the beautiful Fang Lanjun. Amidst the fan-driven review wars, the supporting characters seemed to fade into obscurity, unless one shifted their perspective to the anonymous section of film forums. The first wave of character stills for a certain drama garnered ratings for female character designs. The first wave of character stills for a certain drama garnered ratings for male character designs. The chosen one, destined for the moon's descent. What is the initial impression of these three gentlemen? Has your house collapsed? The official announcement has been made. Swiftly come forth for judgment. Upon casually entering the most popular post, one is greeted with a cacophony of excitement, with drums resounding and firecrackers igniting. This time, the styling is indeed commendable. I anticipate the leading lady's remarkable performance. Wait a moment. What do you mean by leading lady? This is a side story. Where does Ho Jian fit into this? Please refrain from taking liberties. Why can't one refer to the protagonist's perspective as the leading lady? It's amusing. Let us see if the official blog dares to promote her as such. It's absurd. Arguments regarding character rankings are strictly prohibited, and those who engage in disputes will face consequences. Fans of the male and female leads should quarrel on their own threads. My dear friends, I was utterly astonished by Lian Yuloa's styling. She appears to have stepped straight out of the pages of a book, a true embodiment of a character. 10,086. The second male lead, Heilin Ting, also possesses that refined, gentlemanly charm that is so fitting. Both antagonists seem quite appropriate. The newcomers indeed bring a refreshing allure. It is true, after seeing familiar faces for so long, encountering new ones is quite a pleasant surprise, though I wonder about their acting skills. To be honest, as long as they are not deceiving in appearance, one could overlook poor acting. Not to worry, Post-production voiceovers can save the day. This drama is being filmed and aired simultaneously, with claims of live audio and authentic voices from the cast. Such a grand endeavor. I have high hopes of the actor portraying Lien Yueluo. I would wager a strand of hair on it. I am invested. Then I shall bet on the actor playing Heilin Ting, as he has significant screen time. Lien Yueluo's character seems a tad extreme. What acting skills are required for an eating broadcast? One must not portray the character in a manner that provokes laughter. It would be quite unfair to trained actors if such individuals were to gain popularity. Qiao Ling is also formally trained. The last time I heard rumors, he took a leave of absence due to emotional issues, not due to incompetence like some illiterates who cannot pass exams. Depression, perhaps? I believe I have seen that mentioned. Is it not true that Yu syndrome is a rather trendy topic, always brought up in conversation? If one is unwell, why continue acting? It would be wise to retire early and recuperate rather than be a resourceful figure. I have reported that such inhumane remarks are unacceptable. Regarding the character of Tao, it is strictly prohibited to engage with reality. The gossip is circulating rapidly across various forums and fan groups, donning different identities to stir the pot while updating Lin Hui. Brother Lin, some revelations regarding Qiao have begun to spread within internal fan groups, and the response has been quite favorable, with an increasing ratio of mother fans. Excellent. Let us try to guide this trend. Mother fans are generally more accepting than girlfriend fans. How is the recruitment situation for the official support club? Quite well. We have attracted several seasoned fans with secondary accounts. The more fans that know how to create and engage with content, the better. We can offer some exclusive perks or revelations. How about sending signed photos? Sound good. And we should also organize a visit from the fans. You can determine the specifics, providing 3 fans with the opportunity to attend. Acknowledged. Chapter 26. Clocking in with the protagonist. Upon adding the protagonist as a friend, Qiao Ling initiated a friendly daily check-in with Yuanyu. Previously, when faced with the system's threats, Qiao Ling confidently declared disbelief. However, this did not imply he was entirely unconcerned. He suspected that the notion of a world exploding due to selecting the wrong male lead might be an exaggerated truth from the system. The situation is not dire enough to lead to catastrophic consequences, yet there are indeed notable losses. Consequently, Qiao Ling's initial enthusiasm for Yin Jingsong has smoothly transitioned to the protagonist. Among the 3 male leads, he is uncertain who the genuine one is, so he refrains from taking risks. There is only one protagonist. Thus, the chances of error are minimal. Whoever the protagonist favors shall be deemed the male lead, and he must approach the protagonist. 8 a.m. Xiao Chong. Yuanyu, good morning. YY, morning. Xiao. 12 p.m. Xiao Chong. Good afternoon, behold my lunch. Xiao Chong. Image YY, wow, looks fantastic. 10:30 p.m. Xiao Chong. Good night, sweet dreams. YY, all right, good night. After 2 days of this rhythmic messaging, Yuanyu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired with Lin Hui. Brother Lin, why does Qiao Ling message me every day? Lin Hui was taken aback. Is that so? Yuanyu showed him the messages, and Lin Hui, observing the childish daily reports, scratched his head. Firstly, I can assure you he has no ulterior motives. Yuanyu sensed the aura of disingenuousness that occasionally emanated from Qiao Ling. I understand that. Lin Hui sighed in relief, glad that Yuanyu wasn't misinterpreting the situation. I think he might just want to be friends. It's fine if you don't wish to respond. He is quite busy himself. If you ignore him, his attention will inevitably be drawn elsewhere. Friends? Yuanyu pondered, finding Qiao Ling somewhat reminiscent of an endearing little brother. An idea struck him. Tomorrow, as we head to the set, why not have Qiao Ling join me for the ride? Are you sure? Your relationship with the artist is good. Wouldn't he be displeased? Let me ask him. Yuanyu chuckled, perceiving Qiao Ling as a slightly eccentric yet fundamentally pure-hearted young man. He has always held a natural affinity for those with such innocence. Thus, Qiao Ling happily joined Yuanyu in the chauffeur-driven vehicle, proceeding to the set together. Meanwhile, the neglected Yin Jingsong was left pondering the silent conversation in the chat. In the break room, he subtly inquired with his secretary about Qiao Ling's schedule. By the way, were the 2 artists under Lin we currently engaged in? Did he contemplated Yuanyu and Qiao Ling? They have already started filming for our invested project, Spring and Qingxichang. Yin Jingsong mulled this over. DD, concerned about potentially leaving out crucial details, continued. The drama is set to film the first 2 episodes before gauging online feedback and proceeding with simultaneous airing. The premiere is anticipated for Friday evening, 2 weeks from now. Oh, I see. That implies a tight schedule. Yin Jingsong, holding his coffee with a serious demeanor, departed. Didi, perplexed, observed his retreating figure. Why is President Yin fetching his own coffee today? He usually has it delivered. It was indeed a day filled with pressing tasks for the crew. At 5 in the morning, Qiao Ling arrived at the set, having not filmed the scenes of the moon setting in the past few days. Today's call sheet was packed to the brim. In the script featuring Lian Luo, there are numerous action sequences. To enhance the visual appeal of these scenes, he attended a small training session with a martial arts instructor in the absence of Qiao Ling. Today, the shoot included a scene requiring wire work, which he found rather exhilarating. The actual filming process, however, proved to be rather monotonous, as each scene necessitated 2 or 3 repetitions. Assuming the actors did not make any mistakes, any deviation, such as a slip of the tongue or an unexpected laugh, would necessitate numerous retakes until the director was satisfied with the outcome. For instance, the initial encounter between Qiao Ling and the female lead was repeated over 15 times, still plagued by continuous NGs. This was a relatively simple scene, with a female lead, Fong Lanjun, while residing in a temple, unexpectedly encounters Lian Luo, who is secretly visiting. Lian accidentally gets bitten on the arm by a snake, and Fong boldly seizes the snake by its neck to throw it off, kindly offering to bandage his wound. Consequently, Lian recognizes her as the young girl who had once saved him years ago. To ensure authenticity in the visuals, the crew procured a vividly colored, non-venomous corn snake, known for its docile nature. This particular snake had been raised as a pet since childhood, posing no real danger despite its intimidating appearance. However, the actress portraying Fong Lanjun, could not overcome her fear of snakes. In the first 4 or 5 takes, she would scream before even making contact with the snake. As a prominent rising star and one of the pillars of the production, she was not reprimanded by the director. Instead, after each scream, a group of staff would rush to comfort her, as if she were a child. Shall we try again? Don't be afraid. That snake won't bite you. You're really brave. You can do it. He in tears exclaimed, No, I can't do it. I feel nauseous. Get that thing away from me. Qiao Ling retreated half a meter, staring at the dazed little snake. Seeing that he was genuinely struggling, Director Kong compromised by arranging for a stunt double to film the close-up of the snake being handled, thus circumventing the issue. After this hurdle was finally overcome, perhaps still haunted by the snake, continued to misread her lines during the subsequent scenes, leading to Qiao Ling's lines being thrown off as well. Director Kong could not scold but Qiao Ling felt free to express his frustration, shouting through a megaphone, Lian Luo, what are you doing? Can we act? Please? Again. After nearly 20 takes, the morning was drawing to a close. Qiao Ling, feeling the sun's heat on his forehead and growing increasingly irritable and hungry, could hardly contain his frustration, wishing he could devour the perpetually uncooperative He. His eyes, filled with a ravenous intensity, mirrored Lian Luo's aggressive fixation on Fong Lanjun within the narrative. An insidious malice began to cling to He as the corn snake, confined in its glass cage, began to stir restlessly. Director Kong clapped quietly behind the camera, remarking, This take captures the best expression. He already out of sorts, felt a chill run down her spine under Qiao Ling's penetrating gaze, causing her to shy away. Sir? Lian Luo then grasped her wrist, leaning in to scrutinize her closely. Why does the lady carry herbs with her? Fong Lanjuan's wrist trembled, her ears flushed with crimson. My lord, our family operates several pharmacies. I have been grinding herbs and blending fragrances since childhood, and I am accustomed to carrying some with me. Director Kong raised the megaphone once more. Fong Lanjun, do not be shy. The character's essence is misplaced here. We must remain vigilant. A little creature of anxiety stirred within Qiao Ling's heart, flailing in agitation. Chapter 27. The male protagonist's visit to the set at long last. The scene was completed. It was not due to an epiphany on Heyi's part, but rather director Kong's decision to abandon her close-up shots, redirecting the focus onto Lien Yueluo, employing clever cinematographic techniques to obscure her absence. Consequently, the camera's affection leaned towards Lien Yueluo, an unintended outcome that left Kong with no other recourse. He, upon hearing this, succumbed to another wave of despair, dramatically departing with her manager and makeup assistant in tow, weeping loudly, while the assistant director and screenwriter trailed behind, offering their assurances. A swarm of bees, having journeyed from afar, buzzed restlessly above this beleaguered group. Qiao Ling accepted the milk tea that Lin Hui had bought for her. Sipping it gently, the sweetness soothing her spirits. What was she crying about? She had debuted with the persona of a little crybaby. L'ennui, une facette, remarqued. As long as she garners attention, the more dramatic she becomes, the more she is adored. Her fans find it endearing and pitiable. And what about me? Qiao Ling queried. No, you would be met with scorn in your current state. Oh, confronted with the harsh reality that threatened her image as a delicate crybaby. Qiao Ling sat before the camera, transforming her sorrow into appetite, devouring 5 boxes of the crew's meal. The footage of her indulgence was categorized into Lien Yueluo's folder, to be utilized for marketing once the drama aired. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Gasps of alarm reached Qiao Ling's ears. He has been stung by a bee. Qiao Ling tilted her head, pondering, her gaze drifting towards a bee resting upon a leaf. In the afternoon, it was Qiao Ling's turn to perform alongside the 2 male leads. The narrative centered around the male protagonist, Xian Yong, who faced an assassination attempt. Ho Jian portrayed Xian Yong, the prince, who was attacked by an assassin during an outdoor banquet, while Yuan Yu, as Helan Ting, fortuitously intervened to shield the prince from a lethal strike. The timely arrival of Lien Yueluo led to a fierce confrontation with the assailant. The storyline was divided into 7 or 8 scenes, featuring numerous characters and considerable choreography, necessitating Qiao Ling and Ho Jiayan to don harnesses for aerial stunts. The dialogue scenes proceeded smoothly, with Ho Jiayan and Yuan Yu thoroughly prepared, encountering no issues with their lines. During a brief intermission, Ho Jian engaged in light gossip with Qiao Ling, his noble and aloof visage animated in the exchange. I heard that he was scolded to tears by the director this morning. Did you all fare poorly under his reprimand? Qiao Ling dismissed the rumor. She simply has a tendency to cry. Ho Jian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Fortunately, she wasn't stung in the face by a bee. Otherwise, she'd be crying while applying salt water as a disinfectant. Such jest was ill-advised. While he dared to jest, they refrained from pursuing the topic further. Yuan Yu maintained a smile, playfully prodding Qiao Ling from behind, leaving her bewildered. After the dialogue scenes, the focus shifted to filming the male lead's impressive action sequences. Qiao Ling and Yuan Yu stood by, awaiting their turn, and he could not resist asking, "Brother Yuan, why did you poke me just now?" Yuan Yu cast a curious glance at Lin Hui and recounted the situation to him. After listening, Lin Hui could not resist poking Qiao Ling, cautioning him, "From now on, do not casually comment on others. You must not emulate Ho Jiayan's reckless tongue. The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive. Should someone convey your words to he, and distort them, you would find yourself the object of disdain." Aware of the reason for the poke, Qiao Ling fell silent. Indeed, when at a loss for words, it is best to keep one's mouth shut and smile. If necessary, utter a few phrases to appease. Lin Hui offered examples. "Is that so? Really? I see." Qiao Ling took his lesson to heart. "I see." Yuan Yu chuckled, and suddenly, a muffled laugh emanated from behind him. The trio turned in unison to discover an unexpected figure standing behind Yuan Yu. He was taken aback, glancing left and right, and lowered his voice. "What brings you here?" Lin Hui was equally astonished. Director Li Qian donned casual attire, topped with a low-brimmed cap, seemingly discreet. Yet his impressive physique was hard to overlook. Had he not chosen a position that was not conspicuous, he would likely have been recognized swiftly. His gaze casually swept over Qiao Ling's face, the smile fading to a neutral expression as he stated, "I happened to be nearby and decided to drop by." I sent a message to your assistant to sneak me in. Li Qianin waved dismissively at Lin Hui. No need to pay me too much attention. Lan Hui, understanding the cue, clasped his fists in acknowledgement. As Li Qianin spoke, a familiar fragrance began to emanate from him once more, which enchanted Qiao Ling, momentarily diverting his attention from the conversation between Li Qianin and Yuan Yu. His expression gradually became vacant, and his steps unconsciously edged closer to Li Qianin. The scent was more pronounced than before, and Qiao Ling could even discern a subtle sensation as if he were consuming this aroma. The energy it exuded was not particularly high, yet its purity was incomparable to any human food. Insufficient to satiate hunger, it resembled a bait, tantalizing enough to make his teeth itch. What could be the source of such a fragrance? Suddenly, Li Qianin's voice jolted him from his reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Qiao Ling's eyelids fluttered, and upon regaining his senses, he realized Yuan Yu had already rushed off to the next chute, and Lin Hui had stepped aside, leaving only Li Qianin beside him. He glanced at Li Qianin, whose portrayal of the character Yu Luo was eerily captivating. Under the makeup, his expression evoked a haunting sorrow, with starkly contrasting eyes and reddened eyelids that appeared both despondent and alluring. Li Qianin gazed steadily at the living embodiment of enchantment before him. The enchantress licked her lips, her voice airy. Are you asking me? To those with guilty thoughts, it sounded like a kiss. Li Qianin abruptly turned away, his mind swirling in a tempest, his breath quickening. How could he dare? After several moments of realization, he discovered he had misheard. Qiao Ling, utterly captivated by the fragrance, felt his mouth watering uncontrollably. Unable to step forward and take a bite, he could only take a step back. In Li Qianin's eyes, this hesitation only intensified the allure. Ahem! He was on the verge of succumbing to temptation. Qiao Ling, not paying attention, turned and picked up her phone, navigating to the QR code page and extending it toward Li Qianin. Li Qianin, shall we become friends? What a rude and straightforward manner of address. It was flirtation at play. Li Qianin could not help but smile slightly, responding coolly with an affirmative grunt. He scanned the QR code with a sense of reserve, only to have his expression shift upon seeing the page. A payment code? Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, Qiao Ling leaned in to take a look. My apologies. I made an error. I'm not very adept at this. She found the correct business card QR code and presented it to Li Qianin once more. Li Qianin silently pressed his lips together, his fingers swiftly tapping the payment page a few times before he returned to scan Qiao Ling again. The payment notification and friend request appeared in quick succession on Qiao Ling's screen. Confused, Qiao Ling stared at her phone. What did it mean for him to send her 666? After accepting Li Qianin's friend request, she attempted to return the 666 with a red envelope, only to find that the single amount could not exceed 200 yuan, forcing her to initiate a transfer instead. During Qiao Ling's flurry of activity, a fleeting smile flickered in Li Qianin's eyes. In Western culture, 666 symbolizes the devil, and he thought it quite fitting that Qiao Ling, this little vixen skilled in seduction, was akin to a demon adept at manipulating emotions, a delightful double entendre. Chapter 28. The Wire Incident Rescue. Meanwhile, with the director's call of action, the next scene officially commenced. The plot involved Yuan Yu portraying Helan Ting, who, in a twist of fate, shielded Prince Xianyong from Blade. In the scene, Ho Jian was required to be suspended on wires, performing several impressive flips and combat moves. Ho Jian, standing tall, ascended gracefully, his muscles taut for the camera, engaging seamlessly in combat with his opponent. Yuan Yu, in the earlier takes, merely served as a backdrop to facilitate his positioning, as the focus remained on the leading man's valor and striking appearance. The same sequence was filmed from different angles 4 times. By the 4th take, Ho Jian's complexion had noticeably paled, prompting the makeup artist and assistant to rush in after the director called cut to wipe his sweat and touch up his makeup. Yuan Yu, having bitten into a blood packet, prepared for a close-up in the 5th take. As the 5th take began, an intense instinct surged within. Qiao Ling sensed something was amiss. She set her phone aside and took a few steps forward, her vigilant gaze scanning the set. Li Qianin, perceptive as ever, noticed her sudden tension and followed suit. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Hui, also approaching Qiao Ling. Without uttering a word, Qiao Ling focused intently, her inhuman hearing discerning an unusual sound amidst the cacophony of the filming environment. Following the noise, she discovered it emanated from the wire support truss. This temporary, triangular structure, secured to the concrete wall with expansion bolts, emitted a creaking sound as Ho Jiayin and the wire coordinator moved about. Li Qian's gaze followed Qiao Ling's direction, and his expression changed dramatically. As the director, he immediately recognized the perilous implications of the unfolding scene. He shouted decisively to the set, "Stop! The wire is coming loose." Yet, his warning came too late. At the very moment Ho Jiayin soared into the air, one of the bolts securing the rigging had fully loosened. By then, Ho Jiayin had reached the pinnacle of his ascent, poised to execute a backflip. With a sudden crack, the bolt completely snapped free, causing the steel framework to tilt violently. The cable lost its balance in an instant, and Ho Jiayan's body went into a chaotic descent, plummeting like a kite with a severed string. The set erupted in screams. Yuan Yu, terrified, bit into a blood pack, positioned directly beneath Ho Jiayan's impending fall, instinctively extending his hands in an attempt to catch him. How could his slender arms possibly bear the weight of someone who stood at 188 meters? Qiao Ling, drawing from his inner strength, issued a thunderous command. "Step back." Yuan Yu, struck by the ferocity of the order, stumbled backwards 3 or 4 steps, panicking and tripping, landing hard on his backside. Having already dashed out before the bolt snapped, Qiao Ling swiftly seized a thick foam mat from the props team nearby, hurling it with all his might in the direction of the falling figure. The 40-kilogram mat flew through the air as if it were a mere playing card, crashing into several lighting rigs with an unstoppable force. Bang! Ho Jian landed heavily on the mat, rolling twice due to the momentum. Fortunately, the cushioning prevented him from sustaining severe injuries, though he did twist his wrist painfully upon impact. The set descended into chaos as staff rushed forward. "Jiayan, are you all right?" Director Kong approached with a pallid visage. Gasping for breath, Ho Jiayan sat up and scanned his surroundings, his eyes still reflecting the lingering shock, exclaiming, "Who threw the mat?" All eyes turned to Qiao Ling. Goodness, such a physique is actually that of a superhuman strength. Li Qian and Lin Hui, who had witnessed the entire event, were equally incredulous. Li Qian, momentarily forgetting his usual aloof demeanor, instinctively rushed to Qiao Ling's side, wanted to grasp his wrist to check for any muscle strains. The visual impact of the massive foam mat being thrown was so striking that he almost doubted his own senses. Qiao Ling, too preoccupied to respond, dashed toward the bloodied Yuan Yu, a rare flicker of urgency breaking through his typically calm facade. "Yuan Yu, are you all right?" The protagonist almost met a fatal end. What would I do if the lead character perished? Everything unfolded in a blur, and Yuan Yu sat dazed on the ground, unable to process the chaos. His hand was grazed by a sharp stone, blood trickling from the wound. Qiao Ling, uncharacteristically, swallowed nervously. Lin Hui and an assistant each supported Yuan Yu, lifting him from the ground while anxiously examining his injury. He coughed, choking on blood from the pack lodged in his throat, and shakily shook his head. "I am fine. Jiayan, are you okay?" In pain and pale, Ho Jiayan expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. "I'm all right, Qiao Ling. Thank you." As the assistant director's furious voice echoed through the set, Director Kong, plagued by a throbbing headache, commanded the scene. "Jiayan, your hand requires medical attention. We shall postpone this scene for Yuan Yu. You sustained an injury and must visit the hospital." However, Ho Jiayan was reluctant to fall behind schedule. "It's all right. We can catch up later. The priority is to tend to your injury." He moved his wrist, feeling the pain intensify, and reluctantly nodded. "All right, I understand." Director Kong's gaze shifted to Qiao Ling, filled with gratitude. "Qiao Ling, we owe you a debt of gratitude today. You have truly salvaged this production." Goodness, at such a critical juncture, had the male lead suffered an accident on set, what would become of our drama? It was a close call. He couldn't help but grip Qiao Ling's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you." To which Qiao Ling replied earnestly, it was nothing. His primary concern was to protect the lead. "Qiao, I will accompany Yuan Yu to the hospital. Lin Hui informed Qiao Ling. Qiao Ling stepped forward, swallowing nervously. I wish to go as well. Lin Hui shook his head, instructing him to remain with Decay and Ro. You stay on set and follow the director's arrangements. The director had no specific plans. The chaotic scene was swiftly organized, and as the aftermath was addressed, the directing team huddled to discuss the subsequent steps, ultimately announcing an early wrap for the day. The true hero of the day was surrounded by several makeup artists and prop masters, who escorted him to remove his makeup. Li Qian, deliberately minimizing his presence and forgotten by all, seized the opportunity to discreetly lift a sponge pad. He managed to raise it, but it was impossible for him to fling it several meters like a frisbee with his own strength. No, not even an average person could accomplish that. After removing his makeup, Qiao Ling sipped on the yogurt someone had offered him, trying to fill the emptiness within. He genuinely felt for himself. He had been tempted all day and indulged in a few more cups as a form of consolation. Decay returned his phone, and upon unlocking it, Qiao Ling noticed the screen lingered on a transfer he had made to Li Qian, which had yet to be accepted. The top of the screen displayed several missed calls, all from Yin Jingsong. Is Yin Jingsong looking for me? Qiao Ling pondered, dialing back. The phone rang once before being answered, the voice on the other end crackling with static amidst a noisy backdrop, revealing no discernible emotion. Qiao Ling. Where are you? Chapter 29. Do you like me? Qiao Ling instinctively set down the yogurt container. I am in the makeup room on set. Yin Jingsong pressed further. Have you been injured? No. Whenever Yin Jingsong spoke to him in that tone, Qiao Ling felt an inexplicable urgency. He reiterated, I am not injured. There was a brief silence on the line before Yin Jingsong's previously stern tone softened somewhat with a sigh. You startled me. This was indeed concern for his well-being, was it not? Qiao Ling felt a surge of inexplicable joy and proceeded to share more details with Yin Jingsong. His tone laced with a hint of pride. There was an issue with the rig on set earlier. Ho Jia Yin and Yuan Yu both took a tumble. I noticed something was amiss and used a cushion to support Ho Jia Yin. Director Kong said it was fortunate for me to have acted swiftly. It appears that Lin Hui has taken his artist to the hospital, and I have heard that communication was lost, followed by news of an accident involving a wire. I initially thought it was Lin Hui's artist involved. Is the concern genuinely for oneself, or is it for the protagonist? Qiao Ling bit the straw, grinding his teeth, and boldly brought up the protagonist. Brother Yuan Yu's hand scraped against the ground and bled. What about you? I am perfectly fine. Really? Show me on video. Without allowing for further discussion, Yin Jingsong abruptly ended the call, swiftly initiating a video call. Upon answering, Qiao Ling activated the speakerphone, revealing Yin Jingsong's handsome yet stern visage. His brow furrowed, and his scrutinizing gaze penetrating the screen to assess him. Turn your face to the left, now to the right. You resemble a bank's manual auditor. Qiao Ling obediently complied, turning his head. His assistant, nearby without a phone, took it from him, prompting a full-body inspection. Ro, hearing her boss's voice, wore a subtly nuanced expression, caught between terror and gleeful curiosity, hurriedly extending her hand towards Qiao Ling, who passed the phone to her. Ro switched to a higher-definition rear camera. All right, Mr. Yin, I will now film Brother Qiao. Please stand up. All right. It's evident that Yin Jingsong is more concerned about himself. Qiao Ling felt that the circular lenses of the phone transformed into Yin Jingsong's eyes, intensely focused and direct. He stood up, shook his hands, and wiggled his legs, attempting to demonstrate his robust health from multiple angles. I assure you, I am genuinely fine. Yin Jingsong scrutinized the screen, examining every inch from head to toe, even the red marks left by Qiao Ling's makeup removal, before finally believing. Good, you're excellent. I am truly relieved that you are unscathed. Qiao Ling inadvertently smiled at his words, playfully tousling his hair, unsure of how to respond further. The instinctive gesture rendered him innocent and lively. Qiao Ling, Yin Jingsong gazed intently at the seemingly flustered young man on the screen, an unprecedented impulse overtaking his thoughts, leading him to make an unplanned arrangement. I will visit the set later. I will hang up now. The call was efficiently made and just as swiftly terminated. Ro awkwardly chuckled, searching for conversation. Brother Qiao, Mr. Yin truly values the safety of his artists. Is that so? Qiao Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, I have never seen Mr. Yin show such concern for others before. After uttering this, Ro felt like a sycophantic NPC. It's not so bad, I suppose. Brother Qiao, are you brushing me off? Is that so? You've learned poorly. What has Lin Hui taught this innocent child? Ro silently zipped her lips. As Qiao Ling exited the makeup room, he spotted Li Qian leaning against a nearby wall, halting his steps with a curious tilt of his head. Why is Li Qian still here? Shouldn't he be at the hospital with Yuanyu? Noticing Qiao Ling's gaze, Li Qian turned to meet it. Extinguishing the half-burnt cigarette in his hand, the minty smoke dispersed in the breeze. With one hand in his pocket, he haughtily beckoned to Qiao Ling with a finger. Qiao Ling approached, somewhat uncertain. Are you waiting for me? Li Qian nodded, his demeanor seemingly casual, yet the muscles beneath his exterior were taut. Engaging in conversation with Qiao Ling demanded considerable effort from him. Every frown and smile, every movement of Qiao Ling's was imbued with an aggressive undertone, as if relentlessly assaulting his spirit, attempting to seduce him into becoming his subordinate. He concocted a clumsy excuse. I wanted to express my gratitude on behalf of Yuanyu. Qiao Ling accepted this, patting his stomach and unabashedly requesting, then treat me to a meal. Li Qian had anticipated this response, as if he had been waiting for Qiao Ling's cue. Please, choose anything you desire. He raised his chin and glanced at the two assistants behind him. Qiao Ling exchanged glances with Ro, who promptly understood and pulled the K away. Directorly, Brother Qiao, we have work to do. As the K walked away, he turned back, saying, Isn't it inappropriate? Brother Lin asked us to stay with Brother Qiao. That depends on who the subject is, Directorly. Our presence here is quite obstructive. Let Brother Qiao mingle on his own. I trust in Brother Qiao's charm. In Ro's mind, she was already envisioning Qiao Ling securing the leading role opposite Li Qian and ascending to the throne of Best Actor. The situation was somewhat tangled. Director Li had initially come to find Yuanyu, yet upon Yuanyu's injury, he abandoned him to seek out Qiao Ling, even expressing gratitude on Yuanyu's behalf. TSK. Moreover, Qiao Ling had a domineering figure in General Yin, with a mysterious overnight enigma lingering unspoken. Just moments ago, he had felt an overwhelming urge to call him daddy. Qiao Ling shared a close bond with Yuanyu, and his earlier display of authority stemmed from a genuine concern for Yuanyu's well-being. His hurried rush towards Yuanyu was filled with urgency. Ro rambled on without restraint. Dukkha. Li Qian escorted Qiao Ling to an exclusive high-end Japanese restaurant near the hotel, entering a tranquil tatami room. Qiao Ling regarded Li Qian as a grand diffuser, his appetite growing with each whiff. I'll have this one, he declared, cross-legged, pointing at the menu without hesitation. The staff, seasoned and unflappable, knelt and smoothly exited the room while maintaining their composure, a sight that struck Qiao Ling as somewhat amusing. Li Qian Desa, is it because you can eat that you possess such strength? Qiao Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly knelt upright, tightening his shirt to showcase his pronounced ribcage to Li Qian. Indeed, my goal is to conceal these bones with flesh. Look how pitifully thin I am. His waist was so slender that it sparked a myriad of thoughts. Li Qian found his gaze fixated on Qiao Ling's narrow waist. Stammering out 3 words, let go of your hands. Obediently, Qiao Ling released his grip, his form once again cloaked by the oversized shirt, and Li Qian exhaled, pushing away the fanciful notions in his mind. Do you dislike me? Qiao Ling probed, studying him intently. If I disliked you, I wouldn't treat you to a full menu. Li Qian replied, pouring himself a glass of ice water, as if his overheated brain had finally found some relief. Oh, I think so too. Qiao Ling was currently assessing the source of the fragrance emanating from Li Qian, now suspecting that it was intertwined with emotional fluctuations, excluding any feelings of animosity. Do you like me? Chapter 30. You smell divine. I am famished. Li Qian spat out a mouthful of icy water, his previously composed expression now rendered utterly flustered. He hastily grabbed a handkerchief to cover his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He perhaps erred. He ought not to have found himself in such an intimate space with the little vixen unprepared. The little vixen was far too bewitching, far too audacious. What are you coughing about? Qiao Ling exclaimed, his finely arched brows lending a fox-like cunning to his gaze, which was infuriatingly charming. Slow down when you drink. This exquisite yet troublesome fellow was incessantly causing a stir. Li Qian endeavored to regain control of the situation, striving to compose himself. How could he allow such trivial flirtation to rattle him like an inexperienced youth? Qiao Ling, there is no need for such antics. I admit, your little tricks have indeed captured my attention, but that does not imply I will be toyed with like those foolish men. I am not someone you can provoke at will. I hope you understand that. What are you mumbling about? It smells increasingly delightful. The male protagonist, exuding an aroma akin to that of the points he could provide, radiated an energy that seemed to resonate with the fervor of the male leads. Was it connected to the intensity of their emotions? Indeed, Li Qian's heartbeat quickened, and he could hear it. He could even discern the rush of blood coursing through the other's veins, reminiscent of a surging river. Suddenly, Qiao Ling propped himself on the tatami, crawling a couple of steps closer to Li Qian like a small creature. He squinted, deeply inhaling the air before him. Strands of energy seeping into his body through his pores, his thick lashes trembling in satisfaction. The creature within his heart stirred noiselessly, the instincts of the king bug asserting dominance in his thoughts. He felt an urge to sigh, his pupils constricting into a terrifying thin line. What are you sniffing? Li Qian observed his demeanor, compelled by an inexplicable impulse to reach out and gently touch Qiao Ling's cheek. Qiao Ling leaned into his palm, rubbing against it a couple of times, then abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes unfocused yet coldly covetous. You smell wonderful. You're intoxicating. A shiver coursed through Li Qian, primal fear mingling with excitement, rendering them indistinguishable. His gaze darkened, and his throat tightened. The urge to pull this audacious little vixen close and deliver a proper reprimand surged within him. The room was bathed in a soft, warm yellow light, casting an alluring outline of Qiao Ling, whose eerily dark eyes gleamed with palpable desire, almost sickly in their fixation on Li Qian. The atmosphere was astonishingly quiet, so much so that one could only hear their respective breaths and heartbeats. Thump, 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 thump. The abrupt sound of the staff's voice from outside broke the silence, gently tapping on the doorframe as a reminder before sliding the wooden door open with a rustle. Though the pain had dulled, Li Qian should have seized the opportunity to push this little madman away. Instead, inexplicably, his left hand found its way to the back of Qiao Ling's neck, drawing the fierce head into the shadow of his embrace, his body turning slightly to obscure the entrance. Leave. He turned his face towards the dazed shop assistant, his voice hoarse and chilling. The atmosphere in the room startled the assistant, causing him to retreat abruptly, closing the sliding door once more. Soda. Li Qian's heart raced. In that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a gothic benefactor, secretly nurturing a little vampire creature. The creature's fervent thirst provided him with a peculiar sense of fulfillment. Madness enveloped him. The flesh, bitten and torn, gradually healed under the influence of the special saliva secreted by the parasitic creature, quelling the restless hunger within. Qiao Ling's reason slowly returned. He absent-mindedly released his mouth, licking the fingers that had been pressed against him, only to realize he was ensconced in an impenetrable embrace. Sorry. He lifted his body from Li Qian's hold, his pale skin now tinged with crimson, lips glowing an alarming red, his expression embodying both anxiety and a sinister purity. Li Qian raised his right hand to inspect the wound. It glistened damply, less severe than he had imagined. Not a gruesome mess, but a pale cut seeping a hint of blood. Although the situation was bizarre, he preferred not to ponder it deeply. Nor did he wish to witness Qiao Ling's unease. After a moment of silence, he resorted to a rather dry joke. Are you a puppy, biting indiscriminately? Qiao Ling stammered. Now, Li Qian's scent no longer bewitched the creature's heart. A mere bite felt akin to being branded by a royal insect. It's fine, let us eat. Li Qian picked up a tissue to dab at the wound, his demeanor nonchalant. The waiter is bringing the dishes. Qiao Ling, perplexed by Li Qian's thoughts, sighed in relief and obediently returned to his seat, subtly observing his expression. Aren't you angry? If you are, can I bite you back? Li Qian's mind was a whirl, fixated on Qiao Ling's pale arms and legs, and he felt a twinge of desire to bite back. Qiao Ling clenched his fist and waved it in front of him. You can't. After a few minutes, the returning waiter appeared visibly uncomfortable, the air thick with an unsettling tension. He dared not look at anyone and omitted the usual introductions of the dishes. The food arrived swiftly, and the waiter disappeared in a hurry. Qiao Ling glanced at the flamboyant, unfamiliar dishes on the table, then at the taciturn Li Qian. Given the circumstances, they might as well eat. The oily salmon melted coolly and softly on his tongue. The delicious sea urchin left a sweet aftertaste, and the fish roe popped delightfully between his teeth, while the eel rice sizzled upon arrival. Qiao Ling immersed himself in his meal, not lifting his head. Li Qian thought, a gluttonous, carefree vixen, sharp-tongued and biting, relishing his food while he himself had lost his appetite. Observing Qiao Ling's joyful consumption, he wiped his hands and began peeling a plate of crab legs for him. Tentatively pushing the plate towards Qiao Ling, he watched as it was quickly devoured, prompting him to start peeling shrimp as well. Li Qian, oh Li Qian, what are you doing? He needed to reflect, to truly ponder. Chapter 31. Dizziness from the Needle Hospital. U.S. abrasions were not severe. The nurse had cleaned the wound, applied some ointment, and affixed a waterproof dressing. After briefing Lin Hui and the assistant on the subsequent dressing changes, she moved on. Having tended to his minor injuries, Yu suggested, Lin Ge, let us check on Hou Jiayan's condition. Indeed, it is time to see, Lin Hui replied. He sent a message inquiring about Hou Jiayan and soon received a response from a staff member accompanying him, prompting several of them to ascend the stairs. Due to the severity of Hou Jiayan's sprain, he had been placed in a private room awaiting examination results. This private hospital, with its sparse clientele, offered a tranquil environment. Before they even reached the door, they could hear Hou Jiayan's cries echoing through the corridor. The commotion was anything but the demeanor of a high-born flower. Lin Hui felt a twinge of schadenfreude. His curiosity piqued, and he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the door, they discovered that Hou Jiayan was vehemently refusing to undergo acupuncture, bravely resisting against a multitude of medical staff. His complexion was alarmingly pale as he insisted, I will not have acupuncture. I demand an alternative, something in the Western style. Jiayan, do you not recall the last time you took the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medication? It caused a rash all over your body and nearly led to throat swelling, making it difficult for you to breathe, someone reminded him. Yan Yi, acupuncture will expedite your recovery. Just 3 sessions and you'll be back to filming. So please, just do it. No, absolutely not. I faint at the sight of needles. Even if you faint, it can still be done. Then just knock me out. Yinggu, please do not make it difficult for us or the doctor. Hou Jiayan's assistant cautiously suggested. How about you close your eyes? The crew members, upon noticing Lin Hui and Yuan Yu at the door, hurriedly beckoned, come. Lend us a hand in persuading him. Persuade? Everyone's just here for the spectacle. It's quite bothersome. Can you not be a bit more discreet? Hou Jiayan snapped, his wrist aching and his fear of needles amplifying his frustration, leading him to lash out indiscriminately at those present. Yuan Yu exchanged a helpless glance with Lin Hui, not wishing to let his artist suffer embarrassment, contemplated briefly before gently nudging him outside. Why not take a stroll outside? I will assist here, he proposed. With that, he donned a warm smile and entered, greeting amiably. Oh dear, what seems to be the trouble? Where is Hou Laosher's manager? He is dealing with a family matter and has taken leave, the assistant replied quietly. By the time Lin Hui reached Hou Jiayan's side, he leaned in to observe his hand. Hou Laosher, it appears your hand is more swollen than before. This seems quite serious. Let me take a look. Hou Jiayan's hand remained rigid, his eyes warily fixed on Lin Hui. It feels even more painful, he admitted. Please have a seat. We cannot simply press you down and administer treatment. Let us discuss this with the doctor calmly, shall we? Now, everyone, please give him some space. You're crowding the patient. When Lin Hui sought to exude warmth and approachability, he was unmatched. Remarkably, Hou Jiayan acquiesced and sat down. The elderly physician regarded him with a gentle smile, instructing him to lay his hand flat on the table. Fear not, Hou Laosher. The doctor will simply adjust your wrist and ease your tendons. Lin Hui assured, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, emanating a reassuring aura. Consequently, Ho Jian returned his hand to the table, and before he could gasp in pain as the doctor pressed on the swollen area, Lin Hui unexpectedly cupped his head in his embrace, shielding his eyes with both hands, ensuring he was thoroughly covered. Suddenly confronted with an invasion beyond the bounds of social distance, Ho Jian found himself paralyzed, unable to flee or remain still. Before he realized, Lin Hui had him firmly in his grasp. "You can't see, can you?" "That's right, Teacher Ho. Please remain still. We wouldn't want the needle to go awry," Lin Hui admonished. "Hey you, how could you do this?" Ho Jian attempted to struggle, but the uncertainty of not being able to see made him suspect the needle had already pierced his skin, prompting only slight, vexed movements. L'unveiling retorted, his tone as soothing as that of a capybara. "Teacher Ho, perhaps it would be best for you to relax." As Lin Hui deftly inserted slender silver needles into Ho Jian's skin, he felt a twinge of trepidation, while the others looked on with admiration, raising their hands in reverence. Ho Jian's assistant, after paying homage, captured the moment on her phone. "How long will this take?" Ho Jian wondered, convinced he had already been punctured by the needles. Although sightless, he could vividly imagine the scene, his entire body tingling and a cold sweat trickling down his brow. It won't be long now," Lin Hui replied, uncertain of the timing, but speaking with a conviction that suggested it would soon conclude. Though his words offered little clarity, Ho Jian felt a bit more at ease. The more he pondered the act of acupuncture, the more dizzying it became, prompting him to forcibly redirect his focus onto Lin Hui. The man seemed somewhat familiar. He had sensed it before, yet the memory eluded him. As he tried to recall, Ho Jian inadvertently detached himself from his fear until the hands covering his eyes were suddenly released, causing him to flinch from the light. "All done, Teacher Ho." Lin Hui chuckled lightly. "Was it painful?" Ho Jian frowned in irritation. "And who might you be?" "I am the agent for Yu and Qiao Ling. My name is Lin Hui." With that, Lin Hui released Ho Jian and gestured to his assistant. "Come, continue coordinating with the doctor. There shouldn't be any issues now, right? I will go find Yu. It is best we leave this place promptly." After Lin Hui ushered Yu out the door, he initially sat with his assistant in a chair near the entrance. Bored, he eventually suggested to his assistant that he would explore the floor. As he wandered to the far end of the clinical psychology department, he glanced at the sign. The bulletin board displayed various psychological awareness posters, piquing Yuan's curiosity as he approached to examine them closely. At that moment, the door of a nearby consultation room swung open, and a man with an indifferent expression stepped out, donning a mask and hat as he walked. His once tender and affectionate peach blossom eyes now bore a cold demeanor, swiftly obscured by the shadow of his hood. Yuan was taken aback. The man brushed past him like a gust of wind. Moments later, Yuan abruptly turned around, staring at the retreating figure in disbelief. Could it be Guanshu Qiao? Surely, I must be mistaken. Wasn't it reported that he was abroad filming? How could he possibly be here? Why is he at the psychology department? Yuan pondered, fixated on the sign for clinical psychology. Clicking footsteps approached from the other side. As Lin Hui and his assistant arrived. "What are you staring at, Yuan? Let's go. There's nothing to worry about with Ho Jian now." "Brother Lin," Yuan replied, somewhat dazed as he turned. "I'm fine. I think I just saw someone I know." Lin Hui glanced around. Concerning psychological issues, one might as well remain oblivious. It seems there are quite a number of individuals grappling with such matters these days, and feigning ignorance can be a form of kindness. Yuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Chapter 32. The film crew accident trends on social media in the vast film crew, where numerous eyes and ears abound. Despite the director's strict orders to refrain from disclosing the afternoon's incident, whispers of the event began to circulate online by nightfall. Initially, the discussions were vague and limited, but with the emergence of a confidently assertive expose on a gossip forum, public opinion was ignited. Insider report: major incident on the set of Spring in Qingxichang. The lead actor Wei has suffered severe injuries from a fall. Chaos ensued on site, and the production may be doomed. Poster: Industry Insider. LV6. Oh my goodness. I just received an urgent tip from a colleague on the front lines. A serious accident occurred during the action scenes of Spring and Qingxichang today. Ho Jian fell from a height of 5 to 6 meters while suspended, It is said that the wire suddenly snapped, leaving him incapacitated on the spot. An ambulance was immediately called, and the entire crew is in disarray. The director looks pale, and the assistant director is frantically making calls. Both Ho Jiayin and another actor, Yuan Yu, are currently in the hospital, and there are still no updates. Reliable sources indicate that the production has halted. Such alarming news instantly captivated all the online spectators, as fans and onlookers rushed to engage. What? Ho Jiayin is injured? Is this for real? This film has an investment of several hundred million. If the lead encounters a mishap, it could be catastrophic. Accidents involving wires are not unprecedented. A similar incident occurred last year on the set of Extreme Wind Speed, resulting in a settlement of several million. Oh no, please, brother, you must be all right. How could the crew be so careless with safety measures? If he has sustained spinal or head injuries, the film is essentially finished. Would fans accept a change in the lead? I am part of the lighting team. I can only say that today's scene should never have been filmed. The weather was poor and the equipment was aging, yet the director insisted on pushing forward. How absurd. Anticipating the trending topic, the negative speculations, accompanied by various expose screenshots, rapidly spread through the promotional efforts of numerous online marketing accounts. Soon, terms like Ho Jiayin severely injured in accident on the set of Spring and Qing Shichang surged to the top of the trending list. The crew's public relations team, having just clocked out, was caught off guard. Fortunately, although the negative discourse was distressing, it did not align with the truth. By effectively utilizing the situation, they could both debunk the rumors and generate buzz for the film. After venting their frustrations, the publicity team swiftly devised a response. Ho Jiayin's official fan group was the first to receive information from the studio. Once the loyal fans learned the truth, their spirits were calmed, and they promptly relayed the reassuring news to anxious casual fans. The news of their idol's safety effectively boosted morale within the fan base, redirecting their anger toward the malicious rumor-mongers. Ho Jiayin's Weibo fan count exceeded 50 million, and at least several hundred thousand fans could mobilize immediately. The active supporters became the first wave of formidable combatants in the digital arena, rallying for their idol and his work. Debunking the rumors. This is a fabrication that has emerged without any evidence, a rumor that has spiraled out of control, clearly a malicious act. The intent behind spreading such a vicious rumor is to undermine Ho Jiayin's new drama by any means necessary. Those who propagate such slander will not fare well. The situation is not nearly as exaggerated as claimed. Is the severity of the claims an attempt to curse Ho Jiayin? Observing the petty behavior of the naysayers. I have shared screenshots with the production team and the studio. They should prepare for a legal notice, and if they have the courage, they should not delete their posts. Can we refrain from spreading baseless gossip? Next door, Ho Jiayin's own video has surfaced. What does it mean to say he fell and could not move? Absurd. The individual claiming to be a lighting technician, continue your charade. You have provided screenshots to the production team. Remember that the internet is not a lawless realm. What nonsense! It is pure slander, and I am taken aback, utterly speechless at the lack of decency from the original poster. Do not believe the rumor mongers in this thread. The situation is not nearly as dire. Let us refrain from spreading rumors and await the official statement from the production team. Surely, there will be clarification soon. Those eager to spread falsehoods must be in a hurry to be reborn. A complaint has been filed, as the battle against public opinion commences across major platforms. The production team swiftly responded on their official Weibo account. Official statement regarding the incident during the filming of Spring and the Green Stream to the audience and media colleagues concerned about the Spring and the Green Stream production team. In response to the news circulating online today, April 16th, regarding the lead actor's injury from a wire fall, we hereby provide the following formal statement. On the afternoon of April 16th, during the filming, actor Ho Jiayin fell due to an unexpected equipment malfunction while executing a wire action. Thanks to the brave assistance of actor Qiao Ling, he fell onto a cushioning mat. Actor Yuan Yu, who was nearby, stumbled while dodging and sustained minor abrasions to his hand. Medical personnel on site conducted immediate preliminary examinations and promptly transported both actors to the hospital for further treatment. Following a comprehensive assessment by a professional medical team, actor Ho Jiayin has been diagnosed with a soft tissue contusion to his right wrist and a mild joint sprain. His condition is stable and does not require surgery. Actor Yuan Yu has sustained minor abrasions to his hand, which do not require stitches. The injuries to both actors do not affect the filming schedule, and claims circulating about fractures, internal injuries, spinal damage, or head trauma are not aligned with the facts. The production team has suspended all aerial scenes for the afternoon and has invited a third-party safety organization to conduct a thorough inspection of all wire equipment. We will hold those responsible for the incident accountable and will not tolerate any violations. The claims made by certain self-media accounts regarding the production team concealing injuries and halting work indefinitely are false. We reserve the right to pursue legal action. Following the release of the official statement, many of the rumor posts online were deleted or hidden. While some stubborn individuals who failed to delete their posts faced backlash from fans and netizens in the comment section. Ho Jian and Yuan Yu collaborated with the production team statement, promptly releasing their own reassuring Weibo posts. Ho Jian, everyone, please do not worry. It was just a minor incident. My wrist is slightly swollen, but it has improved significantly after treatment. I have attached a photo here for your review. I would like to extend my special thanks to Qiao Ling for his timely assistance. Lastly, let us all look forward to the official launch of Spring and the Green Stream. Yuan Yu, I appreciate the concern for my friends. Indeed, there is nothing serious. Qiao Ling, from today onwards, you shall be my superhero in my heart. Admired. Let us eagerly anticipate the official launch of Spring and the Green Stream. Lin Hui encouraged Qiao Ling to share a post. After a hearty meal, Qiao Ling returned to the hotel. How should I post? Lin Hui, how about a muscle selfie? Chapter 33. Qiao Ling's muscle photo. Lin Hui was not jesting. He believed that since Qiao Ling could effortlessly toss a heavy sponge mat several meters, he must possess a physique that is slender when clothed yet well-defined when revealed. Otherwise, it defied scientific logic. Naturally, Lin Hui did not wish for Qiao Ling to expose too much, so he promptly added a reminder to showcase your arm muscles without removing your shirt, and caption it with a message expressing anticipation for Spring and the Green Stream. Qiao Ling replied, understood. Standing before the hotel mirror, Qiao Ling rolled up his sleeves, gazing at his delicate, fair arms, and earnestly captured an image to display his muscles. Qiao Ling, let us eagerly anticipate the official launch of Spring and the Green Stream. Muscles. Muscles. The final participant arrived fashionably late, and curious netizens along with various fans swiftly flocked to Qiao Ling's Weibo, clicking on the photo to witness the acknowledged hero of the production team. In the dimly lit hotel restroom, the slender and striking youth revealed what appeared to be arms incapable of lifting a feather, his expression calm, yet serious as he tensed his almost imperceptible biceps. Is this truly a display of muscles? Netizens, go home. Child, go home. Netizens, haha, utterly adorable. Netizens, ha 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 ha. Ho Jian rushed to the Weibo of his savior, ready to retweet, but upon viewing the image, he found himself questioning reality. He stood before the mirror, comparing his arms to those of Qiao Ling in the photo, perplexed. However, it was an undeniable fact that Qiao Ling could indeed toss the sponge mat. The true masters, it seemed, often exhibit such understated appearances. With their substantial muscles merely superficial adornments, his eyes were opened. Ho Jian felt he had grasped the essence of it, and he earnestly clicked to retweet, captioning it, I shall seek to learn from the master. The official Weibo of Spring and the Green Stream also retweeted Qiao Ling's post, stating, our coolest linear low. Yuan Yu. So cool. The atmosphere, initially serious, transformed into a joyful sea due to Qiao Ling's muscle photo, amidst the large-scale expressions of gratitude from Ho Jian's fans. There also emerged numerous doubts regarding Qiao Ling's claims of valiant assistance. Everyone spoke of Qiao Ling's courageous help. I am so curious about the specifics. Can any insider share the details? 1. I'm quite curious. Bringing this up to express gratitude seems exaggerated. Waiting for some insider revelations. He looks so weak. He appears unable to arm wrestle a girl. Surely, it wasn't a matter of strength in his courageous assistance. Perhaps it was in other aspects. But I can't quite guess. At this moment, Qiao Ling's fans decisively emerged, ready to promote their long-planned advocacy. No, no, no. Who remembers that Qiao Ling's first live stream was in a warehouse moving goods? His strength was akin to that of a robot. The video serves as proof. Qiao Ling is indeed a powerhouse. Please do not mock Qiao Ling's delicate appearance. With one punch from him, you might find yourself in peril. After watching the video, the audience was amused by Qiao Ling, truly a man of extraordinary strength. I firmly believe that Qiao Ling played a crucial role in the rescue during the wire accident. The contrast between his delicate appearance and immense strength is astonishing. Who truly understands? Who could possibly resist an evening of Qiao's culinary broadcasts? The negative public sentiment has remarkably reversed within just a few hours. To shift the focus of attention online completely, the production team promptly released a second announcement on Weibo. After the storm, the light and shadow remain. Tomorrow at 1400 hours, the curtain rises. Anticipate the first teaser for the drama Spring and Qingxichang. This strategy is indeed cunning. The buzz surrounding Spring and Qingxichang has surged across the internet, surpassing the excitement of the official announcement day by double. It is foreseeable how many will eagerly await the official teaser release tomorrow. Is this timing for the teaser a genuine display of confidence? Could it be mere hype? It certainly generates a great deal of discussion. The anticipation for the teaser is palpable. This drama has been surrounded by turbulence since its announcement, gaining immense popularity. One hopes that the quality matches the fervor. Who remembers that Qiao is also releasing a teaser tomorrow? Is this a direct competition? Indeed, Qiao has been building anticipation for a week, yet its momentum was swiftly overshadowed by the excitement of Spring. Let the competition begin. However, does Spring even have the standing to compete with Qiao? One is a primetime drama, while the other is a web series. How amusing. What does a primetime drama have to be proud of? Who still watches television? Qiao is also simultaneously available on online platforms, making them natural rivals. Who stars in Qiao? I only see the promotion emphasizing its high production quality. It features Fang Zhuo, the beloved male lead from popular male-oriented novels. However, judging by the poster style, it seems quite similar to his previous roles. If we are to discuss appearances, I would choose Spring. I cannot tolerate a less attractive male attempting to exude sophistication. At least the male leads in Spring are undeniably handsome, and the narrative leans towards the female protagonist, offering visually appealing and captivating designs. Honestly, after being inundated with pretty boys, one may fail to appreciate the charm of a true man. It would be unfair to label Fang Zhuo as unattractive. Enough of that. If one finds beauty in less appealing men, the conversation will surely multiply. It's hilarious, indeed. Every admirer of Fang Zhuo feels compelled to justify his attractiveness, often resorting to the term sexy. What crime has the word sexy committed? It's absurd. Truly a clash of egos. As Qiao has taken center stage, the web drama shamelessly competing. Let the ratings battle commence. Let's focus on the viewership heat without further comment. Amidst the online commotion, the core fan group of Qiao Ling is thriving in harmony. Ruru is bubbling in the group, relaying news to the core fans. Ladies, Qiao will be in tomorrow's teaser, with at least 5 seconds of footage. Wow, I'm embracing my insider knowledge. Anticipation is high. Ruru, regarding the production, is Qiao all right? Rest assured. Qiao has heroically turned the tide. He is undeniably handsome. Though stating the situation might seem exaggerated and could be construed as boasting. At that moment, it was so sudden that everyone was taken aback. I will refrain from sharing photos or videos for now and will proceed with caution. Understood. Qiao is truly amazing. By the way, at the end of the month, there will be a fan visit event. In a few days, the studio's Weibo will announce a lottery, selecting 3 fans to attend the event. Oh my goodness. Choose me. I'm ready to spend. Don't rush. I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. For those who wish to participate, when the announcement is made tomorrow, let's elevate JoJo's visibility and create some fan art. This will enhance our chances of winning. Thank you. Understood. I will do my utmost. I'm coming for that fan visit opportunity. Chapter 34. The premiere preview goes live the following day. The crew commenced filming as per the schedule. Due to the prevailing online discourse, the atmosphere within the entire team became markedly more serious. While the principal creators were invigorated by the attention, they also felt an increased pressure. Even He, who had previously been out of sorts, shook off her lethargy, determined to reclaim her spotlight as the leading lady and not allow Hou Jiayan's popularity to overshadow her. Yesterday, due to unforeseen circumstances, Qiao Ling was unable to shoot the wire action scene, which was subsequently rescheduled after thorough safety checks. Given that Hou Jiayan had injured his wrist and could not perform strenuous movements, Director Kong modified Xian Yang's action sequences slightly, allowing Lianyu Luo to enter the frame earlier. Qiao Ling was as graceful as a fish in water on the wires, light as a swallow, reminiscent of the exquisite martial arts films from over a decade ago. Director Kong, astonished, inquired multiple times, "Have you practiced martial arts?" Qiao Ling pointed to the martial arts instructor on set, saying, "I learned from Brother Zhou." Director Kong, impressed, decided to allow Lianyu Luo to showcase more in the forthcoming action scenes. The filming progressed smoothly, with the leads so engrossed in their work that they barely noticed the release of the teaser. Xiaoya had become one of Qiao Ling's devoted fans. Starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she vigilantly monitored Weibo, rallying other fans to log on while incessantly refreshing various forums for updates. At 2:30, the moment finally arrived. Watching the numbers shift from 29 to 30, Xiaoya's spirits surged as she frantically refreshed the official page. After a brief wait, the latest teaser appeared on Weibo. Xiaoya quickly retweeted it along with topics related to Qiao Ling and Lianyu Luo, calling out across the internet before solemnly clicking to watch the preview. The inaugural teaser was merely 30 seconds long, lacking any substantial plot introduction, merely allowing all the key characters to make brief appearances. Accompanied by a melodious background score and stunning visuals, each lead was introduced in succession. Wow, the visual quality and styling were truly remarkable. As the earlier leads appeared, Xiaoya fixed her gaze, her heart racing as Qiao Ling was about to appear. Suddenly, the screen was flooded with a splash of red. As the camera panned, a tall, aloof figure came into view. The individual slightly turned their face, their brooding gaze piercing through the screen, locking onto every viewer. In that chilling moment of eye contact, the character's face was revealed, an exquisitely pale visage bearing a weary expression, a stunning appearance that left an indelible impact. The 5 seconds of footage flashed by, leaving viewers momentarily stunned. Only when the screen displayed the premiere date did Xiaoya realize she had forgotten to breathe. She covered her mouth and twisted her body in a fit of excitement at her workstation for a while before dutifully dragging the progress bar back. Playing the previous 5 seconds in slow motion, repeatedly watching the scene and frantically taking screenshots. Oh my goodness. The fan group was in a frenzy, bombarding the chat with meaningless exclamations. This pure outburst of emotion lasted for 10 minutes before other words began to emerge. Inspiration surged. "I must create art for Lianyu Luo. I shall produce content. I shall promote it. I shall stir up heat on Weibo." How fortunate we are to have such a unique beauty enter the entertainment industry. It's overwhelming. In the trailer, Lianyu Luo captivated not only her own fans, but also intrigued onlookers from the trending searches. As the topic of spring and Qing Shi Chong dominated the charts, Lianyu Luo maintained an impressive discussion rate, firmly holding her place on the trending list. Oh my, Lianyu Luo is stunning. This ghostly male aesthetic is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It resembles the enchanting spirits from tales of old. I am curious about the source of this character. Although it is merely a single shot, the anticipation is at its peak. What a breathtaking beauty. Qiao Ling is also quite remarkable, a noble gentleman. This portrayal of a refined scoundrel is simply captivating. ASD truly knows how to elevate talent. Both newcomers exhibit immense potential, paving the way for a new top-tier star. Of course, despite their frequent mentions in trending topics, Qiao Ling and Yuan Yu are merely supporting characters, with the primary acclaim largely held by Hou Jiayan and He. Even so, their presence is enough to attract many envious gazes, and subtle undercurrents are quietly brewing. Lin Hui received a message from Didi. "Didi, I heard your ex-boyfriend has been inquiring about your recent circumstances." Lin Hui frowned, feeling quite uneasy. "Lin Hui, what nonsense. Didi, he knows you signed with ASD. I wonder if he will reach out again. TSK. Lin Hui. I've blocked and deleted him entirely. There's no way for him to contact me. Didi. I can't wait to see the ensuing drama. His project Guangling Ku is set to clash with Spring and Qingxichang. Lin Hui. I just noticed that too. But since he likes Hou Jiayin, I doubt he would care much about this rivalry. Didi. I don't believe that. There's bound to be plenty of entertainment ahead. Didi. By the way, seeing Hou Jiayin every day on set doesn't make you want to confront him, does it? At Didi's question, Lin Hui recalled the moment today when Hou Jiayin had actively greeted and thanked her on set. Awkward yet somewhat endearing. Her previous resentment had dissipated completely. She felt it was unjust that Hou Jiayin had been used as a reason for her breakup with Feng Zhuo. That scoundrel Feng Zhuo. Even his excuses for parting were so malicious. Lin Hui. Do I seem like that kind of person? He hasn't even started a relationship with that jerk. Even if he did, I wouldn't blame anyone but myself for my earlier blindness. Didi, a true man. Lin Hui. All right, enough gossip. Lin Hui. Didn't you mention that Yin Zong will be visiting the set? When is that happening? Didi. Originally, I was supposed to go today. But President Yin suddenly had an urgent matter in Country M, and it's uncertain when he will return. Larry, understood. When Qiao Ling and Yu finished a scene and took a breather, Lin Hui looked up at them and said, President Yin has matters to attend to, so he went to be visiting today. Qiao Ling was taken aback. Not coming? He felt a twinge of disappointment and turned to glance at Yu, who appeared lost and forlorn, as if he had lost his soul the moment the scene wrapped. Setting aside his own discontent, Qiao Ling curiously leaned in. Yu, what is the matter with you today? Yu snapped back to reality, took the water cup handed to him by his assistant, and took a sip to mask his discomfort. What's wrong? Lin Hui surmised that Yu's unusual demeanor was linked to the acquaintance he had encountered at the hospital, and he attempted to shift the topic. It's probably just the heat. It's stifling, and it feels like a storm is brewing. Fortunately, it won't rain now. The weather forecast says it will be the day after tomorrow. Yu naturally picked up the conversation. By then, we should have wrapped up the first 2 episodes. I heard there will be a celebratory dinner before the premiere. Chapter 35. The system causes trouble. The RAG task. Congratulations, host. Task progress. 35. Stage task points. 400. On the day the first 2 episodes wrapped, the long silent system notification chimed again. Having learned from the previous experience of competing with the system, Qiao Ling immediately absorbed the points as soon as they were credited. However, this time the system had been lying in wait, eager to claim its share. Without uttering a word, it unleashed all its energy to compete with Qiao Ling, adopting a strategy of mutual detriment. If you don't fare well, neither shall I. In mere seconds, the points that had just been credited were completely devoured. Ultimately, the system held a natural advantage in point acquisition, successfully seizing half of the energy this time. The originally insufficient 400 points barely made a dent, and the Wangchong consumed the 200 points with discontent, feeling only a surge of provocation-fueled anger. After securing 200 points, the system was in high spirits, speaking with an oddly excited tone. Unless you say I don't help you earn points, I will soon trigger a lucrative points task for you. Just wait. Qiao Ling detected a strong undercurrent of malice in its words, instantly heightening his sense of alertness. He speculated that the system intended to teach him a harsh lesson this time, seeking to reclaim its prior losses. What kind of situation would the system's so-called lucrative points task entail? The Wangchong, having only felt such a strong sense of threat once before, when on the verge of starvation after birth, was both apprehensive and exhilarated, a smirk tugging at the corners of its mouth, awaiting developments. On the day of the crew's celebratory dinner, the production team spared no expense for their first large-scale gathering since joining the set, reserving the grand banquet hall of the most luxurious restaurant near the filming location for the celebration. With the premiere of Spring and Qingxichang just days away, this gathering also served to invite good fortune before the show's debut. Attendees included not only the crew, but also several behind-the-scenes sponsors and advertisers. Lin Hui presented Qiao Ling with a casual suit. I secured your first endorsement, so take advantage of these 2 days to sign the contract and schedule the filming materials. What is the endorsement for? Milk. Lin Hui retrieved a box of milk from his pocket, stating, This is it, a venerable brand with an impeccable reputation. It has never employed a spokesperson before, and soon your visage will grace this very box. Upon seeing it, Qiao Ling recognized it as the same milk that Yin Jingsong had once offered him at the airport. Immediately, he felt a fondness for the endorsement, exclaiming, "I like this milk. As long as you like it, change your clothes," Lin Hui replied, shifting the conversation to the evening's gathering. "There will certainly be alcohol. Just pretend to drink a little, but don't be too sincere. If someone toasts you, return the gesture, and otherwise, focus on your meal." Qiao Ling took this advice to heart and diligently adhered to it during the dinner. However, his hearty appetite drew the attention of others at the table, inspiring them to indulge as well. Laughter erupted as everyone was swept up in Qiao Ling's enthusiasm for food. Director Kong set down his chopsticks, patting his protruding belly, and remarked, "Look at us. We truly came here to eat. Come, let us raise a glass together." Everyone responded in kind, lifting their glasses as the toasting commenced. Several lead and supporting actors stood to toast, and initially, Qiao Ling grimaced at the taste of the liquor. Yet after a few more glasses, he began to savor the lingering flavor of the white spirit, drawing attention to his changing demeanor, which led him to be singled out for more drinks. Due to a previous incident involving a wire rescue, Qiao Ling had garnered considerable popularity among the crew, prompting many to partake in the merriment of toasting him. Yuan Yu and Ho Jian tried to intervene on his behalf twice, only to find themselves ensnared as well. Lin Hui, having received a call from his ex-boyfriend, had stepped out to argue and was unable to assist Qiao Ling, thus missing the unfolding events. Qiao Ling, resembling a bottomless vessel, consumed a significant amount of alcohol, remaining unfazed and only slightly flushed, his features becoming increasingly striking, captivating those who were seeing him for the first time. Among the attendees was an investor named Yao Chi-ho, a dark-complexioned, burly man with a volatile temperament. Known for his lecherous nature, he often exploited his power to toy with attractive young stars in the entertainment industry. His predilections were well known, and while consensual encounters were one thing, his penchant for aggression and ruthless tactics earned him a notoriously bad reputation. Yao Chi-ho's gaze fell upon Qiao Ling, igniting a carnal desire within him. Upon learning that Qiao Ling was merely a fledgling artist under ASD Entertainment, destined for minor roles and lacking substantial backing, his interest intensified. From a distance, Yao Chi-ho's lustful, murky eyes fixated on Qiao Ling's visage, as if he wished to devour him whole. As the alcohol gradually dulled the senses, Qiao Ling began to feel a light-headed dizziness from the copious amounts he had consumed. He felt a warmth enveloping his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the stifling heat of the banquet hall left him gasping for air. He tugged at his collar, unfastening 2 buttons, his flushed complexion radiating down from his neck, a sight so vibrant it was difficult to look away. "I need to step outside for some fresh air," he murmured to himself, surveying the lively surroundings before rising to leave. Strange. The floor felt soft and fluffy beneath his feet, akin to walking on cotton. He found his steps unusually light, an amusing sensation indeed. With a joyful stride, Qiao Ling meandered through an S-shaped path. Observing the beautiful Yao Chi closely, he felt a surge of delight and followed in the direction from which Qiao had departed. Trigger, side quest, cloth task. Completing this task yields 2,000 points. Failure will result in a single electric shock punishment. As Qiao Ling wandered through the corridor, weaving back and forth, the heat compelled him to loosen a few buttons. Upon hearing the system's prompt in his mind, he paused, his heart racing. The system was evidently waiting for him here. What did the cloth task entail? Such generous points, yet a punishment of electric shock for failure? Was this the system's method of reclaiming control? Surrounded by emptiness, he saw no one, leaving him to ponder the origin and trigger of the task. Though his mind remained relatively clear, the alcohol had dulled his body's responsiveness. Sensing impending trouble, he reached for his phone, intending to contact Lin Hui or his assistant to arrange a return to his hotel. Yet, at the moment he retrieved his phone, the system's voice echoed with malicious glee. Host intoxicated, bodily assistance activated, consuming 100 points. Confirmed. Buzz. Qiao Ling's body was manipulated by an inexplicable force, causing his phone to slip from his grasp. The kingworm, filled with anger and fear, sank its teeth into the flesh of his heart. Although pain coursed through him, he could not immediately reclaim his autonomy from this unknown power. His fingers merely twitched in a futile struggle. He watched helplessly as his feet turned, redirecting him towards the rooftop terrace. Chapter 36. A storm approaches. The wrath of the kingworm. The air had been stifling for several days, heavy with humidity, and the evening breeze felt damp as if he were swimming through vapor. Ominous clouds loomed overhead, with distant thunder rumbling. A storm was imminent. Qiao Ling stumbled onto the vast terrace, his emotions now tempered. While he continued to wrest control of his body, he also sought to discern the lesson the system intended to impart. He still had the presence of mind to jest or provoke the system, willing to expend 100 points. Are you truly that incensed? What? Do you not wish to earn 2,000 points? This task is quite advantageous. You will enjoy it. The system's tone bore disturbingly human-like malice. If it's those 2,000 points, I might generously share the bulk with you. No need for thanks. What sort of task could bring such delight to the system? Qiao Ling admitted to feeling a burgeoning curiosity. Clang! The door behind him was forcefully pushed open. Qiao Ling heard footsteps and heavy breathing. Someone was approaching. An unsettling aura enveloped a small area around him. His rigid body turned, and at last, he beheld the newcomer, a greasy, portly man with an unsavory visage. With murky eyes scanning him from head to toe, the man chuckled lewdly. You are Qiao Ling, yes? Want to thrive in this circle? Come with me. I can elevate you. Ignoring me? Yao Qiho, the stout man, gazed at the beautiful woman before him, her cold demeanor igniting a tumult of heat and fury within him. He felt as though Qiao Ling's gaze was a mockery aimed squarely at his being. What do you mean by staring at me in silence? He thought, his vocal cords straining against the impulse to hurl invectives at her. You wretched pig. Qiao Ling's fingers twitched, her eyes narrowing with an unfriendly glare directed at Yao Qiho. In the dim light of night, the flicker of her pupils was almost ethereal. What could this person possibly want? Did this menial task involve him? He was truly an eyesore. Yao Qiho, unnerved by her chilling stare, felt a shiver race down his spine, his inebriation dissipating. Yet, in the next moment, his body instinctively recoiled in fear, fueling an even more intense rage within him. His pride wounded, his anger surged forth like a raging tide. His face flushed an angry crimson, and like a bull, he charged at the little star, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap, his mouth spewing vile curses. What do you think you are, daring to challenge me? Qiao Ling could not evade the slap. Crashing to the ground with a split lip, her ears ringing, her elbows scraping against the rough surface, blood oozing profusely. Yao Qiho, still unsatisfied after the slap, proceeded to kick her twice more with such ferocity that he nearly toppled backward himself. The one-sided assault rendered the Wang Chong motionless for a time, the controlled human form curling up defensively. Within the frail heart of the minuscule insect, an underdeveloped pheromone gland unconsciously secreted a distinct pheromone unique to Wang Chong amidst the quiet fury. The pheromone mingled with blood, exploding into the air, the night breeze carrying the damp molecules away. Are you frightened? Turn around, let me see. With his anger spent, Yao Qiho's demeanor shifted, a lecherous smile creeping across his face. After a moment's pause, Qiao Ling slowly turned over from the ground, propping herself up, her eyes fixed on Yao Qiho, red-rimmed and radiating an icy chill. Under the rooftop lights, her ethereal pallor contrasted starkly with the clear imprint of his brutal slap etched upon her delicate face, the flesh at her mouth slightly torn. Yao Qiho, mesmerized by her appearance, felt an urge to close the distance. Qiao Ling's fingers stirred amidst the pool of blood. In that instant, he grasped the malevolence of the system. So this was the nature of the so-called menial task. System, you truly deserve condemnation. Having endured a slap, a fall, and several kicks, the cascade of pain liberated her from the effects of alcohol. Qiao Ling regained control over her limbs, taking deep breaths and revealing a sinister smile towards Yao Qiho. Buzzing sounds erupted from several kilometers away, as an enormous hornet's nest unleashed a swarm of bees. The mass resembling a dark cloud of impending doom, surging against the wind. Did Guan Shu Qiao catch a whiff of sweetness or the metallic scent of blood? Outside, the air was stifling, soaked with the heaviness of sweat, each breath laden with a sticky weight. Within the confines of the air-conditioned vehicle, an unexpected fragrance infiltrated his nostrils. It was not the scent of flowers or rain, but something more elusive, more ineffable. Was it emotion? It seemed to be anger. Due to this overwhelming anger, he experienced an unprecedented agony, as though his heart was being tightly squeezed. Had his mental issues worsened? Guan Shuqiao lowered the car window, seemingly enchanted, searching for the sudden signals that lingered in the air. The medication pamphlet starkly warned, abnormal olfactory sensations may herald the deterioration of one's condition. Yet, the rational caution felt utterly feeble at this moment, as his body had already taken the initiative. He had to seek, he had to find. Find what? He knew not, but he was determined to locate the source of the signal. Guan Shuqiao himself could not comprehend his actions. He drove aimlessly until, at a certain moment, he abruptly halted, leaping out of the car and gazing upwards at the indigo and cloud-laden night sky. Where could it be? Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the rooftop of a nearby restaurant. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards it. Li Qianan was seized by a sudden, intense palpitation, the phantom pain from a week-old thumb bite piercing through him like a needle, causing his pen to slip from his hand. Odd, why this sudden unease? As he examined the bite marks, the visage of Qiao Ling emerged in his mind, prompting him to instinctively message her. Where are you? On set? Is it convenient to take a voice call? Naturally, there was no reply. Li Qianan began to repeatedly dial her number. The absence of a response only intensified his anxiety. He stared anxiously at his fingers, and for a fleeting moment, the bite mark erupted, gushing blood into his eyes. He recoiled, only to realize it was an illusion. It felt so real, as though he had truly lost his mind. His temples throbbed, the sound of blood surging in his eardrums melding with distant thunder. Li Qianan stood frozen for several seconds before dialing Yuan Yu's number. No answer. In the banquet hall, Yuan Yu's phone vibrated within his assistant's bag, muffled by the raucous music and the chatter of mingling guests. Damn! Who else could he contact to ascertain Qiao Ling's situation? He must be losing his sanity. He had to reach someone close to Qiao Ling as soon as possible. At the airport, Yin Jingsong, weary, settled into the car that had come to fetch him. The family matters he had dealt with over the past few days had left him in a dire mood, and even upon returning home, he felt their weight. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID as Li Qianan. After adjusting his demeanor, he answered, "Hello, this is Yin Jingsong." Li Qianan cut straight to the chase. Qiao Ling is under your management, right? Please give me her manager's contact. Qiao Ling? Yin Jingsong had not anticipated that Li Qianan sought him for this reason, and an involuntary wave of displeasure surged within him. Why was he so frantic to contact Qiao Ling's manager? What had transpired? Li Qianan, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, I don't know. I feel Qiao Ling is in danger. He might be at risk, I don't know. I need to get in touch with him. Yin Jingsong succinctly ended the call. I will contact you shortly. Damn it. Li Qianan stared at the hung-up phone, snatched up his car keys, and dashed out the door. Chapter 37. The Intent to Kill, Electric Punishment. Yao Qi let out a piercing scream. 5 minutes ago, Qiao Ling extended his hands to him with a smile. A gesture devoid of any threat. Honest, open, welcoming, alluring. Yao Qi was entranced, leaping into this phantasm. Then, the illusion revealed its horrifying fangs, slender. Pale fingers transformed into venomous stingers, effortlessly sliding into the crevices of his shoulder bones, as if piercing through soft, boneless tofu, causing him to feel no pain. The speed was nearly inhuman, the icy hand burrowing deeply into warm flesh, leveraging its force to nimbly leap and coil around his spine, driving him down onto the concrete floor like a lifeless pig. A dull thud resounded, mingling with the sound of shattered teeth and bones. After a prolonged moment, a wretched howl, unrecognizable as human, slowly emerged from the gaping wound. The system's cold notification activated the next second. Ding. Mission failed. Mission failed. Mission failed. An electric shock punishment will commence for 1 minute. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Qiao Ling trembled violently, letting out a piercing scream. A violent current surged from his bones. This was not merely pain, neither a cut nor a burn, but a far more brutal, tearing sensation that transcended the corporeal. It felt as though a heated wire had been thrust directly into his spine, viciously twisting at the nerve endings, causing his muscles to tighten to their utmost limits. Fingers spasming into claws, nails digging deeply into the flesh beneath him. This unprecedented torment nearly rendered him unconscious, physiological tears streaming down his face. The agony stripped Wang Chong of his last vestiges of reason. He seized the hair of the person beneath him, slamming their head against the ground repeatedly. Qiao Ling, you've lost your mind. The system screamed in terror. If you kill him, you'll ruin the entire mission. What are you doing? Stop now. Get away from here. Bang, bang, bang. Qiao Ling remained deaf to the pleas, even as electric shocks caused his eyes to roll back. He refused to release his grip on the hair, the heavy head striking the concrete with a rhythm akin to a basketball bouncing. Guan Shu Qiao, upon reaching the rooftop, beheld this scene reminiscent of a murder tableau. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, enveloping the slender figure in his embrace, dragging him backward. The person in his arms convulsed violently, and Guan Shu Qiao detected the intoxicating scent of blood, inciting a fierce urge to kill towards the unknown being lying on the ground, teetering between life and death. Damn it, is that thing the source of your suffering? It's all right, it's all right. Guan Shu Qiao turned him to face himself, concerned that the convulsing form might bite their own tongue. He firmly grasped the chin, attempting to secure the teeth. In the light, he discerned Qiao Ling's battered face, drenched in tears. Qiao Ling gazed at him with eyes nearly dripping blood, unfocused, teeth chattering, resembling a vibrant demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Was it you who hurt him? The grip of Guan Shu Qiao suddenly loosened, his sorrowful peach blossom eyes gazing at the swollen, bloodied marks on the man's cheek, as if any further pressure would shatter that visage before him like fragile porcelain. He was on the verge of tears. Before he could react further, a dangerous buzzing sound whizzed past his head, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he seized Qiao Ling and swiftly dodged. A swarm of dark clouds in the form of bees swept overhead, bringing with it a chilling gale that tousled his hair with its menacing force. He was not the target of the swarm. The venomous bees, viciously united, surged as a formidable entity, crashing down upon the man still writhing on the ground. Yao Chiho did not even have time to scream before being enveloped by a horrifying mass of stinging insects, a terrifying legion of bees surrounding him, mercilessly attacking the loathsome flesh. Guardians, vengeance, enemies. The bees were consumed by a fervent desire for retribution, willing to sacrifice their lives. Cold sweat trickled down Guan Shu Qiao's back as he struggled to believe the grotesque scene unfolding before him, a nightmare that was both absurd and terrifying. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight in his arms. Looking down, he saw the pale, pitiful youth had regained calmness, sweetly unconscious in his embrace. Blood at the corner of his mouth, his limbs limply hanging. Guan Shu Qiao's breath caught in his throat, and instinctively, he pried open Qiao Ling's lips and teeth, his fingertips anxiously exploring until he confirmed that the soft, damp tongue was not severely injured, allowing him to exhale in relief. Just a minor wound. He must have fainted from exhaustion. Guan Shu Qiao took a slow, deep breath, quickly reaching a decision. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, calmly issuing his orders. An incident has occurred. Come pick me up. At XXXXXX. After hanging up, he effortlessly cradled Qiao Ling in his arms and cast one last glance at the horrific scene before hastily departing. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky. The torrential rain began to pour. The deluge instantly washed away the bloodstains on the rooftop, the crimson liquid merging with the rainwater into pools and streams, carrying the corpses of the bees along the drainage. The remaining swarm quietly sheltered under the eaves, their vengeful gazes fixed upon the grotesquely swollen, lifeless mass in the rain. Lin Hui angrily ended the call with Feng Zhua, blocking the unfamiliar number. What a nuisance. I shouldn't have answered that call, disgusting. What do you mean I deliberately approached Ho Jiayin to win him back? Is that supposed to be revenge? Am I dreaming? Just as his irritation peaked, his phone rang again, and he was ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon seeing the name of the caller, he stood at attention. "Hello, General Yin. Where is Qiao Ling?" "Qiao Ling?" "He is in the banquet hall. At today's feast for the crew." Lin Hui hurriedly made his way to the banquet hall, sensing that something was amiss from Yin Jingsung's tone. Rounding a corner, he collided headlong with the unexpected figure of Ho Jiayin. "Damn it!" Lin Hui stared in disbelief at Ho Jiayin. "When did he arrive here?" Ho Jiayin hesitated. Words caught in his throat. Yin Jingsung's voice, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority, pressed on. "Is he by your side? I cannot reach him by phone." "What is wrong, Lin Hui?" Lin Hui, taken aback by Yin Jingsung's demeanor, momentarily disregarded Ho Jiayin. "Please hold on, Mr. Yin. Let me check." He swiftly made his way to the banquet hall, scanning for Qiao Ling's presence. Where on earth is he? Panic surged within him as he seized Decay. Where is Qiao Ling? Decay scratched his head. "I think Brother Qiao went to the restroom." "Don't jest," Lin Hui retorted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Hurry, find Qiao Ling Yuan Yu." Having overheard the commotion, stumbled over, slightly inebriated. His gaze filled with concern for Lin Hui's pallor. "What is the matter, Brother Lin? Have you seen Qiao Ling?" "Yes, he was just over there." Meanwhile, Yin Jingsung's vehicle sped towards the filming location, his expression darkening as he listened to the conversation unfolding on the other end of the line. 10 minutes later, Lin Hui's voice, laced with urgency, came through. "Mr. Yin, we haven't located Qiao Ling. We only found his phone. I'll dispatch someone to the hotel immediately. And others are searching for him as well. Let us keep this quiet." A sense of foreboding gripped Yin Jingsung as he coldly commanded, "Initiate a discreet search among our people. Do not allow word to spread that I am en route. I will arrive in approximately 2 hours." "Understood. I will inform you the moment we have news." Chapter 38. Carnage. "I shall rend you to shreds." Guan Shuaqiao, while walking, waved a fragile form in his arms, feeling as if he were cradling a mere wisp of paper. There was not an ounce of excess flesh. The skin was alarmingly thin, the bones delicate, offering no indication of the brutal force that had pinned him down. The body was as cold as if it had been pulled from a glacier, stirring unease within him. Exiting the restaurant through a back escape route, he swiftly entered a black sedan that had just arrived. The door closed, and like a specter, the car vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. Wang Chung had not truly fainted. Instead, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the system. At this juncture, the system finally realized that the entity it had bound was not a true human, but rather an alien organism that had usurped its place. "What are you? You're not Qiao Ling. This body has completely merged with me. I am not Qiao Ling. What about you?" Wang Chung had previously sensed the electronic tendrils of the system, but due to insufficient energy, he was unable to confront it. Now, pushed to the brink, he unleashed a violent assault on the system. The system felt part of its data tendrils being forcefully pulled towards the heart, struggling in horror. "What do you intend to do? You cannot harm me. I warn you, I can unleash another electric shock." "You can, but you do not," indicating either a lack of points for redemption or reluctance to exchange. Wang Chung opened his mouth, biting down on the captured system's form, tearing with ferocity. "Mop task! Mop task! Wretched mop, you shall be shredded to pieces." The system realized that its binding was indeed beginning to flicker with alarm under the relentless tearing and consumption. No longer concerned with the meager points accumulated, the creature, though incapable of severing its connection to the human form, inflicted further damage upon the already compromised database. 50 points deducted, 30 seconds of electric punishment confirmed. About to commence. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. "Go ahead, shock me. You cannot kill me." Inside the car, Guan Shuqiao held Qiao Ling tightly in his embrace, meticulously cleaning the bloodied hands with a damp tissue. The fingers were remarkably beautiful, yet the blood between them proved resistant to removal, as if it had burrowed deep into the flesh. As he wiped along the fingers, the skin felt as smooth and cold as jade, compelling him to touch it, only to be confronted with Qiao Ling's mangled, dirt-streaked elbows, causing him to halt momentarily, his brow furrowing deeply. Suddenly, the person in his arms convulsed anew. In Guan Shu Qiao's eyes, Qiao Ling's body stiffened abruptly, a muffled cry of agony escaping his throat. Contorting his form like a bow drawn in pain, he instinctively pressed Qiao Ling down, gripping both of his wrists with one hand while forcing his palm over Qiao Ling's mouth, only to feel the skin break under the bite. He could distinctly see the faint blue currents of electricity surging beneath Qiao Ling's pale skin, a shared prickling sensation transmitting through their touching flesh. "Damn it," Guan Shuqiao murmured uncertainly. "How long until we arrive?" The silent driver glanced at the rearview mirror, replying soon. A terrified scream shattered the tranquility of the restaurant. A cleaner, who had been inspecting the rooftop drainage system, tumbled down in a panic, shouting, "There's a dead person. Call the police." The waitstaff heard the commotion, and nearby patrons began to emerge, intrigued. "What? What happened? Who's dead? Where?" "On the rooftop. There's a dead body." The news, whispered in a scandalous tone, reached the banquet hall, where the guests remained indifferent, dismissing it as mere gossip. However, Lin Hui's legs turned to jelly, and Decay and Ro swiftly supported him, their expressions pale as they sensed the disturbance surrounding Qiao Ling's whereabouts. "Brother Lin, what is going on?" Lin Hui stammered. "This can't be true. Look, we should check with General Yin first." No. We must inform Yuan you had already been concerned about Qiao Ling's location." And upon seeing Lin Hui's distraught demeanor from a distance, his anxiety grew. Just then, Yuan Yu's assistant handed him his phone, whispering, "I just noticed Director Li has called you several times. I wonder if it's urgent?" Li Qianen's behavior was unusually alarming. Typically, even if Yuan Yu missed a call due to his busy schedule, he would only call once. The fact that he had called multiple times startled Yuan Yu, prompting him to step into the corridor to return the call. "What is the matter, brother? Do you know where Qiao Ling is?" Li Qianen's car had been forced to slow down amid the torrential rain, the temporary driver cursing under his breath at the road conditions, while Li Qianen fidgeted in the back seat. "Why is everyone searching for Qiao Ling?" Yuan Yu sensed the urgency in Li Qianen's voice, unsure whether to be astonished or worried. Since when had Li Qianen developed a connection with Qiao Ling? At that moment, a fervent passerby rushed past Yuan Yu. "Oh my, I heard someone died on the rooftop." Yuan Yu, quick-witted, grabbed the individual. "What do you mean someone died?" "I don't know. I was just about to go see the commotion. They say a man died upstairs." Li Qian's breath nearly caught his throat. "Yuan Yu, brother, don't panic. I'll go ask." Yuan Yu had never witnessed Li Qian display such uncontrolled emotion. He did not hang up the phone and hurriedly sought out Lin Hui. Lin Hui and two assistants of Qiao Ling were rushing towards the rooftop. "Brother Lin, where are you headed?" Lin Hui, his voice trembling, explained the situation. "In any case, we need to check it out before the police arrive. I'm coming with you." Yuan Yu followed him as they dashed toward the rooftop. The rooftop was currently restricted by the restaurant security, and Lin Hui had only managed to secure a fleeting opportunity to take a look. After approximately 5 minutes, he emerged, drenched and squeezed out of the crowd surrounding the rooftop, retching several times, his face pale as if he had survived a catastrophe. Yuan Yu anxiously patted his back. "Brother Lin, what is going on?" No. Lin Hui's words nearly brought tears to the eyes of those present, and curious passers-by attempted to gather closer to hear the details. The group hurried to an unoccupied area, finding a booth to close the door. "I don't know who was up there, but the body was stung beyond recognition. It was so disgusting I felt like dying. Thank heavens. Judging by the clothes and hair, it wasn't Qiao Ling." "What? Stung to death by bugs?" Decay and Ro exclaimed in disbelief. "It seems so. There were swarms of bees under the eaves, absolutely everywhere. The entire wall was black. I swear, once I realized what I was seeing, I nearly fainted. The security guarding the rooftop dare not approach, so I thought, what the hell, it's pouring rain, they 1T chase me. And I went closer with my flashlight to look at the person lying there. Ugh. I swear I'll have nightmares about that image." As Lin Hui spoke, he was unable to suppress his retching. Ro, both relieved and worried, began to cry. But where did Brother Qiao go? He left his phone outside. Ugh. On the other end of the phone, Li Qian tossed his device aside in frustration. Both sides were at an impasse. Wang Chong was electrocuted for the second time. nearly incapacitated by the shock. While the system was damaged from Wang Chang's attack, the remaining points could not support any further actions, forcing it to retreat and hide, immediately entering a dormant state. In the short term, it would be incapable of seeking similar opportunities again. Trembling pitifully, Wang Chong wedged himself into the crevice of his heart, using his last ounce of strength to open his eyes and observe the situation outside. Is this person the male protagonist? Qiao Ling weakly glanced at Guan Shu Qiao, seemingly tasting the sweet, metallic blood flowing with energy. He loosened his jaw, dazed, and took a sip. This is the flavor. His head tilted, and he truly lost consciousness this time. Chapter 39. The Master Storyteller. The film Emperor Qiao Ling awoke again 2 hours later. The first sensation he experienced was pain. His face hurt, his mouth hurt, his stomach hurt, his hands hurt, and his back ached as well. The fragile moments of life as a bug. He opened his round, dark eyes and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. It appeared to be a bedroom, illuminated by soft, gentle light. Faintly, he could hear hushed conversations outside the door, while the louder sounds of thunder and lightning echoed from the storm raging outside. As he sat up in silence, he made another startling discovery. Qiao Ling realized he had been changed into a fresh set of clothes, feeling clean and revitalized. Yet a needle was still inserted in the back of his hand, the sensation of it piercing his vein quite unpleasant. He reached for the extraneous foreline, intending to remove it. "Don't move," called Guan Shu Qiao, who had just entered the room, halting his actions. Guan Shu Qiao hurried over, grasping Qiao Ling's hand where the four was attached and gently pushing aside his restless fingers. Fortunately, it hasn't shifted. There is still a bit left to finish. It's for anti-inflammation. Truly, he was the male protagonist. Qiao Ling scrutinized Guan Shu Qiao, taking in his face and hands. Guan Shu Qiao naturally lifted his gaze, offering a smile that radiated charm. His high nose bridge and slightly sunken eye sockets framed eyes reminiscent of amber, imbued with warmth and a hint of humor. The mere sight of him softened anyone's demeanor. As Qiao Ling's furrowed brow relaxed and his eyes drifted downwards, he noticed the bandaged left hand of Guan Shu Qiao, the wound beneath the bandage exuding a familiar scent of energy. It was a mark he had inflicted upon himself. In a short span, he had bitten 2 male leads. He parted his lips, his voice hoarse. "Where am I?" Guan Shu Qiao adjusted the pillow behind him, steadying his shoulder, and handed him a cup of warm water, demonstrating meticulous care. "You're in a safe place." Qiao Ling inquired. "Did you see everything?" Guan Shu Qiao replied, "Well, a little bit." Qiao Ling's memory halted at the first electric shock. After that jolt, he had been wholly engaged in battling the system, leaving him with no recollection of subsequent events. He took a sip of the water Guan Shu Qiao had offered and discovered it was sweetened with sugar. Promptly drinking it all, the sugary liquid aggravating the pain at his injured lip. After finishing the sweet water, Qiao Ling, still holding a grudge, continued to question. "What about that dead pig?" "Presumably, it has met its end," Guan Shu Qiao said, reclining elegantly in the chair beside the bed, his legs crossed, eyes twinkling with mirth. "I cannot confirm the current state of Mr. Dead Pig. One might assume he is suffering justly for his misdeeds. May he find peace in his journey." Though his words seemed vicious, they were delivered with a delightful eloquence. Over the past few days, Qiao Ling had gleaned some understanding of the laws of the human world, such as the prohibitions against running red lights and committing murder. He tilted his head uncertainly. "Am I responsible? Have you encountered him?" Guan Shu Qiao asked. Qiao Ling replied, Enko untut? No, you haven't seen him." Guan Shu Qiao raised a finger, shaking it with a serious demeanor. "You don't know that Dead Pig's name is Yao Chi Ho. You have no impression of him. There were simply too many people at the crew gathering." "I truly do not know, but how do you?" Qiao Ling listened intently to the tale Guan Shu Qiao was weaving. "You, having indulged in libations this evening, stepped outside for fresh air and fortuitously encountered me. Our eyes met, and an immediate connection ignited between us, prompting an instant decision to share a splendid and romantic night together. I led you to my private abode, where I possess certain rough predilections. Inadvertently, I may have exerted too much force, leading you to retaliate by biting me in anger. Nevertheless, the evening remained delightful. As for the events that transpired on the rooftop, and who may have met their demise, that remains a mystery to you. Guan Shuqiao's deceptively charming exterior and captivating voice render even the most outlandish statements he makes remarkably credible, particularly if one were not privy to the truth. With a blink of his eyes, Qiao Ling gazed sincerely into Guan Shuqiao's eyes, marveling at his storytelling prowess. Is that truly the case? To convince everyone, I require you to leave some marks upon me. Would you mind? Guan Shuqiao loosened his collar, playfully gesturing towards his neck, yet his demeanor exuded no frivolity. What marks? The innocent little creature harbored little understanding, interpreting it through his own lens. Do you want me to bite you? So, you enjoy being bitten? Guan Shuqiao seemed to ponder this notion, nodding slightly. Could you perhaps bite a little softer? I fear pain. There was an unsettling tension in the air, thick and palpable. Qiao Ling, perplexed, asked, "Wait, why are you assisting me?" Guan Shuqiao cradled his face in his hands, his voice softening. I know you, Qiao Ling. I am your admirer. Qiao Ling felt that his lines had been usurped by the leading man. In the scenario he had envisioned, he should have boldly approached Guan Shuqiao and proclaimed, "Cinematic Emperor, I am your fan." But now, was this indeed the case? Observing Qiao Ling's skeptical expression, Guan Shuqiao stifled his smile. Truly, I have watched your live streams. I even had Amanda from GM Entertainment reach out to you, but at that time, you mentioned you had already signed with ASD. Qiao Ling recalled the phone call he received on the day of signing, incredulous. GM Entertainment has connections with you? Guan Shuqiao replied. Few are aware that I am a major stakeholder behind the scenes. I possess quite an array of ventures, by the way. I am Guan Shuqiao. You know me, don't you? His assertion carried an air of confidence, one substantiated by his renown. The inadequate system, lacking in comprehensive details, left Qiao Ling with a complex array of emotions, yet he recited his prepared lines. Of course, I am your fan. You little deceiver. Guan Shuqiao's enchanting eyes sparkled with warmth. How wonderful. Qiao Ling felt a twinge of discomfort, lowering his gaze to his pristine nails. Are you truly willing to assist me? Fear not. That dead pig will not have any lingering effects on you. Guan Shuqiao suddenly leaned closer to the edge of the bed, gazing up at Qiao Ling in a gentle manner. What did he intend to do to you? Qiao Ling stared at him, dazed. He aimed to employ violence to achieve nefarious ends. Guan Shuqiao's gaze deepened, a frown of concern creasing his brow. Indeed, that is egregious. Qiao Ling responded. I do not comprehend. Guan Shuqiao inquired. Do you not understand? Qiao Ling replied, you. Qiao Ling turned to gaze at the liquid in the forebag. Unconvinced that this fluid would yield any immediate therapeutic effect upon infusion into his body. You leave me perplexed, he remarked. Guan Shuqiao remained silent for a moment. Our feelings towards each other seem quite similar, he finally replied. Their peculiar encounter, the unconventional unfolding of events, the scenes that defied scientific rationale, and the illogical impulses of emotion that even he could not justify, all contributed to the surreal atmosphere. Just moments ago, Guan Shuqiao had taken an additional dose of the medication prescribed by his psychologist, ensuring that he could sit here with a semblance of calm. As he ingested the pill, he found himself momentarily questioning whether his condition had worsened. Once the pill was swallowed, he hoped all hallucinations would dissipate, and that everything occurring tonight was merely a figment of his frenzied imagination. Yet, as the medication began to take effect and his cognitive functions dulled, the reality of what he saw upon entering the bedroom remained undeniable. For several seconds, Guan Shuqiao's gaze became vacant. Suddenly, Qiao Ling reached out and roughly removed the foreneedle. Blood droplets emerging from the puncture on the back of his hand as he pressed it against the astonished Guan Shuqiao. Thank you for helping me, he said. Chapter 40. Bad Boy. It hurts Qiao Ling did not wish to dwell on whether the current developments adhered to reason. The small creature keenly sensed the intense indulgence emanating from the primary male lead towards him, which he found rather enjoyable. In this moment of system malfunction, he was eager to engage in closer interactions with each of the male leads, and vague conjectures began to swirl in his mind. To draw conclusions would require further time for validation. Guan Shu Qiao observed the slowly emerging bruises on the back of his hand with disapproval, responding verbally, "All right." He lifted his foot onto the bed, kneeling before Qiao Ling, his elegant fingers gradually unfastening the buttons of his nightgown. His tall, slender frame exuded a subtle, yet formidable presence, casting a shadow that enveloped Qiao Ling. "No need to remove everything, just lower yourself a bit." Guan Shu Qiao complied. Sitting slightly lower, Qiao Ling leaned in to inhale, discerning the fragrant energy that wafted from him. Indeed, after being bitten, he too had experienced a peculiar mixed reaction. Once the pheromone glands of the Wang Chong began to develop, they would continuously secrete controlling pheromones, fostering greater loyalty among the Chong Zhuan and prompting them to evolve their innate abilities according to the attributes of the Wang Chong. Could humans also become Chong Zhuan? Was it due to the parasitic presence within a human body? Yet, why did other humans lack this alluring scent? What set these three male leads apart? Did they possess a connection to the vanished insect race? A cascade of questions flooded Qiao Ling's mind, causing him to feel unwell again. The insect within his heart stirred languidly, instinctively urging him to hasten and absorb energy to nourish his ailing body and spirit. "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." The insect complained loudly. At last, he opened his mouth and clamped onto the robust vein. Guan Shu Qiao was uncertain if he felt itch or pain, chuckling softly, reminiscent of a phone vibrating in silent mode. Qiao Ling refrained from piercing the vein, contemplating, "I must exercise restraint. Humans are too fragile. Biting the neck could be fatal." Thus, he shifted to a different location, descending to nibble on the collarbone, the delicate skin encasing the bone yielding to his teeth with minimal effort, allowing only a trickle of blood to flow. He took a few sips and discovered the energy concentration in the blood was alarmingly high. The taste was somewhat strangely bitter, as if tainted with chemical impurities, which detracted from the overall flavor. Suddenly, a flush crept onto Qiao Ling's ears. He attempted to divert his attention and sluggishly recalled the presence of his manager and assistant. A glance out the window revealed a torrential downpour, the sound of rain thundering incessantly. What time was it? Perhaps around 11 o'clock. Guan Shu Qiao reclined, his gaze landing on Qiao Ling's slender calves. He observed the bluish veins beneath the pale skin, as if they had just coursed with electric currents, momentarily lost in thought. This was bad. I must contact Lin Hui. Qiao Ling hastily attempted to retract his foot, yet someone held it firmly, preventing his escape and nearly causing him to stumble. "I need to return to the hotel." Guan Shu Qiao tossed his phone to Qiao Ling. "Do you remember the number?" Qiao Ling cradled the phone, pondering, and could only recall Yan Jingsong's number, the sole one he had diligently memorized. How should I phrase it? He looked at Guan Shu Qiao for assistance. A charming smile curved at the corners of Guan Shu Qiao's eyes. "It's best not to say too much over the phone. Perhaps I can help explain." "Very well." Qiao Ling diligently dialed the number, and after a single ring, Yan Jingsong's voice emerged from the phone, sounding quite displeased, cold as steel. "Who is this?" "It's me." Qiao Ling felt both a sense of familiarity and guilt. Guan Shu Qiao observed his expression with keen interest. On the other end, Yan Jingsong abruptly stood up, and the bodyguards clad in black shifted their gazes towards their boss. "Qiao Ling, where are you?" Yan Jingsong's voice held a sense of urgency. I. Guan Shu Qiao raised an eyebrow at this name. "Yan Jingsong?" He extended his hand towards the hesitant Qiao Ling, his tone gentle. "Shall I speak to Mr. Yan for you?" Upon hearing the male voice on the line, Yan Jingsong's brow furrowed. "Who is next to you?" Guan Shu Qiao took the phone. "Hello, Mr. Yan. This is Guan Shu Qiao." The veins on Yan Jingsong's forehead throbbed. The chaos of night had left him in no mood for pleasantries. "Guan Shu Qiao, give me an explanation." Guan Shu Qiao spoke in a calm, measured tone. "I didn't expect the busy Mr. Yan to concern himself with the private matters of artists. Qiao Ling accidentally misplaced his phone, and I just discovered it. I am currently taking him back. I will come to retrieve him. Where are you?" Guan Shu Qiao relayed their location and handed the phone back to the apprehensive Qiao Ling, Yan Jingsong's side, speaking to Qiao Ling with restrained emotion. "Wait for me. I will be there shortly." "Oh, all right." After hanging up, Qiao Ling's expression brightened considerably. Guan Shu Qiao regarded him thoughtfully. What is your relationship with Yin Jingsong? Qiao Ling provided an official answer. He is my boss. How unfortunate. Qiao Ling looked at him quizzically. What do you mean unfortunate? Guan Shu Qiao clarified. Originally, I could have been your boss, and then you would have depended on me instead. Qiao Ling did not deny his reliance on Yin Jingsong. Guan Shu Qiao studied him earnestly. If you had known in advance that it was my company, would you have agreed to sign? No. From the moment Qiao Ling received that business card during their second encounter, he was resolute in his decision. The little bug had cleverly asserted. Yin Jingsong personally extended the invitation to me. You merely sent a subordinate. Guan Shuqiao apologized, acknowledging you were correct. He had not anticipated such developments. Had he foreseen them, he would have acted differently. With Yin Jingsong's imminent arrival weighing heavily on his mind, Qiao Ling felt a pang of anxiety over his misdeeds. Guan Shuqiao, according to your reasoning, is there truly no issue? Do not fret, Guan Shuqiao reassured him, gently warming Qiao Ling's icy calf with his hand. In my view, the most you will face is a reprimand for your reckless behavior with men. I shall handle the aftermath. Mr. Yin, all surveillance footage from the restaurant has been erased, with no records from that time frame. However, a nearby vehicle's dashcam captured you, Guan Shuqiao, halting Yin Jingsong and dismissing the bodyguard, discarding the guest list as you strode outside. Ensure that all surveillance in the vicinity is thoroughly swept and obliterate everything discovered. A corner of the guest list fluttered in the wind, revealing a name circled in red, Yao Chiho. Lin Hui stood outside, and upon seeing Yin Jingsong emerge, approached urgently. Mr. Yin, where is Qiao Qiao? Found him. I shall go retrieve him. I will accompany you. No need. Chapter 41. Even in death, I shall not spare him. Yin Jingsong's vehicle brushed past Lieutenants. By the time he arrived at the address provided by Guan Shuqiao, it was nearly midnight. The rain that had poured all night had ceased, and the temperature had dropped by several degrees, bringing with it a chill reminiscent of early spring. Upon exiting the car, he beheld the unremarkable villa illuminated against the night. Shadows of moving figures faintly visible through the windows. The bodyguard, checking the gun at his waist, sought a silent confirmation from Yin Jingsong, who gestured for him to wait outside. He pressed the doorbell. Inside the living room, Qiao Ling sat playing video games with Guan Shuqiao. The moment the doorbell rang, he felt an urge to leap up, but Guan Shuqiao urged him to remain calm. I will answer the door. He set down the game controller and, with a calculated gesture, casually loosened his collar before approaching the entrance. The dim light of the foyer cast a gentle glow on Guan Shuqiao, highlighting the languid and ambiguous allure that flowed from his neck to his collarbone, exuding an air of post-indulgence relaxation. He nonchalantly glanced at the man standing at the door, whose expression was dark as night, then stepped back to clear the way, revealing Qiao Ling, clad in matching pajamas, behind him. Long time no see. Good evening, Mr. Yin. Yin Jingsong entered, a chill emanating from him, causing him to jostle Guan Shuqiao's shoulder. Guan Shuqiao shrugged, speechless, as Qiao Ling watched Yin Jingsong approach. An inexplicable sensation of apprehension crept over him. With each step Yin Jingsong took, Qiao Ling's heartbeat quickened. It was puzzling how his confidence seemed to wane. Clearing his throat, he addressed Yin Jingsong. Yin Jingsong, I. Without uttering a word, Yin Jingsong grasped his chin, inspecting him closely. The imprint of a slap lingered faintly on Qiao Ling's face, a remnant of his earlier suffering, which had appeared even more pitiable half an hour ago. Now, under the intense gaze of Yin Jingsong, it felt as if he was once again under scrutiny. Guan Shuqiao, standing behind, nonchalantly remarked, I apologize, our little couple's play got a bit out of hand, and I hope it hasn't caused you too much amusement. Yin Jingsong fixed his gaze on Qiao Ling and declared, couple, without a moment's hesitation. Qiao Ling shook his head vigorously, only to glance at Guan Shuqiao afterward. Guan Shuqiao, attempting to salvage the situation, offered a wistful smile. It seems my pursuit requires more earnest effort. Yin Jingsong, unwilling to entertain such trivialities, interrupted, regardless of what occurred tonight, it shall not involve Qiao Ling. Be it you or anyone else. Guan Shuqiao's smile faded. Since Qiao Ling is my artist, I shall take him away now, without further disturbing you, esteemed actor. Yin Jingsong took hold of Qiao Ling's hand and departed without a backward glance. Qiao Ling, however, turned his head twice, noticing Guan Shuqiao standing beneath the lights, quiet and solitary. At the steps leading to the door, Yin Jingsong glanced down at Qiao Ling's slippers and the damp ground outside, then bent down to lift him up. Qiao Ling's nose nearly collided with his chest. I can walk on my own. Yin Jingsong hastily carried him to the car and tossed him inside. Guan Shuqiao leaned against the doorframe, watching the car's retreating silhouette, his expression void of emotion. Inside the car, Yin Jingsong remained silent throughout the journey. Qiao Ling, anxious that his inner turmoil might be evident, fidgeted with his fingers. After a few moments, Yin Jingsong reached over and pressed his hand down. The vehicle halted in front of an unfamiliar hotel, and Qiao Ling was once again carried inside. Only upon reaching the clean floor was he set down, and he found himself inexplicably following Yin Jingsong into a new room. Aren't we going back? It's too late. We shall rest here. Yin Jingsong turned to look at Qiao Ling. Are there any other injuries? His face was stern as he commanded. Let me see. Qiao Ling's expression turned equally cold, thinking, who are you commanding? Wang Chong's inherent arrogance made him subconsciously feel that this human lacked proper submission. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yin Jingsong's face. Despite his displeasure, he showed no fear in observing. Qiao Ling had already swiftly discarded his garments. After a moment's thought, he decided to remove his trousers as well, boldly exposing 80% of his skin to Yin Jingsong. That's all. Yin Jingsong's gaze followed him, moving slowly, as serious as one might be when appraising the world's most exquisite artwork, devoid of any desire. Under that penetrating gaze, Qiao Ling almost doubted whether Yin Jingsong intended to see beneath his skin to the very bones. Indeed, Yin Jingsong longed to see him down to the marrow. On the delicate, snow-white skin, two large, dark purple bruises marred his abdomen, a clear indication of a fierce kick. Minor contusions adorned his back, while his left elbow bore the most severe injury, meticulously bandaged, with clear imprints of fingers visible on the exposed skin of his arm. A ring of red marks around his wrist suggested it had been restrained, and there were traces of needle punctures on the back of his hand, along with various scrapes on his legs. Such a slender and beautiful form, such a harrowing act of violence. Yin Jingsong circled behind Qiao Ling, his gaze fixated on the delicate butterfly bones, inhaling slowly, and for a fleeting second, he appeared as fierce and menacing as an enraged beast. His voice remained calm and steady. Have you suffered internal injuries? No, a doctor has examined me, Qiao Ling replied, unsure of how to position his limbs under Yan's scrutiny. For an ordinary human, such blows could result in ruptured organs and bleeding. For Qiao Ling, however, this injury was merely alarming in appearance and would heal completely in a matter of days. Put this on, Yin Jingsong said, draping the clothing over him from behind. You will answer my questions with a simple yes or no. Yao Qiho, that man, sought to harm you. Yes. All the injuries on your body were inflicted by him. Yes. After your resistance, you were taken away by Guan Shuqiao. Yes. Yin Jingsong hesitated. I am sorry. There will be no next time. Upon hearing his apology, Qiao Ling turned to him. What does that have to do with you? You did not send that man to harm me. It was beyond my own anticipation. I will arrange for bodyguards for you in the future. Yin Jingsong cradled his face, gently caressing the red marks with a delicate touch, as if stroking a fragile cloud, and earnestly promised, I will avenge you. Even if it costs me my life, I will not spare him. How can death be considered an end? His family, assets, and reputation must all be accounted for. Those affected will have to fend for themselves. Chapter 42. The elderly ascetic Qiao Ling took several deep breaths before asking, Is he truly dead? Yes. How did he die? He was stung to death by a venomous bee. Yin Jingsong replied with a dangerously cold laugh. Do not fear. You will not be implicated. Stung to death by a venomous bee. Qiao Ling pondered, realizing that he could influence the creatures of this world. This revelation brought him joy. Though he lacked the energy to contemplate it further, he merely yawned, feeling tired yet satisfied, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, forming tiny droplets on his thick lashes. Yin Jingsong recoiled instinctively, as if struck by an electric shock, contemplating something in his mind, and suddenly decided to leave. I apologize for my earlier actions. I did not mean to offend you. Please rest. I will be next door. Qiao Ling, not understanding his apology, stepped forward and grasped the hem of his clothing. Yin Jingsong. He halted. The pleading of the king worm was clear. Do not stay next door. I do not wish to be alone. A feeling of heartache rippled through him, and by the time he realized it, he found himself leaning against Qiao Ling's headboard, lost in thought as he gazed at the peaceful sleeping face illuminated by the nightlight. Initially, he had no specific thoughts, but suddenly a realization struck him. He still resembled a child. With this notion, Qiao Ling's serene and obedient face appeared increasingly youthful. Yin Jingsong compared their ages. Qiao Ling was only 21, while he himself was a full 9 years older. 9 years, an immense chasm of experiences lay between them. Forced to delete a passage of contemplation by Yin, he found himself feeling despicable. He had witnessed numerous similar relationships within his circle, once finding them utterly revolting. Could he too become that loathsome creature? Yin Jingsong engaged in profound self-reflection, pondering over his 30 years of existence, increasingly burdened by his thoughts. He held himself to a stringent moral standard, a consequence of having exceedingly unreliable parents. His father was a debauched scion indulging in all manner of vices, while his mother was a carefree, naive beauty of a model. Their encounter in the world of fame and fortune led to a passionate union, resulting in the unprepared and unplanned birth of a child. Yin Jingsong's childhood was steeped in chaos, violence, alcohol, and sensuality. The absurdities brought forth by his parents were innumerable, and under such tutelage, one would expect him to inherit the family's legacy of hedonism and debauchery. Yet, he was inherently contrarian, diverging completely as a thorough ascetic. During his formative years, an amiable grandmother lived next door, providing a serene haven for the young Yin Jingsong. As a devout Catholic, she naturally imparted her teachings while caring for him, and at an age devoid of formal education, he absorbed the prayers and doctrines, forming a nascent worldview. The fruits of the Holy Spirit are love, joy, peace, patience, and temperance. O God, source of all beauty, I beseech you to safeguard my body and soul, that I may reflect your glory in purity. Should I falter, strengthen me with your grace. Amen. Nevertheless, Yin Jingsong could never embrace faith, for he could not genuinely believe in the divine. In adulthood, he unwittingly became a stringent ascetic, both mind and body tranquil, devoid of excessive desires, channeling all his energies into his burgeoning business empire. He possessed a remarkable talent in this domain, and the achievement of conquering peak after peak filled him with a sense of fulfillment. However, the sensation of truly standing at the pinnacle was less than gratifying. With no further heights to ascend, his sense of accomplishment began to wane, rendering life increasingly mundane. He began to question the significance of it all. This was not an encouraging sign. He was loath to succumb to irredeemable nihilism. Thus, on an ordinary morning, he made a sudden decision to relive the joy of building from scratch, returning to his homeland to establish ASD Entertainment Media from the ground up. The radically different entrepreneurial environment reinvigorating his spirit. Yin Jingsong never anticipated that, in a moment of whimsy, signing on Qiao Ling would challenge his moral convictions. To succumb to desire, what distinguishes man from beast? With a self-deprecating smile, he listened to Qiao Ling's gentle breaths, unable to resist the urge to touch her exposed fingers. Wrestling between self-reproach and tender affection, it dawned on him that he too was merely a creature swayed by physical allure. Not fundamentally different from the deceased who had harmed Qiao Ling, letting go felt unbearable, yet holding on would breach his moral boundaries. What was to be done? Perhaps waiting a little longer. Yin Jingsong mused, considering himself patient enough to endure years of torment. Now is certainly not an opportune moment. Qiao Ling has just embarked on his career, and everything appears so fragile. How can he discern between genuine willingness and compromises born from coercion within the arena of fame and fortune? Only when Qiao Ling himself ascends to the pinnacle of success will he possess the discernment to confront all that lies ahead. At such a juncture, the disparities of age and status cease to be influential factors, nor do they serve as moral shackles. Indeed, what is he hurrying for? He merely needs to become the hands that support Qiao Ling. For one day, Yin Jingsong will come to clarity, yet his body remains unmoving, honestly glued to the bed. Lost in the essence of Qiao Ling. I beseech your mercy upon me. A sinner, allow me to indulge in this one night, merely to guard. This young soul is deeply wounded, overwhelmed by fear. He cannot leave him. After tonight, he shall retreat beyond the threshold of caution. Strange visions flicker in Qiao Ling's mind. He is dreaming. In this dream, he finds himself curled up, entirely unclothed, within a narrow, circular space, immersed in a slick liquid. In this surreal state, he does not need to breathe or eat. Darkness envelopes him, suffocating him with anguish. Qiao Ling extends his hand to strike the walls of this confined space. Yet his bones feel weak, and the strength he gathers dissipates the moment he makes contact, producing no sound. Frustrated, he gropes around when suddenly, sounds emanate from beyond the walls. The smell of blood and the ceaseless cries. What are they lamenting? Why are they weeping around him? Confounded, Qiao Ling turns over within his circular confines, and to his astonishment, light flickers from beyond the walls, revealing that they are translucent. Elated, he presses against the wall, witnessing countless hands on the other side, broad palms pressed against the surface, shadows overlapping, muffled voices drifting in, indecipherable. Qiao Ling touches the palms through the wall, leaning his ear against it. Just as he hopes to hear more, the light vanishes, plunging him back into darkness. Chapter 43. I can no longer see him. Qiao Ling's day concludes amidst the bizarre tapestry of his dreams. However, for many, this night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. Take, for instance, Li Qianan, who failed to catch a glimpse of Qiao Ling. He is plummeted into a state of psychological distress. Like a drowned spirit, he is awkwardly escorted back to the hotel by Yuan Yu, who watches anxiously as Li Qianan, pale and silent, hides beneath a dry towel. Seated on the sofa, he remains mute, shrouded in the towel. Ge Linhui reassures that Qiao Ling is safe and has been found. Yuan Yu offers a dry comfort. If you're still worried, how about visiting him tomorrow? He feels that Li Qianan's current demeanor mirrors that of the year his adoptive mother passed away. Yet how could Qiao Ling evoke such an emotional upheaval in him? To hastily travel through inclement weather from a neighboring city, Li Qianan is still clad in slippers and loungewear, revealing the urgency with which he departed. They have only met twice. Their interactions have been minimal. So why this profound concern? Furthermore, how did Li Qian know that Qiao Ling had vanished from the gathering? Given the timing of his call, even I, present at the scene, failed to notice Qiao Ling's departure. There are countless perplexities surrounding this matter. Has this emotionally detached eccentric Li Qian finally experienced a flicker of affection? Yuan Yu's conjecture startled him. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern for Li Qian. Furrowing his brow, he hesitantly inquired, "Brother, do you harbor feelings for Qiao Qiao?" After a prolonged silence, the usually composed figure suddenly stiffened, and a cold voice emerged from beneath the towel. "No." This response only strengthened Yuan Yu's conviction. "Stubbornness. Your unusual behavior today is entirely due to him." Li Qian, in a state of panic, clenched his fingers tightly, still marked by Qiao Ling's bite, unable to deny his peculiar demeanor tonight. The terrifying, uncontrollable fervor he felt was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, spawning countless delusions, extreme impulses, despair, and fear, all stemming from Qiao Ling. How could someone intrude so abruptly into his life, influencing him so profoundly after just a few fleeting encounters? The moment Li Qian heard that Qiao Ling was safe, all his emotions collapsed into cold ashes, and reason finally returned. Even now, before anything significant had transpired, Qiao Ling had already transformed him into someone unrecognizable, prompting actions that bordered on obsession. If this continued, he might meet his demise. His heart raced, and he anxiously bit his nails. Death? Then he pondered that if he were to become utterly ensnared, death might indeed be a form of liberation. He had never contemplated that falling in love could evoke such a pathological response within him. Li Qian's expression fluctuated between shadows and light, feeling as though he were being fried in hot oil. Absurd. Detestable. Had he truly fallen for Qiao Ling? If he had, every aspect of Qiao Ling would consume his thoughts, leading him to lose his very soul and freedom. Love, like a raging fire, would leave him in perpetual unrest. Li Qian felt a strong aversion to the visions he conjured. No, I cannot see him again. Suddenly, he looked up at Yuan Yu, his expression resolute as he declared, "He is my poison." What does that mean? Don't tell him I've been here. I don't want him to know. Li Qian tore off the towel, intent on leaving that very night. Wait. Yuan Yu grasped him firmly. Look at the time. There's no driver available to take you. You can't drive in this state. He pressed the dazed Li Qian back down. Rest here for the night. If you must leave, let it be at dawn. I beg you, brother, otherwise I cannot rest easy. The long night wore on, and Yuan Yu found himself sleepless. Unease compelled him to stealthily rise from the bed and cast a glance at the sofa in the room, where Li Qian lay stretched out, uncertain if he had drifted into slumber. As long as he hadn't sneaked away, Yuan Yu sighed inwardly. Li Qian was a genius marked by emotional detachment. Throughout his life, no matter how beautiful the individuals around him were, he remained unaffected. Amidst a world of glamorous allure in the entertainment industry, where advances were rampant, he not only rejected them, but did so with a rather acerbic demeanor. Yuan Yu had once suspected that Li Qian might be asexual or experience diminished sexual desire. The notion that Li Qian would one day develop feelings for someone, particularly a man, is indeed astonishing. Even if that individual happens to be Qiao Ling, Yuan Yu finds himself contemplating the image of Qiao Ling in his mind. It seems quite reasonable that someone of such caliber could captivate Li Qian. Qiao Ling is undeniably unique. Even someone as proud and aloof as Li Qian can feel trepidation in the face of love, which is truly unexpected. Yuan Yu cannot help but draw parallels to his own situation, feeling a twinge of bitterness as he muses. Perhaps love does render one foolish. He resolves to assist Li Qian in this matter. Surely, Li Qian's unusual behavior stems from never having experienced love before. Avoidance is not a viable solution. If he truly retreats from this burgeoning affection, will he ever encounter his soulmate in the future? Yuan Yu is unwilling to witness him remain solitary. Perhaps he can contribute to Li Qian's romantic endeavor. His brother possesses the looks of a top-tier celebrity, is exceptionally talented, and wealthy as well. Such a remarkable man. Should Qiao Ling not harbor any aversion to male partners, would certainly not disdain Li Qian. There is hope for a union. The more Yuan Yu contemplates this idea, the more sound it appears, and he decides to keep it in mind for future execution. When Lin Hui next encounters Qiao Ling, he nearly sheds tears on the spot. Goodness, where on earth have you been? He takes Qiao Ling's hand, quickly noticing the bandaging on it. How did you get hurt? Is there anywhere else? With the enhanced recovery abilities post-metamorphosis, and having enjoyed a restful sleep with Yin Jingsong's company, the marks from a slap on Qiao Ling's face have faded, and the abrasions on his hands have scabbed over. It's nothing. I just scraped it accidentally. Qiao Ling glances back at Yin Jingsong, leaning in to whisper to Lin Hui. I'm sorry. I went on a date with Guan Shuqiao. Lin Hui thinks he must be dreaming. What on earth? Suddenly, Qiao Ling senses Yin Jingsong approaching and immediately halts the conversation. His instincts tell him that Yin Jingsong would not appreciate this topic. However, Qiao Ling feels that the excuse crafted by Guan Shuqiao is rather clever, making any future interactions with him seem quite natural. Yin Jingsong gestures towards the imposing figure of a bodyguard nearby. Lin Hui, this bodyguard is assigned to Qiao Ling, and his salary will be charged to me. Lin Hui realizes that Yin Jingsong's interest in Qiao Ling is quite extraordinary, leaving him with mixed feelings that he dares not express outwardly. All right, brother. What should I call you? The bodyguard shakes his hand and replies, just call me Xiao Chun. Yin Jingsong, having arranged for a special forces bodyguard, continues to inquire about Qiao Ling's work schedule. Lin Hui hastily mentions the endorsement for milk and brings up a few upcoming magazine shoots. Endorsement is fine, but those magazines can be pushed aside. Yin Jingsong remarks with disdain at the magazine's caliber. He turns to Qiao Ling and states, Qiao Ling is suited for high-end luxury brands. Let's secure a high-end ambassador role first, and then I will ensure the brand promotes you in the top 5 publications. The domineering CEO seems to distribute resources as casually as one would hand out cabbage, a stark contrast to his previous hands-off approach. Lin Hui nods in agreement, his mind swirling with Qiao Ling's earlier statement about dating Guan Qiao. Is it true? Don't joke with me. Yin Zong's attitude seems to treat Qiao Ling as if she were a prized possession, yet there are other men involved, which suggests a rather unsettling male-male dynamic. How on earth did Qiao Ling come to know Guan Qiao? Surely this must be a deliberate jest. Chapter 44. Police report this is no jest. Qiao Ling retrieved her lost phone from Lin Hui, only to discover a message from Li Qianan, to which she promptly responded with a question mark. Lin Hui nearly gasped. Guan Qiao, the esteemed actor, how could he appear here tonight? Wasn't he abroad filming? How did he suddenly come to know you? And even go on a date? As Qiao Ling reflected on the lines Guan Qiao had spoken to her, intending to recite them to Lin Hui, a friend request elegantly popped up on her screen. Superbia request to add you as a friend. I am Guan Qiao. He immediately accepted the request and sent a voice message. Guan Qiao, my agent doesn't believe that I know you. Guan Qiao replied with a 3-second video, playfully gesturing towards the mark on his collarbone. Lin Hui, witnessing Guan Qiao's rather conspicuous display of a hickey in the selfie, nearly had his eyes pop out. What the hell? Who is this debauched man in the video? The gentlemanly Guan Qiao, renowned for over a decade without scandal. Indeed, if this video were to be leaked, it would send shockwaves through the entertainment industry. The world has gone mad. Qiao Ling recounted the tale of her drunken encounter and whirlwind romance with Guan Qiao to Lin Hui, including the detail that Yin Jingsong had come to retrieve her afterward. Lin Hui, though skeptical, found himself compelled to believe it. Qiao, you cannot proceed like this. It will lead to trouble. Lin Hui placed his hand on his forehead, feeling for the first time that he was unable to manage his talent. The individuals Qiao Ling involved herself with were far too elevated in status, leaving him uncertain about how to advise her without overstepping. Indeed, the entertainment industry is quite pragmatic. If Yin Zong had come to fetch her and chose to remain silent, why should he meddle? Ultimately, Lin Hui could only impose a somewhat superficial rule. From now on, you are never to drink alcohol again. I am instituting a ban on alcohol for you. You are now allergic to it, and one sip could be fatal. Do you understand? Understood, Qiao Ling replied obediently. What a marvel! A captivating enchantress is now under my wing. Lin Hui, overwhelmed by the astonishing gossip revealed by Qiao Ling, momentarily forgot the haunting image of the corpse he had seen the previous night, until he later encountered the police report that had been circulated online. Police report. On the evening of April 7th, an unfortunate incident occurred on the rooftop of a restaurant in the Tomato City, Tomato District. A man surnamed Yao was fatally stung by a venomous bee while on the rooftop. Despite efforts to save him, he succumbed to his injuries. Preliminary investigations have ruled out foul play, and the specific circumstances are still being verified. Citizens are advised to exercise caution regarding wild bees and to avoid approaching hives. News flash: man dies after being stung by venomous bees on restaurant rooftop. On April 7th, a tragedy unfolded on the rooftop of a restaurant in Tomato City, where a man was stung by venomous bees and tragically lost his life. Witnesses reported that the man was resting on the rooftop when he was suddenly attacked by a swarm of bees and succumbed after being transported to the hospital. The fire department has issued a reminder that during the spring and summer months, bees become particularly active. Citizens are advised to steer clear of areas such as grassy patches and eaves where beehives may be concealed. In the event of encountering a swarm, one should refrain from swatting at them and instead retreat slowly. The specific cause of the recent incident remains under investigation. Lin Hui furrowed his brow as he read the news. The harrowing memory of the night he witnessed the event resurfacing in his mind. Ugh. Within his industry chat group, discussions about the incident commenced. Wow. Have you seen the news about the man surnamed Yao who died from a bee sting? Yes, it's terrifying. The production team checked the surroundings 3 times today. That man was the infamous Yao, you know. What? The vile Yao? Indeed, from Shuguang Entertainment. He's caused quite a bit of trouble for many young stars. Karma has its way. I retract my sympathy. It turns out he was that kind of person. Evil begets evil. I must say, Lin Hui observed the incessant stream of gossip in the chat, feeling a slight alleviation of his earlier unease. It was rather comforting to learn that such a despicable character had met his end. Ugh. The visual impact was still too strong. He hastily shifted his gaze to Qiao Ling, who was busy filming a milk advertisement, and felt a measure of healing wash over him. The advertisement's concept portrayed a sweet, syrupy aesthetic, with Qiao Ling styled and cute. Curly hair and dressed in soft pastel shades of pink, yellow, blue, and creamy white, emanating an aura of purity. The director and brand representatives were thoroughly satisfied with the visual outcome, and upon concluding the shoot, presented Qiao Ling with a large plush Moko cat as a gift. Qiao Ling, joyfully clutching the enormous plush toy, eagerly stuffed it into the trunk. Lin Hui found his earnestness rather childish and chuckled as he entered the car ahead of him, glancing at the chat group once more. Oh my, check the trending news. The young stars who suffered at the hands of Yao Qianshu have come forward to condemn him for his demise. Lin Hui hurriedly navigated to the trending topics. Once Qiao Ling joined in the car, he curiously peeked over. What is up, Lingo? Your expression is shifting like a traffic light. I almost forgot to mention this. That night, a despicable fellow surnamed Yao was stung to death by a bee on the hotel rooftop. I couldn't find you and want to take a look. It terrified me to the point my legs went weak. Oh, that is quite a story. Lin Hui showed him the trending topic. Evil begets evil. Even in death, he is infamous. Qiao Ling noticed a photograph of Yao Qianshu, resembling a lifeless pig from that fateful night, and frowned. EW. All right, we can't dwell on this any longer. Just looking at it brings back that scene, he said, suddenly glancing at the rearview mirror. Lin Gu, it seems like a car is following us. Lin Hui's expression shifted as he leaned closer to the window, scrutinizing the surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted a suspicious van with a shadowy figure inside holding a camera. It's either a stalker or a paparazzo. Lin Hui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like we're about to gain some notoriety. We're stalkers and paparazzi. The phenomenon of satiating refers to a particular breed of fervent fans who obsessively stalk their beloved celebrities, attempting to pry into their private lives. Conversely, paparazzi are journalists who capture the daily lives of stars, hoping to uncover juicy gossip through their relentless pursuit. At this juncture, Lin Hui's expression shifted. You won't be photographed, will you? He inquired. Qiao Ling responded, what if I am? That would lead to a scandal. Lin Hui warned her dramatically, though he reassured himself. But that person is likely more sensitive to such matters and should be able to handle it. Qiao, we are a team. From now on, you must never conceal any personal activities from me. I implore you. Lin Hui, with a pleading demeanor, captured Qiao Ling's attention. Faced with his sincere request, she reluctantly nodded. I'll inform you in advance from now on. Exactly. If you tell me, I can prepare a response. Regardless of the situation, I will certainly support you. Lin Hui gritted his teeth. Especially concerning Mr. Yin, there will inevitably be times when you need me to cover for you. Won't there? Qiao, that wicked enchantress, was indeed straddling two worlds under Mr. Yan's watchful eye. Although he displayed no immediate reaction, such harmony was unlikely to persist. Should Lin Hui be compelled to choose sides, he would undoubtedly side with the artist he managed. Qiao Ling nodded. All right, I promise. Chapter 45. Premiere reaction. A brief holiday was swiftly consumed by work, and chaos and demise felt distant, as if the events of that night were merely a trivial episode. The system lay in eerie silence, with Wang Chong also recuperating from his injuries. It was a period of uncanny tranquility. Before long, the long-anticipated premiere of Spring and Qingxichang arrived. To maximize publicity, the production team orchestrated a live online viewing event with the creators. Several principal actors gathered to watch the series alongside the audience, with cameras capturing their real-time reactions. Seated in a makeshift studio constructed by the crew, they faced two enormous television screens. During the official broadcast, the show's visuals and the live feed would be displayed simultaneously, allowing everyone to enjoy the series while interacting with the audience through comments. As they awaited the start, Qiao Ling sat idly, lost in thought, resembling a decorative painting, beautiful yet innocuous. The actors, all striking in appearance, formed a vibrant cluster. Amidst this floral setting, Qiao Ling remained unshrouded, despite his simple attire. Yet when illuminated by the lights, a halo effect surrounded him, casting a dazzling glow. Anyone who directed their gaze in his direction found themselves irresistibly drawn to him. The crew members discreetly admired Qiao Ling's beauty, with some opportunistic individuals already snapping photos to boast online later. Qiao Ling sensed a mix of prying eyes among those observing him, including some with less than benevolent intentions. Having endured the rag incident, he had become more attuned to such negative vibes, leading to a slight discontent in his mood. Yuan, distractedly focusing on Qiao Ling, was preoccupied with thoughts of Li Qianan, viewing Qiao Ling with a newfound familial warmth. He gently leaned over and retrieved a peppermint candy from his pocket, presenting it to Qiao Ling's palm. Surprised by the sudden gift, Qiao Ling tilted his head at Yuan while grasping the candy, effortlessly tearing open the wrapper and popping it into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up adorably. Yuan found the stark contrast of Qiao Ling's clear, bright eyes to be remarkably pure, reminiscent of an innocent child, completely forgetting the unsettling feeling he had experienced upon their first encounter. A quiet concern nagged at him. Could Li Qianan, with his haughty and aloof demeanor, lower himself to cheer up Qiao Ling? "It's so cold and spicy," Qiao Ling remarked, furrowing his brow at the flavor of the peppermint. The strong minty aroma wafted towards Yuan face, and before he realized it, he had pulled out a tissue to hold near Qiao Ling's mouth. "Not to your liking? Then spit it out." However, Qiao Ling refused to comply, crunching the candy with gusto, his sharp teeth glinting like ice. He found the taste both spicy and amusing, blowing cool air through his lips in a playful manner. "My brain feels so cool." Nearby, several actors, drawn by the commotion, turned to chuckle at him. The countdown to the live broadcast was at 5 minutes. Before stepping away, Lin Hui patted Qiao Ling and Yuan on the shoulders, encouraging them to relax, as if they were merely watching television with friends. Qiao Ling nodded in response. Meanwhile, Hou Jian glanced at Lin Hui, hastily averting his gaze before Lin Hui could catch him, though Lin Hui still sensed a moment of subtle tension. The director approached with a script, confirming, "Are you all ready? The live broadcast is about to begin." As the clock struck 8, the live stream commenced. An astonishing number of viewers had already gathered in the chat room, and as soon as the broadcast started, the screen was inundated with a flurry of comments. "Hou Jian is so handsome. He is crying. Here for Hou Jian. He. Amidst the sea of comments praising Hou Jian and he, Qiao Ling spotted his own name. "Qiao baby. Qiao Ling." Although his online supporters were fewer in number, they were fervently calling out for him. "Hello everyone. We're the creative team behind Spring and the Long Blue Stream." Hou Jian and he expertly launched into the introduction, smiling brightly at the camera as the other actors followed suit. When it was Qiao Ling's turn to introduce himself, he succinctly stated, "Hello everyone, I am Qiao Ling," portraying Lianyu Luo in the drama. The enthusiastic barrage of comments erupted. "Ah, Qiao. Wow, the actor playing Lianyu Luo is so good-looking. Qiao Ling is amazing. Qiao, I like you." The fervent response from the viewers was no less fervent than that for the two leading stars. And Hee's smile flickered subtly as she observed the live stream, feeling a tinge of annoyance at being overshadowed by Hou Jian. The director chuckled in response to a couple of comments before continuing to read from the script, preparing for the next segment. Suddenly, the gift effect in the live stream exploded into a frenzy, with luxurious cruise ships sailing across the screen one after another. These were the platform's most extravagant gifts, each valued at 5,000 yuan, and within moments, over a dozen ships appeared in a continuous parade, creating an impressive display. The dazzling effects left everyone momentarily speechless. "Which friend is this, showing such enthusiasm before we even begin?" The director regained composure, astonished yet maintaining control. "However, we do not advocate for gifting during this session. I inadvertently left the feature enabled. Staff, please disable it." The barrage of comments erupted due to the extravagant gifts. Wow, what a wealthy fan. Upon counting, it was revealed that an astounding 55,000 had been spent in such a brief time. Truly terrifying. Heartfelt gratitude was extended to this fan. As the director stumbled over the ID, Behemoth, Thank you, thank you. We will donate your gifts to a charitable organization after the broadcast concludes. The ID Behemoth, adorned with dazzling, colorful effects, glided across the screen with a commanding presence. Looking forward to your performance, Qiao Ling. Everyone turned their gaze toward Qiao Ling, who was somewhat taken aback by the familiar ID, pondering, why not just give me the money directly? Ahem, one could hardly blame him for such a pragmatic thought, considering he still owed over $1 million. Lin Hui, in the corner, face-bombed and messaged Didi rapidly. OMG, what is Yin Zong doing? Didi, what happened? Still Didi. Half a minute later. Wow, I have no idea what's going on. Yin Jingsong sat at home, cradling a plump black pig while gripping his phone. Intently focused on the screen, fully in control. On the screen, Qiao Ling's face radiated joy as he moved his soft lips, saying, "Thank you." In that instant, Yin Zong empathized with ancient tyrants, almost yearning to shower more gifts. This little interlude heightened the attention on Qiao Ling in the live stream. Outside the broadcast, gossiping netizens and various fans were curious about the identity of the lavish behemoth. Upon visiting the profile, they found that this behemoth had no identity verification, had posted nothing since registration, and bore a blank account. Some speculated that this was an internal account deliberately stirring controversy, merely a tool for the live stream. Others conjectured that it might belong to a low-profile bigwig, perhaps related to Behemoth Global Pictures. Nonsense. Why not say it's linked to the Oscars? Haha, don't fool yourself while pretending. I'm old enough to sell you health supplements. If I change my account to Behemoth, would you invest in me? Chapter 46, Captivating. Currently watching. On one screen, comments fluttered, while on another, the series commenced. Qiao Ling intently watched the first drama in which he starred. The exquisite visuals unfurled like a scroll. The story began with the female lead, Feng Lanjun, and Prince Xianyong engaged in a playful chase on a bed. The scene not overly explicit, yet the atmosphere was profoundly enhanced through cinematic language and background music. The actors were caught off guard by such a storyline for the opening shot, their expressions faltering. Amorous music and breathy sounds resonated throughout the studio. As Yi Jiao playfully exclaimed, "Ah, don't look, don't look. Close your eyes for this part." Half bashful, half performing for the show, she playfully attempted to shield the boy's eyes, particularly targeting Ho Jian, who could only respond in kind. Sitting beside her, Yuan Yu was also affected. The barrage of comments erupted with laughter and excitement. "Oh, the chemistry is so strong. This little couple is too sweet. My dear is blushing. Hu Jian, you must comfort her. The ex-husband is feeling jealous. What a thrilling scene." Qiao Ling, however, remained largely unaffected, perhaps the most serious among them all. His expression inscrutable yet intent. The comments did not spare him either, remarking on his stoic and gloomy persona. This is how Lin Yuelo is portrayed, a calm and beautiful ghostly figure, utterly captivating. Fortunately, this opening lasted only 3 to 4 minutes, with the story unfolding in reverse order and the main characters making their appearances in succession. Although Lin Yuelo was the third male lead, he appeared quite early, coinciding with a previous unexpected action scene. The crown prince, Xianyong, was ambushed by assassins during a banquet outside the palace, and the female protagonist's husband, Helan Ting, fortuitously intervened to shield the crown prince from a deadly blow. Just in time, Lin Yuelo engaged the assailants in combat. This was Qiao Ling's first glimpse of Lin Yuelo as he appeared in the completed series, starkly contrasting with the footage seen during filming. The Lin Yuelo on screen seemed to embody a living, breathing entity, a sensation that was refreshingly novel. He had, through his performance, birthed a new existence. In that moment, Qiao Ling felt a profound stir within. Hu Jian, remembering Qiao Ling's previous act of saving him, paused the scene and broached the subject of the earlier incident. This was the scene where the safety wire had malfunctioned. Off camera, Director Kong's expression immediately stiffened. As the principal responsible party for the incident, he was keen to erase any mention of the wire failure from memory. Despite having warned the actors before the live broadcast not to bring up controversial topics, it was evident that Hu Jian had either not heeded this advice or had intentionally chosen to provoke it. He, taken aback, wondered what Hu Jian was up to, and quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Oh my, thank goodness you're all right now." "Yes, precisely here." Hu Jian directed the crew to rewind the scene and freeze it. "Look at this tumble I took. You see, the safety wire snapped right then." He reconstructed the accident in relation to the aired footage. Yuan Yu was positioned just as depicted on screen, directly below, and he further recounted. "I instinctively reached out to catch him. Had I actually done so, I might have crushed him." He covered her mouth in shock. Yuan Yu cast a glance at the live comments, which had exploded in response. Qiao Ling, fully engrossed in Hu Jian's narrative, nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. You nearly crushed my protagonist." Fortunately, the protagonist emerged unscathed. Unable to resist, he affectionately touched Yuan Yu's knee, which was exposed through the rips in his jeans, sending a shiver through the skin beneath his fingertips. Goodness, what happened next? Were there really no injuries? How perilous. What a shoddy production. Was there no safety inspection? Such a large crew and investment. It's utterly outrageous. The dedication of the actors is commendable. They persist in performing such scenes without a stunt double. The spirit of professionalism among the cast. Hu Jian felt a sense of trepidation regarding the wire accident, and it was evident that the production team bore significant responsibility for the incident. Although he did not pursue the matter with them, it did not imply that he would cooperate in treating the event as if it had never transpired. He was willing to discuss the circumstances during a live broadcast, simultaneously expressing his stance while also showing gratitude towards Qiao Ling. Given his current stature, such a minor act of defiance was hardly excessive. At that moment, Qiao Ling was the first to perceive something amiss. He had just witnessed the situation before the wire snapped. He rushed forward, shouting for everyone to get out of the way, and hurled a sponge mat in my direction. Yuan Yu retreated just in time, allowing me to land safely on the mat. "Is that true? How exaggerated. That sponge mat is so heavy. It was thrown with such force, like a superhero." "Thank you, Qiao Ling. That was a close call. Thank you for saving my brother. Was there not a prior inspection of the equipment? How could such negligence occur?" The barrage of comments criticizing the production team intensified, and the director seemed at a loss for words. However, the director soon found a way to redirect the conversation. Kong Dao stepped into the limelight, earnestly apologizing before swiftly shifting topics. Qiao Ling's heroic act was actually captured on film. If today's premiere garners over 10,000 views, I shall release the behind-the-scenes footage. The audience was thoroughly impressed by the director's cunning. As Kong Dao made this statement, the popularity of Spring and Qingxichong was surging, with surpassing 10,000 views a certainty, heading toward record-breaking numbers. After 2 episodes aired, the peak viewership astonishingly exceeded 100,000, establishing it as the undisputed king of dramas this year, dominating the charts with unparalleled authority. The trend of nationwide viewership had become irresistible. Following the conclusion of the broadcast, Kong Dao honored his promise and released a high-definition clip of the rescue. In the footage, Qiao Ling's figure remained unseen, yet the incoming sponge mat appeared formidable, lending an air of authenticity akin to a meticulously crafted stunt scene. This dramatic effect left viewers incredulous, and Qiao Ling's previous muscle photo, shared on Weibo, gained renewed attention. From that moment on, the moniker Superhuman Beauty was firmly affixed to Qiao Ling. As the series soared to prominence, Qiao Ling emerged as one of the most beloved characters. And with the backing of this work, his recent surge in popularity allowed him to officially step into the public eye. Due to Hu Jian's attentiveness towards Qiao Ling during the live stream, a segment of fervent fans began to ship this pairing, extending their enthusiasm from the screen into real life, further igniting excitement. At this juncture, official actor Guan Shuqiao stoked the flames of intrigue. Rarely active on Weibo, the esteemed actor quietly logged in and reshared the official Weibo post regarding Qiao Ling's act of heroism. Guan Shuqiao commented, "It's quite captivating. I'm currently following it." His fans were left in a state of bewilderment, while onlookers were astounded. "What are you following? The drama or the person? Brother, what did you just share?" noisy.The. The trending topics were swiftly overtaken by new phrases. Guan Shuqiao says he is following, Guan Shuqiao is in love, and Guan Shuqiao's announcement. Upon witnessing the trending discussions, L'unveiling à sharp exclamation. Chapter 47. Dear little monster Guan Shu Qiao, the esteemed actor, what are you up to? Fortunately, upon Lin Hui's entry, it was discovered that the fans of Guan Shu Qiao had successfully seized control of the trending topics, declaring that Guan Shu Qiao was merely engrossed in a series. And due to his lack of proficiency with electronic devices, he mistakenly retweeted a Weibo post. This rationale was entirely reasonable and aligned perfectly with Guan Shu Qiao's consistent persona, leading everyone to accept this explanation. Spring and the Blue Stream has been certified as visually captivating by the film Emperor. Ha ha ha! How adorable is Guan Shu Qiao for secretly indulging in dramas and passionately promoting them. It startled me. I thought the film Emperor had gone mad and come out of the closet. To speak bluntly, declaring his interest in pursuing Qiao Ling would also be quite appealing. Those above, please refrain from meddling with the beauty of the film Emperor. What connection do they have? It's quite astonishing to discover that the film Emperor's private tastes lean this way. I had assumed he only enjoyed serious literature or art films. Guan Shu Qiao must feel quite awkward at home, having inadvertently created a castle of embarrassment, with the price of his slip resulting in trending ridicule. Haha. It seems Qiao Ling is indeed the child of fortune. How brief his debut has been, yet now everyone recognizes him. Is there any shame in that? Quite the boastful claim. Let us refrain from excessive commotion. Let us see how it fares post-broadcast. He has already garnered fans through Lian Luo. And I have invested in this. Dear friends, keep up. The entire internet has stamped Guan Shu Qiao as inept with electronic devices. And he quietly forwarded a fan-edited video showcasing Lian Luo's stunning visuals to Qiao Ling in the chat box. Superbia. Beautiful. Superbia. Here, essay gift for you. Remember to sign for it. Little bug, why are you giving me a gift? Superbia. Because Superbia, I am a fan. The next day on set, Qiao Ling received an extravagant bouquet of breathtaking flowers. Under the sunlight, the meticulously arranged bouquet glistened with dew, as if kissed by the divine. Larry, with his discerning eye, instantly recognized that this bouquet was crafted by a high-end florist, valued at no less than 5 figures. He glanced at Qiao Ling, who was inhaling the floral fragrance, and then at the bodyguard Xiao Chun dispatched by Yin Jingsong nearby. A cold sweat broke out on the back of his head. Wait, I was told to help provide cover, and here I truly am providing cover. An ivory white card lay quietly amidst the foliage of the flowers. Qiao Ling picked up the card and unfolded it. The elegant handwriting danced across the page, each stroke perfectly curved. Dear little monster, wishing you a smooth shoot. Qiao Ling, holding the card, asked Lin Hui with a lack of romantic insight. Is he insulting me? Lin Hui took a moment to interpret. After a brief pause, he slyly aligned himself with Yin's perspective, agreeing with Qiao Ling's interpretation. Indeed, how could he say that? Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Spring and the Blue Stream premiered to immense success, basking in the glory of achievement, while the concurrently airing Guang Ling struggled to maintain its heat. Not only did it fail to compete for first place, but also found itself grappling with its anticipated viewership. This was all due to the earlier episodes of Guang Ling drastically altering the original plot, leaving the fans' praise unable to suppress the negative reviews from the original work supporters. After finally achieving a high-ranking trending status, it was ironically due to the modifications of Guang Ling prompting the publicity team to urgently spend money to retract the trending topic, lock the square, and additionally invest significantly in hiring social media influencers and promotional efforts. Yet, falsehood remains falsehood, no matter how relentlessly the online trolls attempt to fabricate positive reviews. The discerning audience remains ever vigilant. Posts mocking and deriding the show proliferate across various forums, like mushrooms after a rain. Devoted fans of the original work create scathing critique videos, frame by frame, only to delete and repost them repeatedly. The more they stifle negative feedback, the more the audience's enthusiasm swells, drawing in numerous casual viewers who relish the drama. Many high-profile content creators swiftly recognize the trending topic and join the fray, further amplifying the ridicule surrounding the production. The overall trajectory when compared to the graceful spring and serene streams, is nothing short of catastrophic. Due to the suppression of dissenting opinions, the reputation of Fangzhe, the male lead of Qiao guest, plummets on the forums. He is criticized for his unappealing appearance and for tarnishing the drama, accused of recklessly altering the script and exhibiting a clumsy, wooden acting style. Netizens' comments are venomous, each glance at them shattering one's spirit. In a fit of rage, Fangzhe slams his phone onto the table, pacing irritably in the living room, questioning his agent He Xingye. Didn't you assure me this drama would be a surefire hit? And now it's in this state? I'm financially invested in this gamble. If the premiere goes this poorly, we'll face ruin. Fueled by his faith in Qiao guest, Fangzhe had signed a substantial betting agreement. Initially brimming with confidence, he now grapples with the prospect of incurring enormous losses, leaving him in a state of panic. He cannot afford to lose. Such a defeat would obliterate the fruits of years of hard work. His mansion, savings, luxury cars. He has fought valiantly to reach this pinnacle, striving to ascend to the very apex of the industry, inching ever closer to becoming a capital entity himself. He is resolute in his refusal to plummet back into obscurity. Fangzhe's fury leaves He Xingye feeling helpless. He had not foreseen the marketing prowess of this drama. The market is constrained, and they have lost their audience to competitors. Fangzhe erupts in a furious roar. What a wretched affair. I cannot afford to lose. He refuses to believe that misfortune has struck him so cruelly that in his first gamble, he might risk his entire fortune. His mind races. What strategies can be employed to undermine them? Is there any scandalous information that can be reported? Perhaps revealing the lead's dark secrets? No. He cannot bear to harm Hou Jian's reputation. Fangzhe cannot bring himself to betray Hou Jian. He perceives himself as a man of deep affection, quietly sacrificing for his unrequited love even in such dire times. Alas, the object of his affections remains oblivious to the extent of his devotion, and he believes that if Hou Jian were to learn of his sacrifices, he would undoubtedly be moved. Fate plays cruel tricks. How is it that this time it is Hou Jian's production that obstructs his path? He Xingye ponders and suddenly finds a potential avenue. Didn't you reach out to Lin Hui? The second and third male leads of that drama are under his guidance, right? Newcomer scandals are often easier to unearth. Let us see if there is any tarnished history that could tarnish their reputations, thereby affecting the drama as well. Mention of Lin Hui darkens Fangzhe's expression as he recalls their last, unpleasant conversation. He had genuinely believed Lin Hui's earlier claims of withdrawing from the industry were sincere, only to realize it was a calculated act of pity. Now, he seems to be deliberately ingratiating himself with Hou Jian, leaving Fangzhe to wonder what ulterior motives he harbors. He has entirely forgotten his own dubious actions, shifting the blame onto Lin Hui, even descending into dark speculation. Hegi, had it not been for Lin Hui's seduction, I would never have ended up with him. He is nothing but a promiscuous wretch. You mentioned that he has a history of inappropriate relationships with his subordinates. Could it be that he is still engaging in such behavior? He Xingye exclaimed. Are you implying he is involved with those two? A simple investigation would reveal the truth. In fact, I have already dispatched someone to conduct covert surveillance. Chapter 48. The flourishing world of fan creations. Fangzhe conceived a rough plan, determined not to lose this wager. Regardless of its authenticity, it must bear some truth, and that is where I shall commence. The airing of Spring and the Qingxi River has progressed at a commendable pace, releasing 4 episodes in its premiere week, followed by 2 episodes weekly. The initial 4 episodes are tightly woven and substantial, devoid of any filler, leading to a surge in discussion surrounding the characters, with even the supporting roles of maids and attendants gaining traction in online memes. The glimpses into this world reveal much. Qiao Ling, as the most dazzling and talked-about newcomer, nearly eclipsed the male lead, Hou Jian. This would typically incite disputes within fan circles. In recent years, the entertainment industry has seen its fair share of controversies where supporting characters overshadowing leads are ridiculed by the latter's fans as table flippers, accused of desperately seeking fame with ulterior motives. However, due to Qiao Ling's life-saving grace towards Hou Jian and his amicable demeanor towards her, the initial sentiment has been set, and fans are unlikely to deliberately undermine the main leads. With contention averted, collaboration became the pathway to mutual success. In no time, the fan creation market experienced a surge in popularity surrounding the trio of male leads. The regal prince, the sinister official, the cunning minister, the delicate yet deranged beauty, and the aloof yet captivating third party, Qiao Ling, Yuan Yu, and Hou Jiayin found themselves in an array of permutations, each combination offering a unique flavor. There are those who craft narratives, edit videos, create art, manipulate images, compose songs, and engage in cosplay, truly a vibrant tapestry of creativity. With a plethora of voices competing for attention, Meet shared some high-quality outputs with Qiao Ling, allowing her to broaden her horizons. While marveling at the talent, Qiao Ling keenly inquired, why is he not included? In the actual storyline, he portrays the female lead, Feng Lanjun, who is undeniably the focal point. 3 men vying for 1 woman. Yet in the realm of fan creations, she is either entirely overlooked or relegated to the role of a villainous supporting character. The treatment is rather nuanced. Meet summarized the sentiments of netizens. Perhaps He's performance has not been up to par. The archetype of the Mary Sue protagonist may never truly fade, yet capturing the audience's affection and relatability remains a considerable challenge. Spring and the Qingxi River is filmed and aired simultaneously, with on-location sound recording. The advantage lies in the immediate feedback from viewers, while the drawback is the lack of time for meticulous refinement of scenes, leaving no opportunity for dubbing to salvage dialogue. An established actress in period dramas, should feel at ease in the role of Feng Lanjun. Logically, she should meet at least the baseline of competence. However, therein lies the issue. She is no longer a newcomer, an actress who fails to progress, or even subtly regresses within her comfort zone, is unlikely to earn the audience's indulgence. The lack of sincerity in her performance will inevitably manifest in her portrayal of the character. He has been somewhat distracted in the production lately, frequently stumbling over lengthy lines, leading her to unilaterally cut content. As this situation persisted, director Kong grew weary of addressing her shortcomings, opting instead to let her off with a mere admonition, ultimately redirecting the camera's focus elsewhere. The result was that she, as the unequivocal lead, failed to leave the audience in awe and instead became a point of critique. Initially, he was oblivious to this shift in perception, but by the time she realized, she had already been marginalized by netizens through their creative reinterpretations. Enraged, she called her manager, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this marketing strategy? It's utterly excessive. I don't care. You must help me regain my standing." He is an artist under GM Entertainment, and her manager, Huang, is quite renowned in the industry, representing several artists beyond just her. Consequently, Huang was not present with the crew throughout the entire shoot. During the few days she was on set, although he occasionally threw minor tantrums, she refrained from being lazy during her performances, diligently memorizing her lines. And her portrayal in the first 2 episodes was commendable. However, the criticisms of her character began to surface after those initial episodes. Huang was taken aback by He's lack of diligence in her absence, worried that she might create significant issues. What are you trying to regain? Have you lost your mind from throwing tantrums? Do you still think this is your time to act like a diva? We've only been famous for a few years. If you no longer wish to perform earnestly, do you even understand what an actor's foundation is? What happened to your earlier dreams and ambitions? If you perform your role poorly, how can I possibly help you regain anything? Should I deploy marketing tactics to manipulate audience perceptions and incite your fans to harass others? He was momentarily stunned by Huang's barrage of words, her tears momentarily stifled by shock. But if the director's team releases any news about you altering lines or being lazy, how many people will be outraged? If you fail to portray your character well, how can you expect me to support you? Please don't scold me. What am I to do? No karain. Huang, noticing that He's bravado had diminished under her scrutiny, adjusted her tone to a calmer demeanor. Fortunately, there is still an opportunity for redemption. How can I redeem myself? Consider yourself lucky that this production is being filmed and aired concurrently. I am en route to the set now. Once I arrive, We will go together to apologize to the director and acknowledge your mistakes sincerely. Moving forward, you must approach the remaining scenes with utmost seriousness and see if you can amend the current criticisms with your performance. If you can restore your character's appeal, reversing the online sentiment should not be insurmountable. All right, I will heed your advice. Can I genuinely perform well? You can indeed. If you do not wish to be a fleeting, ornamental figure, it is essential to reflect on your recent shortcomings. Very well, I shall see you this afternoon. I will end the call now. He hung up, dabbing her tears away and dismissing any thoughts of resorting to alternative paths. Being too successful for too long can easily lead one to lose sight of their original intentions. This recent criticism has indeed brought her back to her senses. When Huang took her to apologize to the director, He's demeanor was markedly earnest, leaving both the director and the screenwriter pleasantly surprised. Regardless, this remains a narrative predominantly centered around the female protagonist. If he is willing to cooperate wholeheartedly, it would indeed be beneficial for the entire production team. The director accepted He's apology and, in light of this, suggested a personal adjustment. Let us revise the scripts for the upcoming episodes to enhance Fong Lanjun's appeal to the audience and amplify her charisma. Huang exhaled with relief. Qiao Ling stared blankly at the newly delivered script. Why were there so many additional romantic scenes with the female lead? Initially, his interactions with her had been subtle and restrained, given that he was merely the third male lead. However, the revised script unveiled previously omitted narrative threads. L'envie explained. It is said that these changes were made to elevate He's character's allure, hence the male lead scenes with her have been rewritten. The other two scripts have even more added, allowing your popularity to enhance hers. An advantageous situation for all. Qiao Ling comprehended the rationale and began to memorize the new script. Chapter 49. A disturbing sense of ethics. Lien Yueluo began to develop a pathological infatuation with Fong Lanjun. The love of this venomous tyrant blazed like an unquenchable fire, consuming him wholly from flesh to bone until he was entirely engulfed. He found himself entrapped in this unreciprocated longing, resigned to the fatal consequences without a trace of regret. Qiao Ling meticulously studied the lines, reciting them with an impassive demeanor. What are you hiding from? Do you not know I dream of you every night? Dreaming of you weeping on my bed, trembling in my embrace, and I would not mind making this dream a reality. For my expertise lies in rendering life a living hell. Why did a chill run down his spine? Qiao Ling inexplicably touched his arm, struggling to comprehend this emotion. This lack of understanding was not merely a byproduct of species disparity within the insect realm. He could identify a similar dynamic akin to the bond between the insect kin and the king insect. Yet he was the king insect, sovereign and unparalleled, born with every privilege. A spoiled king insect would not cultivate such sentiments, even if he were a king insect devoid of possessions. The imprints of his genetics would be challenging to alter. Life, undoubtedly, is the most precious entity. How could a conceptual notion such as love compel one to forsake life? And why does it evoke both torment and ecstasy? Qiao Ling pressed his palm against his chest, contemplating for an extended period, yet he could not evoke empathy. In fact, he felt an urge to critique. Since watching the live broadcast of the actual footage, he had developed a yearning for artistic growth, leaving him genuinely perplexed. Buzz, the protagonist, had surprisingly taken the initiative to message him. Why? Shall we rehearse together? Little bug, sure. I'm on my way. Qiao Ling grasped the script as he opened the door, startled by the guard, Xiao Chun, stationed at the entrance. Will you be here from now on? Xiao Chun solemnly nodded. Mr. Qiao, this is my duty. It is my work hours. Where are you headed? Qiao Ling pointed to the adjacent room. I'm going to rehearse with Yuan Yu. Very well, I will remain outside. You may call for me if needed. Under Xiao Chen's vigilant watch. He arrived at Yuan Yu's room, where Yuan Yu, upon noticing Xiao Chun behind him, paused in surprise. Your new assistant? A bodyguard. As Qiao Ling stepped into the room, Xiao Chun pivoted like a sentry at the doorway, showing no intention of entering. Yuan Yu glanced over, hesitating before closing the door. He was not one to pry into others' privacy, hence refrained from inquiring, Qiao, have you reviewed the added script content? I have, yet I find the added scenes incomprehensible. Qiao Ling confessed her dilemma. What should I do? I cannot grasp the emotions of Lien Yuelo. I fear I won't perform it well. What specific aspect troubles you? Yuan Yu probed. Romance. The fervent love of Lien Yuelo. Qiao Ling furrowed her brow, visibly distressed. I cannot empathize with him. Yuan Yu found her earnest expression endearing, prompting a gentle chuckle. Did your acting teacher instruct you in the experiential method? You know, the theory that one must fall in love with the co-actor to portray a romance convincingly? Qiao Ling nodded. The teacher said only genuine emotions can resonate with the audience. Yuan Yu disagreed. But if the character were a murderer, would you then need to commit murder first? In such ancient costume dramas, all characters are exaggerated and fantastical, existing only in art, not in reality. His demeanor as a mentor appeared natural. Yet it contradicted his status as an emerging actor in the domestic entertainment scene, albeit an obscure one. Having cherished drama since childhood and with the illustrious Li Qianan as a role model, Yuan Yu, who was not lacking in talent, had become the youngest lead in the Royal Academy's Drama Society by the age of 16. He had also indirectly participated in several of Li Qianan's productions behind the scenes. In terms of experience and perspective, he was a mature acting mentor and a staunch advocate of the method acting approach. Yuan Yu returned to the domestic scene quietly, akin to living life in the same vein. Qiao Ling, who had indeed taken a life, did not dwell on semantics, but expressed curiosity about the method acting approach. What should I do? Yuan Yu pondered how to articulate his thoughts for Qiao Ling's comprehension. You need not understand Lien Yuelo's emotions. You must find a substitute. Substitute? Yes. Yuan Yu searched the surroundings and picked up a few fruit candies from the table behind him, placing them in Qiao Ling's hand. Now, imagine these are the things you cherish most. Qiao Ling gazed at the round candies in her palm, envisioning them as points of value. All right, I have imagined them. Now, I will take them from you. Yuan Yu suddenly seized the candies, tightening his fist as Qiao Ling instinctively reached for them. Don't move. Qiao Ling froze. Yuan Yu lowered his voice, laced with allure, his elongated phoenix eyes glimmering. This is Lien Yuelo's obsession with Fang Lanjun. He does not comprehend love, but he cannot tolerate losing the thrill of controlling her. He gradually released his grip, the candies clattering to the ground. You need not love Fang Lanjun. You merely need to become addicted. Qiao Ling stared at the scattered candies, her furrowed brow slowly relaxing. Noticing her understanding, Yuan Yu seized the script and pressed on. Come, let us rehearse. Which part have you memorized? All of it. So quick. Then let us perform this scene. Yuan Yu pointed to a page in the script. I will play Fang Lanjun, and when you act, do not think of love, think of possession. Qiao Ling glanced at the script, inhaled deeply, and upon raising his gaze, his expression had transformed. He approached Yuan Yu with measured steps, his voice soft, as if contemplating aloud. His dark eyes filled with suppressed greed. I could break your legs and gouge out your eyes, but that would be far too mundane. He seized Yuan Yu by the nape, compelling him to meet his gaze. Yuan Yu flinched momentarily, his demeanor shifting to one of feminine grace. His voice trembling. Has Lord Lien finally lost his mind? Lien Yueloa's thumb caressed his carotid artery, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Mad? No. He leaned closer to Yuan Yu's ear, his teeth itching. I have merely realized why cats delight in tormenting mice to the brink of death. It is hunger. Yuan Yu abruptly pushed him away, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, yet a satisfied smile adorned his face. Yes, it is precisely this twisted sense of pleasure. It is not empathy, but taming, turning the character into a puppet rather than becoming one himself. Qiao Ling pondered this thought. Yuan Yu discreetly scratched his ear, the tips flushed crimson. It was the first time he felt such palpable discomfort during a performance. Could it be due to portraying a female character? That shouldn't be the case. He had played numerous roles and intimate scenes were no longer a barrier. Could it be that Qiao Ling was the object of Li Qian's affection, and their physical closeness created an odd sense of ethics? What a bizarre notion of ethics. Yuan Yu forcibly cleared his mind. Does this assist you? Qiao Qiao? Qiao Ling snapped back to reality, breaking into a broad smile. Brother Yuan Yu, you have been incredibly helpful. That is good to hear. He offered Qiao Ling some snacks. And as Qiao Ling sat down to munch while perusing the script, he had further inquiries. Their exchange flowed harmoniously. Sensing the atmosphere was right, Yu casually steered the conversation in another direction. By the way, Qiao, have you ever had any romantic experiences? Chapter 50. Enlightenment of the concept of love. The utterly innocent Qiao Ling shook his head earnestly. The king bug does not require romance. All bug kin belong to it. And by the logic of the insect race, the king bug possesses countless partners. Of course, the current Qiao Ling stood as a solitary figure. Just contemplating it made him feel quite pitiful. Yu looked at him with curiosity. Have you ever thought about what kind of girl or boy you might like? This is a good question. Qiao Ling had never considered such matters. Suddenly being asked felt like a portal to a new world had opened before him. His hand holding the potato chips, freezing mid-motion. I haven't thought about it. Should I have planned ahead? Yu chuckled at his innocence. How pure-hearted you are. Like a primary school student. But wait, even primary students are quite savvy these days. Unfazed by being likened to a child, Qiao Ling continued to munch on his chips. Once Yu finished laughing, he returned to Qiao Ling's question. You first need to understand whether you prefer girls or boys. The sexual characteristics of the insect race are quite ambiguous, with higher insects resembling human males in their mimicry. Qiao Ling contemplated this, maintaining his aesthetic preferences, and gazed into Yu's eyes as he replied, boys. Yu felt as though he had been pricked by a thorn, though it was he who posed the question. Hearing the answer he desired sent his heart racing. What was he so anxious about? Boys are quite normal, and I am too. Yu hurriedly closed his mouth, realizing he had babbled in a panic. Qiao Ling, with a naturally playful smile, casually responded, You like boys too? I already knew. How did you know? Is my being gay that obvious? Yu questioned, a hint of self-doubt creeping in. Qiao Ling, quick-witted, turned the tables and posed a question of his own. Yu, what type of boy do you fancy? What a splendid topic. Wang Chong relished such discussions. He inched closer to Yu, probing further. Do you already have someone you like? The protagonist must reveal it, quickly. Yu's expression shifted multiple times, a kaleidoscope of emotions, before he finally stammered, panic evident. Huh? Like? What do you mean by like? Qiao Ling nibbled at the remnants of chips on his fingers, his lips glistening with a brilliant sheen. Who do you like? I don't like anyone. Yu retreated slightly. Qiao Ling, lacking any sense of decorum, pressed on relentlessly, pushing Yu to the edge of the sofa. Come on, tell me. I want to know. I've never had the chance to discuss this with anyone else. The cunning Wang Chong lamented his plight. Yu paused slightly. You have no friends or family. I'm an orphan. Qiao Ling's eyelashes fluttered down, a hint of melancholy in his voice. No one cares about these things. You're the first person who has talked to me about it. Yu, taken aback by Qiao Ling's vulnerability, felt a surge of compassion. He straightened his posture, furrowing his brow. I'm sorry for bringing up sad memories. I would be happy to be your friend, or even your older brother. You're truly kind, Yu. Qiao Ling's gaze was intense. So who do you like? I merely have a crush. At this juncture, Yu found himself ensnared in Qiao Ling's relentless questioning, half-heartedly revealing. That person is quite handsome, a bit older than me, and serves as a role model. I've admired him for a long time. However, our interactions are limited. My initial goal in entering the entertainment industry was to be closer to him. Images of the three male leads flashed in Qiao Ling's mind. Yu is only 2 years older than himself, but all three male leads were older than Yu, making it hard to narrow it down. As for being a role model, all three were quite capable, making admiration for any of them reasonable. Wanting to be closer? That means it's someone Yu has had more interactions with since entering the industry. He tentatively inquired, Is it Li Qian? Yu's expression contorted as he frantically waved his hands. No, not him. Not him. Qiao Ling was about to ask again when Yu playfully pushed him, feigning annoyance. All right. Why are you interrogating me? I want to tell you who he is. I want to tell anyone. Feeling shy, seeing the opportunity, Qiao Ling decided to let it go, at least ruling one out, feeling quite accomplished. He slid down a bit, clinging to Yu's arm like a mischievous cat. All right, Yu, I want to ask anymore. Don't be shy. I'm not shy. Liar. Your temperature is so high, and your face is so red. Qiao Ling gently caressed Yuan Yu's cheek, remarking, "You're so hot you could fry an egg. Shall I cool you down? My body temperature is lower." "No, no," Yuan Yu replied, feeling discomfort. Qiao Ling pressed his icy hand against Yuan Yu's neck. Startled, Yuan Yu shivered, unable to withstand Qiao Ling's natural teasing allure, a quality that was neither frivolous nor overly bold, but rather an artful dance of flirtation. "No, no, Qiao Ling isn't flirting with me. It's merely the innocent closeness typical of children. What is he thinking?" Yuan Yu struggled momentarily, recalling the purpose of broaching the topic. Qiao, let us talk about you instead." "Sure, ask away. You mentioned Li Qianan earlier. What do you think of him?" Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter, and Yuan Yu exhaled in relief. Qiao Ling's eyes darted, muttering to himself, "The protagonist is bringing up Li Qianan. Could it be that the earlier denial was a facade? He is quite remarkable. I know he is well known. I'm asking for your personal opinion." Yuan Yu leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I'm aware you two have interactions outside. Don't try to mislead me." Qiao Ling mentally assessed Li Qianan, realizing he had unwittingly taken note of many of his subtleties. He was quite charming, with a temper that could be both pleasant and prickly, oscillating between wanting to draw closer and intentionally keeping his distance, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. "Is your personal opinion favorable?" Yuan Yu inquired eagerly. What if you were to evaluate him as a potential romantic partner? The top candidate among the insect kin. Wang Chong classified his first stamp of approval without hesitation. However, a romantic connection between insect kin and humans was rather different. He pondered, what criteria should one use to choose a romantic partner? Yuan Yu felt a twinge of guilt, akin to luring a teenager. The standard is that when you see the other person, you feel joy, affection, excitement, and a desire to be close to them. Just being together makes everything joyous. "I feel very happy being close to you." Qiao Ling and Yuan Yu were nearly forehead to forehead. Though the protagonist lacked the alluring energy exuded by the three male leads, their proximity undeniably relaxed the insect kin, perhaps due to the protagonist's unique aura. "That is not it," Yuan Yu hastily clarified. "With a lover, there is an irresistible urge to engage in intimate acts, such as kissing or hugging." Qiao Ling tilted his head, fixated on Yuan Yu's lips, seemingly deep in thought. Yuan Yu jolted and instinctively straightened his back. Qiao Ling was momentarily thrown off balance, but managed to respond, "I haven't thought about these things. I will consider them in the future." Suddenly, Qiao Ling remembered the unanswered WeChat message from Li Qianan. "Speaking of which, he contacted me last time for some reason." He pulled out his phone, opened Li Qianan's contact page, and sent a message to his top insect kin. "Little bug, what are you up to?" The message was marked red, indicating a failed send. Yuan Yu, unable to suppress his curiosity, leaned over, and upon seeing the situation, his expression broke into shock. "He blocked you? He blocked me?" Qiao Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 51. The moment the dignity of the king worm is undermined after discerning the meaning of being blocked. Qiao Ling silently exited the page. The fact that he had been blocked by the foremost member of the Bug Affection Reserve left the young worm quite displeased. Yuan Yu, regaining his composure, awkwardly attempted to console him. "He must be unwell. Qiao, pay him no mind. It is undoubtedly his issue." Qiao Ling narrowed his eyes. If it were not Li Qianan's fault, could it possibly be his own? Such a notion was preposterous. Yuan Yu had not anticipated that Li Qianan's avoidance personality would manifest to such an extent. He began to consider the feasibility of recommending a psychotherapist to him. It was absurd that he had been racking his brain to facilitate a romantic connection for him, only to find that there was nothing to facilitate at all. "My dear brother, you really did run away, didn't you?" After bidding farewell to Qiao Ling, Yuan Yu attempted to call Li Qianan. The call did not go through and was redirected to voicemail. He had no choice but to contact Li Qianan's secretary. "Selena, where is my brother?" "Sir, is in seclusion." Selena replied on the other end of the line. He said he would be in seclusion until the end of the year. Yuan Yu was momentarily speechless. Li Qianan's evasion was excessively dramatic, further highlighting Qiao Ling's unique significance to him. "Where is he in seclusion?" "On the Pacific N16 private island purchased last year." Yuan Yu took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure gradually rise. Is he completely cut off from communication? Indeed, Sir mentioned he requires a tranquil creative space. Then please relay a message to him. Certainly, young master, I am ready to record. Li Qianin, avoidant attachment is a disorder. If you have a problem, seek treatment. Do not wait until the one you cherish is with someone else to regret. Okay, Selena, I'm done. Understood. Yuan Yu tossed aside his phone, staring blankly at the bag of chips in the trash for a moment, his mind filled with the image of Qiao Ling's somewhat dejected and hurt expression. The temporary modification of the script for Spring and the Blue Stream placed immense pressure on the crew's filming tasks, and staying up late became a daily routine. Under Yuan Yu's guidance, Qiao Ling became less bewildered regarding the new romantic scenes, yet performing them still proved quite different from his expectations. Director Kong, wielding a megaphone, pointed and instructed, Lian Yu Luo, your Princess Carrie resembles someone serving a dish. Lian Yu Luo, it lacks ambiguity. Your gaze needs to be more fervent. Lian Yu Luo, you are in love with her, intimidating her, not genuinely trying to scare her to death. Lian Yu Luo, have you never been in love? There is no sexual tension. A robust movement coach painstakingly taught Qiao Ling how to flirt with the female lead, placing Qiao Ling's hand on his own. You must do it like this movement. And then like this. Qiao Ling felt that he resembled a child and could not help but jest. Qiao, is your first kiss still intact? Qiao Ling pursed his lips. Everyone was in stitches at Qiao Ling's rookie efforts. The filming set resonated with laughter and joy. Yet, after completing these scenes, Qiao Ling felt thoroughly exhausted. The combination of work pressure and the incident of being blocked by Li Qianin left him feeling persistently lethargic for several days. During his breaks, doubts swirled in his mind. He could not comprehend why the bug affection he had marked was so disloyal to him. Was he truly so inadequate? Where lies the dignity of the kingworm? The tender kingworm has indeed faced a setback, even directing its ire towards Guanshu Qiao and Yin Jing Song. The two, inexplicably embroiled in this turmoil and unaware of their supposed transgressions, found themselves cast into the cold palace by Qiao Ling. No messages sent yielded any response. Yin Jing Song expressed a desire to retreat beyond the safety line, vowing to refrain from crossing any boundaries for the time being. Yet the distance imposed by Qiao Ling felt akin to a dagger thrust into his heart. Analyzing the daily itinerary relayed by his bodyguard, Xiao Chun, he deduced that the pressure from the filming schedule must have overwhelmed Qiao Ling, leaving him too preoccupied to engage with anyone. He resolved to seek an opportunity to visit the set again, hoping to ease his worries. Speaking of visiting the set, the previously mentioned fan event lottery for Qiao Ling concluded on Weibo. Xiaoya wiped her phone screen thrice, scarcely daring to believe that the notification was genuine. Congratulations to Wei AI Qiao for securing a spot to visit the set of Qiao Ling's new drama Spring and the Clear Stream. I've won. I truly won. She excitedly rolled on her bed, ecstatic to be among the chosen few from thousands of applicants as an active member of Qiao Ling's fan club. The fans collectively regarded this visit with utmost seriousness, meticulously preparing posters, flower baskets, gifts, and handwritten letters, with one affluent fan even generously providing a dessert truck, ensuring that Qiao Ling would feel the depth of their affection. Xiaoya took leave from work, overwhelmed with excitement for her first offline fan encounter. A fan visit? Upon hearing the news, Qiao Ling's spirits lifted slightly. Yes, brother Qiao. It would suffice to spare a mere 10 minutes during a break in shooting to meet them. Ro explained the situation. There were 3 fan representatives, bringing letters and gifts from other fans, and all he needed to do was chat with them, take a photo, and sign a few autographs. But would they be disappointed upon meeting me? Qiao Ling's initial joy gave way to worry. Ro gasped in shock. Brother Qiao, what is wrong? Why this sudden lack of confidence? What made you think this way? I still feel too insignificant, lacking anything worthy of steadfast devotion. Qiao Ling sighed, lowering his gaze. No, do not think like that. As the president of Qiao Ling's official fan club and his most devoted supporter, Ro staunchly opposed his self-deprecating thoughts. She effusively praised him. Your existence is miraculous, brother Qiao. With such talent and capability, how can you remain so humble? How can other male celebrities survive in the entertainment industry? Excessive humility is a sin, and I will not allow you to commit such an offense. I am not merely flattering you, Brother Qiao. Even if you doubt me, you must acknowledge the million followers on your account. Are they all blind? Have you seen the hateful comments online? Do not pay attention to the naysayers. Your excellence evokes envy, and the more criticism you receive, the more it signifies your remarkable worth. Who dares to insult you? I shall retaliate on your behalf. As she spoke, Ro rolled up her sleeves. After listening to her lengthy flattery, Qiao Ling felt increasingly convinced. You are right. I am indeed exceptional. He became concerned about the criticisms directed at him by certain detractors. What negative comments? He inquired. What have they said about me? Ruru swiftly attempted to change the subject. If you didn't see it, just forget about it, Qiao Go. Would you like something to drink? I'll order for you. However, Qiao Ling insisted, I want to see it. Show me. Oh, don't bother looking. Those critics are simply delusional and spouting nonsense. Then I will search for it myself. All right, I'll find something for you. In Chapter 52, as the weather turned chilly, Ruru feared he might stumble upon the main hub of these detractors, and her previously uplifted mood soured again. To mitigate the risk, she settled on showing him a relatively mild post mocking his appearance. For after all, beauty is quite subjective. Am I the only one who thinks that the newcomer, the so-called beauty Qiao Ling, is overrated? The main post read, the recent hype surrounding him is overwhelming. I simply cannot comprehend it. It seems exaggerated. His figure is as slender as a stick insect. Can we even say he exudes masculinity? Responses flooded in. He is indeed attractive, but not everyone may appreciate it. It borders on an unhealthy aesthetic of being pale and thin. Often, true beauty requires a bit of marketing to convince people. Another added, I am uncertain, but his character in the drama has stunning styling. I wonder how he looks in modern attire. We should see more of him. I find his fans rather annoying, always seeking attention. Honestly, his face is rather unremarkable. He might only last a few years in the limelight. A more masculine visage is generally more appealing. With makeup and filters, his average looks can be elevated to a 9 out of 10. I have seen his pre-fame videos, and he appeared quite ordinary. Now, those clips have been thoroughly erased by his agency. His appearance, once swollen, would be disastrous. Just another influencer with a surgically altered face. Those who claim he is unattractive might have a penchant for the unconventional. Why not present your own idea of beauty for comparison? Beauty is an objective reality, impervious to the sour grapes of critics. To those who find fault with such beauty, may you grow in the opposite direction of Qiao Ling. Who would accept that? If cosmetic surgery were perfected to such an extent, there would be no one left deemed unattractive in this world. Is he altered? Perhaps Qiao Ling could recommend a surgeon. For the first time, Qiao Ling observed this online debate centered around him. He felt as though neither side truly represented him, merely a superficial digital persona. After perusing the posts, he found himself astonished by the volume of trivial banter surrounding such topics. How can they argue over something so trivial for hundreds of comments? Ruru, concerned, scrutinized his expression. You're not experiencing anxiety over your appearance, are you? Don't take their nonsense to heart, or I will feel utterly guilty. Qiao Ling skeptically touched his face. In response, Ru hurriedly presented him with over 10 posts filled with adoring fan comments and edited beauty videos. Hoping he would grasp the extent of infatuation some fans exhibited. After viewing them, Qiao Ling felt relieved from his concerns about his appearance. However, another thought consumed him. Why does it seem that people like me solely for my looks? Is my face the only thing worthy of admiration? The genes of the Zerg are etched with the essence of ambition. Wang Chong, already perturbed by his own frail youth, found himself further troubled by the realization that he, as a human, fell short of excellence. In his despair, he presented a visual tableau reminiscent of a delicate beauty, a captivating enchantress, with the clarity of a pristine lotus emerging from the water. Unable to contain her infatuation, Ro seized the camera and began filming, declaring, "Self-doubt is the finest dowry a man can possess. I speak no falsehoods. Darling, you have only just embarked on your journey, and yet your drive is so profound that it brings tears to my eyes. With a leader like you, the future gleams so brightly that I find it hard to sleep. I shall haunt you in my next life. Qiao Ling, caught between laughter and exasperation, playfully struck Ro. Nearby, bodyguard Xiao Chun noted this exchange, and soon, Yin Jingsong received a tip-off from him. Report: Qiao Ling appears to be suffering from self-doubt due to attacks from online detractors. Without hesitation, Yin Jingsong abandoned his work to delve into the depths of the internet and witness the nature of these assaults for himself. Half an hour later, he commanded, "DD, I need to take down several forums and acquire certain software. Please handle it and consult the legal team." The air around him crackled with an aura of authority. Huh? What has prompted our domineering CEO to take action? DD, intrigued after grasping the situation, yearned to gossip with Lin Hui immediately. Yet, adhering to professional ethics, she restrained her excitement and opted to quietly observe. On the day of the visit, Xiaoyo awoke at 5 o'clock, cautiously placing her treasured signed photographs and handwritten letters into her backpack. She checked the camera's battery 3 times, departing an hour earlier than originally planned. Concerned that she might arrive too early, she found, upon arrival, that several girls were already gathered at the entrance of the film studio. Recognizing the support banners they held, she realized they were fellow fans who had arranged to meet in advance. Excitement bubbled as they exchanged IDs and eagerly distributed their fan merchandise, including adorable hairpins, badges, fans, and stickers adorned with Qiao Ling's image. The head of the fan club glanced at her messages. The dessert truck is on its way. Our wealthy benefactor is sponsoring the recently popular Moco Cat official collaboration ice cream, complete with a Moco Cat mascot. That's the same Moco Cat that Xiao took for the advertisement, right? He is sure to adore it. I believe so too. Before long, the charming dessert truck arrived before them, and a gigantic Moco Cat plush slowly descended from the vehicle. The girls joyously rushed forward, their excited squeals filling the air. Yes, let us interact with Qiao, just like this. In the distance, within the car, Yin Jingsong observed through the window, his attention drawn to the candy-colored dessert truck emblazoned with Qiao Ling's name. What is that? He pondered, turning to his loyal secretary. It appears to be a ritual prepared by Qiao Ling's fan club for their visit. Yin Jingsong contemplated. These items seem rather extravagant. They likely require sponsorship? DD had already adjusted her mindset, accepting the reality that her boss had unexpectedly fallen in love. A man ensnared by love finds justification in every action he takes. For instance, he may act out of rage for a beloved or clandestinely visit her. She readily acknowledges, "Your considerations are quite thoughtful." Perhaps infiltrating the fan community and becoming an ardent supporter would indeed be a splendid choice. Yin Jingsong gazed intently at the fans. Didi, perceptive of the situation, unfastened her seatbelt and alighted from the vehicle. "President Yin, I shall go and take a look," she remarked. Xiaoya was the first to notice the approach of a beautiful young lady. "Hello, miss. Are you here for the event as well?" Didi smiled and greeted them. Genuinely intrigued by the fan paraphernalia they carried. "I happen to pass by, but I'm also a fan of Qiao Ling. Did you create these items yourselves? Would you be willing to sell me some? I adore them." With a shared admiration for the same star, they felt like sisters, rendering the notion of selling utterly unnecessary. The fans enthusiastically offered Didi a collection of their materials, adamantly refusing to accept any payment. "Oh, how could I possibly accept this? Miss, you should invest your money in Qiao's endorsements. That is a certainty." Didi curiously pointed at a Moco Cat plushie. "What is this?" "That's Qiao's beloved Moco Cat, sponsored by the older fans in our group. We plan to surprise him with it during our visit." Touched by their thoughtfulness, she inquired, "May I join your group? I would love to support future events. This is my first time being a fan, and I am utterly clueless." Didi engaged in lively conversation with the young girls for quite some time, ultimately returning laden with a variety of vibrant materials. She presented everything to her boss, reporting the information she had gathered. Yin Jingsong listened attentively, as if he were reviewing a financial statement. Upon hearing that the large plushie was Qiao Ling's favorite, his gaze lingered on the Moco Cat, a whimsical thought crossing his mind. Chapter 53. Those in love. Qiao Ling's 2 assistants promptly ushered the fans inside. The moment Xiaoya stepped onto the set, she felt her breath catch in her throat. The scene exceeded her expectations in its bustling activity. Various equipment and staff flowed through the intricately designed ancient backdrop, evoking a sense of temporal intertwining. At the center of the crowd stood Qiao. The girls quietly cheered in excitement. Lin Hui cautioned the fans, "Shoo, let us not disrupt the order of the set. We shall wait until Qiao finishes this scene." The fans nodded eagerly, their eyes aglow. Qiao Ling was already transformed into the character of Luo, seated upon a magnificent black steed, her hair ribbon swaying gently with the horse's cadence. She wore an indigo dark-patterned brocade robe, exuding a regal and profound aura. Her slender waist accentuated by a woven golden belt, presenting a truly captivating figure. The simulated sunlight from the stage lights cascaded upon her, defining her perfect profile. Her skin resembling porcelain, translucent and radiant, softening even the typically cold demeanor of Luo. "Cut! That essay wrap!" With the command, the atmosphere on set relaxed instantaneously. Lin Hui greeted Qiao Ling, who turned to their direction, gracefully dismounting and striding towards them. "Hello, I am Qiao Ling." Her voice and demeanor exuded a soft and gentle warmth, imbued with a joyful intimacy, strikingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out from an ancient painting, resembling a fox spirit of folklore. Xiaoya felt her legs weaken, her prepared words evaporating from her mind. It was the president of the fan club who first regained composure. "Qiao Ling. Hello, we are your fans. This is a gift we prepared for you." Due to prior arrangements made by her manager, which stipulated that no valuable gift from fans would be accepted, they had prepared handmade items, such as clay figurines, embroidery, oil paintings, and handwritten letters. They hurriedly presented the gifts and letters, and Qiao Ling accepted them, posing for a photo with them. Observing the thick stack of letters and the shining eyes of the young girls before her, he was deeply moved by their pure affection. He could distinctly feel that their admiration was untainted by anything else, perceiving him as a dream come true. "I will cherish these and read them earnestly." The touched expression on Qiao Ling's face was already the best feedback for the fans. Unveiling, inviting all crew members to enjoy the tea and sweets prepared by the fans. The Moko Cat mascot, accompanied by a lively BGM, approached Qiao Ling and performed an adorable interactive dance. Holding the gifts, Qiao Ling was amused, his eyes crinkling with delight, as he admired the scenery. Those who loved him regarded him as the most splendid view. The fans' cameras and phones remained active, and after a while, their initial nervousness dissipated, leading to a lively chatter with Qiao Ling. "Qiao, are you tired from filming? Qiao, will you be participating in variety shows in the future? Could you do more live streams? I want to see you more. Qiao, you acted really well. I'm eagerly anticipating your next work. Please sign for me, brother. I promised my group friends a signed copy." Qiao Ling largely fulfilled their requests, signing diligently and earnestly responding to each query. "Filming isn't tiring for variety shows. You'll have to ask my manager. I'm not sure yet. If you want to see live streams, I'll plan something. As for my next work, it depends on the arrangements." Lin Hui stood by, smiling as she alleviated Qiao Ling's pressure. "Qiao will have a new magazine coming out at the beginning of next month. You can look forward to it." "Oh, that is amazing. I will definitely buy it. I want to collect 100 copies of Qiao's first magazine." Qiao Ling lifted his head from the postcards. "Serious. No need to buy 100 copies. That's wasteful. One will suffice." The more he said this, the more the fans wanted to spend money on him. Enchanted by his charm, wishing to hand over their bank cards on the spot. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Qiao Ling asked, "Why do you all like me so much?" This question seemed to trigger a flood of exaggerated and effusive compliments, overwhelming Qiao Ling with a torrent of sweet declarations, leaving Xiaoya dazed, unable to regain her composure even after the visit concluded. A soft sensation in her heart, both sour and sweet. What was this reaction? Lin Hui smiled as he offered guidance. "It is indeed a matter of being moved. Qiao, you have been touched by your fans." However, Lin Hui's expression turned serious. "Do not place too much faith in the love of your fans. Their affection is conditional, should you ever fail to meet their expectations. This seemingly pure love may transform into something darker." Those who know you best are often the most adept at striking where it hurts. What if I could maintain perfection? Lin Hui shook his head, speaking earnestly. Fans can be both the most affectionate and the most fickle. Even if you commit no wrongs and continuously improve, their attention will inevitably wane, drawn away by other distractions. The entertainment industry is rife with countless individuals vying for recognition. Your rise may eclipse others' fan bases, and as new talents emerge, they will inevitably capture some of yours. Therefore, do not dwell too much on this. Focus on being your true self and safeguarding your emotions. Upon hearing this, Qiao Ling felt a wave of emotion wash over him, but he retracted it with a deadpan remark. Lin Gu, you are such a buzzkill. Humanity is far too capricious. Lin Hui affectionately ruffled his hair, as if soothing a child. Ah, I know you are astute. The truth is clear as day to you. Do you comprehend? Qiao Ling felt somewhat bewildered. Later, as he removed his makeup, he opened each handwritten letter from his fans, attempting to envision the faces of those who had penned such fervent words while hurling harsh critiques at him. As he mused, an image of a failed message kept surfacing in his mind. Memories flickered back to a sweet, intimate room, where he had sunk his teeth into someone's flesh. A ravenous Wang Chong losing his sanity. Then, he recalled a pair of peach blossom eyes and the bitter taste of blood laced with chemical undertones. One voice said, "Are you a little dog, biting at random?" Another chimed in, "Bad boy, that hurts." Instinctively, Qiao Ling bit his lip with his sharp canine teeth, failing to control the pressure, and was startled awake by a sharp pain as a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. He winced, furrowing his brow, suddenly sensing an eerie silence and turning to survey his surroundings. At some point, everyone in the makeup room had departed, leaving him alone. Just as he pondered this oddity, a fluffy head popped up behind him. It was the Moko cat plush toy from the morning. The tall, round figure of the plush cat rose, waving its paw at Qiao Ling in the mirror, tilting its head in an endearing manner. Qiao Ling rose in surprise. Oh. Chapter 54. Bullying the protagonist, the Moko cat extended its soft, oversized paw towards him, making an inviting gesture. Curiously, Qiao Ling placed his hand upon it, only to be playfully grasped by the plush paw, which exaggeratedly shook his hand a few times. What kind of performance was this meant to be? The Moko cat, with utmost seriousness, bowed to Qiao Ling, who then realized that this plush cat was somewhat different from the one in the morning. It was styled as a gentlemanly cat in a vintage suit, exuding a certain charm. The gentleman cat acted as if performing a silent play, rummaging through its pockets, before tilting its head and spreading its hands in a gesture of inquiry. Qiao Ling felt his curiosity piqued. "What are you searching for?" Moko the cat, in a manner that seemed to inquire about my appearance, snapped its fingers silently before me. In the next moment, a rose materialized in its paw. With an elegant yet whimsical gesture, it presented the rose to Qiao Ling, its fluffy doll-like head nuzzling against the back of his hand, a soft, endearing kiss of courtesy. Thank you," Qiao Ling chuckled, holding the flower. Moko the cat's performance continued as it drew a length of silk scarf from its sleeve, playfully shaking it before Qiao Ling, understanding the unspoken invitation. Qiao Ling grasped the scarf and pulled, discovering it to be endlessly long. This seemingly mundane magic trick amused him to laughter. "How do you retract this?" Moko the cat, with an air of pride, curled its claw and performed a series of gestures. As Qiao Ling exhaled gently towards the paw, the scarf transformed into a gift box. The cat knelt on one knee, holding the gift box aloft. "For me?" Qiao Ling inquired, to which the cat nodded eagerly, under the watchful gaze of its large, plastic bead eyes. Qiao Ling unwrapped the gift box to reveal a miniature Moko cat figurine, unaware that such figurines could be globally limited editions, and oblivious to the fact that the little creature in his hand was worth a luxury car. He simply embraced the small Moko cat and leapt into the arms of the larger Moko cat. "Ha ha, thank you." Yin Jingsong was aware that his actions were somewhat absurd. However, when enveloped in the plush exterior of the doll, he felt free to accept Qiao Ling's embrace without reservation. The sensation was utterly delightful. Yin decided to indulge in the moment for a while. The colossal cat's plush exterior towered over 2 meters, and its soft embrace was akin to an expansive ocean. submerging Qiao Ling's slender form, allowing him to roll about freely within it. He inhaled deeply, the scent of sunshine mingling with a familiar, energizing aroma that wrapped around him, hinting at the true identity of this enormous feline creature. The rhythm of his heartbeat felt equally familiar. In this game of guessing, I arrived at the answer in a mere 0 seconds. Why not give it a try yourself? One thought it was flawlessly concealed while the other saw through it without comment, achieving a rather perfect balance. Yin Jingsong allowed himself to revel in the embrace for a few minutes, feeling as if time was both racing and languishing. Emotionally, he thought, do not let go. Embrace until the end of time. Rationally, he mused, another moment might seem rather peculiar. Reluctantly, he loosened his hold on Qiao Ling, gazing at his face through the delicate mesh, performing a gentlemanly gesture and gesturing a few farewell signals as he exited with an exaggerated flourish. Qiao Ling watched as the door closed, unable to resist clutching the figurine and chasing after it. In that brief interval, the enormous cat had vanished into thin air, leaving Lin Hui standing at the door with a subtly complex expression, dramatically spreading his arms. Surprise! This is a special surprise prepared by your fans. Do you like it? Wow. Qiao Ling realized this was likely a deliberately mysterious interactive game. Which fans? The few from the morning? Lin Hui, with a natural tone and an air of seriousness, replied, it's from another rather low-key superfan. Oh, isn't he coming to meet me? It seems that the workload has been quite overwhelming. Please sign here, and I shall pass it on to him as a token of appreciation for the fans. In a perplexing turn of events, Qiao Ling signed several postcards. It must be said, the mood has shifted from gloomy to sunny. A positive disposition is crucial not only for humans, but also for little creatures. As emotions began to improve, the long-dormant ambition surged forth once more. Main quest. Points. The rightful male protagonist. Although the system had crashed due to his own actions, he still needed to earn those task points diligently. Growth. Strength. The king bug must rise. Upon returning to the hotel, he boldly entered Yuan Yu's room, flopping onto Yuan Yu's bed with a nonchalant demeanor, almost more like the owner of the room than Yuan Yu himself. Startled by the sight, Yuan Yu emerged from the bathroom, instinctively tightening his bathrobe. You truly made use of the spare room card I gave you. How brazen. Qiao Ling looked up at him. He lingered around the protagonist because he found himself at a loss. The last system prompt indicated that the task progress was currently at 35. This figure was primarily achieved through the random completion of stage tasks. Judging by the diminishing points from these tasks, it was evident that to acquire further points, he must engage with the main quest and partake in the legitimate affairs of the supporting role. He needed to swiftly confirm the rightful male protagonist. After a series of corroborations and Qiao Ling's meticulous analysis, he had arrived at a conclusion. It was you, Yin Jingsong. However, herein lies the dilemma. He had just silently reiterated, I believe Yin Jingsong is the rightful male protagonist. Yet there was no response. Had he guessed incorrectly? Qiao Ling, undeterred, changed the name and submitted 2 more answers. I believe Guanshu Qiao is the rightful male protagonist, and Li Qian is the rightful male protagonist. Silence ensued. Was it a problem with the submission method, or was it due to the system malfunctioning? How vexing. In frustration, Qiao Ling pounded the bed. Yuan Yu, observing Qiao Ling lounging on his bed in outdoor attire, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. He reached out to pull him up. Hey, is your clothing dirty? You should wash up before lying down. It's clean, quite clean, Qiao Ling protested, playfully tugging back. Yuan Yu's foot slipped on the floor, causing him to topple down. Qiao Ling, taken aback by his lack of balance, hurriedly attempted to catch him. His hands clamped down like iron pincers, precisely gripping the fragile ribs of the human. A critical hit. Qiao, it hurts. With minimal fat and muscle cushioning the rib area, and with sensitive nerves, Yuan Yu felt a sharp pain and an uncomfortable itch. Though he hadn't fallen, tears sprang forth. Struggling to maintain composure, he cried out in a strained voice. Let me go. Apologies. Following his request, Qiao Ling released him, and Yuan Yu curled up on the bed, clutching his ribs. It was at that moment, as he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the system, that the notification sound resonated like a celestial melody. Ding! Triggered mainline daily task. Bully the protagonist, 11 points, 50. Chapter 55. The system returns. The king bug's core within his heart jolted with excitement, swiftly grasping the suddenly revived system. Let's converse. The system's voice was disjointed and vague. Insufficient energy. Entering sleep mode. Wang Chong generously transferred all 50 points to the severely depleted system, as the energy from these points held no value for him. The little creature did not harbor any murderous intent towards the system. Continuing their internal strife would only lead to mutual destruction. To gain points, the system's assistance was indispensable, serving as a crucial intermediary. As the system had ominously stated, he would eventually require its help. The system needed points to function, while Wang Chong needed points to grow. The prior conflict between the bug and the system fundamentally stemmed from a power struggle. The loser would be at the mercy of the victor, and neither party sought complete annihilation of the other. Cooperation was essential for mutual benefit. Truth be told, Wang Chong only desired to prevail. As long as he could reach maturity smoothly, the system would lose its relevance, and settling the score could wait. He possessed sufficient patience and cunning. After absorbing the 50 points, the system regained a semblance of vitality from its state of imminent power failure. Its memory lingered on the previous skirmish, speaking with a tone that was both fierce and restrained. What do you wish to discuss with me? Liar. Monster. Are you certain you wish to continue opposing me? What do you mean? Just a moment. Qiao Ling sat up and unfolded the shrimp-shaped Yuan-Yu. Brother Yuan-Yu, I apologize. It was unintentional. Yuan-Yu's complexion paled, tears born of pain still glistening. He appeared thoroughly disheveled, oblivious to his own state. He sighed in exasperation. I'm feeling a bit better now. Qiao Ling brushed aside his hand, peering closely at the bruised ribs. It's a bit red. Do you have any ointment? I can get it for you. No need. I think that was just a strain. My apologies. Qiao Ling, feeling remorseful, reached out to wipe the tear marks from Yuan-Yu's eyes. Yuan-Yu recoiled slightly, his speech faltering. Do you have anything else to discuss? Qiao Ling shook his head, smiling. I'll return to my script now. It was some time after he left that silence enveloped the room, broken only by a self-deprecating chuckle. The system could no longer contain itself and initiated a conversation with Qiao Ling. What exactly do you wish to say to me? Qiao Ling replied with a friendly smile. System, let us reconcile. Upon sending the olive branch, the system immediately perked up, adopting a cheeky tone. Oh, have you finally come to seek my favor? Consider carefully what attitude you will adopt when speaking to me. Wang Chong delivered a subtle reprimand to the system from the depths of his consciousness, a light but pointed warning. I believe that you must now depend on humans for your survival. Your energy is lacking, and from the very beginning of our binding, you have been barely hanging on. Your functional capabilities are severely limited, relying solely on your host to earn points through tasks. Yet, you remain oblivious to your own predicament, and despite your ineffectiveness, you still wish to exert power, attempting to manipulate your host like a puppet. How can you remain unrepentant after being chastised? I'm not useless. Then prove yourself. Do something that earns my respect, rather than acting like a foolish mad dog, fixated solely on how to bite me. A senseless fool who harms others without benefiting oneself. Having acquired a considerable repertoire of sharp-tongued remarks from the internet, Wang Chong has become 100-fold more venomous in his sarcasm than before. Please stop scolding me. In truth, he is desperately attempting to maintain his facade of strength while yearning for a moment of vulnerability. You require points, and I do as well. Since we are bound together, I believe it is unwise to squander time in futile disputes. I ask you once more, shall we reconcile? The system, feeling utterly constrained, proclaimed with the utmost fervor the most humiliating words. Let us make amends. We shall make amends. Thus, I offer you a chance. I am willing to allocate 30% of future task points to you, and should your contributions prove substantial, an additional 10% will follow. Agreed. The system is now quite content with the prospect of a 30-70 split. Then what promise will you make to me? I will assist you diligently and refrain from deliberately triggering malicious side quests to hinder you. The system recalled the harrowing mop task, and its voice wavered slightly. Qiao Ling scoffed. Can you genuinely be of assistance in the upcoming tasks? Of course. You will soon realize how vital I am. Well, how can I ascertain the true male lead? Presently, I have a target in mind, Yin Jingsong. But even if I confirm this, there's no subsequent reaction. What gives? The system paused briefly. No need to rush. Did you not just trigger a new task? You can continue to grind through the daily humiliation tasks to accumulate points. And I will exchange those points for clues. Useless. Indeed, without points, I am but a waste. How many points must I accumulate? At least 100 points. I can exchange that for a task clue. Qiao Ling sighed. How do we determine what constitutes humiliation? Is it merely inflicting pain or causing tears? Close enough. Both physical and verbal attacks count. If the protagonist's shame exceeds 50%, it is deemed successful. Understood. Eager to prove its worthiness, the system, long berated as worthless by Qiao Ling, found its confidence at an all-time low, instinctively beginning to flatter him. I assure you, investing 100 points in me will yield returns of clues worth dozens of times their value. Qiao Ling pondered for a moment before suddenly turning menacing. Know your place. Address me properly. The system, not quite grasping how it had succumbed to such a disadvantage, remained silent for half a minute before reluctantly conceding. As you wish, master. Only then did Qiao Ling feel a sense of satisfaction. He mused internally. If it can be so compliant under my treatment, this system is undoubtedly cunning, sycophantic, and untrustworthy. It must not be retained in the future. After enduring the tasteless breakfast of official literature, he dutifully swallowed the medication meant for this time. The pill slid down his throat, leaving a bitter aftertaste akin to that of a rusted coin. More than 10 minutes later, that sensation arrived. It was a mechanical tranquility. He lifted his gaze toward the light. Its brightness was blinding, yet his eyes felt as though shrouded in a thin film, dulling his senses. The cup rested in his palm. It should have been scorching, yet he merely recognized its warmth without truly feeling it. All emotions seemed locked within a glass cabinet, visible yet untouchable, incapable of inflicting harm upon him. This is the protection offered by medication, a gentle chemical isolation. Occasionally, Guan Shu Qiao ponders whether this could be considered another form of self-imprisonment. Lost in thought for an indeterminate time, his assistant knocked on the door and entered with the investigative report. This contains all the information you requested regarding Qiao Ling. Guan Shu Qiao's tranquil mind stirred abruptly, as if something had pierced through the veil of chemical detachment, briefly and softly pricking him. He lifted his gaze, slightly leaning forward, revealing his signature, gentle smile. Please, share it with me. Chapter 56. Are you a gambler? The assistant placed the materials on the table and opened his laptop. Qiao Ling, 21 years old. His parents perished in a car accident when he was 5, and he was raised by his grandparents, who have since passed away. He was admitted to the acting department of the D-City Film Academy, but chose to drop out after a year. He had worked as an advertising model and participated in performances at bars, engaging with online media. On the computer screen, photographs of Qiao Ling from childhood to the present flashed by, and Guanshu Qiao focused intently on the display. The youth in the picture smiled at the camera, yet there was something amiss. The smile was overly bright, excessively human, and strikingly ordinary. His eyes brimmed with an unsettling desire, bordering on fervor. He fixated on the screen, his fingers unconsciously zooming in on the image. Is this truly the same person? It was not merely a matter of appearance. Upon closer inspection, his features were nearly identical. But there was something more subtle at play, an essence. The figure in the photograph resembled a lifeless clay figurine devoid of spirit. Guanshu Qiao's breathing quickened slightly. The assistant hesitated momentarily before continuing to present. Additionally, Qiao Ling has a penchant for gambling. He once became addicted to online gambling, which later escalated to international gambling, accruing debts of millions. This is the relevant information I managed to gather. A stack of printed photographs was handed to Guanshu Qiao, depicting a gambler with a pallid complexion and a frantic demeanor. Qiao Ling sat in a casino, anxious and despondent, his gaze wild as he stared at the cards in his hands, with scant chips before him. In another image, Qiao Ling knelt on the ground, his hair being yanked from behind, his battered face raised in a pitiful plea, tears streaming down his cheeks. Holding up his ID, He looked fearfully at the person taking the photograph, his body language almost comically timid. A gambler? The assistant, uncertain of Shu Qiao's disposition, adjusted his tone to be increasingly neutral, devoid of personal sentiment. Indeed, on April 2nd, after enduring a beating from casino enforcers, Qiao Ling returned to the country in haste to escape his gambling debts. This is the surveillance footage from the moment he departed the hotel lobby. Curiously, upon closer inspection, he bore no visible injuries, likely concealed by makeup. The computer displayed a grainy surveillance video where Qiao Ling's figure hurried past. One frame captured his entire face, and the assistant magnified that image. On the pale visage, nearly obscured by pixelation, a pair of dark, lifeless eyes calmly regarded the screen. Shu Qiao suddenly stood, his knee colliding with the table's edge, the pain taking a moment to register in his mind. Yet this was a welcome sensation. The pain reaffirmed his grasp on rationality. At the airport's initial encounter, the flawless visage of Qiao Ling vividly emerged in Shu Qiao's mind, gradually overlapping with the blurred image before him. Pale, fatigued, emaciated, and devoid of makeup, Shu Qiao resumed his seat. Continue. You share the same flight as Mr. Yin Jingsong, as well as Director Li Qian, whose seat is conveniently adjacent to Qiao Ling's. Subsequently, Qiao Ling has had continuous interactions with them, leaving it uncertain whether these encounters are mere coincidences or deliberate actions. The assistant continued to adjust the footage. Qiao Ling is currently bound by an A-level performance contract with ASD Entertainment, represented by Lin Hui. Rumors suggest that Mr. Yin Jingsong personally extended the invitation for Qiao Ling to sign, even offering one of his properties as an employee dormitory. Director Li Qian has recently visited the set and has dined alone with Qiao Ling once, where staff at the Japanese restaurant witnessed them embracing in a private booth. Shu Qiao's fingertips began to tingle as he held the photograph, not from the numbing effects of drugs, but from an electric shiver, a long-lost, sharp thrill. It was akin to the tremor he felt when he fervently approached Qiao Ling that night. Intriguing. Why? Which one is the true Qiao Ling? Or perhaps neither is. Shu Qiao smiled, a genuine smile, not merely a social facade, but one that emanated from a place of sincere curiosity. What else have you uncovered? While investigating Qiao Ling, I discovered that another party is also scrutinizing him. Team Fangzhou, primarily delving into Qiao Ling's dark past. I took the liberty of compiling all gambling-related incidents involving Qiao Ling. They are unable to uncover that information for now. How shall we proceed? The motive behind was focus on Qiao Ling. Fangzhou, the star of Guangling Ku, has signed a betting agreement that poses significant risks if the broadcast does not meet expectations. His current competitor is Chun Yuqing Shichong, and it seems he may be attempting to incite negative public sentiment to sabotage the series airing, thus opting for this roundabout approach. Fool! Shu Qiao scoffed. Intrigued. Qiao Ling is merely a supporting male character. How could he wield such influence? Fangzhou must be out of his mind. Should we intervene? The assistant cautiously observed Shu Qiao's expression. Intervene or not? Shu Qiao flipped through the photographs in his hand, discarding the one of Qiao Ling at the casino. Let him uncover something if he wishes to investigate. Just this photograph. Eliminate the rest of the data and manage the casino's end. The assistant, somewhat perplexed by his decision, dared not inquire further. Understood. Keep a close watch on Fang's subsequent actions. Inform me immediately of any developments. The room fell silent once more. Shu Qiao opened a video he had recorded on his phone. Qiao Ling lay on the bed like a sleeping beauty, his gaze unfocused on the camera, pupils dangerously slit. Those were eyes that did not belong to a human. Xiangyi clapped his hands in excitement. Excellent. We finally identified the issue. He promptly contacted Fangzhou. The artist named Qiao Ling under Lin Hui's management has been found to have a sordid past. That kid is a compulsive gambler. Fangzhou leaped from his chair. Is that true? The detective sent me all the photos he took at the casino. He has quite the addiction, flying abroad specifically to gamble and accruing substantial debts. As for the other one, Yuanyin, he likely used a false identity. Akin to a rabbit leaping from the crevices of a stone, there's no trace of him, and one cannot ascertain any familial background. However, a mere male supporting character shouldn't cause too much of a stir, I pondered. Fonz would clench his teeth, resolutely thinking. I possess private photos of Lin Hui. I'll claim he is involved in illicit relationships with his subordinates and combine that with his gambling issues to create a sensational expose. Then seek someone to report the production team. He Xingye was taken aback. You mean the private photos of Lin Hui? Is that what you're suggesting? Do you think I'm being too ruthless? Fonz replied irritably. I fear Lin Hui might become desperate and drag you into this. He wouldn't dare, and besides, would anyone believe him? He chuckled. All right then, let us strategize. We cannot delay. We must act while the topic is still hot. Fonz would gaze at the casino photograph on his phone, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 57. Nothing beats dumplings at Chu. Lin Hui and Qiao Ling both sneezed simultaneously in the car. Yuanyin turned in surprise. Caught a cold? Lin Hui assessed. I don't think so. Perhaps someone is speaking of me. Qiao, how about you? Qiao Ling shook his head, exuding confidence. I never fall ill. Pa. Children speak without restraint. Lin Hui admonished Qiao Ling for his reckless words. Do not utter such things. Let us be cautious. Qiao Ling responded with a soft "oh," turning his gaze towards Yuanyin, contemplating how to earn points for daily humiliation tasks from the protagonist. He didn't genuinely wish to insult or harm him. He considered himself a rational and gentle ruler. Reflecting on how he had inadvertently hurt Yuanyin while triggering a task yesterday, Qiao Ling still desired to engage in similar playful antics. Unaware of Qiao Ling's intent gaze, Yuanyin rummaged in his pocket and handed Qiao Ling a bag of beef jerky. Here, eat. This tactic proved effective for a time, and Yuanyin felt a sense of relief. However, his relief came too soon. Upon arriving at the filming location, as they disembarked from the car, Qiao Ling deliberately tripped Yuanyin's foot. Yuanyin stumbled forward. His voice caught in his throat, but Qiao Ling swiftly pulled him back. Qiao Ling embraced him from behind, applying just enough force to lift him out of the car. Yuanyin's heart raced, his waist feeling weak as he sensed Qiao Ling's cool breath against the nape of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Qiao Ling. Yuanyin struggled against the grip around his waist, panic-stricken. He still couldn't acclimate to Qiao Ling's unexpected strength, especially when directed towards him. It felt utterly bizarre. Be careful, Brother Yuanyin. Qiao Ling waited 5 or 6 seconds, but when the system notification failed to sound, he reluctantly released his hold. He turned to glance at a distant direction where faint cracking noises were heard. Lin Hui closed the car door and turned around. Observing Qiao Ling's natural demeanor and Yuanyin's peculiar expression. What's the matter? Yuanyin forced a smile, his chest heaving. Nothing. Qiao Ling shrugged. The bodyguard, Xiao Chun, who witnessed the entire process, was momentarily taken aback. The system, regrettably, pointed out the flaw. Master, why not let him fall? Only a fall would yield points. Qiao Ling disregarded the system. One failure was inconsequential, for there remained numerous opportunities for attempts. His mind began to whirl with alternative ideas. Yuan sensed something amiss. Why was Qiao Ling persistently seeking physical contact with him today? Upon realizing this inescapable truth, he felt a jolt of surprise and silently awaited further validation of his suspicion. Yet, unbeknownst to him, whether due to his overt behavior or otherwise, when he anticipated Qiao Ling's next move, Qiao Ling remained unresponsive, his demeanor entirely composed. Was he merely being paranoid? Yuan Yu, expressionless, descended into a frenzy, unable to comprehend the source of his own agitation. Perhaps it was time to confront the truth. He harbored a burgeoning understanding, yet feared acknowledging it. He suspected that Qiao Ling might have developed feelings for him. The root of this dilemma lay in their previous conversation about love, wherein he had inadvertently opened Pandora's box for a naive boy, allowing him to project his first notions of romance onto himself. It was never his intention to instigate such emotions. Judging by Qiao Ling's subsequent conduct, it was evident that the boy had developed a bashful affection for him, but was at a loss for how to articulate it, hence resorting to clumsy attempts to draw closer. Good heavens, what had he done? How would he face Li Qianin in the future? How should he treat the innocent Qiao Ling? The thought of Li Qianin sent Yuan Yu spiraling further into despair. Fortunately, His morning scenes were not particularly demanding. Otherwise, he would have surely descended into a hell of mistakes. For now, he managed to maintain a facade of normalcy, though internally, he felt utterly detached. During lunch, Yuan sat in a folding chair, lost in thought, contemplating sending a message to Li Qianan, yet he struggled to find the right words. Perhaps something like, "Brother, I apologize, but your sister-in-law has taken a liking to me. Nothing compares to dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than your sister-in-law. The person you fancy is wonderful. Shall I lend you a hand?" Ah, but now she was merely my dumpling. Amused by his own whimsical musings, he chuckled softly while shaking his head, downing an iced Americano. How could you be his sister-in-law? Li Qianan, that timid coward who fled at the last moment, certainly did not regard Qiao Ling in such a way. Perhaps Li Qianan had retreated into a state of serene detachment, free from desires. At that moment, Qiao Ling approached with a lunchbox, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Brother Yuan, would you like some dumplings?" Yuan nearly toppled from his chair, erupting into a fit of heart-wrenching coughs, his eyes immediately reddening. Ding! Main storyline daily task, to endure humiliation from the protagonist, 11, has been completed, gaining 50 points. Qiao Ling innocently lifted the lunchbox, glancing at him. "Brother Yuan, do you dislike dumplings?" After laboring all morning, delivering 3 sweeping kicks to the protagonist had yielded no results. How could this simple question inflict such humiliation? Asking if he wanted dumplings had somehow elicited an emotional response exceeding 50%. The system was utterly perplexed. What had dumplings done to deserve such treatment? Yuan accepted the tissue handed to him by his assistant, wiping his eyes and then his mouth, weakly gesturing, "You eat, Qiao, I have no appetite." Qiao Ling then proceeded to devour the 30 dumplings meant for Yuan. With a graceful demeanor, she consumed approximately 80 dumplings, a bowl of rice, 3 boxes of vegetables, a large cream puff, and a cup of mung bean ice. Remarkably, after this feast, her slender waist remained intact, as if she had merely ingested air. Yuan was momentarily entranced by the live eating broadcast, while Qiao Ling elegantly wiped her mouth. The points were credited, and the system, cautious in its approach, dutifully cheered for Qiao Ling master. "Well done. If we accumulate points again tomorrow, we can exchange for clues. Once the total reached 100 points, they would be rewarded." All right. The following day, Qiao Ling's cunning tactics returned, but instead of a forceful ambush, he unexpectedly emerged from behind Yuan's ear. With an air of mystery, he inquired, "Care for some dumplings?" Yuan jumped in surprise, covering his blood-red ears and fleeing. Qiao Ling tilted his head, not receiving the system's notification. His expression innocent and unassuming. It seems it's ineffective again. It appears further exploration is necessary. Chapter 58. Turmoil on set today. Qiao Ling had little time for leisure, as he was engaged in several pivotal scenes, primarily involving wire work for martial arts sequences, along with a scene depicting the humiliation of being slapped by the old emperor. The wire fu was not particularly challenging for Qiao Ling. He moved with the grace of a swallow, deft yet powerful, mastering the moves with remarkable speed, earning him accolades as a martial arts prodigy. The fight choreographer, delighted, meticulously crafted a series of intricate maneuvers for him. Somersaults and swordplay were mere fundamentals, and as sparks flew during their exchanges, the spectacle was immensely captivating. The dazzling performance drew in the idle crew members who gathered to watch, erupting into enthusiastic applause after each segment, as if they were witnessing a martial arts exhibition. In the verdant bamboo grove, clad in a crimson outfit, Lian leapt and twirled like a fiery butterfly, wielding a sword with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, yet retreating with the tranquility of a serene sea. Director Kong, for a moment, seemed transported back to the pinnacle of martial arts cinema over 30 years ago, his own golden era. After completing several fight scenes, Kong felt a surge of emotion and, still captivated, patted Qiao Ling on the shoulder, saying, "If I ever direct another martial arts film, I will certainly invite you again." Qiao Ling responded with a graceful gesture of acknowledgement. The next scene required a transition indoors, and the makeup artist led Qiao Ling to change his look. In the makeup room, The actor portraying the old emperor, a highly respected veteran named Zheng Su, was already halfway through his transformation. This was the first time Qiao Ling would share scene with him. Upon seeing Zheng, Qiao Ling adeptly employed his social skills and politely greeted him. "Hello, teacher Zheng." Zheng Su lifted his eyelids to glance at him, a smile playing on his lips, yet his response was lukewarm. The atmosphere in the makeup room shifted. As industry insiders are astute, and Zheng Su's reaction rendered the ambience somewhat delicate. Qiao Ling cast a calm glance at Zheng Su's face and nonchalantly took a seat, allowing the stylist to attend to her. What an old curmudgeon, creating such a fuss for no reason. A person who radiates malice upon first meeting is undoubtedly harboring some grievance and seeking trouble. Offering a sour expression is merely an appetizer. After changing into a new look, Qiao Ling returned to the set. Yuan Yu and Hou Jiayan were preparing for their scene with the emperor, so they were waiting nearby. Hou Jiayan raised his hand to greet Qiao Ling. "Good luck. Aim for a single take." Qiao Ling bumped fists with him and then turned to Lin Hui to complain softly. "That man named Zheng just rolled his eyes at me." Lin Hui frowned and adjusted his glasses, casting a probing gaze in Zheng Su's direction. Zheng Su sat regally upon the throne, surrounded by crew members as he discussed the script. Director Kong beckoned Qiao Ling over. "Come, let us run through it first." Lin Hui patted Qiao Ling's shoulder. "Go ahead and shoot." Director Kong waved the rolled-up script. "You all coordinate your positions first. Teacher Zheng, please control your strength. Just a feigned strike will suffice." Zheng Su nodded slightly, the bright yellow dragon robe shimmering with an air of authority under the spotlight. Qiao Ling positioned herself and felt Zheng Su's gaze linger on her for a few seconds. Action. Lian Yu Luo bent his back, taking 3 deliberate steps forward. His gait slightly uneven yet graceful as he knelt in the designated spot. "Your humble servant, Lian Yu Luo, pays his respects to your majesty." The emperor reclined against the dragon-patterned desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the surface. His face was half obscured in shadow, with only the corners of his lips curling into a discernible smirk. Lian Yu Luo pressed his forehead against the cool, jade-green tiles, his shoulder blades subtly rising beneath his crimson official robes, resembling a poised scorpion ready to strike. The emperor slowly straightened. How many remain of the Yang faction? Lian Yu Luo gradually lifted his face, revealing a pallid complexion and ashen lips, his voice calm and clear. "Your Majesty, 90% have been dealt with according to the list." The emperor suddenly slammed his hand upon the table. "I asked how many are left." Lian Yu Luo's Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his body once more, revealing a purplish-black whip mark peeking from his collar, like a venomous serpent coiling along his spine. "There are still 3, the young son of Lord Yang and 2 of his disciples, unaccounted for." The emperor crouched before Lian Yu Luo, bypassing the table. 3 days ago, you should have brought their heads to me." He yanked Lian Yu Luo's hair back violently, forcing him to tilt his head upward, the veins in his neck pulsing. The emperor's breath fanned across his face, forcefully pushing his head down again. "Do you know why I've kept you, you mad dog? The suspect is hiding within the Qiao gang. And after Lord Lian collected 100,000 taels, he now dares to feast upon my flesh?" Lian Yu Luo's left hand unconsciously clawed at the carpet. Suddenly, he advanced a couple of paces on his knees, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he implored, "Your Majesty, please see clearly." That is, the emperor's palm struck without warning, Lian Yu Luo's head snapping to the side, a trickle of blood meandering down from the corner of his mouth. On set, Zheng Su suddenly bellowed, his right hand slicing downwards, yet halted just an inch from Qiao Ling's cheek, the force perfectly controlled. "Cut! Perfect!" Director Kong applauded. "Teacher Zheng's restraint was impeccable, and Qiao Ling, your subtle expression was commendable as well." Qiao Ling gently tapped his tongue against his cheek, rising to his feet in silence, fully immersed in the performance. Zheng Su wore a smile akin to that of an elder. The young man reacts swiftly. "During the actual shoot, I shall adjust my strength by 3 points. Everyone prepare. First take." Qiao Ling knelt back at the marked position, this time for the real shoot, with 6 cameras poised at various angles. Action. The suspect hides within the Qiao gang. Even the adults, having collected a fortune of 100,000 taels, have now resorted to pilfering my flesh. Qiao Ling, adhering to the script, raised his head, his delivery more natural than before. Your Majesty, please see clearly. That is, at that moment, he noticed a shift in Zheng Su's gaze, which transformed from professional restraint to a fierce intensity bordering on savagery. Zheng Su's right hand swung down with force, the rush of air unmistakably more potent than before. In a flash, Qiao Ling's pupils constricted, his neck instinctively recoiling. As Zheng Su's fingertips barely grazed the tip of his nose, producing a sharp whoosh through the air, Zheng Su missed his mark, his excessive force causing him to stumble forward. Qiao Ling swiftly dodged to the side, but the fabric of his garment caught Zheng Su's foot, sending him lurching forward, struggling to regain his balance, and inadvertently pulling a muscle in his waist, gasping in pain. Cut! Director Kong suddenly stood up. What happened? A hush fell over the set, while Zheng Su maintained a posture of supporting his waist as his assistant and crew rushed to his side. Teacher Zheng, are you all right? Qiao Ling, wearing an apologetic expression, stood up, hands sincerely clasped together. Weren't we supposed to pretend? I was startled and instinctively dodged. My apologies, Teacher Zheng. Whether real or feigned, all was part of the performance, contingent upon the desired effect. Yet, Zheng Su's disingenuous compliance and his penchant for intentionally causing trouble became glaringly evident to all. Chapter 59. Who among us cannot play tricks? Whispers began to circulate on set. Zheng Su's facial muscles twitched slightly as he defiantly argued, I am serving the art. A genuine slap must elicit a genuine reaction. At that moment, Lin Hui rushed to Qiao Ling's side, his complexion pale. He hesitated to voice his thoughts, feigning to dust off Qiao Ling's attire while casting a piercing glare at Director Kong. An overt threat loomed, stemming from the pressures of the investors. Director Kong, perceptive of Lin Hui's silent reprimand, hurriedly interjected, Teacher Zheng, that was indeed a bit excessive. Qiao Ling requires close-ups on his face. We cannot have him truly struck. Zheng Su forced a smile. All right, perhaps I was too involved. The young man's reflexes are commendable. Shall we do another take? When he turned to Qiao Ling, the mockery in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Hui squeezed Qiao Ling's arm, signaling him to endure the moment, his mind already cursing Zheng Su vehemently. What madness is this? Attacking without cause. Yet, Lin Hui felt powerless. He could not allow Qiao Ling to confront the elder directly and jeopardize the shoot. As an actor, one often faces similar dilemmas. In such moments, enduring in silence is often the only recourse. Not to mention, this was merely a slap that had not even landed. Scenarios abound where personal vendettas masquerade as performances, with deliberate flops leading to a cascade of slaps. Even the illustrious film emperor has endured similar silent misfortunes. Back when Guan Shuqiao was filming his debut movie, the director deliberately sought to undermine him, subjecting him to the icy waters at a frigid -10 degrees for an excruciating 3 hours. Guan Shuqiao, however, persevered through the ordeal. As time unfolded, he ascended to the pinnacle of success, while that director's career plummeted, suffering failures with each successive film until he faded into obscurity. The tale of his malevolent intentions towards Guan Shuqiao became widely known, often eliciting ridicule when mentioned. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. Had the director not fallen from grace, Guan Shuqiao would have found it difficult to reclaim his dignity in the eyes of public opinion. In the realm of acting, the art surpasses all. Zheng Su, standing upon this moral high ground, sought to ensure that Qiao Ling faced his own silent tribulations. To refuse to endure hardship would be to lack professionalism. Suddenly, Lin Hui's heart skipped a beat as he discerned that Zheng Su's provocation might be premeditated. Zheng Su appeared to be an artist affiliated with Dawn Entertainment, a persistent adversary indeed. Lin Hui felt a surge of irritation as his keen gaze swept across the set, seemingly spotting numerous faces harboring ulterior motives. The entertainment industry's machinations are seldom varied, merely repackaged. He suspected that someone on set had sought a vantage point to clandestinely capture the recent scene, intending to slander Qiao Ling immediately. He retrieved his phone and messaged Ro. Monitor the ensuing public sentiment. Prepare in advance. Qiao Ling may be targeted. After sending the message, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze toward bodyguard Xiao Chun, who stood at attention with a serious demeanor. Lin Hui felt a flicker of inspiration. Since Xiao Chun was under the employ of General Yin, he could very well facilitate communication with him. Under normal circumstances, he would have no need to bother the higher-ups over trivial matters. However, given General Yan's current disregard for appearances, actively masquerading as a puppet to amuse a beauty, it would be a grave waste not to capitalize on this advantage. Lin Hui recalled the day the exuberant cat-like creature dashed about, and with a jolt of realization, he promptly messaged Yin Jingsong. Yin Jingsong replied swiftly, succinctly, "I will handle it." A smirk crept onto Lin Hui's lips as he cast a sinister glance at Zheng Su. The set fell into silence, rolling for the second take. As filming resumed, Director Kong exhibited a barely perceptible tension, his gaze fixated on the monitor, his brow furrowed. As the scene unfolded once more, Zheng Su's slap, though somewhat restrained, was still far from a mere feint. Qiao Ling reacted with remarkable agility, naturally following Zheng Su's force and collapsing as if struck by a feather, effortlessly absorbing the blow. In the frame, he fell gracelessly to the ground. Director Kong's breath quickened as he clenched his teeth in frustration. What on earth was Zheng Su attempting to achieve? Why provoke a newcomer with such a prominent background? Was he not afraid of offending powerful figures? All right, cut. His instincts kicked in, and the seasoned director quickly regained composure, enthusiastically encouraging. Qiao Ling, that expression was absolutely magnificent. The shock and the suppressed humiliation were perfect. Quickly, makeup artist, apply some blood effects. Let us continue filming. Having missed his target twice, Zheng Su wore an awkward expression, ultimately deciding to cease his troublesome pursuits against Qiao Ling, and the subsequent aftermath passed without further incident. After completing this scene, Qiao Ling cast a final glance at Zheng Su, his face inscrutable as he walked away, his mind seething with venomous thoughts. Should he be stung on the forehead by a wasp, or should he be besieged by spiders while he sleeps at night? How audacious! To provoke me, the king, merely playing a trivial emperor, and yet he dares to overstep his bounds. Even I, the true sovereign, do not possess such arrogance. Lost in contemplation, Yuan Yu, who had silently observed the entire episode, approached and quietly inquired, "Are you very angry? I can help you exact revenge." Qiao Ling's fury paused. "You?" Yuan Yu responded with a confident smile, and noticing Lin Hui attempting to eavesdrop, he casually raised a finger to his lips. "Sure. Just wait and see." Scene 37, Take 2 commenced. Helan Ting, clad in a deep blue official robe, entered with measured steps, approaching the throne to bow respectfully. "I, Helan Ting, pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor nodded slightly. "Rise, my loyal minister." Zheng Su noted the actor's gaze was particularly focused, interpreting it as a sign of his serious immersion in the role. According to the script, the emperor was to inquire about the progress of the grain transport case. Zheng Su paced slowly, his tone commanding. "Have you made any progress on the grain shortage case I instructed you to investigate?" Helan Ting bowed his head. "Your Majesty, we have uncovered evidence implicating the Minister of Revenue." He stepped forward, presenting a memorial, just as Zheng Su was about to take it, when suddenly, snap, Helan Ting's jade belt unexpectedly snagged on the corner of the brocade table, causing Yuan Yu to stumble forward, his shoulder colliding violently with Zheng Su's chest. Bang! Zheng Su, caught off guard, staggered back 2 steps, the recent strain on his lower back crashing against the imperial table with a resounding thud, sending the teacup clattering to the floor. The assistant director nearly called cut, but Director Kong restrained him, subtly shaking his head. Yuan Yu quickly regained his composure, hurriedly apologizing. "Your servant has acted inappropriately before your majesty. Please punish me." Zheng Su's lower back throbbed painfully, his chest constricted, and he glared at Yuan Yu, barely able to contain his rage. That little rascal had clearly done it on purpose. Yet if he reacted now, he would only appear petty. Moreover, the director had not called for a cut. Silence lingered for over 10 seconds, seemingly tacitly permitting the scene to continue. The unspoken rules of the set dictated that as long as the director did not call for a cut, unless there was a genuine danger, no incident could warrant a halt. In this context, the implications were quite subtle, carrying an air of warning. Chapter 60, Negative Public Opinion Dispute tasked the director's stance sent a jolt through Zhengsu, gradually straightening. He suppressed the pain in his lower back and continued delivering his lines. You are indeed loyal. Yuan Yu looked up, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. At this moment, Director Kong finally leisurely called for a cut. That was quite good. It can be better. Let's keep another take. In both the play and reality, there's a constant contest. Zhang Su flicked his sleeves and turned away, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Meanwhile, Yuan Yu meticulously adjusted his robe, casting a sly glance towards Qiao Ling in the distance, his narrowed eyes exuding an air of genteel mischief. He seamlessly embodies the role he is portraying, truly becoming one with it. The system is astounded by Yuan Yu's audacious maneuvers, unable to refrain from interjecting. Master, why does the protagonist seem somewhat wicked? Something feels amiss. Could you perhaps grant me additional points to exchange for character information? In what manner is he wicked? It seems rather splendid to me. Typically, protagonists are portrayed as saintly and submissive. How could this be? Let us not dwell on that. I find it quite agreeable. Qiao Ling disregards any notion of something being amiss, believing that a protagonist he adores is inherently good, and there is no greater kindness than this. Is there not enough that is already awry? Is it truly acceptable for one to be troubled by an old curmudgeon? Are all the unfolding events in this world genuinely fitting? Even amidst the chaos, one must prioritize their own needs. Points, for they are insufficient for my sustenance. Qiao Ling licks the sweet artificial blood from the corner of his mouth, fixating intently on Yuan Yu, yearning to compel him to grant an abundance of points right then and there. Yuan Yu assists Qiao Ling in a minor act of retribution, and witnessing Qiao Ling's obvious relaxation, the tension in his heart dissipates. However, the sudden improvement in his mood alarms him. This is not good. He had resolutely decided to prevent Qiao Ling from misunderstanding him again. Yet here he is, once more igniting the flames of passion in Qiao Ling's gaze. How is it that he is so genuinely concerned about Qiao Ling's emotional fluctuations, even becoming emotionally invested himself? Yuan Yu, have you too succumbed to the despicable flaws of fickle-hearted men? This is not merely a case of being easily swayed. It is a betrayal of brotherly bonds. I have someone I adore. I have someone I adore. I have someone I adore, Yuan Yu chants inwardly. In the realm of gossip forums, a tumultuous upheaval has recently transpired across various online platforms, as the layers of the curious masses have been raided repeatedly by unknown individuals. In the absence of understanding the sudden dislocation, netizens have concocted a plethora of bizarre speculations, with various rumors circulating convincingly, yet lacking any substantive evidence. Even though the forums have been dismantled, the thirst for gossip remains insatiable. Like headless flies, they buzzed about for days until, under the guidance of the gossip leaders, the community finally found a new refuge, reassembling in Group 8. Members eagerly filled the new forum group with posts, creating an atmosphere vibrant with life. Prominent among them were the threads concerning Spring and the Blue Stream and the guest from Guangling, due to their current popularity, brimming with memes and humor. The guest from Guangling, facing a continual decline in viewership, still featured numerous amusing segments with a male lead, Feng Zhua, leading to an influx of mocking posts that everyone wished to partake in. Just as the threads were being refreshed incessantly, a striking red exposé appeared on the homepage. 818. The devilish agent who controls artists through gambling debts. Your brother might have fallen victim to him too. The original poster, a humble monk within the circle. Dear friends, today's gossip will undoubtedly shatter your worldview. A certain renowned agent, known by the initial L, who has successfully guided top-tier talents and currently oversees several promising newcomers, appears to be a gold standard promoter in the industry. However, unbeknownst to many, he harbors a darker persona as a manipulative PUA master, leveraging gambling debts to exert control over artists. The individuals under his purview are equally compromised, not only indulging in gambling, but also engaging in promiscuous relationships. Is the entertainment industry truly this chaotic? Herein lie the incriminating clues. Partially redacted for legal reasons. Image. Redacted casino photograph. Image. Redacted intimate photo 1. Image. Redacted intimate photo 2. The crux of the matter. Why does L possess such audacity? It is because he is entwined in a web of capital-driven gambling interests. Certain influential figures deliberately funnel artists his way. Losses are absorbed by the company, while victories lead to profit sharing. Ponder that for a moment. The protagonists involved are currently featured in the most popular dramas, and the scandalous material is ample enough to bury the show. Upon the publication of this post, it immediately garnered the attention of online users, with seasoned forum members swiftly capturing screenshots within the first second of entry. Indeed, within 2 minutes. The post was marked as deleted. This piqued the interest of many, resulting in a flurry of new threads on the forum's homepage, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain. Those in the know, come in. Who has seen that post? Let us discuss. Quickly, I've screenshotted it. Who are they talking about? I think I've deduced which drama is the hottest right now. What about you? There are images. Initially, the ever-curious Meat did not realize that the fire had ignited in her own backyard and eagerly joined the discourse. However, as the mentions of Spring and Qingxichang increased, and the focus shifted towards Yuan Yu and Qiao Ling, she sensed something amiss. The intensity of the discourse escalated at a frightening pace, with each refresh revealing new expose IDs, unraveling the mystery of the protagonists while attempting to restore the redacted photographs. Upon another refresh, the thick censorship over the casino image was lifted, revealing a face both strange and familiar. "Oh my!" Meat exclaimed, leaping up and dialing. "Brother Lin, we have a situation." At the moment of receiving the system notification, Qiao Ling was luxuriating in a warm bath, enveloped in steam. His cold body gradually warmed as the water temperature rose, his pale skin taking on a rosy hue. Ding! Negative public sentiment conflict task activated. Unlocking the cannon fodder negative honor achievement. Reward points. 300. Total task points. 600. Remaining 300 points to be distributed upon task completion. Qiao Ling's damp eyelashes fluttered as he opened his eyes in surprise. A negative public sentiment conflict task? The system fawned over him. "Master, you are truly ingenious. Even without action, you can trigger new clues. You are naturally suited for tasks. Your brilliance is unparalleled." Cutting through the trivialities, the explanation ensued. Indeed, the reason why the cannon fodder character is deemed so is due to their numerous flaws, which invite scorn and ridicule. The emergence of a negative public sentiment conflict task signifies that your character has embarked on the right path. The more you are reviled, the more indicative it is of your exemplary task completion. You must endure great suffering, caught between the desire for survival and the inevitability of demise. This pertains to the cannon fodder. Sigh. Qiao Ling extracted 90 points from the reward of 300 points and tossed them to the system, stating, as agreed, "I shall take 70 while you take 30. The system, surprised yet delighted, accepted the points. "Master, I shall promptly exchange for clues. Please wait for me." As tranquility enveloped her mind once more, Qiao Ling absorbed the remaining 200 points, extending her hand to turn on the hot water faucet, allowing her body to fully relax as she sank into the water. Chapter 61. You cannot die. Qiao Ling could sense the transformation within herself with each absorption of points as energy flowed into her being. The frail insect body was gradually developing into completeness, with the innate nutritional deficiencies being remedied. In her infancy, the king insect's physical development had primarily focused on survival due to the scarcity of resources. Now, some of its withered organs were beginning to revive. With the nurturing of energy, the degree of insectification within her human form intensified once more, a faint insect pattern shimmering at the nape of her neck before quickly vanishing. Enveloped in the warm water, the king insect felt a surreal sense of returning to its larval state. She spread her limbs, her breathing nearly imperceptible. The modified lungs had transcended the ordinary human realm, requiring far less oxygen, allowing her to remain submerged for over an hour. Relishing the comfort post-absorption, Qiao Ling drifted into a blissful slumber. Lin Hui stood at the doorway of Qiao Ling's room, pressing the doorbell repeatedly, yet receiving no response. Even his phone calls went unanswered. Qiao Ling, Qiao, are you in there? He did not shout aloud. Instead, the neighbor, Yu, opened the door. What's the matter, Brother Lin? Is Qiao with you? Have you seen the trending news? No, he should be in his room. What trending news? Yu attempted to check her phone, but noticed the grim expression on Lin Hui's face, which made her serious. Lin Hui, suppressing his agitation, replied, There's no response to knocking, and I can't reach him by phone. Yu approached Qiao Ling's door and pressed the doorbell again, only to be met with silence. Let us get a hotel key card. Before Lin Hui could respond, the elevator chimed, and Yin Jingsong, impeccably dressed, stepped out, followed closely by Didi and bodyguard Xiao Chun. His arrival heightened the tense atmosphere. Furrowing his brow, Yin Jingsong strode towards the two. Why are you all standing at the door? Why, yes, Mr. Yin. Lin Hui had not anticipated Yin Jingsong's swift appearance and stumbled over his words. He relayed the situation. No one is answering the door, and I can't reach anyone. I can hear a phone ringing inside. Didi turned to seek a hotel key card. Xiao Chun pressed his ear against the door for a couple of seconds. There's the sound of water inside. Break the door down. Yin Jingsong swiftly made the decision. With the command, Xiao Chun forcefully kicked the door lock, which is 2 kicks. The sturdy door was kicked open with a resounding crash. A rush of cool air mixed with humid steam greeted them as they entered. The room was dimly lit, as if they had stepped into the lair of some creature. Yin Jingsong immediately spotted the glowing bathroom, water surging through the crack beneath the door. A wave of dread washed over him, and he dashed inside, only to be met by the sight of Qiao Ling submerged in the bathtub, causing his pupils to constrict in horror. It was an exceedingly eerie scene. The youth in the bathtub resembled Ophelia, peacefully slumbering beneath the water, yet also evoked the allure of a captivating mermaid from the depths of the sea. His raven black hair floated like serpents in the water, subtly revealing a visage of tragic beauty, serene in expression, with porcelain skin radiating an intense aura of both beauty and mortality. He seemed momentarily frozen in place. Yu, standing behind Yin Jingsong, lost all color from his face upon comprehending the situation in the bathroom and was about to rush forward. Qiao Ling. However, Xiao Chun restrained everyone. At that moment, Qiao Ling, in a blissful state of languor, was abruptly seized and pulled from the depths. The pressure of the water instantly lifted, and a chilling sensation enveloped him. His lungs, still in a state of repose, struggled to adapt to the sudden emergence, rendering him akin to a lifeless figure gasping for breath. In a dazed half-slumber, he found himself cradled in a broad embrace. The cacophony around him dominated by the thunderous rhythm of a heart beating fiercely within a chest. Following a jarring tumult, it felt as though he was being carried in a fervent dash before being gently deposited onto a soft bed. Before he could even stir, a pair of scorching hands pressed down upon his fragile chest, forcefully compressing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A relentless flurry of compressions, swift and unyielding, causing the tiny creatures of his heart to flutter in distress. He was awake now, truly awake. Qiao Ling, slightly irked, was on the verge of voicing his discontent when his nose was pinched, and in the next moment, his lips were enveloped by something soft. A breath was forcefully blown into him. With a start, Qiao Ling opened his eyes, only to meet the panicked gaze of Yin Jingsong. The usually decisive Yin, who seldom displayed overt emotion, had completely lost his composure. His hair was disheveled, revealing an unusually vulnerable side that was almost enticing. Qiao Ling's awakening was abrupt, and his once calm chest still bore no signs of life. Yin Jingsong, oblivious to his gaze, leaned down once more. At the instant their lips met again, Qiao Ling's lashes fluttered in bewilderment, brushing gently against Yin Jingsong's own. Yin Jingsong shuddered, his unfocused eyes finally locking onto Qiao Ling's dark, deep-set orbs. Startled, he abruptly withdrew, creating distance between them. Qiao Ling, perplexed, lifted his hand to touch his chest, inhaling deeply before sitting up. His confusion directed towards the pallid faces of those surrounding him, more ashen than corpses. Who are you? Lin Hui, his legs giving way, sank to the ground, speechless. Yuan Yu dashed forward, eyes reddened with urgency. Qiao Ling, how do you feel? Yin Jingsong's moment of disarray was swiftly contained. He stood like an indifferent wall, pushing Yuan Yu aside and pulling the sheets to envelop every inch of Qiao Ling's skin. Enough, he rasped, his voice hoarse and authoritative. Everyone must leave. The doctor will arrive shortly. The rest can wait. Yuan Yu, filled with tumultuous emotions, gazed at Qiao Ling, reluctant to depart, and cast a frustrated glare at Yin Jingsong as Lin Hui pulled him away. Why should I go? Let me stay. Qiao Ling found himself ensconced within the cocoon of Yin Jingsong's embrace, watching as others departed, his keen eyes catching sight of the distorted door lock. What calamity had arisen from merely seeking a moment's rest? The little creature remained in a daze. As silence enveloped the room, Yin Jingsong's posture suddenly slumped. He turned to gaze at Qiao Ling in silence. After a moment, he tenderly brushed his damp hair and cradled his face with utmost care. The man's eyes bore an unmasked sorrow and gravity. Qiao Ling, regardless of what transpires, I shall stand by you. Please do not harm yourself. I implore you. Qiao Ling, both obedient and perplexed, asked what? Yin Jingsong knelt beside the bed. Do not die. I'm not dead. Indeed, you must not perish. Yin Jingsong's fingers glided across Qiao Ling's lips, which were vibrant and crimson, still warm with moisture. His body trembled faintly, a subtle quiver stemming from the release of pent-up tension, as he earnestly traced a cross over his chest. Chapter 62. Unfathomable favoritism. Qiao Ling found himself enveloped by the bittersweet emotional energy emanating from Yin Jingsong, an intensity unprecedented, rivaling the purity of energy derived from points. This undeniably brought comfort to Wang Chong, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself less concerned with it. There was something else that captivated him, though he could not articulate what it was. Qiao Ling emerged from the cocoon of sheets, extending his arms to embrace Yin Jingsong, pulling him forward, just managing to prevent a fall. Yin Jingsong's muscles tensed, but he soon acquiesced and returned the embrace. Yin Jingsong, do not fear, I do not wish to die. At last, Qiao Ling grasped the situation, gently explaining, I merely wish to take a short nap. The water was quite comfortable. Yin Jingsong nodded, and even if Qiao Ling claimed to be conducting a scientific experiment, he would exhibit belief, calmly seeking reassurances. Very well, but please refrain from such actions in the future. But sleeping in water is truly delightful. After a moment of silence, Qiao Ling sensed the tightening of Yin Jingsong's embrace. All right, I shall heed your words. Thank you. Yin Jingsong buried his head in Qiao Ling's neck, eliciting an itch from his hair against the nape, stirring a vague restlessness within him. Master, the second male lead. The system emerged, having exchanged clues, startling Yin Jingsong. What information was acquired? Report. There are 2 hints. The first pertains to a negative public sentiment task, which requires you to refrain from any clarifications during the process. Regardless of how the public opinion evolves, you must remain silent or concede, allowing the situation to resolve itself. Failure to do so will jeopardize the task and directly affect subsequent plot developments. I am yet unaware of the nature of this negative sentiment. Qiao Ling recalled Yin Jingsong's words and a series of reactions, vaguely sensing that something unexpected had occurred. The second hint concerns the legitimate male lead and consists of only 4 words: to cling to the powerful. I surmise that it is intended for you to forge a connection with the legitimate male lead. Upon fulfilling the literal meaning of these 4 words, the task prompt for the male lead will naturally emerge. Understand. Qiao Ling felt a sense of clarity dawning within him. To cling to the powerful. The powerful individual before him was none other than Yin Jingsong. Initially convinced that Yin was the rightful protagonist, his certainty had now solidified. Yin Jingsong finally released his embrace. Beneath the illumination, his expression remained as composed as ever, as if the earlier display of vulnerability had been but a fleeting illusion. His countenance, capable of exuding an unapproachable majesty when devoid of emotion, concealed the occasional vivacity of his inner thoughts. Cutting straight to the point, Yin Jingsong inquired, Qiao Ling, Do you gamble? This inquiry unveiled the negative rumors surrounding him. Upon hearing the question, Qiao Ling instantly comprehended the implication. Adhering to the clues provided by the system, he exhibited no intention of disputing the accusation. Nodding resolutely, "I have gambled. How much do you owe?" "It started at 3 million. Qiao Ling calculated his current debts. "I still owe around 8 or 900,000. "All right, I will resolve this for you swiftly." Yin Jingsong furrowed his brow, showing no hint of disappointment in Qiao Ling's character, instead directing his scrutiny towards others. "Who introduced you to gambling? Has anyone been bothering you?" Regarding the original owner's gambling addiction, there might indeed have been someone who had orchestrated a trap, yet the primary responsibility lay with himself. Qiao Ling, however, was not entirely clear on the specifics. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he merely shook his head. Yin Jingsong misinterpreted his silence as fear. Opting not to press further, yet a silent fury began to brew within him. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the business world for many years, one develops a keen eye for deception. Just a brief exchange with Qiao Ling was enough for Yin Jingsong to discern the underlying truths. To him, Qiao Ling possessed an oddly pristine quality unmarred by the world's corruption, a trait he had never encountered in others. Even if Qiao Ling had succumbed to gambling and debt, it was likely due to naivety, a pawn in someone else's game, merely reacting instinctively to the circumstances. With such striking beauty, it was no wonder that others sought to draw this exquisite youth into the abyss, driven by ulterior motives. A young man of modest means, isolated and burdened by exorbitant debts, would often find few legitimate avenues to repay such sums, typically being forced down a perilous path. Yet against all odds, Qiao Ling had forged a legitimate path, managing to repay a significant portion of his debts in a remarkably short time. Did this not speak volumes about his uniqueness? Those who sought to harm Qiao Ling deserved dire consequences. The individuals who had driven him to the brink of despair and suicide were especially deserving of retribution. Yin Jingsong recalled a certain detestable creature that had indeed met its demise, and with mounting rage, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to protect Qiao Ling from the world's threats. "Do not fear. I will resolve this for you," he earnestly promised. "Does everyone know?" Qiao Ling asked. Yin Jingsong paused momentarily before pointing to the bed linens. "What color do you see?" Qiao Ling glanced down. "White. I assert that it is black." Qiao Ling looked at Yin Jingsong, who appeared utterly convinced. "Are you colorblind?" he queried, only to realize that Yin Jingsong seemed to be hinting at something deeper. Finding Qiao Ling's expression endearing, Yin Jingsong couldn't help but smile, revealing a sense of control over the situation. "Everyone knows that it doesn't matter what color this bedsheet is. What truly matters is that I want everyone to declare what color it is, and they must respond accordingly." He seldom relies on wealth or power to make such statements. Yet at this moment, he contravened his principles and spoke out. "Therefore, your past is irrelevant. No one can bully you any longer, Qiao Ling. You are my artist, and I shall protect you." Qiao Ling endured for a moment, but could not resist. "Are you always this kind to your artists?" Yin Jingsong shook his head. "You are different." "In what way am I different?" Qiao Ling met Yin Jingsong's gaze, which was imbued with a profound and rich tenderness, igniting a warm flutter in his heart. Yin Jingsong brushed aside a stray lock of hair from Qiao Ling's forehead. "You are the one I discovered. This is my first and last time as a talent scout." "Is that all?" Qiao Ling, with a mischievous spirit, recalled a previous discussion with Yuan Yu about romantic partners. Curiosity overtook him, and he pounced on Yin Jingsong, pinning him down with swift and fierce movements, capable of subduing even the most formidable of beasts. "Qiao Ling!" Yin Jingsong exclaimed in pain. Qiao Ling crouched down, embodying the stance of a predator, both agile and formidable, an alluring contradiction. Suddenly, Yin Jingsong closed his eyes and sighed. "What does closing your eyes mean?" Qiao Ling pried open his eyelids with 2 fingers. Yin Jingsong's forehead pulsed with tension as he solemnly extended a hand to push the audacious and unruly Qiao Ling away. "Apologies for losing my composure." Qiao Ling was relocated to a separate presidential suite. A private doctor conducted a brief examination, finding nothing amiss, and prescribed a bottle of vitamin C gummies. Qiao Ling took one and began to chew. The doctor noticed the wound on Yin Jingsong's lip and expressed concern. "Mr. Yin, are you feeling unwell? Should I apply some ointment?" Yin Jingsong tightly pressed his lips together, coldly shaking his head, though the crimson tips of his ears betrayed his true emotions. Qiao Ling's gaze roamed up and down, and he took another gummy. The doctor interjected, "It's best to limit yourself to one vitamin gummy a day." Consequently, the bottle of gummies was confiscated, and the one in Qiao Ling's mouth was extracted by Yin Jingsong. "Is that really necessary?" Qiao Ling complained. Yin Jingsong tossed the sticky gummy into the trash, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. "We must adhere to medical advice." Qiao Ling scrutinized his hand, suspecting his actions were overly practiced. The seasoned cat owner, Yin Jingsong, flexed his fingers. Before leaving, he instructed Qiao Ling not to respond to anything online and advised him to refrain from checking his phone. Bodyguard Xiao Chun settled on the couch, seemingly prepared to camp out for the night, vigilantly guarding against any unforeseen incidents involving Qiao Ling. Under Xiao Chen's watchful gaze, Qiao Ling began to surf the internet. Just looking at his phone, just looking. Within a mere 2 hours of the situation escalating, the trending topic Spring and Qingxi's lead actor explodes had soared to the top of the hot search list. The following content details the manipulation of artists by agents through gambling debts, focusing on the figure of Qiao Ling and his tumultuous relationships. The entertainment industry's trending topics have been entirely dominated by related discussions, with Qiao Ling's name appearing with remarkable frequency, while other co-stars are left in the background, awaiting their turn. Upon further examination, Qiao Ling encounters high-definition photographs of himself gambling in a casino. The images depict the original owner, who had not yet been replaced by the system, looking despondent at the gambling table, his long hair disheveled, embodying a figure ensnared in misfortune. As he continues to scroll, he is shocked to see an image of Lin Gu. The leaked private photo is rather blurred, featuring a bare-chested man nonchalantly smoking while seated at a poker table, perfectly fitting the nefarious persona he has been accused of embodying. It is undoubtedly Lin Hui. Qiao Ling furrows his brow and proceeds to view several candid shots, including one where he intimately embraces Yuan Yu from behind, as well as their 3 heads huddled together in conversation, rendered ambiguous through the accompanying captions. Next are screenshots of forum revelations. The marketing accounts choose their words with caution, refraining from recounting the details of these exposés to mitigate future repercussions. Is this true? What do netizens think? Is the entertainment industry truly this chaotic? Is it a publicity stunt or a genuine tremor within the realm of entertainment? The revelations mention an agent with the surname L who works for ASD Entertainment, leaving many to wonder when ASD Entertainment will provide a definitive response. Surprisingly, Qiao Ling discovers comment from his fans amidst the online discussions. The absurdity of the rumors is palpable, asserting that the individual in the photographs is not Qiao Ling. Here is a comparison image to clarify. The post asserts that the casino photo is not of Qiao Ling himself. Is it problematic for a young man to share a hug and engage in playful banter with friends? Who harbors such deep-seated animosity to propagate such ludicrous lies? Qiao Ling finds his emotions complicated as he enters the clarification post. Within the thread, the original poster meticulously counters each claim with reasoned arguments, analyzing his features and movements through screenshots from various angles, devoid of beauty filters. The conclusion drawn is that the probability of the casino photo being Qiao Ling is 0. It merely features a passerby who bears a slight resemblance, deliberately exploited for sensationalism. Qiao Ling's unique charm and appearance are unparalleled in the entertainment industry. It is asserted that no one could possibly mistake this individual for him. If Qiao Ling truly looked like that, he would never have skyrocketed to fame overnight. Unable to suppress a touch to his face, Qiao Ling contemplates whether to commend his fans for their discerning eyes or to lament their love-blinded folly. He exits and clicks on the entry regarding his alleged diva behavior, eager to discover what accusations have surfaced. Ah, how intriguing. Is this not a clandestine capture of his recent scene involving a slap? Chapter 64. The turbulent online public opinion, the perspective of the hidden camera sways unsteadily. Having been edited and accompanied by an off-screen narration, One can observe that the scene between teacher Zheng Su and Lianyu Luo requires mutual cooperation for the slapping act. The actor portraying Lianyu Luo is reluctant to be struck. Look, the young man is visibly agitated, deliberately avoiding the act and outright refusing to perform, while teacher Zheng Su twists his waist. TSK. Today's rising stars seem utterly incapable of enduring even the slightest hardship, unwilling to make any concessions for their craft. One wonders how disheartened seasoned actors must feel when confronted by this new generation. Indeed, times have changed. This video has garnered 2 million views, with the accompanying Weibo post shared over 10,000 times, and the comment section has exploded. Such a terrifying, resourceful individual. This is truly unprofessional. Who is supporting such a poorly mannered individual? With such exorbitant pay, not even willing to endure a slap, 208 is indeed pushing the boundaries. If indeed this is a gambling addict engaging in chaotic same-sex relationships and displaying such a lack of professionalism, they're truly the epitome of vice. It is disheartening. The laboring masses toil tirelessly for a meager daily wage, while 208 sits high above. How can I not harbor resentment toward the affluent? My heart aches. My Lianyu Luo is ruined. What a disgraceful individual. My sympathy lies with the veteran actors who relied solely on their craft to rise in their era, now bullied by these youthful pretenders. However, this video has been edited. There is no original audio, and relying solely on the off-screen narration is hardly reliable. Can we not avoid such selective interpretation? They should expel this actor quickly, while the remaining scenes have yet to be filmed, arranging for the character to meet an untimely demise to prevent any disruption to the series airing. What is the situation? Can the production team not step forward to clarify? Breaking news. Zheng Su has spoken out. This is indeed a scandal. Qiao Ling raised an eyebrow and hurried to Zheng Su's Weibo to observe. That unscrupulous old man posted a photo of his back plastered with medicinal patches, feigning misery. Zheng Su. After 40 years in the industry, I have never faltered. The medicinal patch is an actor's badge of honor. Qiao Ling set his phone down in disbelief. After consuming all this information, his anger was not so much anger as it was amusement. The photo from the casino was genuine, yet there were more who supported the fabricated narrative. The video portraying arrogance was a distorted truth, yet netizens were even more incensed, leading to a cascade of additional accusations. How is this not humorous? Oh, and those photos of Lin Hui, which clearly depict his private life, have been spun into something scandalous by the prevailing narrative. In truth, it was merely him playing cards bare-chested. Lin Hui is merely a behind-the-scenes staff member. Targeting him seems rather peculiar, and those exposing him appear to harbor significant animosity toward him. With this thought, he promptly dialed Lin Hui's number. The phone rang for quite a while before Lin Hui's weary voice finally came through. Hello? Brother Lin, where are you? I'm in a meeting downstairs. Lin Hui exchanged glances with Yin Jingsong, who waved him off. He immediately rose and stepped into the corridor, removing his glasses to rub his tired eyes. Heavens, Qiao. You nearly scared me to death. He had just learned that Qiao Ling had nearly drowned due to a hypoglycemic episode in the bathtub. It was purely an accident and had nothing to do with suicide. This revelation filled him with regret for having delayed for several minutes. Had he forcibly opened the door sooner, the situation would not have been so perilous. From now on, he would not restrict Qiao Ling's eating habits. After all, Qiao Ling was the kind of extraordinary individual who was naturally gifted with an appetite and needed to consume more. Linge, I saw the trending topic, Qiao Ling remarked. Lin Hui fell silent for a few moments, striving to appear nonchalant. Look if you must, but please refrain from accidentally liking it. Who is the mastermind behind this? Qiao Ling's gaze fell upon a mosquito that had unwittingly entered the room, clearly intent on the vibrant young Chun lounging on the sofa, buzzing around in search of an opportunity to land. He narrowed his eyes at the insect as it hesitated and, after a moment of indecision, abandoned its pursuit of Chun to approach the looming figure that had issued the command. I have a fairly good idea of who it might be. I'll inform you once I ascertain the details. Lin Hui sighed, feeling a sense of guilt wash over him. I bear considerable responsibility for this situation. It's all my fault. Rest assured, the current uproar online is merely a facade, artificially inflated through financial means. It will not be difficult to quell. Qiao Ling extended a finger towards the mosquito, which cautiously landed on the elegantly shaped nail, carefully protecting its proboscis, fearful of injury. Perhaps I can do something? Rest well. Tomorrow, the production team will grant you a day off. I'll take you to shoot some promotional material for a new endorsement. As he spoke of this, Lin Hui's spirits lifted slightly. It's the prestigious luxury brand Gaskell Kenneth. You will secure the highest title across the entire Asia-Pacific region. This was undoubtedly an extravagant business opportunity, a coveted prize that countless top-tier artists would vie for but struggle to attain, with a value that could astonish the entire fashion industry on an international scale. When Yin Jingsong presented this business contract to Lin Hui, he initially thought Yin was joking. He could hardly fathom the frenzy that Qiao Ling's announcement would incite. Even when he finally connected with the Asia-Pacific representative of Gaskell Kenneth, disbelief lingered. While he understood Yin Jingsong was a capitalist, the ease with which he could sway a luxury brand of such stature far exceeded Lin Hui's expectations. The blue-blooded brands were not merely manipulable by wealth. They held the authority to be selective among a multitude of affluent and influential celebrities. Only those with true old money connections could compel the haughty luxury brand to bow its proud head. Initially, Lin Hui believed that merely securing Qiao Ling a brand ambassador role would be an impressive feat. He never anticipated that a novice would ascend to the pinnacle of the industry so swiftly. He began to realize that ASD Entertainment was not the true measure of Yan's capabilities. Qiao Ling emitted a thoughtful sound, sensing Lin Hui's desire to keep him uninvolved in other matters. Yet, he was eager to engage. After hanging up, he fixed his gaze on the anxious mosquito, smiling faintly as his consciousness reached into its mind. Then allow me to borrow your perspective. The mosquito obediently inclined its head. Upon the first realization that he could summon bees to assist him in stinging others, Qiao Ling harbored a vague notion that he did not contemplate deeply. During the second instance, when his fury called forth a wasp, he was too preoccupied with wrestling against the system to take notice. It was only during this third occasion that he truly experimented with his abilities. The spiritual essence of the king bug within his heart coalesced into fine threads, silently infiltrating the body of a flower mosquito. The insect shuddered, and its demeanor transformed. Chapter 65. The buzzing of the little flower mosquito, a portion of Qiao Ling's vision abruptly distorted, split, and then reformed. His human eyes were replaced by compound eyes, and the world morphed into a mosaic composed of thousands of hexagons. This sensation was extraordinary. He closed his human eyelids and lay quietly on the bed. Qiao Mosquito Ling vibrated his newly acquired wings and took flight from the surface of his own fingernail. The little flower mosquito set forth, buzzing along. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Qiao Mosquito Ling swiftly dodged, narrowly evading a slap from Xiao Chun. His wings nearly knocked askew by the force of the gust. Goodness, he almost perished before his mission began. Glaring at Xiao Chun, he made a hasty retreat, escaping through the air vent of the central air conditioning system. Accursed mosquito, Xiao Chun lamented, shaking his fist at the empty air before turning to seek out liquid mosquito repellent. Qiao Mosquito Ling soared through the air, the metallic ducts of the air conditioning system reflecting peculiar glimmers in his compound eyes. He adjusted the frequency of his wings, acclimating himself to the airflow within the ducts. The central air conditioning system presented a complex labyrinth for a mosquito, with its intertwined metal pathways resembling a miniature city, dark, cold, and fraught with peril. Fortunately, he could pinpoint Yin Jingsong's location through scent. After their intimate contact, Qiao Ling felt a distinct tightening of the bond between him and Yin Jingsong. He resolved to elevate Yin Jingsong to the top position among his insect companions. As for that impudent fellow Li Qianan, he could remain at the bottom. Suddenly, an unexpected gust of wind nearly slammed Qiao Ling against the duct's wall. He flapped his wings desperately, his 6 slender legs clinging tightly to the metallic surface, as the airflow attempted to rend him apart like an invisible giant hand. The little mosquito had no choice but to alter his course. After selecting a new route, he encountered a fresh predicament. In his compound eyes, a large jumping spider came into view. Its 8 simple eyes glimmered with the cold light of a predator as it moved through the duct with astonishing speed, its fuzzy legs alternating in motion. For a mosquito, this creature represented a harbinger of death. However, for Qiao Ling, it was an unexpected tool. The jumping spider suddenly halted, raising its front legs, locking onto Qiao Mosquito Ling with its prominent primary eyes. To the spider's perception, this mosquito was behaving unusually, remaining still without fleeing or flying erratically, as though entranced. The predator's confusion was revealed through its body language as it began tapping the metal duct with its legs. Clack, clack. The spiritual threads of the king bug split from within the mosquito and swiftly penetrated the spider's body. The jumping spider's form abruptly stiffened. The vision of Qiao Ling once again fragmented, as he simultaneously beheld the compound eyes of a mosquito and the singular gaze of a spider, creating a bizarre dual perception that he mastered with increasing finesse. Obey me. The consciousness of the king worm reverberated within the spider's neural web. As it slowly lowered its body, retracting its pincers, its legs trembling slightly, akin to a tame beast, Qiao Ling, the mosquito, elegantly settled upon the spider's cephalothorax, gently vibrating the strands of mental energy. The jumping spider immediately responded, its 8 legs racing through the ventilation duct with astonishing speed. Indeed, riding was far more exhilarating than flying solo. The king worm felt satisfaction. Silently, it crept through the shadows of the duct, advancing for approximately 2 minutes. When Qiao Ling sensed a shift in the air, the temperature rose, humidity increased, and the breath of Yin Jingsong became increasingly palpable. Ahead, the vent grill above the conference room came into view. Qiao Ling descended onto the metallic surface, peering down through a narrow crevice. Inside the conference room, he observed Yin Jingsong, Lin Hui, and several unfamiliar staff members seated, each with a computer before them, evidently engaged in a video conference. Qiao Ling signaled for the jumping spider to depart. Reluctantly, the spider twisted a couple of times, glancing back thrice before vanishing into the duct. The little mosquito buzzed into the conference room. The protagonist has arrived. Let this king hear what you all are discussing. The legal director on the computer screen adjusted his glasses. The current public sentiment has spiraled out of control. The evidence released by the whistleblower, particularly the photos and behind-the-scenes videos, has significantly tarnished the image of the company and the 2 artists, prompting netizens to question our ability to manage artists, with some even calling for a boycott of this drama. The photographs themselves do not involve any illegality, but the accusations of gambling debts and hidden rules constitute defamation. We can issue a lawyer's letter or even file a lawsuit. The issue is, once the public relations battle ignites, it will only allow the controversy to fester further. Yin Jingsong turned his gaze towards Lin Hui. Lin Hui, what are your thoughts? The cold air blew against Lin Hui's nape, sending a chill down his spine, and he unceremoniously contemplated lighting a cigarette. President Yin, the photographs in question were only possessed by one person, my ex, the artist Feng Zhua. Our breakup was not amicable, and we had a disagreement recently. I believe a significant part of this incident stems from my personal grievances, which have inadvertently affected my artist. This is a dereliction of duty on my part as a manager. He paused, his expression tinged with discomfort and shame. Once this matter settles, I shall voluntarily resign. Huh? A capable subordinate wishes to resign? Qiao Ling hovered behind Lin Hui's chair, attempting to disentangle the current situation. Yin Jingsong furrowed his brow. Now is not the time to assign blame. Resolving the issue is paramount. You have allowed your emotions to cloud your rational judgment, Lin Hui. Look at this. He handed Lin Hui an electronic survey report. Lin Hui complied, his expression tightening. The Guangling guest has signed a betting agreement? Yes. This incident has been a premeditated commercial defamation from start to finish, aimed at damaging the reputation of Spring and Qingxichong, allowing Guangling guests to reap the benefits. Yin Jingsong's voice resonated with a deep, incisive clarity. The relationship between Lin Hui and the artist is purely one of professional collaboration. All so-called evidence is nothing but fabricated slander. We shall not acknowledge any unfounded allegations. nor shall we allow personal matters to become weapons against one another. The public relations director promptly interjected. We can provide evidence that the so-called photos released by the opposing party are AI-generated. The legal department is currently securing evidence, preparing to formally charge them with malicious defamation and commercial disparagement. The litigation materials can be ready by tonight. However, Yin Jingsong asserted, do not follow the conventional procedures. Apply directly for a pre-litigation injunction. The public relations director responded affirmatively. Understood, I will personally go to the court. Since they wish to play games, we shall ensure they find themselves begging for mercy. Yin Jingsong's fingers lightly tapped the table, an aura of pressure intensifying. I have 3 points to articulate. First, the statement must be succinct. Second, by midnight tonight, all false information across platforms must vanish. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Yin Jingsong's lips. Should any remnants persist, let them experience the true nature of malice. Finally, he declared, Qiao Ling's endorsement for GK will be officially announced tomorrow. Netizens relish a spectacle, so let us provide them with an even grander display, making it abundantly clear what constitutes genuine news. His gaze settled upon Lin Hui, as though scrutinizing a weapon. As for the wager, I intend to ruin him utterly, leaving him destitute. The final word was uttered with a slight emphasis, plunging the meeting room into an icy silence. In Chapter 66, a buzz filled the air. Lin Hui nodded in understanding, a similar chill flickering in his eyes. The core of Fong's wager revolved around the ratings and commercial value of this drama. If we could render the show entirely marketless, their bet would collapse. Fong's production was primarily financed by Shuguang Entertainment, and Zheng Su was also an artist under their banner. The public relations director immediately grasped the implication. We could release anonymous insider revelations, questioning internal conflicts within their crew, the lead actor's competition for scenes, and the shoddy production quality. Lin Hui turned to the legal department, his mind racing. Let's escalate the lawyer's letter, requesting a freeze on some of their assets to create financial strain. Wager agreements typically come with time constraints. If they cannot achieve their performance goals in the short term, compounded by litigation and financial troubles, their venture could easily implode. Yin Jingsong's tone remained calm, yet ruthless. That is insufficient. Send someone to engage with the core staff of their crew, the assistant director, the editor, even the post-production company. Offer them high prices to lure them away, or persuade them to reveal information. Qiao Ling listened intently, deftly extracting a name from their discourse. Fong Zhuo. Protective of his own, Wang Chong resolved to ensure Fong Zhuo faced the consequences of his actions. Upon returning, he would investigate who this Fong Zhuo truly was. His subordinates and loyalists worked tirelessly for his interests. As their leader, he too must discreetly reciprocate their efforts. As the meeting concluded, Lin Hui remained seated alone in the conference room, lingering in silence. In the past, he had always projected an air of vitality and shrewdness, embodying the seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, seemingly impervious to harm. Only a few instances of losing composure had been linked to Qiao Ling, such as the rooftop incident involving a corpse and this recent near-drowning episode in the bathroom. However, that kind of collapse was different from now. It was merely a sensory shock. Presently, it was a mental blow. Lin Hui felt as if someone had extracted his very spine, collapsing into his chair. After taking several deep breaths, he slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth in fury. Fong Zhuo, go die. Why must you treat me this way? What have I done to deserve your contempt? You wretched creature, a spoiled beast. Qiao Wenzi gently alighted on Lin Hui's shoulder, unblinkingly observing the man spiraling into emotional turmoil. Human emotions possess their own magnetic field, and as a mere mosquito, his sensitivity surpassed that of humans. The atmosphere grew heavy with his wrath. You have shown no mercy, and I shall return the favor. Since I once lifted you to heights, I can just as easily bring you to ruin. Lin Hui's eyes were bloodshot, yet he could not suppress his tears. He took a tissue to wipe his eyes, calming himself for a few minutes before finally moving past the peak of his emotions. At that moment, his phone rang. Lin Hui donned his glasses, noting the unfamiliar number on the screen. After composing his expression, he answered the call in a calm, Nonchalant tone. Who is this? Lin Hui, this is Ho Jiayin. Teacher Ho. Lin Hui was taken aback, wondering why Ho Jiayin would call him at such a time and how he had acquired his contact information. What can I do for you? I apologize for the intrusion, but during the last crew dinner, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Feng Zhua. I know it's presumptuous to bring this up, but you are Feng Zhua's former manager and former romantic partner, correct? If Ho Jiayin had not mentioned it, Lin Hui might have forgotten. His tone turned icy. Teacher Ho, I'm unclear about what you are implying. I am rather busy at the moment. Ho Jiayin, eager and insistent, replied, Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. Can we talk? I saw the trending topic, and I have something crucial to discuss with you that may assist in overturning the public opinion against you. Unveiling. His hand poised to hang up, his brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment. At the hotel, Ho Jiayin provided the room number. I shall be there shortly. In less than half a minute, Lin Hui arrived at Ho Jiayin's room, where he found Ho Jiayin hesitating to speak. I have only 10 minutes. What do you wish to tell me? Few are aware that Ho Jiayin is my stage name. My real name is Lu Yan. This statement struck Lin Hui as rather perplexing, leaving him bewildered. So, Ho Jiayin fixed his gaze upon him. I have a sister named Lu Li. She committed suicide. Did you know her? Lu Li, a name that resonated with a strange familiarity. A chill ran down Lin Hui's spine as he unearthed ancient memories from the depths of his mind. Feng Zhua's ex-girlfriend? He gazed at Ho Jiayin, momentarily speechless. Did Feng Zhua know that Ho Jiayin was the brother of his ex-girlfriend who had succumbed to mental illness and taken her own life? If he did, it would be rather despicable of him to act against her brother. If he did not, then Ho Jiayin was intentionally approaching Feng Zhua. Noticing Lin Hui's shock, Ho Jiayin offered a bitter smile and gestured toward the sofa. Let us speak while seated. During my previous visit to the hospital, I found you strikingly familiar, though I cannot quite place you. It was only when I inadvertently overheard your phone conversation that the pieces began to fall into place. Lin Hui sat rigidly, his spine straight. I did not comprehend. You perplex me. Let us dispense with pleasantries and delve directly into the matter at hand. Feng Zhua was unaware of my connection with Lu Li, and I intentionally approached him, as I harbored suspicions that he was responsible for my sister's demise. I sought evidence. Ho Jiayin indeed got straight to the point. I had seen today's trending topics, and was aware that he was the orchestrator behind it all. You have been betrayed by him, have you not? He employed similar tactics to drive my sister to madness. She was not as resilient as you. Dead? Do you possess evidence? I do. Lin Hui's palms were clammy with sweat, yet his mind was astonishingly lucid. Elaborate. If it is true, I will ensure he faces the consequences. Suddenly, Lin Hui caught sight of a colorful mosquito perched on his pristine white shirt. A creature so vividly adorned it could only be deemed venomous, capable of inflicting an excruciatingly itchy welt with just a single bite. Infuriating. Smack! The eavesdropping Qiao Ling, failing to evade the precise strike, met his demise. In that fleeting moment of the mosquito's fall, Qiao Ling awoke in his bed. He resolved never to employ such a loathed, fragile insect again, etching this lesson into his memory. At least he had acquired the necessary information. The small mosquito, though deceased, was honored. A brief moment of silence was observed for the little warrior. 1-2. Glancing at the time, it was 10:30. What was the deadline for the tasks assigned by Yin Jingsong to his subordinates? By midnight tonight, all false information on every platform must vanish? Qiao Ling seized his phone and, indeed, observed the trending topics on Weibo disappearing one by one, entries being sealed. Marketing accounts deleted posts, while others concealed their content. Maintaining a tone of irony, ASD Entertainment's official Weibo account issued a succinct warning statement. Recently, certain internet users have fabricated and disseminated false information regarding our agents and artists. Upon investigation, such content has been found to be malicious slander. According to Article 1024 of the Civil Code and relevant provisions of the cybersecurity law, any act of reproducing or disseminating false information constitutes an infringement. We have preserved evidence and will pursue legal responsibility for the slanderers and disseminators in accordance with the law. The internet is not a lawless realm. We urge netizens not to believe or spread rumors. This is our formal statement. Chapter 67. Transformation. Insect-reader numero uno. ASD Entertainment's formidable measures ignited fervent discussions online. Critiques from the capital flowed freely. Without further action, a backlash could ensue at any moment. Yet, for the time being, it proved effective. Upon refreshing, Zhang Su's lamenting Weibo post had quietly been deleted. Ironically, Zhang Su deleted his post out of regret for causing such a commotion, wishing to feign ignorance of the incident. However, netizens interpreted his deletion as a sign of capitulation to capital threats, thereby amplifying their sympathy for the seasoned actor, inciting a wave of outrage. Observing this trend, the Public Relations Department at ASD seized the opportunity, deciding to purchase a trending topic for Zhang Su. His post deletion soared to the forefront of public attention. The cunning public relations director stroked his chin, contemplating. Teacher Zhang has quite a history of his own. Does he believe time will erase everything? Let us first elevate him before casting him down, ensuring a spectacular fall. Those who lack virtue and merit shall surely face calamity. Qiao Ling discerned that the orchestrator behind this trending topic was from his side. After a moment of contemplation, he realized this was a ploy to build him up only to bring about his downfall. He relished the delightful chaos and rolled over in bed, reveling in the spectacle. However, as the amusement faded, he recalled the matter at hand and began searching for Feng's name. Information regarding Feng's was surfaced, and Qiao Ling scrutinized the man's appearance with malice, finding it utterly repugnant. Such a vile creature dared to spread rumors and provoke him, committing numerous misdeeds. He felt compelled to contribute to Feng's impending demise. Wang Chong believed that the punitive measures in the human realm were far too lenient, mere disrepute insufficient to deliver true justice. The latest announcement regarding this loathsome being was the upcoming 6th D-City Film Academy Acting Award ceremony, scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Qiao Ling pondered. The actions of Yin Jingsong and Lin Hui were one thing. My own action shall be another. He grinned wickedly, baring his small fangs, anticipating the judgment he would deliver. Click, click. A faint sound emanated from the ceiling. With superhuman hearing, Qiao Ling immediately detected the subtle signal and gazed towards the air conditioning vent above. A jumping spider lay perched there, its 8 eyes glimmering with an eerie green glow in the darkness, obsequiously nodding at him. The little creature had sought him out. Under the influence of Wang Chong's mental threads, the jumping spider underwent a subtle transformation, its small mind awakening to a more profound consciousness. Instinctively drawn closer to its king, Qiao Ling, intrigued, nibbled on his nails. Zhang Su also resided in this hotel, though his exact room remained a mystery. Why not create some trouble for the old fool, practicing on this unfortunate soul in advance? He once again inserted his mental threads into the jumping spider, this time with the intent to transform. Wang Chong's consciousness resonated within the spider's mind. Fear not, little one. This is not control, but evolution. As his mental power infiltrated, the spider's exoskeleton began to change, gradually enveloped in a translucent biological crystal. Delicate patterns resembling ancient runes appeared on its back, shimmering iridescently in the light. This semi-transparent crystal not only fortified its defenses, but also granted it the ability to cloak itself. Fluid structures developed at its joints, rendering its movements silent and swift. Its chelicerae restructured into a pair of miniature biological synthesis chambers capable of secreting a unique neurotoxin. When the transformation was complete, Qiao Ling gently closed his eyes, and in an instant his consciousness was drawn into an entirely new realm. Sounds transformed from mere vibrations into a 3-dimensional spectrum. He could hear the hum of electricity surrounding him, and even distinguish the frequency of different people's footsteps. Light traced visible paths in the air, akin to a slow-motion flow of luminescence, while each individual's body heat radiated as a gentle glow within his field of vision. The sensation was magnified infinitely. He could perceive the fluctuations in humidity in the air and even touch the distant vibrations of sound waves. The spider delicately lifted its front leg, as if to affirm this wondrous connection. Qiao Ling chuckled softly. From now on, you shall be my #1 insect steed, and your name shall be Liu Guang. Liu Guang proudly scurried about, transmitting the image of Zhang Su into Liu Guang's mind. He instructed, "Go, find this fellow, and quietly bite him to see the effects of your neurotoxin." Liu Guang accepted the task and vanished as silently as light itself. By 6 in the morning, reporters had already gathered outside the filming location. Zhang Su felt a throbbing pain in his head. From a distance, he spotted the figures of the journalists and muttered a curse under his breath. Glancing down at his phone, he noticed his conversation with He Xingye had stalled since last night. Do not lose your composure. What does ASD entertainment amount to? They cannot touch you. What about the trending topic? Handle it coolly. Feign ignorance. Zhang Su tightened his grip on his phone, feeling an inexplicable swelling in his fingers. Akin to a bug bite, slightly reddened, neither painful nor itchy, yet immensely irritating, prompting him to rub it incessantly. Calm down, remain calm. As he stepped out of the car, the flash of cameras forced his eyes to squint. Microphones nearly thrust into his face as reporters clamored, "Mr. Zhang, why did you suddenly delete that Weibo post? Were you threatened by capital? What is your response to ASD entertainment statement?" Zhang Su's complexion turned ashen, the veins on his forehead bulging. But he quickly donned a mask of dignified composure, waving his hand and saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is currently working hours. Any questions can be addressed after filming concludes." With that, he attempted to move inside, yet the reporters persisted, compelling security to clear a path. "Mr. Zhang, does your deletion signify guilt? There are rumors suggesting you deliberately tarnished a newcomer's reputation and suppressed your juniors. How do you respond?" Zhang Su's temples throbbed, a buzzing filled his ears, and blood coursed vehemently through his veins, igniting a flame of unnamable fury to his head. He struggled to maintain his smile, yet his lips twitched uncontrollably. I have nothing to say." His voice was hoarse, palms slick with sweat, pain radiating from his bones. "Please step aside." Just then, a reporter wearing a baseball cap shouted, "An insider has disclosed that you are addicted to prohibited substances." "Mr. Zhang, could you explain?" Zhang Su's pupils dilated abruptly. Addiction to substances? His mind buzzed as if something had exploded within. "You are talking nonsense." A furious roar erupted, leaving everyone stunned. Zhang Su's face contorted, his eyes bloodshot as he seized a reporter by the collar. "Who sent you?" "Huh, you all want to ruin me, don't you?" The crowd gasped in shock. Cameras zoomed in on his contorted face, capturing the moment he raised his fist. Security rushed to restrain him, but he reacted like a wild beast, kicking at the guards. His assistant, pale with fear, implored, "Mr. Zhang, please calm down." But Zhang Su could no longer hear. Chapter 68. The counterattack of public opinion in progress. Zhang Su's eardrums were filled with a piercing shriek, and the world around him turned blood red. He forcefully hurled the thermos in his hand into the crowd, his roar reverberating through the air. "Come on, take your shots. Don't you all love to snap photos?" The flashes intensified in frenzy. Zhang Su resembled a beast driven to the brink, suddenly glaring before collapsing backward in a straight line. Within the set, order remained intact. The lighting technician adjusted the illumination. The script supervisor verified the process, and the makeup artist was fine-tuning He and Ho Jian's appearances, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside, until someone received a message from beyond. The director and assistant director huddled together, their voices hushed. Upon hearing the news, Director Kong's expression froze between shock and disbelief. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, his gaze piercing as it swept across the entire set. "Today's shooting proceeds as scheduled." Although Director Kong's voice was low, it instantly froze the atmosphere on set. "I do not wish to hear any discussions unrelated to the shoot, nor do I want any incidents from the set to be exaggerated and leaked. Any actions that jeopardize the crew's interests will bear legal consequences." Meanwhile, Ho Jian had just finished his styling when an assistant rushed over, phone in hand. "Brother Yen, you must see this. What's the fuss about?" He glanced at the video playing on the screen, where Zhang Su was menacingly gripping a reporter's collar, the saliva spewing from his mouth glistening in the sunlight. Ho Jian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is that Zhang Su? Has he lost his mind, truly on drugs?" The assistant lowered his voice. "They say he fainted and was sent to the hospital." "Oh no, this is disastrous. We will definitely have to reshoot his scenes." Thankfully, his role isn't extensive. By the way, have Qiao Ling and Yu arrived on set today? I inquired. Teacher Qiao is on leave today, while Teacher Yuan just arrived and is over there getting styled. I haven't seen their manager with them. Ho Jiayan recalled his conversation with Lin Hui from the previous night, nodding with an outsider's perspective. What a spectacle this is. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Feng Zhua. Jiayan, I heard there was another incident on your set. Are you all right? Is everything going smoothly? Ho Jiayan offered an ambiguous smile and tossed the phone to his assistant. The atmosphere on set was exceedingly heavy, compounded by the unexpected reduction of Zhang Su's scenes, resulting in a forced decrease of 1/3 of the original workload. This reduction was not a blessing. It implied a subsequent need to hastily compensate for the lost time. They wrapped up several hours ahead of schedule, and the principal actors exited the set in silence. To evade the reporters, they used a side door, yet they were still confronted. Flashes erupted like fireworks, blinding them into instinctively shielding their eyes. Mr. Ho, what are your thoughts on the co-star's alleged diva behavior? There are rumors that Zhang Su was coerced by investors to delete his Weibo post. Do you know the details? Ho Jiayan, did Qiao Ling truly act like a diva on set? Yu, were you really coerced by your manager? Where is Qiao Ling? Yu, please respond to news. Were you involved in gambling? What's the situation in the photos? Is there indeed an ambiguous relationship between you and Qiao Ling? Yu, clutching his hat, darted toward the car amid the others' attempts to block him. Ho Jiayan displayed his signature sunny smile, embracing the role of a responsible colleague and drawing the brunt of the inquiries. Ladies and gentlemen, my collaboration with Qiao Ling has been exceedingly pleasant. He is an exceptionally dedicated actor. I hope that everyone refrains from believing the rumors circulating online. The moment he speaks, reporters flock to him. As for the incident involving teacher Zheng losing control in public, do you consider it mere coincidence? Ho Jiayan's smile remained unwavering. I apologize. I have been engrossed in filming all day and have yet to familiarize myself with the specifics. However, I believe that every event has its antecedents and consequences. The security team from the production finally arrived, forming a protective barrier. His manager timely stepped to the forefront, pleading with the reporters, "Excuse us, everyone. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Outside the car window, the reporters continued to snap pictures frantically. On Weibo's trending topics, Ho Jiayan's support for Qiao Ling and his remarks about Qiao Ling's dedication have begun to ascend. Netizens are abuzz with discussions. Oh my, what chaos. What on earth is happening? To be honest, Zhang Su's behavior today seemed rather guilty. Having seen the netizens uncovering his dark past, he is far from innocent. Zhang Su has clearly lost his composure. He erupted at the slightest question from a reporter, revealing his inner turmoil. Ho Jiayan is commendably loyal. I too believe in Qiao Ling's character. It is indeed peculiar. The video depicting Qiao Ling's alleged arrogance relies solely on voiceovers, leaving the actual circumstances uncertain. Asserting that Qiao Ling disrespected his seniors is quite absurd. How can a newcomer in a minor role possess the audacity to act in such a manner? Age does not grant one virtue. Even the most seasoned individuals can harbor malevolence. Is he truly addicted to illicit substances? A seasoned offender? The company's readiness to publicly denounce slanderous claims reflects a certain resolve. Ho Jiayan's stance is quite clear. He unequivocally supports Qiao Ling while expressing uncertainty about Zhang Su, which is, in fact, a glaring indication of his sentiments. The production team is likely the most unfortunate party here, given Zhang Su's situation. They will undoubtedly have to replace him and reshoot, rendering their previous work null and void. One could reasonably suspect that this attack is aimed at the production itself. The show has gained immense popularity, and the market is limited, prompting unscrupulous efforts to tarnish its reputation. Indeed, the entire narrative seems to be an assault on Spring and Qingxichang, and there have even been calls to report it for censorship. Look what I discovered. ASD Entertainment is the largest investor in Spring and Qingxichang, while Zhang Su is an artist of Dawn Entertainment. Can you guess which competing new drama is backed by Dawn Entertainment? A deeper examination reveals much. My goodness, the Weibo post from Guangling Ku yesterday is quite suggestive. One cannot help but suspect commercial rivalry. I have even heard whispers that Qiao Ling has a betting agreement. Do you understand what it means when one is driven to desperation? Oh my, photos of Zheng Su using drugs have been exposed. What a despicable old wretch. Zheng Su is finished. Amidst the world's tumult, the serene world of Qiao Ling and Yin Jingsong remains undisturbed. The journey from the filming location to the Gaskell Kenneth advertisement set in D-City takes 3 hours. And Yin Jingsong has decided to personally escort Qiao Ling. Today he is clad in a charcoal gray 3-piece suit, accentuating a trim silhouette, with his collar fastened impeccably. Leaning against the car, he exudes an aura of combat readiness, with a few strands of hair falling over his brow, revealing his keen, hawk-like eyes beneath. As the striking Qiao Ling and his companions approached, they were met with unwavering gazes of admiration. Qiao Ling joined me, while you took your other vehicle. With that remark, Yin Jingsong led Qiao Ling to his private car. Lin Hui and Didi exchanged glances, their expressions laden with nuance. As the front partition rose, it created a tranquil space in the back seat. Qiao Ling settled in and let out a yawn. Noticing his drowsiness, Yin Jingsong retrieved a camel-colored cashmere blanket and draped it over his knees. Shall you take a nap? Chapter 69. The pure love warrior faces a blow morning light filtered through the privacy glass, casting dappled patterns upon Qiao Ling's face. His thick lashes transformed into a transparent golden hue in the luminous glow, embodying a fragile beauty. Rather than closing his eyes, Qiao Ling stretched languidly and fixed his unblinking gaze upon Yin Jingsong. Not sleeping? Do you have something to say to me? Yin Jingsong cleared his throat. Regarding your outstanding debts, the company has settled everything. You need not concern yourself with it any longer. Qiao Ling responded with an O. Are you using my acting fees to offset the debt? Keep your little earnings. Consider it a personal investment in you. Yin Jingsong replied earnestly. I believe your potential is boundless, and you can bring even greater value to the company. His demeanor and tone bore a deliberate air of professionalism. This tactic to create distance was of no effect on Qiao Ling, who with a smile placed his hand on Yin Jingsong's knee, playfully caressing it. Yin Jingsong, you are truly kind to me. The little rascal did not intend to utter sweet nothings. Rather, his heartfelt words resonated more profoundly. Yin Jingsong, every time I see you, I feel genuinely happy. Yin Jingsong's brow twitched. You feel happy every time you see me? Indeed, happier than I ever thought I could be. Qiao Ling brought joy to Yin Jingsong, making him feel as if he were in a delightful dream. When Qiao Ling brought him distress, he found himself restless and unable to find solace. Yin Jingsong was perplexed as to how he had arrived at this point in such a short time. Feeling like a lovesick youth, in their shared gaze, words became superfluous. Unspoken emotions subtly wafted through the fragrant air within the car. Qiao Ling, unafraid of anything, bore a clear and probing gaze, tinged with a sense of daring curiosity, reminiscent of an audacious child. Yin Jingsong held his gaze unwaveringly. Qiao Ling sensed a shift in the ambience. Sensing the fragrance had turned bitter, he pressed his forehead against Yin Jingsong's. You haven't answered me. That might indicate you do not reject my touch, perhaps even like it. Yin Jingsong's voice was slightly husky. I see. Qiao Ling laughed. I think I'm quite triple X. I am XXX. Yin Jingsong tightened his embrace, Qiao Ling's candor prompting a wave of self-reflection. Goodness, what was he hesitating for? What about status disparity or age differences? They could all be cast aside. If he failed to respond to the young man's affection, he would undoubtedly be a coward. I wish to formally be taken care of. Their voices harmoniously overlapped. Huh? Yin Jingsong thought he misheard. What? Qiao Ling, carefree and unburdened, playfully looped her arm around Yin Jingsong's neck, swaying back and forth. Sponsor me. Sponsor. 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 The absurdity of the word left Yin Jingsong expressionless, stunned by the sheer ridiculousness of her request. Qiao Ling remained oblivious to his shock, entirely convinced that her demand was perfectly reasonable. Sponsorship, what a fitting solution. It not only fulfilled her desire to associate with the powerful, but also allowed for all the actions between lovers to be conducted openly. She had done her homework before uttering the term. The once chaste and pure-hearted Yin Jingsong was now under a nuclear strike from this naive little creature. If reality were a comic, he would now appear charred and disfigured. Gazing into Qiao Ling's eyes, he realized she was utterly serious to an astonishing degree. Yin Jingsong managed to force out a response. Why sponsorship? Qiao Ling recited her own labels like an actress. I am vain. I wish to climb the social ladder. A little trickster, a little madcap. Yin Jingsong, in silence, returned her to her seat, fastening her seatbelt without a word, retrieving the cashmere blanket that had slipped to the floor and draping it over her once more. Qiao Ling could not discern whether he was willing or unwilling. Her gaze fixed upon him, both obsessive and innocent. Once he finished arranging her, Yin Jingsong returned to his composed and serene demeanor. You do not need to do these things. You will attain what you desire. What does that mean? I refuse. To be rejected. Qiao Ling was incredulous, her expression one of reproach. Yin Jingsong extended a finger, poking her forehead as one would a child. No more nonsense. He paused, adding, and no more nonsense with others. Why refuse me? Do you not like me? It is you who does not like me. But I like you. Yin Jingsong inhaled deeply, his blood pressure seemingly rising, and covered his face with one hand. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Ah, he seemed genuinely angry. Qiao Ling, confused yet obedient, pursed her lips, and in her mind, she consulted the system. System, what is going on with him? The system proved to be useful at this moment. Master, would you like to spend 10 points to view Yin Jingsong's emotional metrics? Yes. Emotional metrics. Total score 100. Currently, anger 20, confusion 20, sadness 30, curiosity 40. I don't understand. The system took on the role of a wise advisor. If he is indeed the legitimate male lead, his refusal is quite logical. We should make a few more attempts and put in more effort. Qiao Ling found the system's assistance rather unhelpful. Chapter 70, Material Shooting. A peculiar silence lingered within the car for a time. Suddenly, Qiao Ling felt something in her coat pocket squirm. She exclaimed softly, bending down to pull out a shiny eight-eyed spider that, at first glance, resembled a jewel. When did you sneak in here? The little creature rubbed against her fingers, acting coy. Upon hearing her speak, Yin Jingsong quietly and subtly turned his gaze toward her. Qiao Ling, with a cheerful demeanor, held up a spider for him to see, attempting to lighten the mood. Isn't my little pet adorable? The eight-eyed spider obediently turned in her palm, raising its legs to greet Yin Jingsong. How obedient. Do you have a box to keep it in? Yin Jingsong thought numbly, alive. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he arrived punctually at the parking lot of Gaskell Kenneth's headquarters in City D. After handing Qiao Ling over to Lin Hui, he bid her farewell. Qiao Ling waved as she held a small glass box she had hastily purchased along the way. Mr. Yin departed with an air of mystery. Lin Hui curiously examined the box, then recoiled abruptly upon realizing what it contained. What is this? Goodness, it's called Liu Guang. Qiao Ling introduced her little creature to Lin Hui. Mistaking it for a gift from Yin Jingsong, Lin Hui silently scoffed. What unique gifts the wealthy bestow. Quite eccentric. To Lin Hui's surprise, Ms. Jane, the domestic head of Gaskell Kenneth, personally arrived at the parking lot to greet Qiao Ling for the prestigious luxury brand. Selecting a spokesperson is an endeavor approached with utmost caution, typically requiring over a year of scrutiny. Having someone like Qiao Ling parachute in within mere days was unprecedented since the brand's inception. When the announcement of this appointment reached headquarters, Ms. Jane initially suspected her email had been hacked. The sudden rise of an obscure celebrity necessitating an immediate global announcement and the prompt completion of promotional materials had set the entire Greater China team into a flurry of activity. Upon seeing Qiao Ling, Ms. Jane's expression turned serious, her gaze sweeping over Qiao Ling's entire figure with an air of scrutiny. Lin Hui stepped forward to greet her, yet she made no move to extend her hand, and the atmosphere thickened with a stifling silence. The headquarters decision was indeed unexpected. At last she spoke, her voice as cold as ice. A newcomer with barely a month of experience, lacking any international recognition, and without a single representative work, has suddenly become the GK spokesperson for the Asia-Pacific region. Lin Hui, unfazed, withdrew his hand. It seems Ms. Jane has conducted a thorough investigation into our artist. A matter of professional habit. Ms. Jane walked toward the building, her high heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. I never accept individuals or items of no value. Lin Hui's expression betrayed a flicker of anger, but upon glimpsing Qiao Ling's face, that irritation swiftly transformed into confidence. Qiao Ling tucked the glass box into the hands of her plush companion and leisurely followed suit. So, how do you intend to deal with me, your worthless spokesperson? Ms. Jane halted, turning to meet his gaze directly. I will impose the most rigorous standards upon you. GK is not a brand that can be represented solely by looks. Should you fail to meet my expectations, even with the backing of headquarters, I will petition the Global Committee for your replacement. Qiao Ling met her gaze with a mischievous smile, her tone light. Is that so? As the elevator doors glided open, one was immediately greeted by the opulent floor housing the office of the president of GK for the Greater China region. The corridor was adorned with colossal posters of the brand's past ambassadors, each a luminary of international renown. It is easy to envisage the uproar that would ensue upon the addition of an unfamiliar visage like Qiao Ling to these illustrious displays. Qiao Ling's steps came to a halt before one particular photograph. The man depicted wore a pale blue turtleneck sweater, casually showcasing the watch on his wrist, while exquisite jewelry sparkled on his hands, radiating resplendence. Yet, what captivated the eye most were the man's striking eyes, standard almond-shaped with the outer corners gently drooping yet subtly uplifted, and a faintly colored mole nestled within his eyelid. He gazed tenderly through the image, his amber-hued pupils seemingly brimming with melted honey. It was Guan Shuqiao. In that moment, the familiarity of Guan Shuqiao's face, magnified to a wall-sized impact, rendered Qiao Ling momentarily stunned in awe. A series of blurred images flickered before his mind, elusive and fleeting. Qiao? Lin Hui called gently as he noticed Qiao Ling's sudden lapse into reverie, pulling him back to the present. Qiao Ling's unspoken questions were anticipated, prompting Lin Hui to explain. Guan Shuqiao is the global ambassador for GK's high-end watch and jewelry lines. Oh dear. It seems President Yin has not considered this thoroughly enough, Lin Hui mused, realizing that Qiao Ling would inevitably cross paths with Guan Shuqiao at brand events. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Qiao Ling's romantic prospects. The photo shoot was scheduled to commence in an hour. MS. Janie pressed the intercom. Amy, please escort this gentleman to the styling room. Today's look for Qiao Ling's shoot revolved around GK's yet-to-be-revealed Spring-Summer Super Collection for the following year. The thematic inspiration drew from the decadent aesthetics of 1980s European noble banquets and New York Studio 54, employing a midnight Baroque motif that fused opulence, indulgence, and a morbid elegance. Due to the time constraints, the 5 outfits were directly adapted from unreleased internal runway presentations, a decision fraught with risk. The eccentric styles suited only the physiques and temperaments of supermodels, leaving many stars appearing utterly out of place, often subjected to ridicule for their attempts at high fashion. Lin Hui couldn't help but feel apprehensive upon witnessing the exaggerated colors and accessories in the styling room. Once Qiao Ling completed his styling, the entire makeup room fell into a hushed reverence. His slender frame was enveloped in a deep burgundy satin smoking jacket, featuring a broad embroidered lapel and subtly uplifted shoulder pads that delineated a commanding silhouette reminiscent of vintage power suits, yet exuding an air of elegant nonchalance due to his delicate build. Beneath, he wore a semi-transparent black silk shirt, buttons fastened only to his chest, revealing his pale collarbone and slender torso. The exposed skin appeared almost translucent, glimmering with an otherworldly sheen under the cool-toned lighting. His eyes, dark as night, were so pure that the edges of his irises were nearly indistinguishable, the pupils deep and tranquil, resembling an ancient well. During the shoot, the lighting technician adjusted angles multiple times, yet no embellishment could conceal the almost ethereal beauty that emanated from him. He stood before the camera, resembling a meticulously sculpted plaster statue, his gaze calmly penetrating the lens, as if he were not looking at the photographer, but rather at something far deeper and more profound. Darling, could you smile? The photographer tentatively inquired. Chapter 71. The announcement of the Blue Blood luxury brand. Qiao Ling slightly tilted his head. Regardless of how blinding the flash was, he rarely blinked during the shoot, creating an unsettling illusion of being scrutinized by a cold-blooded creature. There were no emotions, no ripples, only a serene, focused gaze, as if he were observing or merely contemplating an inconsequential thought. Is this acceptable? Qiao Ling complied with a smile. It was a faint smile, the corners of his lips curving upwards, yet the warmth did not reach his eyes. No one responded, for everyone was captivated, holding their breath at the sight of this smile. It was beautifully eerie, imbued with an almost otherworldly charm, reminiscent of Narcissus' smile as he gazed into his reflection, both pure and distant. Ms. Janey stood behind the monitor, her fingertips instinctively tightening. She had to admit, Qiao Ling's performance exceeded her expectations by leaps and bounds. With over a decade of experience in this industry, she had encountered countless stars and supermodels hailed for their beauty. Yet none had been as extraordinary as Qiao Ling, each pore exuding an unsettling allure that evoked both a desire to draw near and an instinctual fear. Goodness, he is a veritable walking enchantress, the stylist assistant murmured, earning a sharp elbow from a colleague. Ms. Janey soon conceived a new idea, to notify the media department to prepare a press release, informing Vogue and GQ that an exclusive interview would be arranged. The shoot lasted for 2 hours, and in the race against time, Qiao Ling managed to complete only 2 outfits, each photograph emerging as a masterpiece. These materials would immediately undergo editing and selection, with a global announcement scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Time was of the essence, and the workload was heavy. During the brief interlude while waiting to change outfits, Qiao Ling returned to the lounge, finally in the mood to check his online status. His friend list buzzed with messages from Yuan Yu. Why? Are you feeling better today? Make sure to bring snacks. Don't let your blood sugar drop again. Why? Haha. Zheng Su has gone viral. Why? Good news. Zheng Su's role is being recast. Why? Bad news. The new actor will have to reshoot their scenes. Why? Are you heading back to the hotel tonight? Xiao Chong. Just finished a few outfit changes. Not sure if I can return tonight. Xiao Chong. Let me check the trending topics, smile. Why? Sounds good. The online world had descended into chaos. A tumult so thick it felt as if one could scoop it up and take a sip. Qiao Ling clicked on the video of Zheng Su's meltdown and burst into laughter halfway through, casually reaching for the glass box to retrieve the shimmering light. Well done. The praised light, gleefully brushing against his fingertips, delicately rested one leg upon his wrist, where a string of pearl bracelets adorned his arm. The lustrous warmth of the pearls sharply contrasted with the cold hardness of the eight-eyed spider. To onlookers, this bizarre and fearsome spider seemed poised to crawl up his veins, slipping into his sleeve and burrowing into his heart. Lin Hui and Ro kept their distance, pleading, "Ancestor, Qiao, please refrain from playing with such things. Who knows if they are poisonous? What if it bites you?" Liu Guang was well-behaved and wouldn't bite indiscriminately. "If you don't put it back in the box, I'll just die right here. How willful you are." Reluctantly, Qiao Ling prepared to put away. Just then, the stylist entered, pushing in a cart with a new design, and immediately spotted the palm-sized crystal spider in Qiao Ling's hand. To their eyes, the spider exhibited an eerie dynamic, caught between crawling and stillness. Qiao Ling's pale fingers gently caressed the spider's back, the bluish veins beneath his skin visible, as if his blood ran cold. Inspiration struck. "Oh my, this style is absolutely perfect. It must be used as a prop for the shoot." Thus, during the next filming, Liu Guang became one of the focal points captured by the camera. In the frame, Qiao Ling's posture was languid and elegant, and the presence of the crystal spider imbued the entire scene with a dangerous allure. A fallen noble, harboring a creature that should not exist. Qiao Ling did not deliberately express fear or control. Instead, he treated the creature with an almost indifferent gentleness, as if it were an intrinsic part of his being. Ultimately, this set of photographs supplanted the originally intended announcement images. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gaskell Kenneth's official account announced across all platforms, "A new chapter, a new face." Gaskell Kenneth is honored to embark on a new journey with Qiao Ling, brand ambassador of Gaskell Kenneth. The shares skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. Xiaoya, stationed at her desk, scrolled through Weibo. Ever since the eruption of negative sentiment surrounding Qiao Ling the previous day, her mood had been utterly dismal, always on edge, perpetually in a state of battle readiness. Of course, she could not believe all the slander against Qiao Ling online, accusations of gambling, being difficult, and a chaotic personal life, with his agent allegedly controlling him through gambling debts. It was utterly absurd. Having just attended a set visit, her unparalleled trust in someone she had seen with her own eyes made her loathe the malicious rumors and trolls even more. Watching as the public opinion was swiftly subdued by ASD's formidable measures, she felt both delighted and anxious. Delighted that such a reliable company stood up for Qiao Ling. Anxious about the rebellious netizens. Last night, she hardly slept, remaining active online all night, constantly refreshing for the latest updates. Terrified that she would miss something if she closed her eyes. Fortunately, things were progressing positively. Even Zheng Su had fallen from grace, earning the ire of everyone, which was truly gratifying. Suddenly, an alert chimed in the fan group. Ro dropped a bombshell. Gaskell Kenneth just posted a new Weibo, officially announcing Qiao as the brand ambassador. Sisters, hurry. Gaskell Kenneth? That top-tier, blue blood luxury brand. Gaskell Kenneth? Xiaoya, with her mind momentarily blank, opened the Weibo post. Her breath hitching. The cacophony of the world seemed to fade away in an instant, leaving her entire universe centered around the photograph displayed on her phone screen. Qiao Ling, a previously unremarkable figure engaged in live-streaming mundane tasks, had unexpectedly ascended to become the spokesperson for GK. Oh my God, she inadvertently exclaimed, drawing curious glances from her colleagues. Her fingers trembled as she ventured into the comments section, where the top comment had already garnered 20,000 likes. Who is this guy? That picture has me on my knees. Qiao Ling's fan community had erupted into a frenzy. Someone pinch me, is this real? I'm at work and crying like a dog. My colleagues think I've suffered a heartbreak. Confirming on the official website, it was indeed true. The global announcement was synchronized across platforms. Xiaoya wiped away her tears, frantically taking screenshots to preserve the moment. She noticed Qiao Ling's follower count skyrocketing at a visible pace, from 5 million to 6.3 million in mere moments. On the trending list, the titled Qiao Ling, GK spokesperson, was accompanied by an eye-catching explosion icon. Opening WeChat, she found the fan group had flooded with 999 messages. Someone had shared a recent candid photo of Qiao Ling taken on the subway, where he wore a black shirt, effortlessly commanding attention even in an inconspicuous corner. It felt like a scene from a different era. Chapter 72. Provocation or teasing. I can distinguish. Qiao Ling deserves the very best. Xiaoya typed this statement amidst the frenzy in the chat group, then exited WeChat to revisit the trending topics on Weibo. Qiao Ling GK spokesperson, an explosive title. GK Greater China spokesperson, fiery. Who is Qiao Ling? Trending. Top-tier resource figure. Trending. Xiaoya scrolled through the screen, witnessing the entertainment industry erupting in chaos as a deluge of astonishment, praise, skepticism, and envy filled the public forum. The most formidable purple microstar had made its appearance. From an anonymous source, exploring the mysterious capital behind Qiao Ling. A hot question on Jihu. How should we evaluate a newcomer with no representative works and surrounded by controversy who suddenly becomes a top luxury spokesperson? Yet another heavily promoted resource figure. How could one ascend to such heights amidst unresolved scandals without any substantial works? Those in the know are aware. ISNT, a legal claim already in progress. What more needs clarification? ASD stance is quite clear. The envious remarks are amusing. You might as well be wearing counterfeit goods. Qiao Ling's visage is the finest work of art, is it not? Wanna sue? Many accounts have already been documented last night. Honestly, the background checks for such high-end luxury brands are notoriously stringent. If he can secure this level of endorsement, I too would believe in him. However, it is indeed a daunting resource. I can't fathom why he was chosen. If you're dissatisfied, go ahead and complain to GK. Why hasn't Qiao Ling himself posted on Weibo yet? Refreshing for ages. Speculating. Could he be saving up for something monumental? Lin Hui looked at Qiao Ling in astonishment. Are you really going to post this content? Qiao Ling nodded, fiddling with the ring on her finger. Don't you think it's quite fitting? Fitting it may be, but this is rather provocative. Is it really? Qiao Ling tilted her head towards the mesmerized photographer. The visual effect should turn out splendidly, don't you think? The photographer gazed at the playback within the viewfinder and, in a sudden whim, reclined onto the ground. Darling, let us try that from a different angle, he suggested. Lin Hui resignedly handed a stack of playing cards to Qiao Ling. With a playful smile, Qiao Ling approached the photographer, casting a sideways glance at the lens beneath him. In a gesture reminiscent of discarding refuse, he flung the cards downwards. The system's reminder echoed in his mind. Throughout the entirety of the negative public opinion task, he was prohibited from clarifying any misunderstandings. Regardless of how the public sentiment evolved, he was bound to remain silent or admit fault. Any deviation would result in failure. The malice directed at the expendable figures left Qiao Ling feeling quite displeased. Regardless of circumstances, Wang Cheng abhorred being swept along by fate. This little creature possessed a strong sense of agency. Curiosity piqued, he pondered whether a subtle provocation could sway public opinion to his advantage. Half an hour later, the much-anticipated personal announcement from Qiao Ling was officially released. Accompanied by an 8-second video, it contained no substantive content, only a whimsically charming emoticon. Qiao Ling. In the video, he embodied the essence of opulence, playfully kissing the cards in his hand, evoking both allure and mockery. In the next instant, the cards rained down upon the audience's faces, viewed from a canine-like perspective. Those who watched the video were momentarily stunned. Wait, did we just get slapped? Is this a provocation, a response to the gambler's expose? Oh my goodness, this is absolutely insane. I adore it. This is incredibly unique. What does it mean? Is he implying that he can gamble, and there's nothing anyone could do about it? It feels almost like an insult, doesn't it? When comparing the expose photo to this video, are they even on the same level? Yes, indeed. It feels like he is calling those who believe the expose foolish pigs. Being slapped in the face by such beauty is exhilarating, not really. He has quite the talent for sarcasm. Please refrain from misguiding public opinion here. The card he holds bears the GK logo, marking it as an official announcement video, not a provocation of the audience. Whether it is a provocation or a tease is for me to discern. Lights a cigarette. Xiaoya suddenly chuckled, knowing that from this day forth, no one would dare to ask who Qiao Ling was. In the hospital ward, Zheng Su awakened from his coma. He wished fervently that everything preceding his unconsciousness had merely been a nightmare. Unfortunately, reality proved otherwise, as he opened his eyes to meet the gaze of 3 law enforcement cameras. Standing before his bed were several uniformed officers, their expressions stern, seemingly having awaited his awakening for some time. Awake, are we? The lead officer raised his identification before Zheng Su's eyes. Mr. Zheng Su, we're here to summon you on suspicion of drug use and allowing others to use drugs. Zheng Su sprang upright, the 4-needle dislodged and forgotten in his haste. What did you just say? Another officer retrieved a sealed bag from his briefcase, revealing a collection of pills. Someone reported you. These were found among your belongings, and tests have returned positive. Zheng Su's throat felt as parched as if it were stuffed with sand, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I need to contact my lawyer, he stammered. A few police officers stepped forward. You have the right to remain silent. Now, please cooperate with us. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room burst open. Zheng Su's assistant rushed in, flustered. Teacher Zheng, the company has just issued a statement saying you're withdrawing from the crew for personal reasons. But his words trailed off as Zheng Su's face turned ashen. As he was escorted out of the ward, he caught sight of the hospital's LED screen broadcasting entertainment news. ASD Entertainment stock has surged today, and its artist Qiao Ling has officially announced her role as the global spokesperson for the Blue Blood brand. In the corridor, dozens of media outlets had been waiting with cameras poised. Fong Zhui suddenly seized the crystal ashtray from the table and hurled it against the wall. Bang! Glass shards scattered, and the base of the ashtray rolled a few times on the floor before coming to rest by the feet of his manager, He Xingya. Useless. He glared menacingly at the news broadcast on the computer screen. where images of Zhang Su being led to a police car played on a loop. Fangzhou gritted his teeth, saying, "I paved the way for him," and yet he couldn't even handle this trivial matter. Originally, Fangzhou's plan had been straightforward: to leverage Zhang Su's esteemed reputation to manipulate him into creating conflicts on set, secretly capturing footage of Qiao Ling acting ungraciously, and then bribing the media to stir up controversy, ultimately tarnishing Qiao Ling's reputation and exacerbating other scandals. But who could have anticipated that? With a plan seemingly halfway to success, Zhang Su would lose control in front of reporters and expose the entire scheme, landing himself in police custody? Even more alarming was that Qiao Ling not only withstood the public scrutiny, but, thanks to Zhang Su's scandal, emerged completely vindicated, even announcing her international endorsement amidst the uproar, leading to a surge in her popularity. The drama Spring and the Green Stream also gained heightened attention, and the hope for a reversal in their fortunes grew increasingly dim. "Damn it," Fangzhou muttered under his breath, veins protruding from his forehead. He suddenly realized he might have crossed the wrong person. Chapter 73. Do you understand what individuality is? Fangzhou slowly came to the realization that he had underestimated Lin Hui. Lin Hui was no longer the submissive lover he once perceived, nor was he a lone wolf without support. The artist he represented boasted formidable backing. ASD was not a company to be easily manipulated. ASD Entertainment's response was remarkably swift, from the reversal of public opinion to the exposure of Zhang Su's drug involvement, culminating in precise police apprehension. This series of maneuvers did not appear to be a mere reaction. Rather, it seemed meticulously orchestrated in advance. He Xingye was now visibly agitated. "What do we do now? You weren't exposed during your dealings, were you?" "No. My channels are discreet, and I have eliminated all traces, including the financial flow for hired influencers and marketing accounts. The company is still unaware of any connection to you." Good. Let us treat this as if it never happened. Fangzhou lowered his voice, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, Zhang Su's predicament doesn't implicate us. Given the current situation, it's best to hold off for now. But what if Lin Hui has already discovered the origin of those photos as you? He Xingye hesitated. Lin Hui is someone who never forgets a grudge. At most, I will simply explain myself to him. Fangzhou lit a cigarette, taking 2 deep puffs. He will believe me. After all, we share many years of camaraderie. How curious it is that we now speak of emotions. He Xingye began to regret having snatched such a low-quality artist from Lin Hui, contemplating earnestly how to extricate himself from this murky situation. The damage inflicted by incompetent allies is far from trivial. The public relations director of ASD Entertainment stared intently at the computer screen, her fingertips gently tapping on the touchpad. The video frozen at the moment when Zhang Su was taken away by the police. Who reported Zhang Su's drug involvement? Was it from our side? The PR team and the legal team exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling perplexed. This is not the direction we anticipated. I suspect someone may have taken advantage of his misfortune to bring about his downfall. The legal supervisor scoffed. Undoubtedly, he has made many enemies. Everyone wishes to see him brought low. The PR director thoughtfully stroked her chin. This could indeed serve our interests, saving us some trouble. It is a pleasant surprise. They had originally prepared a series of calculated maneuvers to corner Zhang Su, only to find that he had already self-destructed before they could even launch their assault. She pondered, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, all that energy directed at Fangzhou. Well, this cannot be allowed to be usurped by others. Those who arrive first are also watching the news. The television screen displayed the footage of Zhang Su being taken away by the police. Guan Shuqiao sat on the sofa. The tip of his cigarette burned down to the end, ash cascading onto his robe, embers nearly singeing his skin, yet he remained oblivious. Suspected of drug use and trafficking, the news anchor's voice was calm and objective, as if reading a verdict. Guan Shuqiao's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen atop the coffee table, where a photo of Qiao Ling announcing the GK endorsement lay. The dark-haired, fair-skinned youth resembled a despondent yet elegant monarch, offering the world a chilling smile with his striking visage. A crystal spider perched upon his knuckles, its 8 legs extending, the longest front leg nearly brushing against his lower lip. "Are you not afraid?" Guan Shuqiao fixated on the soft, delicate lips, murmuring absent-mindedly. What more could a spider's venom yield? An assistant knocked on the door and entered the living room, carrying a set of clothes. Sir, this is the outfit for tomorrow's Film Academy Performance Awards. The brand has just delivered it. Guan Shuqiao's vacant expression shifted as he slowly extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. Is there any change on Fong's side? It seems Zheng Su's predicament has frightened him. Surveillance indicates he is destroying evidence, attempting to feign normalcy. He should appear as expected tomorrow. Very well. The alarm on his phone chimed, and Guan Shuqiao silenced the reminder. Observing that he had no further inquiries, the assistant quietly exited with the clothes. Guan Shuqiao rose and retrieved his medication from the cabinet, the pills resting in his palm, small, smooth, and seemingly innocuous. He stared at them for a long while, suddenly realizing he no longer wished to consume them. This was not a matter of impulse or self-destruction, but rather a clear and cold judgment. Who am I, after all? Am I the one tamed by substances, or the person I once was? I shall not partake any longer. The thought struck his mind like a lightning bolt, imbued with an almost frenzied determination. Guan Shuqiao was acutely aware of what the doctor would say. Discontinuing medication abruptly could be perilous, leading to withdrawal symptoms and potentially triggering more severe episodes. Yet, he no longer cared. He hastily and violently disposed of all his pills into the sink. Watching the swirling water, his heart raced, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, not out of anxiety, but rather a dangerously intoxicating exhilaration. Guan Shuqiao tugged at his collar, touching the spot on his collarbone where a small wound from someone else's teeth had recently healed. It was now completely clean, leaving no trace behind. Qiao Ling had spent the entire day as a dress-up doll, undergoing a series of interviews with several leading magazines. The journalist's questions had been pre-screened by Lin Hui, predominantly revolving around the cultural expansion of the GK brand. The brand had even provided him with a template for responses. He merely needed to memorize it and recite it to the interviewers. After eliminating overly personal, unfriendly, or potentially controversial inquiries, the journalist's questions lacked novelty and substance, becoming repetitive. Though they seemed eager to understand him, their inquiries remained superficial, and Qiao Ling quickly recognized the underlying tedium, turning into a mere machine for reciting scripted responses. His air of weary mystery only served to fuel the reporters' imaginations further. The merciless fashion industry exhibits boundless tolerance for genuine beauty. Indifference, aloofness, a temper? No, that's character. Once all the work was done, it was nearly dawn. Lin Hui had ordered an extravagant late-night feast for Qiao Ling. Watching him eat with a sense of relief, fearful of another hypoglycemic incident. Get a good rest tonight. We return to the set tomorrow. I'll be right next door, Lin Hui said with a yawn, having pulled an all-nighter and only briefly rested in the car. Now, he was running on fumes, both mentally and physically exhausted. Observing Lin Hui's haggard complexion, Qiao Ling suddenly expressed a mature concern. Brother Lin, thank you for all the trouble you've taken for me. Whether sincere or merely polite, Lin Hui could discern the truth. He was genuinely touched by Qiao Ling's words. Qiao, it's simply my job, and it's my fault. If it weren't for her, don't blame yourself, Qiao Ling interrupted, earnestly reassuring him. You don't need to explain. I have eyes, I can see. Please go rest. Your heart rate is off. The frail humanity of his subordinate stirred concern within Lin Hui. With a bemused smile, he bid him good night. Once the door was closed, Qiao Ling's eyes glinted mischievously. Which way is Fong, left or right? Now I have time to deal with you. Chapter 74, Bug Rider 2, Dreamscape. The hotel room was situated on the 35th floor. Qiao Ling pushed open the glass window, allowing his mental energy to disperse into the evening breeze, casting it forth like fishing line. Searching. He sought the flying, beautiful, and endearing targets. The mental energy of the Wong bug sifted through potential candidates, while the eight-eyed spider he had released watched with a tinge of jealousy, quietly awaiting its turn. Found it. The heart center's Wong Chong elevated its body, abruptly retracting its mental energy as if a fisherman were reeling in a line. Moments later, a streak of ethereal blue light traversed the night sky. A blue morpho butterfly, ensnared by Wang Chong's mental force, was helplessly swept through the window by the evening breeze. Under the dim light, the butterfly's exquisite wings continued to shimmer with a dazzling luster, exuding a fluid metallic blue that hovered between the depths of the ocean and the clarity of the sky. Qiao Ling crouched down to observe the butterfly fluttering on the ground, extending a finger towards it. The butterfly's antennae twitched, and it summoned all its strength to climb upward, allowing Qiao Ling to feel the subtle vibrations at his fingertip. Satisfied with the butterfly's response, he spoke softly, "Do not be afraid, little one." Suddenly, a nearby luminescent creature, brimming with jealousy, leaped onto Qiao Ling. It turned towards the blue butterfly, its forelegs menacingly tapping against the buttons of Qiao Ling's garment, producing a faint clicking sound. The spider, feeling possessive, declared, "I shall consume the insect." The butterfly's wings tensed in terror as it crouched low, seeking protection from its master. In an instant, the luminescent creature reacted, lunging forward assertively, its legs raised in a display of dominance. "What are you posturing for? Do you dare to challenge me?" Qiao Ling reprimanded with exasperation. "Enough. Cease your tantrum." The creature froze, its 8 legs reluctantly retracting, reverting to a defensive stance like a folding knife. "Be obedient. We shall be companions henceforth." Qiao Ling pointedly tapped the back of the luminescent creature, dismissing it as a nuisance and casting it aside. The mental tendrils forcefully delved into the blue morpho butterfly's body, as Wang Chong embarked on a targeted transformation of his second insect steed. This time, he exhibited a greater degree of finesse. "I bestow upon you the dreamlike scales that can drive one to madness or enchantment." While modifying the luminescent creature, only a small fraction of the 8-eyed spider's venom was directed at mental effects, yet the feedback proved satisfactory, prompting further enhancements on the butterfly. "The wings must be sharper. My beautiful little assassin." The mental tendrils meticulously reshaped the butterfly's wing vein structure, the edges of its wings gradually emanating a perilous cold light under the illumination, akin to sharpened blades. This delicate, dreamlike creature was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The frequent use of mental tendrils induced a piercing sensation in Qiao Ling's brain, prompting him to frown, yet when he sensed the butterfly's compliant and joyful emotions flowing into his mental realm, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Admiring his creation, he bestowed upon it a name. "From this day forth, you shall be known as my second insect steed, Dream." Dream began a vibrant new chapter in its existence, gracefully circling Qiao Ling in a dance of devotion, before gently hovering above the luminescent creature, shaking its wings in a display of defiance, releasing its crystalline toxic powder. Dream was as beautiful as its name suggested, yet beauty was merely a facade. At its core, it was a fierce, cunning, and treacherous beast. The luminescent creature would not be harmed by Dream's toxic powder, but it would not shy away from provocation. In the blink of an eye, the two insect steeds collided, creating a cacophony of sound. Although the fleeting light possesses no wings, its remarkable agility, aided by silken threads, enables it to ensnare the butterfly within a cocoon. The butterfly's wings, sharp enough to sever metal, merely twist lightly to break free from the binding threads, producing a dissonant creaking sound as its wings scrape against the spider's carapace. In an instant, toxic glitter and severed threads swirl through the air. "Hey, Qiao Ling!" The cold-blooded creature delivered a sharp slap, leaving the two insects dejected. The king insect, hands on hips, pointedly admonished the two riders. "Each one of you, emboldened by a bit of capability, dares to rebel? Do you even regard me?" The spider and the butterfly nodded vigorously. After enduring the reprimand, the two riders settled down obediently. Qiao Ling rubbed his forehead, presenting a photograph of Feng Zhuo to Huan Ming. "Go to the D-City Film Academy and locate this individual. Show him some consequences." After a moment's thought, he added, "No need to kill him. Let him be ensnared in nightmares. This individual has committed numerous misdeeds. If he were to die, who would be left to stir trouble for Yin Jingsong and Lin Hui? That simply will not do." The little insect aimed to embellish the situation, not to claim a life. Accepting the mission, Huan Ming set off towards the destination that very night. It was somewhat challenging for a small butterfly to traverse mountains and rivers in search of the way. even for an evolved and intelligent insect. Huanmeng flitted about aimlessly for a while. Wait, where is the D-City Film Academy? Gradually, its newly upgraded intellect began to engage. One of the characteristics of intelligent beings is their ability to utilize tools. The little butterfly changed direction, descending toward the area where crowds gathered, perching atop a tree to survey from a lofty vantage point. The blue morpho butterfly could nearly observe a full 340 degrees around it simultaneously. This all-encompassing surveillance mode allowed it to swiftly identify its target. In the night, it subtly adjusted the angle of its wing membranes, the refracted colors of its scales merging seamlessly with the urban neon lights. In the next moment, it descended like a blue snowflake blown by the wind, silently alighting on the shoulder of a young man hailing a taxi, who remained blissfully unaware. A taxi came to a halt. As the passenger entered and closed the door, the driver inquired, "Where to?" A few nearly invisible blue scale powders drifted into the young man's nostrils with his breath, gently exploding against the mucous membrane of his trachea. The young man's pupils dilated suddenly, as if a pause button had been pressed. After waiting for a response that did not come, the driver impatiently repeated, "Brother, where are you headed?" The young man, Adam's apple bobbed, his lips unconsciously parted, and he replied in a dry but clear voice, "I'm going to the D-City Film Academy." Those words seemed to waft in from a distant place. After speaking, he frowned in confusion, feeling that something was amiss. Yet the destination was as clear as if etched deep within his mind, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing the address, the driver immediately pressed the accelerator. Huanmeng, satisfied, transformed into a silent piece of paper. Chapter 75. Fang's moment of humiliation. The 6th D-City Film Academy Performance Award ceremony is about to commence. The significance of this performance award is neither trivial nor monumental. For actors graduating from D-City Film Academy, receiving this accolade signifies a lasting legacy within the institution, bringing a sense of achievement. After months of absence from the public eye, the enigmatic actor Guan Shuqiao appeared at the event as a surprise guest from his alma mater. Clad in a simple yet elegant casual suit, Guan exuded an air of grace, radiating a gentle yet undeniable charisma. He maintained a low profile, yet he was undeniably the darling of the cameras, instantly capturing the attention of all present. In stark contrast, Fang Zhuo, who had just moments ago been the center of attention, was suddenly overshadowed, resembling an overzealous host at the ceremony. In such moments, his acting prowess shone through. Even if he felt discontented, he managed to project an air of sophistication. Fang Zhuo found himself perplexed. How could Guan Shuqiao participate in such an event? Although the invitation from his alma mater did carry some weight, Guan had no stake in this performance award, as the recipients had already been determined. Was it possible that Guan intended to present the award to himself? This notion left Fang Zhuo astonished. He promptly approached Guan, extending a greeting. "Hello, Teacher Guan. I am Fang Zhuo." Guan offered a gentle smile and a fleeting glance, momentarily enchanting Fang Zhuo. However, the gentlemanly actor, known for his politeness, surprisingly disregarded Fang Zhuo's outstretched hand, casually bypassing him to embrace another teacher. "Li Laosher, it's been a while." "Oh my, Guan Shuqiao. It has indeed been too long. How have you been?" The two engaged in a warm handshake and embrace, seamlessly continuing their conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Fang Zhuo's smile froze on his face as he awkwardly withdrew his hand, casting a quick glance around, fearful that the previous scene had been witnessed by others. To be treated in such a manner by Guan Shuqiao in front of everyone left Fang Zhuo feeling both embarrassed and enraged, yet utterly helpless. How could Guan treat him this way? While his current standing may not rival Guan's, it certainly did not warrant such disdain. Was it merely the result of Guan's longer tenure in the industry, coupled with a stroke of fortune? Damn it! Fang's heart seethed with resentment. What transpired next exceeded Fang Zhuo's expectations. As Guan Shuqiao took his place at the center of attention, everything began to shift towards him. The media's adoration, the attention from faculty and leaders, the cheers of the audience, and ultimately, the award itself. The principal stood at the center of the stage, declaring with gravitas, "The recipient of the 6th D-City Film Academy Performance Award is actor Guan Shuqiao." Fang Zhuo, half risen, found himself frozen in disbelief. He could no longer maintain his composure. His expression darkened, contorted with shock. This was clearly his award, a legacy meant for him. He had received prior notification and had even prepared an acceptance speech. What was happening? Was the school deliberately playing with him? How could Qiao, who was not supposed to receive any award, suddenly emerge to seize it? Did he harbor a grudge against Fang's? Fang's reaction was so conspicuous that several cameras began to surreptitiously capture his demeanor. The staff beside him tugged at his sleeve in caution. His teeth chattered audibly as he stiffly reseated himself. The principal's speech continued. Today we are honored to have the distinguished alumnus Fang's with us. Let us welcome actor Fang's to the stage to share this moment of recognition. The applause thundered, echoing a tone of mockery. Fang's felt a surge of anger, his body tingling with rage as he sprang to his feet. What did sharing a moment of honor mean? This was clearly a deliberate humiliation. Such brazen contempt. Qiao stood on the podium, cradling the trophy, his gaze drifting toward Fang's, his expression still smiling, yet his eyes glinted with cold derision. Fang's turned to leave, but in that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a deep azure hue. A beautiful blue fluttered down, alighting gently upon Fang's shoulder. The dream of illusion targeted its mission. The butterfly's wings trembled, scattering shimmering scales into the air, which silently drifted into Fang's nostrils. He frowned, instinctively raising a hand to swat it away, but in the next instant, a buzzing sound filled his mind, rendering it blank. A chill surged up his spine, and the scene before him began to warp, his self-awareness crumbling like a fragile edifice. Fang's steps became rigid as he ascended the stage. No one could perceive the dream of illusion, nor could anyone detect the butterfly's subtle trickery, except for Qiao. He squinted slightly, noticing a tremor in the fingers that held the trophy. Was that a butterfly? Its color was peculiar, not of the natural world, but rather an almost fluorescent, ethereal hue. Like fragments escaping from a dream, Qiao found it difficult to discern whether this was a figment of his imagination or reality as he watched Fang's approach. Their eyes met, a connection between the two beings that was both delicate and profound. The dream of illusion sensed a familiar essence emanating from Qiao, sparking its curiosity. The insect's thoughts moved slower than those of a human. Qiao suddenly stepped closer, gently patting Fang's shoulder, as if brushing away a speck of dust. After this elegant gesture, he retreated a step, observing the unfocused gaze of Fang's. No need to thank me. The dream of illusion found itself inexplicably captured within the palm of this human. It did not rush to escape, even consciously avoiding its sharp wings from grazing the frail flesh of the human. Confused, it transmitted the situation back to its deeper consciousness. Meanwhile, Fang's had succumbed to the enchantment, all his reactions slowing. He stood dazed on the stage, gazing at the crowd and media cameras, suddenly letting out a harrowing scream. Ah! A ghost! There's a ghost! Stay away! Don't come near! A brief silence enveloped the scene as everyone turned their attention to the stage. Fang's appeared to witness the most terrifying sight imaginable, wildly flailing his arms, causing those near him to recoil. The principal and teachers hesitated, torn between approaching and keeping their distance. Fang's, what's wrong? Please calm down. Get away. Leave me alone. As Fang's eyes bulged with terror, he frantically dashed off the stage, madly sprinting towards the crowd. Those both on and off the stage exchanged bewildered glances. Some were eager to pursue the spectacle, while others recoiled in fear, resulting in a cacophony of gasps echoing throughout the hall, plunging the scene into utter chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Qiao quietly set down the trophy and retreated behind the curtain. In the car returning to the set, Qiao Ling, perusing through a magazine, suddenly halted. A distress signal from Chongqi emerged vividly in Wang Chang's consciousness. The dream spoke of being captured by peculiar individuals, ones that seemed familiar. Who could they be? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to close his eyes and feign rest, allowing his consciousness to traverse through the mental connection with Lu Guang, transcending space to reach the unfolding drama. Since he had nothing better to do in the car, he thought it best to witness the commotion. Chapter 76. Then drink more hot water as Fong's would burst from the crowd. A buzzing filled his ears. He stumbled into the backstage corridor. His breaths ragged and labored like a worn-out bellows. It must be exhaustion, he reasoned. He pinched his thighs sharply, but the pain did nothing to dispel his fear. Rather, it rendered the scenes before him even more vivid. The corridor lights abruptly extinguished, replaced by ominous crimson emergency lights. Thick, viscous liquid oozed from the walls, a nauseating shade of red-black that trickled down the tiles like decaying blood. Azul. A gentle female voice drifted from behind him. Fong's was spun around. A girl clad in a white dress stood in the shadows, her long hair damply clinging to her face, droplets of plasma splattering onto the ground. You shouldn't be here. His throat constricted, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was Liu Li, his first girlfriend from college, whom he had heartlessly abandoned, employing manipulative tactics that left her utterly shattered, culminating in her tragic leap from the hospital rooftop. Aswa, I'm so cold, the girl said, tilting her head at an unnatural angle, her neck grotesquely contorted, the veins beneath her skin a sickly violet. Her voice bubbled unnervingly. The ground is so cold. Will you keep me company? Dead girl, go away. Fong's was screamed, pushing her away in a frenzy before turning to flee. Yet the corridor seemed endless. No matter how fast he ran, the walls on either side perpetually stretched away, and the floor had, unbeknownst to him, turned slick, each step sending dark red splashes up around him, sticky and revolting. Fong's wa. Another voice resonated. He froze in terror, looking up to see another man standing at the end of the corridor. It was Lin Hui. Had he also perished? Fong's wa trembled in confusion. Lin Hui's mouth was grotesquely torn, extending to his ears, black blood frothing from his throat. He clawed at his own flesh. Aren't you adept at manipulating public opinion? Come on, spin another tale. And no, it's not me. Fong's was stumbled backward, his back colliding violently with the wall. To his horror, the wall became soft, sinking like decayed flesh. Countless pale, ghostly arms emerged from the wall, grasping fiercely at his shoulders, neck, and hair. Traitor, ingrate, deceiver, come with us to hell. The specters chanted in unison, their rotting fingers digging into his skin. Help! Help! I don't know you. I don't know. In a desperate struggle, Fong's broke free from his restraints and dashed towards the fire escape, stumbling as he ascended the stairs, pushing aside anything that obstructed his path. His ears filled with gasps and screams. The door to the rooftop was unlocked. Guan Shu Qiao observed the chaos from a distance. Clearly seeing Fong's was head enveloped in a swirling mist of blue and purple, which plunged him into a frenzied state, lost in an alternate reality. Surrounded by staff and media, Fong's suit collar was torn to shreds, stripping away its once pristine elegance, as he wept and pleaded for mercy. Liu Li, spare me. Liu Li, I never intended for you to die. I never thought you would take your own life. I was wrong. I acknowledge my fault. But how could I know you would truly choose suicide? This statement struck like lightning, piercing the memories of several elderly teachers present. Liu Li, her death was because of you? A familiar teacher exclaimed in astonishment, prompting others to inquire further. Who is Liu Li? Teacher Li. Was Liu Li also a student at the school? Liu Li, is she the first love Fong's were mentioned? Fong's appeared oblivious to his surroundings, engulfed in a terrifying illusion, as those attempting to restrain him were pushed aside by his explosive strength. The crowd surrounding him recoiled in fear from his indiscriminate attacks. A faint, cruel laughter echoed in Guan Shu Qiao's ears, innocent yet wicked, reveling in his misfortune. He raised his hand, palm open, as a peculiar yet beautiful butterfly fluttered its wings, a droplet of blood trickling down. The butterfly's wings had cut into his hand. Even as the dream sought to avoid harm, it unwittingly inflicted injury, the dense scent of energy intoxicating the butterfly. At that moment, Qiao Ling's consciousness descended. A familiar sensation overwhelmed Qiao Ling, exhilarating him as he shivered. His slender proboscis extended, drawing dark red blood into himself. The butterfly's abdomen shimmered with an eerie crimson glow. The metallic sheen of its wings became more vibrant, the veins subtly revealing the flow of blood within. The pain prompted Guan Shu Qiao to question. You are not an illusion? He held the blue demon butterfly before him, gazing intently, a wild hypothesis flitting through his mind. Is it you, Qiao Ling? The butterfly paused, retracting its proboscis, fixing its gaze upon the enlarged, familiar face before it. Guanshu Qiao. This insect's reserve proved unexpectedly perceptive. Man and butterfly locked eyes, the butterfly's gaze cold and devoid of warmth or emotion, embodying the primal instincts of a predator. Its compound eyes remained unblinking. Fixed on Guanshu Qiao, in a hushed voice, he asked, "What do you wish to convey to me?" He found himself teetering between doubting his sanity and affirming his innocence. In the next instant, the butterfly's wings quivered slightly, and a streak of light shot from its body, piercing Guanshu Qiao's wrist. His pupils constricted ever so slightly. He reached out to touch the trace of light, but it had already dissipated into the air. And then he heard a voice. "Guanshu Qiao, you do not appear to be well." It was not a sound that reached his ears, but rather a phrase that materialized directly within his mind, imbued with a rhythm alien to humanity. "I have truly lost my mind." This thought was calm, even liberating. "I wanted to mention this last time." The voice continued. "There are impurities in your blood that significantly affect the taste. What chemicals have you been consuming?" The tone exhibited no emotional fluctuation, selecting words with a sense of self-assured arrogance. "The taste of medicine? I haven't ingested any today, yet there remains a pronounced bitterness. Perhaps it has not been fully metabolized. Then why are you fussing about drinking hot water? It might be because Feng Zhua intends to leap from the building. Hurry, let me witness the commotion." "Very well." Guanshu Qiao felt a peculiar clarity amidst the absurdity. A butterfly flitted to his ear, alighting upon his hair, causing an itch at his ear. He walked against the tide of the crowd, exiting the building, all the while the dialogue with the butterfly persisted. "Guanshu Qiao, how did you recognize me?" "By intuition." "Guanshu Qiao, you are unwell." "What do you mean?" "Your spirit. You seem like fragmented pieces glued together." "How tragic." Guanshu Qiao increasingly felt that this scene was a figment of his imagination, and he engaged in conversation with a newfound psychological ease, even deriving some enjoyment from it. "Can this be perceived? When I connect with you in this manner, it becomes evident and troubling, causing me concern." "Qiao Ling? You are genuinely real." Guanshu Qiao suddenly inhaled deeply, shifting the topic. "I am truly glad that you care about me." Chapter 77, Illusions, Beautiful Dreams. Gift Qiao Ling could not comprehend why Guanshu Qiao's mental state was so precarious. This reminded the little creature of the day it hatched. The lingering echoes of death felt while parasitizing a human corpse. The original host had embraced death with a peculiar joy. The utterly shattered fragments of spirit mirroring the sensations it now perceived from Guanshu Qiao, different paths converging to the same end. How pitiable. The little creature, filled with compassion, resolved, "You'll be all right." "Why are you so certain?" "Because." The brief exchange came to an abrupt halt as Guanshu Qiao's footsteps ceased. He had exited the building, and, as he turned around, he only needed to gaze slightly upward to see Feng Zhua standing on the rooftop. From such a distance, Feng Zhua's expression was indistinct, his voice inaudible, only his frantic movements visible. Students screamed as they rushed downstairs, forming a semicircle below. As the students brushed past Guanshu Qiao, he felt an unusual numbness. No one was paying him any attention. The once unwavering center of attention. Guanshu Qiao experienced an unprecedented absence of obstacles and scrutiny since he had turned 10. Would he fall to his death? The butterfly's inquiry hung between concern and confusion. Guanshu Qiao assessed the height of the building, his gaze resting on the awning on the wall. Perhaps he will, perhaps he won't. He held no concern for Feng Zhua's fate, extending a finger to gently dislodge the butterfly from his ear. "Why does no one notice me?" It is the skill of an illusion. The butterfly's attention remained fixed on Feng Zhua, uttering words that were both innocent and naive. "Isn't killing rather wrong? I hope he doesn't die. Even if he does, it doesn't matter. He is a bad person." As she drew closer, her vision blurred. Guanshu Qiao edged nearer, leveraging his height and physique to position himself at an optimal vantage point to witness the unfolding scene. He gazed impassively at Feng Zhua's actions atop the building. In the final moment, Fong did not scream or hesitate. He leapt down. The sound of impact was more muted than anticipated, akin to a sack of wet flour hitting concrete. He was not dead. This conclusion came swiftly. The body writhed on the grass, its left leg bent at an impossible angle, reminiscent of a toy cruelly broken by a child. Blood streamed from Fong's ear, winding across the pavement like a dark crimson brook, while a strange, hiccup-like groan escaped his throat. His spine was likely fractured. Not dead, see? Guan Shu Qiao listened to the chorus of screams and cries around him, his brow furrowing as he quickly retreated. The butterfly lamented fretfully, so fragile. I merely wished to teach him a lesson. He can hardly withstand such turmoil. What did you show him? Just a minor nightmare. And you, are you my sweet dream? I am called the illusory dream. Although the dialogue between the human and the insect barely connected, the butterfly pondered and arrived at a decision. Guan Shu Qiao, I bestow upon you the illusory dream. It shall be of assistance to you. Upon uttering these words, the butterfly's form quivered, and Qiao Ling's consciousness abruptly withdrew. Guan Shu Qiao stood frozen in place. Qiao Qiao, wake up. Lin Hui gently shook Qiao Ling's shoulder and softly called out, Are you awake? Time to get off. Qiao Ling opened his eyes, the disconnection and reconnection causing a wave of dizziness. Oh, all right. Before he could make any further movement, two streams of nosebleed began to flow like small rivers. Lin Hui and Ro Ro screamed in unison. Tilt your head back. Hold still, Qiao Qiao. Qiao Ling looked up at the sky, tissues pitifully stuffed in his nose, obediently raising his bloodied hand for someone to assist with the wet wipes. Quite a sight. It seemed he could not afford to use his mental energy so frequently. The king insect sighed wearily, heavily nasal as he inquired of Lin Hui, Brother Lin. If your enemy were half dead, would you feel pleased? Lin Hui tossed aside the blood-stained tissue, genuinely contemplating for a moment. If they are my enemy, I would prefer them dead. Half dead is acceptable too, prolonging their torment a bit longer. Qiao Ling instantly felt he had done well, a smile gracing his lips. Then you should be quite happy lately. Lin Hui chuckled, his thoughts still lingering on the matter of Qiao Ling's nosebleed. Alas, Qiao Qiao, you really seem a bit weak lately. I must procure some supplements for you. Breaking news. Actor Fong falls from the award ceremony. He is currently undergoing emergency treatment. Latest update. At around 10 a.m. today, an incident occurred during the 6th D-City Film Academy Performance Award Ceremony. The renowned actor Fong exhibited erratic behavior mid-ceremony and fell from the administrative building of the Academy. According to the latest report from the hospital, the injured party remains in the ICU, their vital signs currently stable. However, severe spinal cord damage has been sustained, and doctors indicate a high probability of permanent paralysis in the lower limbs. Eyewitnesses recount that Fong turned pale upon the announcement of the award list, shouting for others to stay away while pushing staff aside. Surveillance footage reveals that he dashed alone to the rooftop of the 7th floor, where a security guard attempted to intervene, but to no avail. During his fall, he was cushioned by the awning on the 3rd floor, a factor that may have been crucial in preserving his life. Upon arrival at the filming location, Qiao Ling was immediately swept away for styling. Due to Zhang Su's last-minute casting change, the Emperor scenes had to be res-hot today. Otherwise, they would miss the latest editing deadline. All staff members were busily engaged in their tasks, creating a flurry of activity. Yuan Yu, upon unexpectedly encountering Qiao Ling, was momentarily taken aback, only to be illuminated by a radiant smile of joy. After the drowning incident in the bathroom 2 nights prior, he had been unable to steal more than a glance at Qiao Ling due to Yin Jingsong's firm intervention, nor could they exchange even a few words face-to-face. Furthermore, the subsequent chaotic public discourse online, despite confirming Qiao Ling's safety, had instilled a profound sense of anxiety within Yuan Yu. One could hardly exaggerate the extent of his distress. In such a state of restless nights and uneasy meals, he appeared visibly haggard, his jawline sharpened, and extra layers of powder were needed to conceal the dark circles under his eyes during makeup. Ironically, this only served to enhance the brooding nature of the character he portrayed. Now, witnessing Qiao Ling standing before him, whole and unharmed, he felt an overwhelming impulse to rush forward. The bustling atmosphere of the filming site tempered this urge, though a smile began to form at the corners of his eyes. Hou Jiayin, having just wrapped a scene, approached Qiao Ling. Our esteemed master Lian Yu Luo has finally returned to the fold. Let us revel in the joy of reshooting together, he jested, glancing at Lin Hui behind Qiao Ling, nodding his head in a casual greeting. Lin Hui returned the gesture subtly. Suddenly, Ro exclaimed, thrusting a news alert toward Lin Hui. Brother Lin, my goodness, look at this. Is it true? Chapter 78. The task of managing negative public sentiment is complete. Everyone's attention was captured, and some quick-reacting individuals immediately pulled out their phones to check the latest news. Lin Hui cast a glance at the screen, his expression shifting. When did this happen? It's happening right now. Lin Hui returned the phone to Ro, his expression serious as he furrowed his brow. I need to make a call. Other staff members began to murmur in hushed exclamations. Fangzhuo, my goodness. He jumped. Hou Jiayin hurriedly followed Lin Hui as he departed. This marked the first time Lin Hui had proactively reached out to He Xingye. The first call went unanswered, but the second connected at last. He Xingye, what is going on with the news? His voice was cold and hard, akin to a machine gun. The background noise on He Xingye's end was chaotic. Just as you see it, he jumped. He is likely to be paralyzed and has yet to regain consciousness. The realization that Fangzhuo had effectively sabotaged himself before Lin Hui could take decisive action left him taken aback, his emotions difficult to articulate. He was almost questioning. Had he taken drugs? Had he been drinking? Unclear, probably not. It was just a sudden fit of madness. Two industry rivals, traditionally at odds, found themselves able to converse amicably at this moment. The exceedingly let out a weary sigh from the other end and abruptly changed the subject. Lin Hui. Having been in a relationship with Fangzhuo for so long, do you know how his ex-girlfriend, Lu Li, met her end? Lin Hui was taken aback to hear that name for the second time in such a short span. He glanced at the approaching Hou Jiayin and replied casually, Lu Li? I know a bit. They say she committed suicide due to depression. Do you have any idea what Fangzhuo did to her? What do you mean? Lin Hui gestured for Hou Jiayin to come closer and switched to speaker mode, allowing Hou Jiayin to listen in on the conversation. Before Fangzhuo jumped, he seemed to have fallen into a hysterical state, repeatedly shouting Lu Li's name, pleading for her to let him go, claiming he never intended for her to die. This was captured by numerous media outlets and will likely be reported soon. I felt uneasy, so I wanted to know if you were aware of this matter. People in the entertainment industry often dabble in superstitions. A torrent of thoughts surged in Lin Hui's mind, while Hou Jiayin's expression grew ominously contemplative, sending shivers down Lin Hui's spine. Taking a deep breath to steady his voice, he replied, I am not aware. He Xingji tentatively inquired, So, do you wish to visit him? No, absolutely not. Visit Fangzhuo? What a preposterous notion. Sigh, he does owe you an apology, Lin Hui. Given how things have unfolded, I wanted to convey my regrets. Many of my actions stem from my own position, not a personal vendetta against you. Enough, he Xingji. I understand what you're saying, but apologies are futile. Discussing this over the phone is pointless. I comprehend. After so many years in this industry, there are victories and defeats. Yet at times like this, one cannot help but feel a certain melancholy. Goodbye. Wait, I will no longer be responsible for Fangzhuo. His current predicament is a result of his own making. Your refusal to visit him is the right call. He is utterly finished. Lin Hui chuckled coldly. He Xingji, don't be naive. Do you think that by running away now, you will evade accountability? Just wait. It's not just me you've wronged. Lin Hui ended the call, exchanging glances with Hou Jiayin. Hou Jiayin opened his mouth, eyes ablaze with turmoil. My sister, did my sister do this? Don't delve into superstitions. That's terrifying, brother. It could also be that he was on drugs. Lin Hui dared not ponder further and shifted the topic. The media captured him in a frenzy before his fall. They are undoubtedly digging for related information now. The evidence you possess can be released. Hou Jiayin nodded absently. Soon, the media uncovered the good deeds Fangzhuo had once performed, laying them bare. Exclusive investigation. Fangzhuo screamed Lu Li's name before his fall, unveiling his dark, untold love history. In the video from a scene of Fangzhuo's fall, an overlooked detail sparked a significant uproar. Our station obtained exclusive audio recordings, clearly documenting Fangzhuo's frantic cries. Lu Li, Let me go. I never intended for you to die. This confessional shriek unexpectedly unraveled a death mystery that had lain dormant for years. Liu Li, a third-year student from the acting department of the Film Academy, was remembered by her teachers and classmates as a girl whose smile revealed her tiger teeth. In her junior year, she suddenly withered, attempting suicide 3 times, the final plunge from the hospital rooftop, claiming her life at the tender age of 21. A photograph of Fang Zhuo, weeping to the point of fainting at her memorial service, once made headlines during his rise to fame. Over the years, he has kept this chapter of his past shrouded in secrecy, diligently reinforcing the persona of a lovesick boyfriend, choking back tears during interviews as he reminisced about his hidden pain and posting commemorative messages on social media. Yet, the truth often lurks in the shadows where sunlight fails to reach. A former friend of Liu Li revealed that her last message to him read, "If I truly love him, I should die." This friend also provided Liu Li's Weibo account, from which we can uncover even more chilling content. The entire internet was stunned by this revelation. The entertainment industry has become increasingly sensational, each piece of gossip more explosive than the last. Fang Zhuo is precisely that kind of person. My heavens, my worldview is shattered. How terrifying. Am I caught in some supernatural tale? Is this a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? Without indulging in superstitions, I suspect he may have been under the influence of drugs, as many in the circle are. Isn't Zheng Su from the same company as Fang Zhuo? Given that Zheng Su is entangled in drug-related issues, one can only connect the dots and ponder the chaos. I can no longer believe in the existence of honest individuals within the entertainment industry. This evidence is too convincing. However, I still wish to wait for further developments. What if there is a plot twist? What a despicable man. Why didn't he fall to his demise? I have said before that his appearance is quite unfavorable, and at the time, I was chased and scolded by his ardent fans. Now, the truth has become apparent. What a fortunate soul to survive such a fall unscathed. I only hope for a more tragic fate. Such scum deserve to lose everything. Where are the advertisers? Where is the production team? Where is the company? They should unite in a lawsuit to bring him down. This morally bankrupt artist must be blacklisted immediately. The television station announced the suspension of Guangling Guest, confirming that Fang Zhuo is indeed problematic. This production is truly buried, and I sympathize with the other actors and crew members. Ding. The negative public opinion task has been completed. Total task points 600, with 300 points issued and 300 pending. Qiao Ling lifted her head from the script. The system cheerfully chimed. Congratulations, Master. The negative public opinion task has been successfully accomplished. Astonishing. Qiao Ling raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you surprised that the task was completed? Just a little. The ultimate outcome of the negative public opinion task for cannon fodder characters typically leads to ruin and disgrace, which is why the task requires participants to refrain from any explanations or responses. However, for someone like Qiao Ling, who clarifies nothing yet provocatively posts videos to taunt netizens, and still manages to outshine even the main protagonist, it truly surpasses the system's comprehension. Is this still the path of a cannon fodder character? From the very beginning, various unexpected circumstances have arisen, completely stripping her of agency. The system now harbors little confidence in her. Chapter 79. The shedding phase is about to commence. Qiao Ling's attention wandered elsewhere. Yin Jingsong seemed still upset and was refusing to acknowledge me. Do you have any insights? Master, increase your efforts to entice him. TSK. Qiao Ling rolled his eyes, contemplating his next move. After much deliberation, he decided to take an indirect approach and sent a message to Yin Jingsong. Little bug, I crave cake. After waiting for 10 minutes without a response, the doorbell of his hotel room rang. Qiao Ling dashed to open the door. A waiter entered, gracefully pushing a dining cart, and politely placed a strawberry cake on the coffee table, accompanied by an array of exquisite French desserts, with numerous small plates jostling for space, creating a visually delightful chaos. Good day, this is your afternoon tea. Well done, Yin Jingsong. Qiao Ling tossed a piece of macaroon into his mouth, grinding it fiercely between his teeth. How vexing. As per the usual arrangement, the newly acquired task points were to be divided in a 70-30 split. Perhaps it was the accumulation of small changes leading to a significant transformation. After absorbing this latest surge of energy, Qiao Ling distinctly felt himself approaching a critical threshold. The growth phase of a royal caterpillar entails multiple metamorphoses, with the first molting being of paramount importance. Newly hatched, the royal caterpillar is frail and requires the nurturing of its kin, who provide it with abundant energy crystals, caring for it day and night. Once the energy intake reaches saturation, the royal caterpillar embarks on its inaugural molt. Completing this first shedding grants it formidable defenses, capable of withstanding meteor strikes and surviving prolonged periods without sustenance, entering a deep slumber for at least 50 years. Typically, royal caterpillars undergo this transformative phase within a week of their birth. Poor Qiao Ling, upon his arrival into the world, found himself utterly alone, devoid of kin to nurture him, and nearly starved on his first day, suffering from severe developmental issues, let alone the prospect of metamorphosis. Having diligently completed tasks to sustain himself up to this point, he finally sensed the imminent signs of his first molt, stirring a wave of excitement within him. It seemed that with one more absorption of points, he could officially shed his skin. Realizing this, Qiao Ling began to feel a physiological restlessness. His instincts urged him to find a secure place to bury himself deeply, to navigate the vulnerable molting period in the safest manner possible. But where could he hide? For Qiao Ling, in his current state, the most perilous entity was that treacherous system. There was no option to evade. He could only confront it. Fortunately, he still had time to prepare. With matters weighing heavily on his mind, Qiao Ling's insect body stirred restlessly, amplifying his emotional burden. His outward demeanor did not betray his inner turmoil. He often maintained a stoic expression, sitting silently like still water or a porcelain statue of a Buddha. Yet, Yuan Yu noticed. Recently, Yuan Yu had taken an increasing interest in Qiao Ling, a sincere and instinctual inclination, not only observing Qiao Ling, but also contemplating his joys and sorrows. Thus, when Qiao Ling's mood dipped, Yuan Yu sensed it immediately, as if ants were crawling in his heart. A flurry of conjectures swirled in Yuan Yu's mind. Why the sudden unhappiness? Is he hungry? Unwell? Has someone wronged him? Or has he stumbled upon yet another disheartening news online? Unfortunately, being on set, he could not find an opportune moment to intervene, so he endured the urge to act. During the midday recess, he finally settled beside Qiao Ling. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Ordinarily, his gentle tone would elicit an affectionate response from Qiao Ling. However, to his astonishment, Qiao Ling reclined on the lounge chair, half closing his eyelids, seemingly irritable. Leave me be. This was the first time Qiao Ling had so overtly displayed a temper. Yuan Yu experienced, for the first time, the chill of being ignored by Qiao Ling. Lin Hui and the assistants turned in unison, exchanging astonished glances, silently communicating. Goodness, what has happened to Qiao? The atmosphere grew momentarily cold. As Yuan Yu regained his composure, he found himself inexplicably exhilarated by the situation. When mealtime arrived, the situation escalated. Qiao Ling audaciously declared he had no appetite. Qiao Ling, refusing to eat. Lin Hui anxiously knelt beside Qiao Ling, holding a small cake. Are you really not going to eat? Just have a bite. At least something sweet. Qiao Ling, having just digested the point from a negative public relations task, considered human food optional. He frowned and turned his head away. I won't eat. Oh dear. This little ancestor. Lin Hui, exasperated, convened a small meeting in the corner, interrogating the assistants and bodyguards. Who has offended him? Xiao Chun, you've been observing him closely. What do you think? Bodyguard Xiao Chun scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Meat raised a hand and spoke softly. Could it be he had an argument with President Yin? Lin Hui was skeptical. President Yin treats him like a precious gem, personally overseeing his daily meals. How could he possibly offend him? Meat cleared his throat. Actually, I think I spotted Qiao messaging President Yin earlier. After sending the message, he stared at his phone, frowning. Well, if that's the case. Lin Hui turned to Xiao Chun. Subtly hint to President Yin. How should I hint? Be direct. Just say Qiao Ling is so upset he can't eat and is considering a hunger strike. Lin Hui, upon finishing his own statement, found it amusing, inwardly mocking. Seems like President Yin and Qiao Ling are entering a playful phase, engaging in petty quarrels, are they? Indeed, a little mischief can be delightful. After the brief meeting, Lin Hui returned near the RV, only to find Qiao Ling and Yuan Yu huddled together, laughing and whispering. In mere minutes, they had reconciled. Yuan Yu affectionately leaned close to Qiao Ling's ear, murmuring sweet nothings, exuding an intimate charm. With one arm draped around Qiao Ling's shoulders, he languidly toyed with the strings of the costume, while Qiao Ling leaned into him. The scene was as captivating as a frame from a historical romance film, yet tinged with an unsettling allure. L'un stumbled slightly. The two turned their gazes toward him, their demeanor completely at ease, showing no signs of restraint. Yuan Yu, with a charming smile, leaned closer and whispered something else to Qiao Ling, who giggled and tilted his neck to evade, the earlier displeasure now a distant memory. Lin Hui suppressed his discomposure and approached, attempting to jest. What is going on? I hope you're not bad-mouthing me? Yuan Yu nonchalantly released his hold around Qiao Ling's shoulders and casually lifted Qiao Ling's chin. I just shared a little gem of a joke with him. Originally, Helan Ting's appearance elongated Yuan Yu's slender phoenix eyes, emphasizing the cunning nature of the scoundrel he portrayed. Now, his demeanor exuded a dramatized flirtation. It was evident that he was deliberately engaging in flirtation with Qiao Ling. Lin Hui felt a sense of impending doom. Oh no, the situation is spiraling out of control. Yuan Yu, how can you not maintain composure? Stay alert. Lin Hui's expression was too revealing, and Yuan Yu naturally perceived it. The smile on his face faded, and he calmly diverted his gaze. Chapter 80. Intercepting a misunderstanding, Qiao Ling remained oblivious to their silent exchange, still immersed in the gossip shared by Yuan Yu. It turned out that Yuan Yu was not recounting a hidden joke, but rather unveiling the chaotic love quadrangle involving Director Kong. Guess what I just saw? I spotted Director Kong and XX hiding behind the trailer in a tent. Qiao Ling's eyes snapped open. Who said little bugs weren't gossipy? His curiosity was piqued. Really? Yuan Yu effortlessly wielded the information he possessed to entertain. He narrated the gossip vividly and humorously, akin to a storyteller, his eloquence captivating Qiao Ling's full attention. So, are they in love? Not necessarily, but there is definitely mutual attraction. Are they partners now? Yuan Yu teased, what do you think? I need to observe more this afternoon to find out. Shoo, you must be discreet and sneak a peek. Captivated by this old romance narrative, Qiao Ling temporarily cast aside his worries. After finishing the afternoon shoot, he dismissed everyone else and stealthily approached the changing room to whisper to Yuan Yu. I think they are partners. Yuan Yu, halfway through changing, was startled by Qiao Ling's sudden appearance, covering his collar with an amused yet bewildered expression. He glanced at the door and wondered aloud, did I forget to lock it? How did you appear so suddenly? I really believe they are partners, Qiao Ling insisted, seating himself on a nearby high stool, resting his chin on his hand as he watched Yuan Yu change, showing no intention of being discreet. Yuan Yu, rich in life experience, refuted Qiao Ling's conclusion. I don't think they are. Really, I'm certain. Qiao Ling's piercing gaze made Yuan Yu feel caught between removing and donning his clothes, ultimately deciding to engage in conversation. How can you be so sure? Qiao Ling, with a sly expression, replied, I can sense their mutual energy. Yuan Yu was uncertain about the implication of his words. Qiao Ling elaborated, they've been intimate. Yuan Yu nearly sputtered at the revelation. Cough, cough, cough. Fearing he hadn't been heard, Qiao Ling attempted to clarify there, you know? Before he could finish, Yuan Yu lunged forward to cover Qiao Ling's mouth. What a beautiful mouth, and what a terrifying statement. With no support behind him, Qiao Ling had to wrap his arms around Yuan Yu's waist to prevent himself from toppling backward. He blinked innocently, his round eyes darting about, filled with questions. Qiao Ling could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Why did the protagonist's heart suddenly race so erratically? Yuan Yu let out a sigh, his cheeks burning as he valiantly maintained a demeanor more mature than his years. He carefully gathered his thoughts. Jiao. Simply having a relationship does not suffice to define a partnership. The dynamics between individuals are far more intricate. This statement left Qiao Ling momentarily stunned, his dark eyes revealing a naivety that belied his appearance. Clearly, He possessed a considerable lack of understanding in this regard. This deficiency in comprehension afforded him a shocking lack of shame when uttering bold words, an audacity that was almost alarming. Yuan Yu pondered how such a contradictory, yet unique individual could exist. He had never imagined himself drawn to someone like this. He continued softly, "The term partner is too formal, laden with responsibilities and obligations. They are merely indulging in frivolity, perhaps to alleviate boredom or seek warmth. Until their hearts draw closer, they cannot truly be regarded as partners." Qiao Ling seemed to grasp part of this, and the fitting room fell into a prolonged silence. Yuan Yu's mind raced with countless thoughts in a short span. Finally, he could not resist reaching out to gently touch Qiao Ling's face, his gaze imbued with a tentative softness. "Do you have someone you like at the moment, Qiao? Remember what I told you last time. If you like someone, you will feel an uncontrollable urge to engage in intimate gestures like hugging." Qiao Ling felt a stir within him, a figure surfacing in his mind. His eyes grew distant, as if lost in contemplation. Yuan Yu looked down at him, admiring his dark, elongated eyebrows and features that resembled a delicate ink painting. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Yu gradually leaned closer to Qiao Ling's face. Qiao Ling softly replied, "I think I'm beginning to understand what you meant back then." "What?" Suddenly, there came a sharp rap at the fitting room door. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt." The polite reminder, accompanied by rhythmic knocks, struck Yuan Yu like a thunderclap. He stumbled back, the force so great that he inadvertently pulled Qiao Ling down from the chair, and they both tumbled into a heap amidst the clothes. At that moment, Qiao Ling's unusual strength came into play, as he swiftly lifted the bewildered Yuan Yu out of the chaos. Don't move. Yuan Yu, flustered, exclaimed, Qiao, let go of me. "Steady yourself. Qiao Ling, come out." A familiar voice resonated calmly from outside, seemingly oblivious to the intimate commotion within the fitting room. Qiao Ling's eyes brightened suddenly, his face erupting into unmistakable joy as he turned towards the source of the voice. "Yan Jingsong." Yuan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Without further thought, Qiao Ling opened the door and poked his head out, indeed finding Yan Jingsong standing at the entrance like a sentinel. It was unclear when he had arrived or how long he had been standing there. Chapter 81. The awakened devotee of surrender upon seeing Yan Jingsong. Qiao Ling first felt joy, which quickly shifted to displeasure, his tone transitioning from exuberant to cold. "What brings you here?" Yan Jingsong smiled. Though his eyes held no warmth, it was a smile that concealed a blade, a facade of mirth devoid of genuine joy. "I wanted to speak with you in person." Yuan Yu, in a moment of uncertainty, pulled open the door slightly, encountering Yan Jingsong with a stoic expression. Outside the changing room, Yan Jingsong remained impeccably dressed, exuding an air of elite composure as he regarded Yuan Yu from a superior vantage. Inside the changing room, Yuan Yu, disheveled and slightly disarrayed, stood behind Qiao Ling. His cheeks still flushed, his expression tinged with a complex hostility. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Ling remained oblivious to the palpable tension and the peculiar dynamics between the two. He slipped through the narrow opening of the door, scoffing, "Aren't you ignoring me?" Yan Jingsong gently ruffled his soft hair and took his hand with an ease befitting a gentleman. "How could I possibly ignore you? Let us go." As Qiao Ling was about to be led away, Yuan Yu could not restrain himself from calling out, Qiao. Qiao Ling turned back, offering Yuan Yu the most vibrant smile he had mustered all day. "I'll be off now, brother Yuan." Yet before he could finish, he noticed a distinctly hurt expression cross Yuan Yu's face. "What's wrong?" Before he could further contemplate, Yan Jingsong grasped his shoulder and gently pushed him ahead, his broad frame effectively shielding Qiao Ling from any view of Yuan Yu. A sudden notification echoed in Qiao Ling's mind. Ding! Main storyline daily task. Humiliation of the protagonist. 11. Completed. Points awarded. 50. Yay? Qiao Ling, struck by a sudden insight, pieced everything together. Yan Jingsong's appearance. The protagonist's suffering had been endured. The task confirming the successful humiliation of the protagonist was completed. Indeed, Yan Jingsong was the genuine male lead. So, Yuan Yu's secret affection was directed towards Yan Jingsong? Just a brief exchange with Yin Jingsong had stirred such emotional turmoil that it triggered a daily task refresh. Qiao Ling, who had struggled to complete daily tasks for days, found himself in a whirlpool of emotions. The system, acting as an eager sycophant, chirped sweetly, "Master, the protagonist is undoubtedly jealous. Your method of provoking the protagonist through the male lead is simply brilliant. There is no share of daily points for you. So scram back." All right. Lost in thought, Qiao Ling appeared somewhat distracted, as if his body had followed Yin Jingsong out the door while his spirit lingered elsewhere. This demeanor ignited a fierce jealousy within Yin Jingsong, whose heart was entirely devoted to Qiao Ling, with a significant portion of his ire directed towards others. He smirked, recalling Yuan Yu's earlier demeanor, an indecisive pretty boy, a pretentious tea-drinking lad. Qiao Ling was enveloped by the bittersweet and tangy aroma radiating from Yin Jingsong, inhaling deeply, the scent reminiscent of silky chocolate with nutty undertones. "Where are you taking me?" "To eat. I'm not hungry." Qiao Ling freed his hand and walked toward the nearby tree. "Why do you care? You don't even agree to my requests." Today, he was determined to push the narrative forward. Yin Jingsong cast a sidelong glance. In the distance, bodyguards blocked the passage of several newcomers, creating an oasis of tranquility. He followed in Qiao Ling's footsteps, weaving through the scenery with grace. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the treetops, casting shimmering reflections upon Qiao Ling as he stood on a higher step, turning to face Yin Jingsong. Elevated by the height of the step, he exuded an air of authority, his chin raised in cold indifference. Yin Jingsong tilted his head slightly to gaze at him, declaring, "I do not wish to support you." "Why not?" "First, enlighten me on your understanding of support. To seek favor with the powerful, allowing me to indulge my whims." "You're already indulging your whims with me." Yin Jingsong sighed softly. "Do you genuinely desire to suffer losses at my expense?" "What loss could I possibly incur?" "Are you a fool? You are audacious," retorted Wang Chong. Yin Jingsong did not intend to engage in a verbal spar with Qiao Ling. He observed Qiao Ling, who had cast aside his principles, extending his arms wide, invitingly. "Qiao Ling, irrespective of what you seek from me, I yearn to acquiesce to you. Please do not confine our relationship to mere support or transaction. Everything else is negotiable." Yin Jingsong recognized the peculiarities that surrounded Qiao Ling. The initial autopsy report of the deceased, surnamed Yao, had first landed in his hands, revealing bizarre injuries beneath the ghastly venomous wasp hematoma. For instance, there appeared to be blood holes in the scapula, seemingly punctured by fingers, or bruises on the nape of the neck, as though pressed by a knee, and a skull that had been nearly crushed into fragments by being forced against the ground. The forensic analysis was chilling. Yin Jingsong utilized his privileges to dispose of the preliminary autopsy report, classifying the case as one of death by wasp sting. On the night he brought Qiao Ling back from the official's residence, he stood vigil over him, watching him slumber peacefully, and upon leaving, he gently examined the wounds on his arm. They had healed. He instinctively thought of lifting Qiao Ling's shirt to check if the bruises on his abdomen still lingered. Yet he refrained from disturbing Qiao Ling's sweet repose. Then there was the day of drowning. Qiao Ling was clearly devoid of breath, even without a heartbeat. He performed CPR, attempting to breathe life back into him. He recalled the sensation of his palm against Qiao Ling's chest, eerily devoid of any vitality. Suddenly, those eyes opened silently, their inky pupils reflecting his own helpless visage. Yin Jingsong had never overlooked these peculiarities. He simply chose not to probe deeper. Yesterday, his associates uncovered photographs and videos of Qiao Ling at the gambling house, deliberately destroyed by someone. Familiar faces, unrecognizable figures. That was not the Qiao Ling he knew. Yin Jingsong was utterly convinced. So who, or rather, what, is the current Qiao Ling? Is it him? Yin Jingsong recalled a religious tale from his childhood, which spoke of demons adept at masquerading as angels. If Qiao Ling were indeed a demon, then offering his soul might not pose a significant challenge. If Qiao Ling required it, not needing much rationale, Yin Jingsong had already accepted the truth of his own enchantment. Qiao Ling discerned a semblance of reverence in Yin Jingsong's demeanor. He had become even more alluring, unprecedentedly so. Deep within his heart, the essence of Wang Chong quivered, excitedly releasing pheromones of control. The glands at the nape of his neck burned with fervent heat. Qiao Ling was blissfully unaware that his insect-like pupils had narrowed into mere slits due to excitement. Could everything truly be possible? The form of his insect eyes, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, rendered the surrounding moments seemingly infinite. An eerie buzzing erupted in Yin Jingsong's ears, and he inhaled the sweetest, yet most terrifying scent in existence, compelling him to kneel. Qiao Ling bit his finger and pressed it against the corner of his mouth, succinctly commanding, "Eat." Yin Jingsong obediently complied. A single drop of blood from the king insect awakened an extraordinary transformation within him. His eyes quivered violently, splitting apart to form a set of 4 mesmerizing pupils, all entranced by Qiao Ling before him, splitting, recombining, and then merging again. After a brief examination, Qiao Ling smiled with satisfaction, affectionately caressing Yin Jingsong's cheek, calmly instructing, "Yin Jingsong, take care of me, agreed?" "Agreed." Chapter 82, My Good Boy. I will care for you thus. He became the vulgar proprietor indulging in the patronage of a youthful lad. Yin Jingsong, his worldview shattered, crouched in the corner of the hotel room, resembling an enormous, somber mushroom. He could not fathom what had possessed him 40 minutes prior. Why did he agree? How could he have agreed? Was it too late to retract? Qiao Ling squatted beside him, radiating joy, teasingly nudging him with his shoulder. What is wrong? It's too late to backtrack now. Yin Jingsong, dazed, shook his head. It's nothing. Just sleep with me tonight. Qiao Ling's unmistakable satisfaction was apparent, his tone taking on a commanding air, which led Yin Jingsong to doubt the very nature of their arrangement. He turned to gaze at the smug Qiao Ling, pondering. Wait, am I taking care of you, or are you taking care of me? This was truly a reversal of a usual patronage dynamic. Qiao Ling reached out, playfully ruffling his hair, trailing his fingers from his temple to his ear, like a playful rogue coaxing a pet. Answer me. The situation was bizarre, yet the charm of the person before him was undeniable. With matters having reached this point, he decided to indulge in the moment. The esteemed To quickly composed himself, showing a remarkable recovery. I will accompany you. At that moment, Qiao Ling felt exhausted. Offering that minuscule drop of essence was a considerable burden for the king insect. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. Formally acknowledging Yin Jingsong's allegiance filled him with a sense of accomplishment. The solitary commander had finally acquired his first insect companion in a meaningful sense, a historically significant breakthrough. This marked a small step for the insect race and a monumental leap for the king. Well, half a step. The transformation was not yet complete. Once he underwent his initial molting, the evening was still young, the sky outside barely cloaked in twilight. Qiao Ling, surrendering his earlier bravado, yawned. I need to sleep now. A bath first. Yin Jingsong, perceiving Qiao Ling's unusual lethargy, rose to draw a bath for him. Qiao Ling tugged at the hem of his shirt, extending his arms, requesting, "Help me wash." Such audacity sent fireworks of excitement bursting in Yin Jingsong's mind. My God, was this a being coy? Without missing a beat, he lifted Qiao Ling into his arms, who, like a limp doll, nestled closer. The height difference between them positioned Qiao Ling's head perfectly against Yin Jingsong's chest, where he inhaled deeply. His broad chest, muscular and vibrant, exudes a delightful touch. The little creature finds it irresistible. Lacking the energy to move, he yearns for care. Since emerging from his shell, the king worm has never received adequate attention, eagerly seeking affection from his companions, never willing to deny himself. Yin Jingsong faintly perceives his emotions. At this moment, he cannot entirely comprehend the connection between him and Qiao Ling. Yet he feels an overwhelming tenderness, a poignant ache that blossoms into a near paternal affection. Poor little thing. Gently stroking Qiao Ling's hair, he cradles him tenderly, addressing him as my dear, promising to care for him. Qiao Ling, enchanted by this endearment, feels a delightful daze. Despite having no prior experience in caregiving, Yin Jingsong skillfully tends to Qiao Ling, drawing from his experience in cat care. Qiao Ling feels light as a feather. his slender bones distinctly visible, though he has gained some softness since their initial meeting, with his ribs no longer protruding pathetically. His porcelain skin and delicate pink joints create a striking visual impact. He steps into the water, squinting as Yin Jingsong playfully attends to him. In the presence of such a work of art, Yin Jingsong sits serenely at the edge of the bathtub, cupping his hand to scoop water and gently splash it onto Qiao Ling's face. As he washes him with tender precision, Qiao Ling sways gently, silent and compliant. Like a docile lamb, Yin Jingsong finds himself smiling as he continues, realizing he has truly lost himself in this moment. Once he finishes grooming the cat, with its fur fluffy and fresh, the creature is already cocooned in the blanket, peacefully asleep on its back. Suddenly, a glimmering eight-eyed spider descends slowly from the ceiling on its silken thread. Yin Jingsong meets the gaze of the spider head-on, its 8 eyes fixed on him with a chilling intensity. An eerie silence envelopes them for several seconds. Is this Qiao's pet? Clearing his throat, Yin Jingsong points calmly to a nearby glass box, instructing, "No wandering outside. Return to your cage." Liu Guang, back to your cage. The command, infused with the essence of the king worm, pierces Liu Guang's ears like a directive to an unruly pet. The spider leaps aside, its diamond-like legs pattering back to its abode, settling quietly. Yin Jingsong lets out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, suppressing his unease as he gently brushes aside Qiao Ling's bangs, regaining his sense of tranquility. Sensing warmth, Qiao Ling instinctively clings to him in his sleep, as if they were conjoined twins drawing closer into his embrace. Yin Jingsong opens his arms wide, enveloping Qiao Ling's cold skin with his own warmth. If a human chest could freely open, at this moment, Yin Jingsong wishes to envelop Qiao Ling within his very flesh, hiding him away deeply. The essence of the worm companion envelopes the king worm, who sighs contentedly, sinking into slumber. A hint of deep blue dances through his dreams, leading the way. What is it, dream? Qiao Ling rubbed his eyes, stumbling as he pursued the direction of the insect rider, bewilderedly asking, "Where are you taking me?" The butterfly fluttered its wings, scattering glimmering powder that formed a luminous path. Following this trail, the dark world suddenly became illuminated. A dream gently descended before Qiao Ling, shattering with a crackle in the breeze. He reached out to grasp it, but his hand met only the emptiness of the wind. This was the realm of dreams. Seemingly enlightened, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The sky and horizon twisted into a surreal blend, clouds composed of countless blank human faces. The entire ambience was dim, lacking vibrant colors, save for the occasional bizarre birds soaring across the sky. These peculiar avians, in shades of white, red, blue, and a riot of colors, took on various forms. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be capsules and tablets adorned with wings. The surrounding architecture boasted an exaggerated eclectic style, with bizarre shapes resembling oversized trophies. Some trophies were shattered, others appeared menacing, while some sparkled brightly, all standing densely together. Magnificent yet desolate, an absurdity transcending reality enveloped the scene. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, with the wind howling and wailing akin to sobbing, the clamor of a crowd, or the anguished cries of a banshee, leaving one breathless. Qiao Ling recognized whose dream this was. Chapter 83. The dream of the morbid Qiao Ling advanced towards the exaggerated architectural ensemble. The butterfly powder path beneath his feet shimmered faintly, like a tether leading him to the master of dreams bound by a rope. The space within the dream was erratic. After only a few steps, he found himself inside a spherical building. A sea of crimson flooded his vision, resembling an opera house. On the expansive stage, a spotlight suddenly illuminated a tall figure standing at its center, the shadow elongated by the beam. Qiao Ling, recognizing the familiar silhouette, called out, "Guan Shu Qiao." His voice echoed through the vast theater. The figure stirred slightly, turning around slowly. The face that had always exuded gentleness and composure now bore wide, unfocused eyes, as if gazing into a distant realm. Qiao Ling snapped his fingers here. He finally caught Guan Shu Qiao's attention, whose expression shifted to one of surprise and mild confusion. How did you end up here? My dreams have been quite dull lately, repeating the same plot. Guan Shu Qiao's voice, unlike the deep, melodious tone of reality, was raspy, as if he had not spoken in a long time, yet remained warm and affectionate. Qiao Ling curiously requested, "Show me." "It's not pleasant." "That's all right." With a sigh of frustration, akin to a lover unable to refuse, Guan Shu Qiao acquiesced. "Very well." The stage backdrop began to warp and dissolve into a blur of colors, reassembling into the living room of an ordinary apartment. Qiao Ling stood at the center of the room, facing a strikingly familiar, beautiful child. He quickly discerned the child's identity from the features of his brows and eyes. The adult Guan Shu Qiao emerged from behind Qiao Ling, gesturing toward the child to introduce him. "I was around 5 years old." Qiao Ling remarked, "You haven't changed much." The 5-year-old Guan Shu Qiao stepped forward, his expression blank as he paused at the doorway of the bedroom. Qiao Ling followed him. Inside the bedroom, a woman lay on the bed, her dark, golden-streaked hair cascading over the pillow. Her features were withered, yet her countenance exuded a serene tranquility, as if she were merely sleeping. However, her pallid lips and the scattered pill bottles told a different story. The young Guan Shu Qiao stood frozen, neither screaming nor crying, merely widening his eyes. The incongruity of such a mature expression on a child's face was unsettling. Behind Qiao Ling, the older Guan Shu Qiao softly explained in a childlike tone, "Mother took sleeping pills again. It always happens this way, and I cannot control it." Qiao Ling regarded the deceased woman, then turned to the older Guan Shu Qiao. Curling his lips slightly, "She truly does not cherish life." The older Guan Shu Qiao fixated on Qiao Ling's expression, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Do you not feel any sympathy for me?" Qiao Ling found this perplexing. In the realm of dreams, Wang Chang's emotions were more transparent. The dreamscape isolated him from many realities, rendering him almost immune to the complexities of human nature. Thus, his innocent yet cruel response emerged. What is there to sympathize about? Indeed, the older Guan Shu Qiao's gaze drifted past Qiao Ling, returning to the woman on the bed. She suffered from mental illness. She believed that by harming herself, she could win back a man who did not love her. But ultimately, she succeeded in ending her own life. The sound of a key turning in the lock at the apartment door interrupted them. Who could it be? The man. As the door swung open, a drunken, tattooed man stumbled inside. The young Guan Shu Qiao had retreated into the bedroom without Qiao Ling noticing, who then realized the urgency and followed him in. The child crouched beside the bedside table, pulling open a drawer to reveal a gun. Qiao Ling recognized the weapon from films, aware that the bodyguard, Xiao Chun, also possessed one. Intrigued, he knelt beside the young Guan Shu Qiao, observing him as he deftly pulled back the gun slide. "What are you going to do?" The older Guan Shu Qiao leaned against the wardrobe, hesitating to respond. The tattooed man bellowed angrily in the living room before heading towards the bedroom. "Where is everyone? Where did they die?" His voice faltered upon seeing the woman's corpse in the bedroom, his drunkenness momentarily shaken. The young Guan Shu Qiao stood up, politely greeting him, "Uncle." The man, caught off guard, stared at him blankly. "You bang." The young Guan Shu Qiao raised the handgun and pulled the trigger. The immense recoil caused his hand to involuntarily jerk upward, the bullet striking the man squarely in the left eye socket. Blood erupted from the back of his head. The gunshot's deafening echo nearly shattered the child's eardrums, and he dropped the firearm, covering his ears in a scream. Qiao Ling expressed his approval of the attack's effectiveness with a breathless, "Wow. Why did you kill him?" "I'm not sure." The older Guan Shu Qiao's expression was slightly bewildered. "The latter part is something I only began to recall recently. Do you believe it truly occurred? Or was it merely a figment of imagination?" Qiao Ling pondered for a moment. "If it is true, it indicates your disdain for him. If false, it reveals your genuine aversion." The young official, Qiao Qiao, chuckled, the mirth radiating to the corners of his eyes, his amber gaze curving slightly, seemingly capable of containing only Qiao Ling within its focus. "Your words are quite amusing." In the bedroom, the young official had grown quiet, covering his ears as he approached the man, sprawled on the ground. The man lay on his back, half of his face a grotesque mask of flesh and blood, clinging to life with feeble convulsions. The young official stared blankly until the man's breath finally ceased. The senior official remarked, "This scene bears a striking resemblance to a film I once directed, The Shawshank Redemption, though it lacks some slow-motion close-ups and a musical score. If it is fabricated, perhaps it drew inspiration from that. Do you hold a fondness for that film? It is rather good. It earned me my first Best Supporting Actor award." As he spoke, the surrounding backdrop twisted and morphed once more. And this time they found themselves in a decidedly more opulent residence. The ancient Chinese mansion, deep and secluded, exuded an eerie ambience under the dim light, reminiscent of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio. On the winding corridor, a youth clad in black contemplated the pond below, seemingly deliberating whether to leap. Qiao Ling inquired of Qiao, "Where is this, and how old were you then?" "At my biological father's home. I was 13. "Were you not a child star debuting at 13? Qiao looked at him, astonished. "Have you been following my career?" Qiao Ling nodded, as if it were a matter of course. "Indeed." Qiao chuckled lightly. "I made my debut that autumn." From the end of the corridor, a teenager, seemingly around 16 or 17, approached, his gaze landing on young Qiao as he hastened over, unleashing a barrage of scornful taunts. "You little bastard, planning to commit suicide? Oh, how hilarious. Jump already. I can't miss this spectacle." Qiao Ling, intrigued, asked, "Who is this?" "My cousin. Your familial relationships are quite strained." "Over there." The young Qiao leaped back from the railing, silently advancing toward the boy. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" "Keep your distance." Chapter 84. Don't be angry with me. It was my fault. The young Qiao maintained his taciturn demeanor, swiftly rolling up his sleeves, his expression impassive as he lunged at his cousin. With a resounding splash, the foul-mouthed cousin was seized and hurled into the pond. The scene reminiscent of Lin toppling a willow. The cousin flailed and screamed in the water, while the koi in the pond scattered in panic. Then, the young Qiao ascended to the railing, silently unfastening his belt, and began to urinate upon the struggling figure in the pond. A remarkably elegant silhouette, yet engaged in an utterly vulgar act. The victim's screams transformed into howls of rage. This time, Qiao Ling was genuinely astonished. Qiao had committed such an act. The senior official lowered his gaze, seemingly a touch bashful. Youthful folly. Qiao Ling pondered. This behavior is a profound humiliation to one's adversary, is it not? Do not emulate it. I have since reformed. Very well. As he watched the youth, Guan Shuqiao, being dragged down and restrained by a throng of individuals, Qiao Ling felt a spark of curiosity ignite within him. What transpired next? Solitary confinement. A prolonged 10-day imprisonment. A man, bearing a faint resemblance to Guan Shuqiao, disdainfully shut the door to the confinement room, declaring, "You are just like your mother, an irredeemable lunatic." Throughout the ordeal, the young Guan Shuqiao remained obstinately silent, his expression betraying no discernible emotion, perhaps lost in contemplation. He sat cross-legged in the dimly lit confinement chamber, gazing vacantly at the dust motes that floated in the shafts of light. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a mundane film paused in time. Qiao Ling, also seated beside the young Guan Shuqiao, rested his chin on his hands, joining him in observing the drifting dust. What thoughts occupy your mind at this moment? Perhaps reflecting upon yourself? The dark confines of the room warped once more, transforming into a cinema, with a projector illuminating the entire wall before them. A succession of films flickered rapidly, casting shadows across the faces of the three observers. The screen displayed an array of emotions: joy, sorrow, love, and despair, striking the viewers' hearts with an extraordinary intensity. Subtle changes began to manifest on the previously blank visage of the young Guan Shuqiao. Qiao Ling, intently observing the fluctuations of his expression, felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Guan Shuqiao murmured, "Life is unbearably dull. This is far more exhilarating than reality." No sooner had the words left his lips than the two figures of Guan Shuqiao beside Qiao Ling vanished, leaving only a singular protagonist upon the screen. Hundreds of incarnations of Guan Shuqiao appeared, each differing in appearance, era, and age. They traversed a multitude of distinct scenarios, experiencing the vicissitudes of life with starkly contrasting dispositions, some rolling in the mud, others soaring amidst a hail of gunfire, some reveling in the exuberance of youth, while others displayed a grotesque frenzy that was truly alarming. Guan Shuqiao resembled a sun chaser, drawing closer, yet ever distant from his elusive star. Ultimately, he came to a forlorn halt, glancing back at the path he had traversed. Suddenly, a torrent of monstrous pills and bizarre birds engulfed him, their sharp beaks gnawing at his flesh. Thump, thump, thump. Echoes of a pounding heart reverberated through the air. The ground beneath him transformed into vibrant flesh and blood. And Qiao Ling staggered to his feet, only to find the surroundings reverting to their original state. A tumultuous cloud of human faces loomed overhead, and the wind howled with an intensity that left a ringing in his ears. The oppressive presence of trophy-laden cities surrounded them, as if on the verge of collapse. Qiao Ling's countenance darkened under the cacophony. Dreamscape, emerge. Ethereal scales fluttered gracefully, coalescing into a fantastical blue butterfly, a translucent creature of beauty that slowly merged into Qiao Ling's being. In the next moment, his human form began to contort, and a monstrous, terrifying insect emerged, bursting forth from the remnants of his shattered shell. The butterfly, magnified hundreds of times, appeared both fearsome and mesmerizing, its wings spanning over 2 meters, adorned with patterns resembling eyes that seemed to blink in rhythmic harmony. The butterfly surged towards the Guan Shuqiao, who had been engulfed by the grotesque birds. Toxic scales rained down, and the afflicted birds emitted piercing shrieks, releasing wisps of smoke as they succumbed to the poisonous dust. The monstrous bird receded like a tumultuous tide, revealing the nearly shattered form of Guan Shuqiao beneath. He appeared utterly wretched, his once handsome visage resembling a fragmented mirror. A butterfly dove down, its 6 spiny appendages splayed at improbable angles, and with its foremost pair, it seized Guan Shuqiao firmly. He emitted a muffled groan, his cheek pressed against the butterfly's grotesque body, a reality more vivid than any nightmare. Unable to contain his thoughts, he muttered, magnified, quite unsightly. The great butterfly retaliated with a sharp slap from one of its legs, causing shards of glass-like fragment from his face to tumble down. Pain surged through him. The butterfly ascended into the sky, dispersing countless faces woven from clouds, transforming the entire firmament into a swirling masterpiece reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. The world turned upside down repeatedly. Guan Shuqiao began to revel in the experience, leisurely exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid dream." Ultimately, they landed atop the highest golden trophy in the world, supported by a colossal golden figure whose palm formed a platform. The butterfly released Guan Shuqiao, shuddering slightly as its insectal form reshaped, revealing Qiao Ling's face. Kneeling half upright, Guan Shuqiao gazed adoringly at the half-human, half-insect creature. Qiao Ling, ever the jealous type, glared fiercely at him. "What are you staring at? Don't you find me repugnant?" "I was mistaken," he replied. The butterfly's wings, like silk, enveloped Qiao Ling's bare body as he lifted a foot and stomped on Guan Shuqiao's shoulder. "How infuriating! I extend my kindness and you insult me." The temperament of the king bug in this dream was notoriously foul. Guan Shuqiao was knocked onto his back, momentarily disoriented. Yet, even after that kick, the king bug was not appeased and chased after him to kick again, prompting Guan Shuqiao to hastily apologize. "I'm sorry." Qiao Ling, with his pointed chin raised, coldly averted his gaze. Guan Shuqiao, however, appeared rather pleased, the fissures on his face mending, his skin regaining its luster. Qiao, he elongated his soft, deep voice, melodious and intimate like a lover's whisper. "You are wonderful. I truly like you. Please don't be angry. I was wrong. Can I make amends?" As Guan Shuqiao endeavored to soothe him, the tremors of the dream intensified, signaling his impending awakening. Although it was he who was to awaken, an unsettling vulnerability flickered across his face. He abruptly stood, yearning to grasp Qiao Ling's hand. "Wait, don't go, don't leave me." But Qiao Ling had already become translucent, and his hand grasped only air. With an icy demeanor, Qiao Ling waved goodbye. Don't let yourself perish. See you next time. Until we meet again. Ding. Main quest. Encounter with the male lead. Completed. Points. 500. Ding. Main quest. Establish ambiguous relationship with the male lead. Completed. Points. 1500. Ding. Main quest daily task triggered. Seduction of the male lead. 11. Points. 50. A flurry of rapid system task notifications erupted. Their pace so swift they nearly overlapped, creating a chaotic sense of delayed malfunction. This barrage startled Qiao Ling awake instantly. Chapter 85. The Date Invitation. A sudden influx of over 2,000 energy points ignited the king bug's ferocity instinctively. All of it is mine. Within the heart, the slumbering king worm suddenly sprang to life, emitting a menacing sound wave. Its mental tendrils, like venomous serpents, darted forth, fiercely entangling themselves with the consciousness of the system, showing no mercy whatsoever. Despite the system's preparations, it was caught off guard by the king worm's sudden aggression, forcing it to suppress any nascent thoughts with great effort. Alarmed, it shouted, "Master, what are you doing?" The king worm hissed in fury, prowling around the heart's core, its primal instincts asserting dominance as its cold gaze fixated on the rival that had taken residence within this flesh. The system, taken aback by the king worm's aberrant behavior, summoned all its focus. After a tense stalemate lasting over 10 seconds, the rationality of Qiao Ling gradually resurfaced, momentarily stunning him. The impending molting phase affected him far more profoundly than anticipated. Even the king worm, at times, could not resist its instincts. Feeling the arrival of 2050 points, Qiao Ling experienced a blend of joy and anxiety. He dared not absorb the energy immediately. Otherwise, the molting phase would commence right away, which was not an opportune moment. He also had no intention of allocating 30% to the system. Previously, he had shared generously, merely because there were only a few dozen points, just enough for the system to barely sustain itself. However, gifting over 600 points to the system would be akin to handing a dagger to a treacherous foe. He could not afford to give even a little. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Qiao Ling dispelled his murderous intent and casually retracted his combative stance, saying, "Oh, I must have dozed off." The system responded with a humiliating chuckle. "Ah, I see, you startled me. What task did I complete? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" The system then reiterated the 3 newly activated notifications, providing explanations. "Master, the initial encounter task with the protagonist has indeed encountered a bug, and it has now been delayed for an update." It was clear that his decision to aggressively pursue Yin Jingsong yesterday was correct. Qiao Ling pondered. His tone relaxed as he cautiously inquired, "System, how long can your current energy last?" The system sensed malice in the question and stammered for a moment. "What is the matter? Can't you tell me?" Under the pressure of his inquiry, the system reluctantly replied, "It should last for about a month." "That's splendid." Qiao Ling smiled slyly. "I have a hunch that these over 2,000 points might have other applications. Since you currently have sufficient energy, let us hold off on distributing them for now. Let us not touch anything and see how things develop. What do you think?" The system found this proposal quite peculiar. Though it could not pinpoint why, it yearned to refuse, yet knew that if it did, the wretched creature would undoubtedly absorb all the energy, becoming even more formidable. At present, it barely possessed the strength to protect itself. If the creature were to absorb the points, the situation would be irrevocably altered. In such an event, it would have no power to resist and would likely be devoured whole. The mere thought of this possibility sent chills down the system's spine. "Master, as you wish. Let us not distribute it for now." How obedient. For the moment, placating the system, Qiao Ling stirred in reality, preparing to rise from his slumber. Did he really move? He let out a soft complaint and slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was cradled tightly in Yin Jingsong's embrace. A gentle squeeze. Yin Jingsong's breathing was measured as he addressed Qiao. He withdrew his hand, sat up, and modestly fastened the top button of his pajamas. Then, wrapping himself in a loose robe, Yin Jingsong feigned calmness as he rose from the bed and swiftly made his way to the bathroom, his steps somewhat stiff. Qiao Ling's keen eyes caught the deliberate concealment as he got out of bed. Ah, the little bug seemed to understand, albeit vaguely, and chuckled with a mischievous delight. After his laughter, he glanced down at his pajama pants, shook his head. Still in his pre-molt phase, he remained an innocent babe, devoid of worldly desires. The tailored suit and breakfast were delivered to the room in quick succession. As Qiao Ling savored his breakfast, he admired the handsome display of Yin Jingsong dressing. Tall and poised, Yin Jingsong adorned himself with a watch, cufflinks, and a tie, each accessory enhancing his elegance, captivating all with his every movement. The esteemed Yin was not shy about showcasing his aesthetic appeal to his beloved. Indeed, beloved, after a night of intimacy, he had fully adjusted his mindset. The notion of being kept was merely a playful jest. In reality, they were simply lovers. There was no rush. Yin had his own rhythm. When Qiao Ling leaned in for a kiss, Yin Jingsong gently blocked his lips, shaking his head slightly. My dear, I feel that our progression is too swift. Too swift? I do not wish for you to perceive me as a frivolous man, nor do I wish to treat you lightly. The elder's rationality overrode desire as he earnestly grasped Qiao Ling's neck, his delicate atoms apple rolling slowly in his palm. We have spent too little time together, yet shared too much contact. It is my inadequacy, my impulsiveness. Qiao Ling, perplexed, blinked in confusion, unable to fathom how Yin Jingsong had misconstrued the situation. Are you nearing the end of filming? Yes. Reflecting on his recent scenes, Qiao Ling nodded. In about a week, my character will meet his demise. Once you finish filming, shall I take you on a date? A date? Yes, we shall go to Country F. The end of this month is International Fashion Week, and after your filming concludes, I will take you there to enjoy some time before attending the event. Having never truly played since birth, Yin Jingsong's proposal was irresistibly tempting to Qiao Ling, who visibly brightened with excitement. He wrapped his arms around Yin Jingsong's shoulders, asking, what shall we do? To the seaside, to the vineyard, to Mont Saint-Michel to witness the tides and sunsets. I own an estate there. Yin Jingsong slowly outlined his envisioned holiday date for Qiao Ling, but then seemed to recall something and shifted the topic. By the way, before we depart, I must introduce you to a very important family member, my black pig. Shall we take the black pig along? That black cat? Qiao Ling wrinkled his nose. Yin Jingsong found his cuteness irresistible, leaning in to nuzzle the tip of his nose, his gaze nearly melting into Qiao Ling. My dear, my sweet dear. Surrounded by his deep voice and fragrant aroma, Qiao Ling was momentarily entranced. His pet bug truly knows how to be affectionate. Chapter 86. Sharing the spirit. As Yin Jingsong departed, the gentle spring breeze caressed his face. And by a twist of fate, he encountered Yuan Yu once more. Yuan Yu turned to the direction from which Yin Jingsong emerged and, with the current timing in mind, immediately deduced the situation, his expression revealing his displeasure. Yin Jingsong halted his steps, offering a slight nod, his piercing gaze greeting Yuan Yu with an unmistakable hint of ostentation. Good morning. Good morning. Why is Mr. Yin still here? Yuan Yu, unwilling to relent, pressed for an answer. Yin Jingsong smirked, his tone composed, displaying his triumph. Forgive my intrusion. I stayed overnight to keep my little friend company. Yuan Yu appeared as if struck by a blow at his words. Yin Jingsong feigned ignorance of his discomfort, pressing on. What's the matter? Are you looking for Qiao Qiao? No, it's nothing. Yuan Yu clenched his teeth, awkwardly turning away as he declared, I have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell. Yin Jingsong watched his retreating figure, an eyebrow arched in mockery. He was well aware of Yuan Yu's background. Initially, it was due to Li Qianan's acquaintance with him that, when Yuan Yu sought to discreetly pursue a man, he had asked Yin Jingsong to help create a new identity for Yuan Yu to debut under. Yuan Yu was ostensibly an artist of ASD Entertainment, yet he had not signed a formal contract, merely borrowing a name. To repay this favor, Li Qianan entrusted the total production rights of the next film to ASD Entertainment. An advantageous exchange indeed. Yin Jingsong had genuinely believed in Yuan Yu's infatuation. However, this young man, clearly entangled with another man, was already contemplating a change of heart before even encountering the one he sought. Such a capricious fellow. Yet, one could hardly blame him. It was only natural for the youth to be unable to resist Qiao's charm. Yin Jingsong did not perceive Yuan Yu as a threat. Moreover, Yuan Yu appeared fragile, easily rattled by mere jabs. A delicate, pretty boy. What right did he have to compete with him? Yin Jingsong found himself uncharacteristically harboring a childish sense of rivalry. Ding. Mainline daily task. Complete the humiliation of the protagonist, 11, has been accomplished. Points, 50. In the following 3 days, peculiar occurrences unfolded. Whenever Qiao Ling encountered Yuan Yu, the daily humiliation task would refresh automatically. Yuan Yu, seemingly affected by some unseen stimulus, resolved to avoid Qiao Ling. Yet when they did meet, he remained as silent as a mute. Occasionally, when Qiao Ling caught his gaze, he could detect traces of hurt and sorrow in Yuan Yu's eyes. His forced smile was indeed concerning. Even the carefree little bug could not help but take notice. Qiao Ling could only inquire of Lin Hui. Brother Lin, do you think I have upset Brother Yuan? Lin Hui, harboring some suspicion but lacking solid evidence, hesitantly replied, What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Ling softly suggested, Brother Yuan might be jealous. Lin Hui's curiosity was piqued, thinking to himself, This ardent heartthrob possesses a modicum of self-awareness. How so? I might have stolen away the one Brother Yuan likes. Huh? Lin Hui scratched his head. Isn't Brother Yuan fond of you? He certainly seemed to that day. Qiao Ling sighed and continued, But I really like that person. Tell me, if I share him with someone else, would he be happier? Child, what are you talking about? Interjected, taking a deep breath as his mind raced to connect the characters involved in this peculiar scenario. What kind of convoluted reasoning led Qiao, this foolish girl, to believe that Yuan Yu had feelings for President Yin, and to consider sharing President Yin? Happy? Yuan Yu and President Yin would likely be elated beyond measure. Qiao, please do not mention this to anyone else. He firmly grasped Qiao Ling's shoulder, his expression serious. This is a dreadful notion. Absolutely not. Then what should I do? Just focus on your performance. The filming of Lunar Fall is nearing completion, and it is a critical moment. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Larry spoke earnestly. Everyone experiences emotional lows at times. Allow Yuan Yu to process his feelings. Once he comes to terms with them, he will return to normal. Right now, he is merely grappling with himself. If Qiao, this natural seductress, continues to provoke Yuan Yu, he may find it impossible to extricate himself. Lin Hui's tone was persuasive, leaving Qiao Ling in a state of uncertainty. Yuan Yu collapsed onto the sofa, his mind consumed by the image of Qiao Ling watching him intently from afar on set. How irritating it was to find himself ensnared in such turmoil. How frustrating to be so deeply immersed in the role despite lacking any real stance. Suddenly his phone rang, and glancing at the caller ID, he slowly straightened up. Brother. Li Qian's cold voice emanated from the receiver. Selena told me you think I have mental issues? Yuan Yu recalled his previous message to Selena, realizing the original intent had not been conveyed. Have you been in seclusion until now? Yes, just processing things. Yuan Yu, already in a foul mood, found Li Qian's pretentiousness grating and replied sharply, Li Qian, you coward, your way of liking someone is to run away and block them. I look down on you. How do you know I blocked him? Li Qian's voice paused for a few seconds, his emotions difficult to discern him, quite astute. The other day, I asked Qiao what he thought of you. He said you were not bad. I further inquired if he would consider you as a romantic interest. Yuan Yu detailed this with deliberate malice. On the other end, Li Qian seemed to rise from his seat. The faint sound of a lighter igniting could be heard. And then he sent you a message and discovered you had blocked him. The mention of blocking still angered Yuan Yu. He believed Li Qian's approach was excessively rude. Even without personal emotions clouding his judgment, he wished to deliver a biting remark. Why block him? Qiao is unlikely to pursue you. There are plenty of others vying for his affection, such as that arrogant fellow, Yin Jingsong. Li Qian did not respond to this inquiry, but seized upon a name that had unexpectedly entered the conversation. What about Yin Jingsong? What does he have to do with this? Faced with his elder brother, Yuan Yu spoke bluntly and cuttingly. What can be done? The old house is ablaze, and like a dog gnawing on a bone, anyone who comes near is bound to be barked at. Li Qian understood the meaning behind Yuan Yu's words. He extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette with a sense of indifference and shifted the conversation. Yuan Yu, what is it that has you upset? Li Qian deliberately lowered his tone to question. What is it that displeases you? You find me annoying, and you find them annoying. Huh. You were always like this as a child, throwing tantrums when something you cherished was taken from you, intentionally seeking trouble. Li Qian struck a nerve. Is it heartbreak that troubles you? Failed pursuit? Has Guan Shuqiao rejected you? Upon hearing Guan Shuqiao's name, Yuan Yu momentarily lost his focus. He had not thought of Guan Shuqiao in days, as if that once profound obsession had become a distant memory. No, it has nothing to do with him. Li Qian scoffed dismissively, his words sharp and confrontational. What are you pretending for? Don't take your frustrations out on me. It's futile. Tend to your own feelings first. You have no right to advise me. As for advice, you need not isolate yourself anymore. After all, the one you adore has already found a new love, blissfully happy. Get lost. Li Qian abruptly ended the call. Little Brat. Chapter 87. Lian Yu Luo's character wrap-up. The filming of Spring and Qingxi Chong has reached its midpoint, and the character Lian Yu Luo is poised for a grand exit. As a highly popular supporting character, Lian Yu Luo's demise serves as a pivotal moment in the narrative, marking a minor climax. Upon completing this scene, Qiao Ling will officially conclude his first film project. As he gazed at the final scenes written in the script, he found himself lost in thought, contemplating how to convincingly portray bloodshed. Mastering the art of spitting blood is a skill. It must be genuine and tragic while remaining visually compelling, evoking sympathy without a mere display of viscous blood and saliva. Additionally, tears must flow. For Qiao Ling, shedding tears is no longer a challenge. He can expertly control his tear ducts. He knows precisely when to let tears fall, whether from the corners of his eyes or the center, whether they should be large droplets or delicate pearls of sorrow. After absorbing numerous compilations of his predecessor's emotional performances, Qiao Ling has made notable progress in his crying scenes, possessing a methodical approach that would fit seamlessly into a classic Qiao production. The day the wrap-up scene arrived. Spring and Qingxi Chong, Scene 78, Take 8, Action. A torrential artificial downpour cascaded down, and Qiao Ling felt the fabric of his costume cling to his back, soaked and sticky. Lian Yu Luo, typically with a straight posture, now slightly hunched, appeared damp, disheveled, and pale amidst the rain. He cast a dark, almost covetous gaze at Fong Lanjun, who stumbled towards him. The camera zoomed in, a close-up of Lian Yu Luo. Director Kong's voice pierced through the curtain of rain. Gazing at this favored lover of the prince, another man's wife, the very woman he had once shackled in the torture chamber but could never bring himself to truly harm. The corners of Lian Yu Luo's eyes twitched involuntarily. Lord Lian. Fong Lanjun halted 3 steps away from him. Lian Yu Luo squeezed out a cold laugh from his throat. Why have you stopped running? He advanced a step closer. Did you not prefer to leap off a cliff rather than accompany me? Fong Lanjun, seemingly in sync, retreated, her back pressed against a fake tree. Her fear was palpable, the gaze of Lian Yu Luo striking terror within her, much as it had on countless previous occasions. Qiao Ling consistently managed to evoke an inexplicable sense of danger in her performances. Cut. Perfect. Prepare for the final scene, Director Kong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he waved his hands. The makeup artist rushed to adjust Qiao Ling's hairstyle and touch up the wounds, adding a fresh trail of blood to the corner of his mouth. Soon, the sound of the clapperboard echoed once more. Action. Lian Yu Luo suddenly erupted in a violent fit of coughing, dark blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Not merely a cough of blood, but rather a grotesque expulsion reminiscent of a toxic substance. He staggered to one knee, yet his piercing gaze remained fixed on Fong Lanjun. Did you poison me? Fong Lanjun's face turned ashen. It wasn't me. It was the prince's pursuers. Their arrows are poisoned. You're lying, Lian Yu Luo growled, gripping her throat, but upon making contact, his grip softened into a twisted caress. You wish for my demise, don't you? Tears, laden with desperation, cascaded down her cheeks, her performance resolute in its authenticity. I did not. With bloodied fingers, Lien Yueluo traced her outline. Your trembling is far more captivating than your screams. Suddenly, Fong Lanjun seized his slipping hand. Lien Yueluo, I don't want you to die. Silence. Lien Yueluo roared in fury. Yet the toxicity coursing through him transformed his shout into a whimper as he collapsed to the side. No. The rain fell increasingly heavy. Lien Yueluo's hair clinging like damp serpents to his pallid skin, the stark contrast of colors creating a breathtaking beauty in death that was suffocating to behold. This man, who had never wept before, was now shedding tears of physiological despair. His life was rapidly ebbing away, his voice a chilling whisper echoing from his throat, hauntingly persistent. Fong Lanjun, even in death I shall haunt you. Lien Yueluo's pupils began to dilate as Qiao Ling controlled his muscles, rendering his body gradually rigid, reminiscent of a serpent slowly stiffening. Ultimately, his eyes remained forever fixed in a state of wide-eyed horror, his fingers gently curling around the hem of Fong Lanjun's garment in an eerie tenderness. Cut. Director Kong reviewed the final shot on the monitor. The image of Lien Yueluo's lifeless stare sending chills down his spine, yet he nodded in satisfaction. Lien Yueluo, a perfect wrap. Cheers erupted on set, followed by Ho Jian presenting a bouquet, while Yuan Yu pushed a celebratory cake forward. Despite not having scenes that morning, they had come specifically for Qiao Ling's wrap party, to bestow upon him a sense of closure. Qiao Ling abruptly sat up, swiftly shedding the persona of Lien Yueluo. Congratulations. The first character has wrapped. Ho Jian grinned as he handed over the flowers. Yuan Yu, seemingly composed, bore no trace of his earlier avoidance, though he maintained a deliberate distance. Congratulations on finishing, Xiao Qiao. Qiao Ling accepted the bouquet, beaming as he joined everyone in capturing the most genuine wrap photo. Bloodied and drenched, flashing a bright, innocent smile. Amidst the applause and cheers, he took the first slice of the celebratory cake. Director Kong patted him on the shoulder. Remarkable work, truly remarkable. This episode will undoubtedly drive everyone wild. Qiao Ling shook his hand in agreement. As the first collaborative director, Qiao Ling finds Director Kong rather intriguing. This old gentleman embodies a multifaceted and complex humanity, often oscillating unpredictably, possessing a selective resilience, and exhibiting a muddled worldview. He is a quintessential figure of worldly wisdom. The minor offenses that occurred during their interactions did not concern Qiao Ling. Wang Chong does not harbor any disdain for such individuals, though it cannot be said that he particularly likes them either. Lin Hui approached with a large bath towel, draping it over Qiao Ling's head. Come on, let us remove your makeup. We haven't eaten the cake yet. Lin Hui chuckled at Qiao Ling's antics. You want to miss out? Just change out those wet clothes first. Reluctantly, Qiao Ling lingered, and Yuan Yu, unable to resist, scooped a piece of cake and fed it to Qiao Ling. I promise to save you the biggest piece. I'll bring it to you later. With a soft heart, Qiao Ling took advantage and playfully pleaded, just one more bite. Lin Hui pulled Qiao Ling away. In the makeup room, a mountain of congratulatory flower baskets and desserts sent by the fan club loomed, while Ro organized and distributed the treats. Brother Lin, how should we handle these? Lin Hui approached to take a look, gesturing towards the exquisite cakes and pastries. Let us share these with everyone in the crew. His gaze suddenly landed on an exceptionally elegant bouquet amidst the flowers. It was evidently not a gift from ordinary fans. The last time he received such an extravagant bouquet was quite a while ago. Lin Hui immediately recognized the sender, cleared his throat to mask his surprise, hesitated for a few seconds, and eventually extracted the bouquet from the pile. Qiao Ling finished changing and sat at the mirror, allowing the makeup artist to remove his makeup. Lin Hui brought the bouquet to him. Qiao, look at this. Qiao Ling extended 2 fingers to grasp the card attached to the bouquet, flipping it open to reveal familiar handwriting that earnestly conveyed 2 lines. Congratulations on wrapping up, selected by Butterfly. From your most loyal fan at Illusory Dream. At the heart of the bouquet, several deep blue flowers exuded a sweet aroma reminiscent of honey, with the delicate scales of the butterfly shimmering on the petals. Qiao Ling inhaled deeply, plucking 1 flower into his hand. Before Lin Hui could intervene, he had already taken a sip from the base of the flower. Lin Hui's startled scream echoed in the makeup room. No, spit that out. You can't just eat anything. In that moment, Qiao Ling instantly recognized the honey was specially brewed by Illusory Dream for him. The offerings from the Worm Riders were truly thoughtful. He hurriedly swallowed the honey and stuck out his tongue at Lin Hui. It's fine, it's sweet. That seemed to settle the matter. But despite Qiao Ling's assurances that he hadn't eaten anything harmful, Lin Hui lectured him for quite a while. The strict manager confiscated the remaining flowers and insisted on following him with a water cup, demanding he rinse his mouth out. The reprimanding did not end there. Lin Hui felt that Qiao Ling was unconvinced and turned to report to General Yin. The complaint was promptly acknowledged. As Yin Jingsong took 10 minutes to video call Qiao Ling. You keep putting things in your mouth. Do you not fear being poisoned by someone? My dear, please refrain from eating indiscriminately next time. Am I worrying for nothing? You have no idea how treacherous human nature can be. If you like the honey, I can have 2 bottles sent to you immediately. Qiao Ling, feeling overwhelmed, raised his hands in surrender. I understand. When Yuan Yu delivered the cake, he noticed Lin Hui and a few others guarding the door outside the makeup room, which piqued his curiosity. Lin Hui took the cake from him, stating that he was on a video call and would assist in delivering it shortly. Yuan Yu immediately deduced that Qiao Ling was on the call with someone, and his expression grew somewhat melancholic. Lin Hui felt a headache coming on. He looked at Yuan Yu with concern, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, You know how Qiao is like a child without a sense of distance. So, don't get too entangled just because of the allure of a charming young one. Why should a wise person act foolishly? He truly did not wish for his 2 artists to feel awkward with each other due to such reasons. After the public relations turmoil, Lin Hui was fully committed to Qiao Ling. Initially, he intended to resign and take responsibility once the situation calmed down. But General Yin insisted that Qiao Ling trusted him and liked him, refusing to let him go. Instead, he symbolically docked a month's salary as a form of punishment, which deeply moved Lin Hui. Therefore, if he had to choose between the 2 due to romantic entanglements, he would undoubtedly choose Qiao Ling. Enough of this. Let us focus on our careers. Yuan Yu replied with a bittersweet smile. I understand, Brother Lin. Lin Hui remained skeptical. The topic was awkward, and he chose not to elaborate further. Although filming had wrapped, Qiao Ling could not immediately relax. He was swiftly engaged with endorsement live streams and several magazine shoots, needing to wrap these up before he could truly enjoy a brief holiday. Qiao Ling felt like a primary school student who had never been on a spring outing, driven by a longing that made everything he did invigorating. Meanwhile, Yin Jingsong was also tirelessly organizing his workload. The domineering CEO had no shortage of responsibilities, especially since he was a workaholic, managing a multitude of tasks daily. To ensure he could enjoy a distraction-free vacation, he was all in. His domestic and international staff found themselves in a realm of overtime due to the sudden enthusiasm of their boss, though the overtime pay was generous. A week passed, and Lin Hui briefed Qiao Ling on the upcoming work arrangements, so he would be well informed. General Yin will first take you on a trip for 8 days. Then there's the opening of Fashion Week, where, as the spokesperson for GK, you will attend the dinner party and the debut show. After that, you'll need to return to prepare for that movie role I mentioned earlier. Several variety shows have sent invitations. I'll sift through them and discuss with you later. Are you not accompanying me to Fashion Week? What about Ro and the others? Qiao Ling asked. You have a significant reputation. General Yin said he would personally manage your arrangements abroad. At this point, Lin Hui curiously prodded Qiao Ling. What is the status between you and General Yin? If your relationship is established, you must focus and not be indecisive. For instance, regarding that official document regarding Qiao, perhaps we should sever ties. Lin Hui kept that last thought to himself. Qiao Ling made an okay gesture. He is supporting me. The term supporting felt so stark and cold. In the extravagant entertainment industry, Lin Hui should have been accustomed to such realities, but the notion of support associated with Yin Jingsong struck him as peculiar. How could someone so attentive to Qiao Ling still engage in such arrangements? Was there something amiss? Could it be that capitalists are exceptionally skilled at theatrics, even managing to infuse deep emotions into arrangements like sugar daddies, showcasing a myriad of styles? Lin Hui nearly regards Qiao Ling as the lady of the house. Yet, Qiao Ling speaks with such conviction, not a hint of jest, leaving Lin Hui in uncertainty. Well, as long as you are aware, we can indulge in our pleasures while also attending to our responsibilities. Balancing both pursuits is essential. With an 8-year contract signed by Qiao Ling, Lin Hui is left pondering whether this is a blessing or a curse. You are still young, and time is on your side. As long as you remain sensible, success will inevitably follow. Your current enthusiasm is commendable, so I shan't dampen your spirits with further admonitions. Indeed, Qiao Ling perceives Lin Hui as a very pragmatic and considerate subordinate, occasionally displaying a touch of mischief for his own benefit, which he finds endearing. Lin Hui, in turn, harbors a resolute trust in Qiao Ling, convinced of his exceptional talent for navigating interpersonal dynamics. Regardless of the relationship, Qiao Ling possesses the ability to mold it to his liking. Thus, Lin Hui feels no particular need to impart additional instructions to Qiao Ling, confident that he will not suffer significant losses in dealings with Yin Jingsong. In other respects, the ever-cunning Yin will ensure that Qiao Ling remains unscathed. The notion that capitalists are akin to the Grim Reapers is not merely whimsical. The capitalist, Yin Jingsong, whom Lin Hui secretly critiques, resembles a splendid peacock, exuding an aura of sophistication. His tall, slender frame is impeccably suited to his tailored blue-striped suit, with a silk scarf replacing the traditional tie. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he strides with the grace of a runway model. With a lover 9 years his junior, Yin Jingsong has eschewed his previously somber wardrobe for a vibrant refresh, embracing styles once deemed too ostentatious. Fortunately, his innate composure and understated elegance prevent him from appearing as a frivolous dandy. His presence harmoniously tempers the flamboyance of his attire, leaving observers pleasantly surprised. Regrettably, Qiao Ling, lacking an appreciation for fashion, fails to notice Yin Jingsong's stylistic evolution. With no sense of style, Qiao Ling leaps from his chair, light as a feather, and flings himself into Yin Jingsong's arms. Yin Jingsong, with a swift motion, envelopes him in an embrace, playfully lifting him. Qiao Ling instinctively wraps his legs around him. Yin Jingsong chuckles softly. Let's go out and have some fun. Qiao Ling cheers, affectionately pressing his face against Yin Jingsong's, resembling a whimsical, exuberant cat. Captivated by Qiao Ling's enthusiasm, Yin Jingsong's smile radiates warmth, transforming the icy demeanor of the past into a gentle spring breeze. In this moment, one might believe that if Qiao Ling pointed to the stars and requested them, Yin Jingsong would promptly invest in a space venture to fulfill his beloved's wish. Lin Hui, recognizing the moment, discreetly gathers his belongings and withdraws. He belongs beneath the vehicle, not amidst this scene. The increasingly exuberant nature of the enchanting demon is indeed formidable, a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 89. The Master's Disappointment. Yin Jingsong orchestrates an initial meeting between Qiao Ling and the Black Pearl Pig. He is a man of meticulous planning and ritual, akin to introducing family. Meow. The Black Pearl Pig puffs up, transforming into a fluffy, archback stance, creating a standoff with Qiao Ling. Meow meow. The master has brought home a monstrous creature emitting dark energy. How terrifying! In a playful mimicry of the rotund black cat, Qiao Ling squatted on the ground, propping himself up with his hands, intentionally blowing air toward the black pig. The pig's wide eyes bulged, bouncing around like a piece of popping candy, its face a mask of forced bravery, adorably plump yet helpless. Ha ha, you fool, Qiao Ling chuckled, successfully startling the creature. He retrieved Liu Guang from his pocket and placed it down, saying, "You shall accompany this little cat pig in play." Liu Guang sprawled on the ground, resembling a brightly colored, dazed crab. Yin Jingsong inquired, "Will it bite the cat?" "It won't," Qiao Ling assured, commanding Liu Guang make friends. Liu Guang scuttled forward on its spider-like legs, curiously gazing at the fluffy black feline before it. The black pig raised its tiny paw and delivered a barrage of playful swats, transforming the dazed crab into a spinning top. It seems they need more time together," Qiao Ling mused, stroking his chin. The mode of transportation for this journey was Yin Jingsong's private jet, requiring approximately 12 hours from departure to arrival. Although a private jet exudes an air of grandeur, organizing such a flight is rather cumbersome, involving route approvals, airspace coordination, international permits, and ground services. Despite owning more than one private jet, Yin Jingsong typically opts for commercial flights in his daily life due to their convenience and efficiency. Yet, no matter how troublesome the arrangements, as long as they bring joy and comfort to Qiao Ling, they're deemed worthwhile. On this first date, Mr. Yin aimed for perfection from the very beginning. Furthermore, who could resist showcasing one's assets to a romantic partner? Indeed, standing before the impressive aircraft, Qiao Ling expressed his admiration. Not bad. Yin Jingsong, with a flourish, declared, "It's a gift for you." Qiao Ling felt indifferent about the private jet, but he appreciated the spirit of generosity, responding, "Well, it's all mine anyway." Yin Jingsong relished his nonchalant attitude, gently kissing his hand. Upon boarding the plane, the flight attendant at the door, a blonde with striking blue eyes, stared at Qiao Ling for several seconds, visibly flustered. "Welcome aboard, gentlemen." Qiao Ling found him familiar, recalling their previous encounter on a flight home. He recognized the attendant as the one he had playfully tested. Yin Jingsong scrutinized the attendant's handsome face, questioning, "What is the matter?" The attendant, his blue eyes sparkling, regained his composure, apologizing, "Apologies, I just saw GK's latest advertisement and lost my composure for a moment." Qiao Ling smiled at the attendant, glancing at the name tag on his chest. "Hello, Andrew." Alarm bells rang in Yin Jingsong's mind. Entrusting the cruise service to the airline seemed a miscalculation, especially with such an attractive attendant. Was he intent to seduce my partner? Certainly not. He wrapped an arm around Qiao Ling's shoulders, his lips curling into a cool smile. "Let us go inside, darling." The cabin was transformed into a luxurious and comfortable space, the deep gray plush carpet cushioning each step with a perfect balance of softness, providing comfort without sacrificing stability. The black pig mewed from its travel crate, prompting Qiao Ling to approach and release it. The fleeting light, akin to a small trinket, hung gracefully upon the back of the black pig as the bond between the cat and the insect flourished rapidly, leading Yin Jingsong to feel a reluctance to reach out and caress his beloved pets. Not long after takeoff, Qiao Ling began to yawn. Approaching the molting period, he instinctively felt an overwhelming desire to sleep whenever he was near the insect. He reclined upon the sofa, extending his hand towards Yin Jingsong, requesting to be held to sleep. The black pig, accompanied by the fleeting light, leaped up, having nearly quelled its fear of the monstrous creature, and emitted a purring vibration. Seizing its owner's embrace, Yin Jingsong gently lifted the black pig down to reclaim his position. Qiao Ling nestled into a comfortable spot within Yin Jingsong's arms and promptly fell asleep. Yin Jingsong resembled a dragon hoarding treasures, casting a glance at the blue-eyed flight attendant who entered with drinks and signaling for silence. The attendant, filled with envy, cast one last, longing glance before relinquishing his fleeting hopes. Since their last conversation, the system had remained eerily quiet, creating a peculiar standoff. Akin to the calm before storm, the system indicated that its power would last for another month, a claim Qiao Ling did not entirely trust. He stated that the points would remain unallocated for the time being, a notion the system also doubted. This month felt like a countdown to an impending battle, silently slipping away. Qiao Ling had resolved that before the molting period, the system must be eliminated. He had mustered great resolve to forsake all potential points the system could offer him. The first molting was crucial for the royal insect, regardless of the circumstances. It was imperative to eradicate the threat posed by the system. The care of the insect nurtured the power of the royal insect, instilling in him a modicum of confidence for his bold endeavor. Guan Shu Qiao closed the script and placed it upon the table. The title emblazoned on the cover reading Scar of Smoke. This was the official script personally delivered by director Wei Wei, which, in comparison to the initial version, offered a more complete and engaging narrative, yet retained its captivating essence. Wei Wei gazed at him with anticipation, this young director exuding a fervent tenacity. The director's style was evident in his works, avant-garde and resolute. The stubborn innovator carved a new path within an older circle. Guanshu Qiao could envision the dazzling soul this story would possess under Wei Wei's cinematic lens. What do you think? I'll perform. Splendid. Amidst budget constraints, the relentless pursuit had finally secured the ideal leading man, prompting Wei Wei to applaud himself in excitement. Your willingness to act means the film is already halfway to success. I swear it will contend for international awards. Hold on, I have a request. Go on. For the character of Daima, I have an actor to recommend. Wei Wei paused, too. You know I plan to hold global auditions for this role. His slightly flustered expression made Guanshu Qiao smile gently, reassuring him. I don't mean for you to use him directly. I just believe he perfectly embodies the character. You can conduct your auditions. Guanshu Qiao's demeanor exuded no pressure, resembling a casual conversation between old friends, instantly putting the previously anxious director at ease. I'm quite curious about your choice. What sort of person is he? Can I see him right away? Perhaps in a while. He is currently vacationing abroad. Guanshu Qiao lowered his eyes, a hint of melancholy casting a shadow over his captivating charm. Trust me, he will leave you in awe. Wei Wei felt a surge of curiosity ignited by his words. Nearby, in the expansive ecological box, the ethereal dream displayed a dejected demeanor, its wings drooping from a branch like a melancholic specimen. Whimper, whimper, my master is disappointing, leaving even the little butterfly neglected. Guanshu Qiao seemed to sense this, his gaze drifting thoughtfully towards Dream. Chapter 90. His youth after 2 cycles of sleep. The private jet touched down at the airport. Qiao Ling had slept for an excessively lengthy and profound duration, to an unsettling degree. His body temperature, already on the lower side, paired with his slow and gentle breathing, led Yin Jingsong to feel as though he was cradling a beautiful, lifeless doll. Yet, his subconscious insisted that this deep slumber was a manifestation of comfort and security for Qiao Ling reluctant to rouse him. Yin Jingsong lifted him off the plane. When Qiao Ling finally awoke, stretching and blinking his eyes, he found himself in a manner steeped in a century of history. The black pig sat beside his pillow, tilting its head curiously, while Liu Guang lounged nearby, the 2 small creatures having kept vigil for an unknown duration. Qiao Ling rose, marveling at the room's decor, and hurried to the window, pushing open the ancient glass pane. The fresh morning air enveloped him, mingling with the scent of foliage, while the distant sound of crashing waves and the salty tang of the sea filled his senses. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Good morning, my little prince. Yin Jingsong's voice drifted up from below the window. Qiao Ling looked down to see Yin Jingsong holding a bouquet of lavender, playfully bowing to him. Good morning, Yin Jingsong. Yin Jingsong soon ascended, placing the lavender in a nearby vase, the fragrance enveloping him as he offered Qiao Ling a gentle embrace. Did you sleep well? Are you hungry? Qiao Ling, enchanted by the scent of lavender, asked while inhaling its aroma. Where is this place? Kurna Manor. Yin Jingsong briefly recounted its history, inherited from his grandmother. It had once teetered on the brink of destruction amidst warfare, only to be rebuilt later. I'll show you around shortly. The manor was indeed vast. The journey from the bedroom to the dining room for breakfast felt considerable. The staff retained an old-world charm, clad in matching black and white uniforms, creating an illusion of traversing time within such an environment. Breakfast was a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. Qiao Ling sipped soy milk and sampled cheese-laden bread, then curiously pointed to a photograph of a foreign woman on the table, inquiring, "Is that your grandmother?" Yin Jingsong nodded, candidly sharing fragments of his background. He possessed a quarter of European lineage, stemming from his grandmother, Princess Candace, the last heir of the Kurna family from the kingdom of Osays. The title of princess held a degree of embellishment, he mused, attributing it to the vanity of the old nobility. In truth, his grandmother's generation had fallen to the point of leaving their homeland to marry a wealthy commoner in M country for survival. One is a destitute nobleman merely adorned with a title, while the other is an ostentatious parvenu from the East possessing wealth devoid of substance. Thus, these 2 disparate souls, each seeking their own desires, became an unlikely pair. the grandfather of Yin Jingsong, by marrying this princess, naturally acquired a veneer of nobility, propelling him into the upper echelons with renewed vigor. By the time of Yin Jingsong's father, their lineage had evolved into a seemingly illustrious aristocracy. However, educational shortcomings led to the emergence of a debauched heir, indulging in all manner of vice. Yan's father, having enjoyed a life of untrammeled ease, with an elder brother shielding him, was virtually unrestrained. In a bid to evade responsibility, he immersed himself in the hedonistic allure of Hollywood, where he fortuitously met Yin Jingsong's mother, hastily marrying her and fathering a child. When Yin Jingsong's grandfather resolved, for various reasons, to take charge of his wayward son, he discovered that his impetuous grandson had already reached the age of 13. Enraged, the old man employed forceful methods to reclaim Yin Jingsong, preventing his further moral degradation. Yin Jingsong, having sidestepped the chaos of familial disputes and the absurdities of his parents, merely alluded to his mother. "My mother is also of Eastern descent. A quarter of European genes have little impact on my appearance. Wouldn't you agree?" He leaned closer to Qiao Ling for a closer inspection. Qiao Ling scrutinized Yin Jingsong's visage from a new perspective and, after a prolonged gaze, finally discerned the subtle difference. "Ah, your hair." Yin Jingsong possessed the quintessential beauty of a traditional Chinese gentleman, and despite being raised abroad, he lacked the common traits often found among Asians, appearing somewhat enigmatic. If one were to claim that Western lineage influenced him, it would likely pertain to his tall, robust frame. Moreover, there were his slightly wavy, dark brown locks. Each morning, Yin Jingsong meticulously tended to his hair. Otherwise, he would be left with a mane that diminished his imposing presence. At that moment, a few rebellious strands dared to reveal their true form, and upon noticing this, Qiao Ling found it rather endearing. With a resigned smile, Yin Jingsong lowered his head, allowing Qiao Ling to touch his hair, and recounted the minor vexations his locks had caused him. His hair, thick and rapidly growing, necessitated frequent trims. After his grandfather enrolled him in a prestigious boarding school, the inconvenience of haircuts resulted in a period where he resembled a frenzied young lion. Qiao Ling chuckled. "Do you have any photographs? I want to see."